As a time traveler, the working class Yin has become a member of the Uchiha clan, only to despairingly discover that the timeline is set 3 years before the night of the clans. Massacre.At this time, the village's suspicion and vigilance towards the Uchiha have reached their peak. Internal factional struggles within the clan are intense. The higher-ups are constantly pressuring and monitoring, and the villagers' misunderstandings are deepening. The wheels of fate are slowly turning along the predetermined tragic trajectory. If Yin does not take action, 3 years later, the entire clan will be sent to their graves by the great filial son Itachi. Faced with this deadly beginning, he knows that relying on others is not as good as relying on oneself. Only by saving himself can he carve out a path to survival. Internal factional conflicts? Then he will cut through the chaos and eliminate all factions. The higher-ups stubbornly target him? Then he will find a way to replace them with a new batch of leaders. Is the resistance to internal rescue too great? Then he will decisively tear open a breakthrough from the outside. His plan is bold and astonishing. To fully support Tsunade, one of the legendary 3, in becoming Hokage, while he himself will become the most powerful and crucial behind-the-scenes supporter for her. Chapter 1. The Uchiha clan faces internal and external troubles. The third Hokage is highly sensitive. In the early morning, Yin is, as usual, sitting in a small shop not far from the ninja school eating breakfast, his peripheral vision watching the people passing by on the road. It is not until a child dressed in Uchiha attire, carrying a backpack, walks into the ninja school that he retracts his gaze. Successfully copied. Obtained a small amount of Indra's chakra. Proceed with fusion. Fusion. Mentally reciting this, Yin puts down his bamboo chopsticks, places money on the table, and gets up to leave. After Yin leaves, in the shadows not far from the breakfast shop, a ninja from the Umbu quickly retreats and goes to report to the Hokage's office. Hokage-sama. Uchiha Yin went to the snack shop across from the ninja school for breakfast, as usual, and left after Uchiha Sasuke entered the school, with no abnormal behavior. Thank you for your hard work. The third Hokage, puffing on a pipe, lets out a heavy breath. He does not understand Yan's unwavering habit of going to the breakfast shop every day. What is his purpose? Is it related to Sasuke or Naruto? As long as the ninja school opens normally, Yin will appear on time. This causes the third Hokage's already sensitive nerves to tighten directly. He dispatches Umbu ninjas to follow and observe. But this observation lasts for 6 months. You can go rest now. And please help me notify Shursui to come over. After a moment of silence, the third Hokage puts down his pipe and says, "Yes, Hokage-sama." The half-kneeling Umbu ninja bows and quickly leaves. Yin is unaware that his actions have made the third Hokage overly sensitive. At this moment, he is stretching lazily, unhurriedly walking towards the police department. Another day to receive critical hit rewards. Getting the critical hit reward puts Yin in a good mood. Even whistling, it has been half a year since he crossed over to the Naruto world, and until now, Yin still hasn't figured out how he crossed over. He was clearly working overtime at the company, printing documents needed by the boss for the next day, and then everything went dark. When he regained consciousness, he found himself in another world. Not only did he cross over to the Naruto world, but he also became a member of the Uchiha clan. Even more terrifying is that the night of the Nine Tails attack has passed for several years, and there are still 3 years left until the Uchiha massacre. Yan's golden finger is absurdly powerful, perhaps related to him printing documents before crossing over. He only has 2 functions, copying and fusing, which he can use once a day. By using the copy ability on others, he can immediately obtain some rewards, such as Sharingan ocular power, martial arts, swordsmanship training experience, and critical hit. Rewards of Indra's chakra or Ashura's chakra. This is also why Yin consistently stakes out the ninja school. He needs to use Sasuke and Naruto as his daily copying targets. Captain. In the lounge on the 2nd floor of the police department, when Yin pushes the door and walks in, several people sitting inside, drinking tea quickly, stand up to greet him. Make yourselves comfortable. Take a break. Relax. Just don't get caught by our clan leader. Yin shows a friendly smile, casually waving his hand. By the way, has the personnel department not supplemented the missing new recruits yet? The personnel department said they have started reviewing new recruits, and once the review is complete, they can join the team. Then it's no problem. Go ahead and be busy, and don't forget to patrol regularly. After saying this, Yin walks into his own office. As one of the team leaders in the police department, he has his own independent office. When Yin enters the office, the atmosphere among the team members quickly returns to a relaxed and lively state. They drink tea and chat. At this moment, Shui, also one of the team leaders in the police department, arrives at the Hokage building with a nervous heart. Ever since he became a double agent for the clan and the village, Shui has not had a single day of peace. Today he worries about the village taking harsh measures against the Uchihas, and tomorrow he fears the hardliners in the clan demanding a coup. Every time he comes to meet the third Hokage or other high-ranking officials, is the most torturous time for Shui. As a double agent, he is always caught between the village and the clan, feeling torn. He hopes that nothing major has happened, which is what Shui thinks in his heart. Arriving at the Hokage building, Shui takes a deep breath and knocks on the door. Come in. After receiving permission, Shui opens the door and walks into the Hokage's office, respectfully bowing to the third Hokage, who is seated and working. Hokage-sama. Hearing Shui's voice, the third Hokage puts down the documents in his hand. His originally calm expression gradually becomes serious, and seeing Shui bowing slightly in respect, his heart sinks. Every time the third Hokage looks at him with this expression, it means there is a new problem on the clan side. Shui. After a pause, the third Hokage continues. There is something I need to understand from you regarding the specific situation. Shui lowers his head and quickly replies, Please speak, Hokage-sama. The third Hokage is satisfied with Shui's attitude, nodding slightly before saying, According to Umbu's investigation, the police department's team leader, Uchiha Yin, always intentionally or unintentionally approaches the ninja school, trying to get close to Naruto. What is the best way to investigate or understand a person? First, find a reason to investigate the other party. The third Hokage has mastered this tactic to perfection. What? Yin? As the third Hokage expected, Shui is first taken aback, and then his emotions show a mix of shock and disbelief. Yan's habit of going to eat near the ninja school has been a routine for over half a year, and the Uchiha clan has grown accustomed to it. At first, Shui was worried that Yin was up to something and followed him for a while, only to find that there was nothing at all. Yin really just wanted to eat. As for why he went during the ninja school's normal hours, Shui couldn't figure out either. As for getting close to Naruto, that was utter nonsense. Yin had never come within 100 meters of Naruto. Even if they crossed paths while patrolling, he would actively step aside. Is this an internal arrangement of the Uchiha, or is it Yan's personal behavior? Hokage-sama. Shui becomes anxious and quickly explains, There has never been such an arrangement within the clan, nor has anyone been instructed to approach Naruto. Going to eat breakfast near the ninja school is Yan's personal habit, which has persisted for half a year. During this time, I have also investigated, but Yan has not done anything other than eat. Shui cannot tarnish Yan's reputation over such matters. What is true, and what is not. Is that so? The third Hokage frowns slightly. He can tell that Shui is speaking the truth. In fact, Yin didn't have any intention of approaching Naruto because it was unnecessary. His golden finger could be used from a distance. Why bother getting close to Naruto and provoking the nerves of the higher-ups? The third Hokage summoned Shui not only to try and extract some valuable intelligence, but also to use Shui to warn Yin not to do things that he shouldn't and couldn't do. Sigh. The third Hokage suddenly sighed, causing Shui's heart to leap into his throat. Chapter 2. Want to teach me how to do things? Wait until you become clan leader. Since the Night of the Nine Tails, the relationship between the Uchiha and the village has become increasingly tense. Shui, I hope you understand my intentions. I'm doing this for the sake of the village. Lord Hokage, I will investigate further and remind Yin, but I believe he won't do anything out of line. It was once again time for Shui to express his stance, and as always, he chose to stand on the side of the higher-ups. After leaving the Hokage's office building, Shui felt somewhat gloomy. The third Hokage had asked him for quite a bit of intelligence about the Uchiha clan and hoped that he could gather more information. This was also Shui's dilemma. The fundamental reason he became a double agent was that he wanted to resolve the rigid relationship between the village and his clan, not to betray his family. With a heavy heart, Shui returned to the police force. In the face of the tense relationship between the village and his clan, his role was minimal. The higher-ups were wary of him, and most of the elders in the clan did not stand by his side. Even Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader, was wavering. Forget it. I'll talk to Yin first. Unfortunately, Shursue's arrival was not welcomed. As he opened the door, Uchiha Giant, a towering figure, immediately darkened his expression, blocking the way with his massive body and asking in a very displeased tone, "What are you doing here?" Faced with such a hostile attitude from his clansmen, Shursui sighed inwardly. Ever since he started speaking up for the village and proposing various beneficial suggestions, more and more people within the clan had been dissatisfied with him, and some even openly mocked him as a traitor. Suppressing his inner frustration, Shursui said seriously, "I need to talk to Yen. Are you planning to keep me here? This place does not welcome you." Jian still had a grim face and showed no intention of stepping aside. As the two formed a standoff, neither willing to back down, Yen, who was resting in the office, opened the door and walked out. "Are you two ready to fight?" Leaning against the doorframe, Yen looked at the two stubborn individuals with amusement. As the captain of the police force, Shursui naturally would not easily back down to AS for Giant. Due to some personal reasons, he had always had a terrible attitude towards Shursui, and whenever they crossed paths, neither would yield. "You're lucky." After shooting Shursui a glare, Giant reluctantly stepped aside. Yen stepped forward and asked, "Do you need something? Can we find a place to talk?" Shursui tilted his head. "Sure." After considering for a few seconds, Yen did not refuse. He also wanted to know why Shursui was looking for him. Was it because of the relationship between the Umbu and the third Hokage? That couldn't be it. He hadn't approached Naruto, so why the tension? The two left the police force together. Suddenly, the silent Shursui said, "Giant's change is quite significant." "Not bad. After my guidance, this guy's brain finally works a bit better." Yen responded casually as they walked toward the edge of the clan into a secluded forest, stopping at a hidden training ground. The training ground still had many damaged targets, indicating it was Shursui's secret training base. Shursui bent down to tidy up the damaged stumps and uneven targets while Yen stood quietly to the side. Once everything was organized, Shursui revealed a sincere smile, wiped the sweat from his forehead, placed his hands on his hips, and his eyes filled with nostalgia. "This is a place I often came to with Itachi." Yen nodded slightly. "I heard the young clan leader has passed the individual Chunin exam and set a new record." Shursui's mouth twitched. He knew Itachi didn't like being referred to that way. Yes, he has graduated and has left the ninja team. Where he goes next will depend on the clan leader's arrangements. Without dwelling on Itachi, Shursui got straight to the point. "Yen, your actions are very dangerous. The village will not allow us Uchiha to approach Naruto. And the Umbu are following you." Sure enough that a trace of amusement flashed in Yan's eyes as he pretended to ponder, raising his hands and lightly pinching his chin with his right index finger and thumb, asking curiously, "Because of the Night of the Nine Tails, the village is wary of the Uchiha and has been monitoring us. This is common knowledge. The question is, when have I, Uchiha Yen, ever approached Naruto? Is it because I had breakfast across from the ninja school? I give up on you." Shursui wanted to roll his eyes. This reasoning was solid and left him at a loss for words. Konoha indeed did not restrict anyone from going to the ninja school. Whether it was having breakfast or just wandering around, no one would say anything at most, just being watched by the Umbu as a member of the Uchiha clan. Is it strange to be watched by the Umbu? Then you don't need to go every day while the students are in school. Yen, are you doing this for food? Or do you have another purpose? Shursui continued to press. "You must be aware of the current relationship between the clan and the village. Any careless action or mistake could escalate this conflict and distrust. So I hope you can. Are you teaching me how to do things?" Yan's voice turned cold, and his gaze towards Shursui became displeased. "What I, Uchiha Yen, do does not require others to point fingers at me." "Yen, that's not what I meant. I just..." Shursui hurriedly explained. Yen interrupted him. "Also, remember your identity. You have no right to demand what I should or shouldn't do. If you want to command me, you can wait until you become the clan leader." The conversation ended on an unhappy note as Yen left. Shursui sat down on a bumpy stump, feeling somewhat defeated, and ran his fingers through his hair in frustration, turning his head with a bitter smile. "Itachi, am I a failure?" Not far from the training ground, Itachi, who had arrived long ago but had not revealed himself, slowly walked out from the shadows. "Shursui, perhaps Lord Hokage is being a bit too sensitive?" Itachi understood Shursui's frustrations. After all, they were on the same side. He had heard quite a bit about Yan's strange behavior, but Yen had not approached Naruto. Yet the higher-ups sought out Shursui because of this matter. leaving Shursui caught in the middle, in a difficult position, hoping to resolve it through a conversation. Unfortunately, he had messed it up. Chapter 3. Turning the table at the clan meeting, questioning Uchiha Fugaku. I hope it's like that. With a wry smile and a shake of his head, Shursui quickly tidied up his emotions, revealing his usual bright smile. He patted Itachi's shoulder and joked, "Not bad. Young clan leader, you've already set a record. Are you preparing to join the police department next?" Itachi, who had always regarded Shursui as an older brother and friend, couldn't help but roll his eyes at this comment. "I have to wait for Father-S arrangements. As a member of the Uchiha clan, a family genius, and the son of the clan leader, Itachi had no choice but to silently accept the family-S arrangements. So, are we training today? After parting ways with Shursui on a sour note, Hikaru pondered many things on his way back to the police department, and his time was running out. Itachi had already passed the CH-9 exam, and the time for him to join the Umbu was getting closer. Being inexplicably transported to the world of Naruto and becoming a member of the Uchiha clan would probably not make anyone too happy. What was most distressing was the messed up timeline. If only he had crossed over a little earlier. But it just had to be several years after the Night of the Nine Tails, with only 3 years left until the night of the massacre. If he did nothing and let everything unfold as in the original story, the night of the massacre would be unavoidable. Even if Obito, that heartless kid, changed his mind or was too lazy to target the Uchiha, Danzo, that hidden snake, would not spare them. He had to stand up and turn the table. After 6 months of contemplation, Hikaru realized that the Uchiha could escape their current predicament. It was just that someone needed to step up and do a few spectacular things. For example, starting by turning the tables at the clan meeting. Since there was no way to change the higher-ups' targeting of the Uchiha, the problem had to be solved from within the Uchiha. Hikaru did not believe that if the Uchiha stood united, Danzo would still dare to raise his knife against them. If the Uchiha truly worked together, Danzo wouldn't even dare to raise a knife. Just a stamp of their feet would probably make the third Hokage's heart tremble. "Captain, that bastard didn't say anything, right?" Upon returning to the police department, Shiranui immediately inquired. "Nothing, just normal chatter." Smiling, Hikaru patted Shiranui's shoulder, signaling him not to worry. "Everyone, the patrols have started. We have a clan meeting tonight, so let us finish our patrol tasks early. By the way, keep pushing the personnel department. Why are they dragging their feet on selecting someone?" The patrol task was completed smoothly, and there were no troublemakers in the area assigned to Team 3. After finishing the patrol, today's work was considered to be at a close. As night fell, after washing up, Hikaru changed into clean clothes and headed to the clan's shrine. After the Senju clan became civilianized. Apart from the shameless Tsurutobi clan that flaunted their civilian family banner, the Uchiha were the most prominent clan in Konoha on the surface. Even so, the number of people who could enter the clan shrine for the meeting was still pitifully small. Compared to the living area, the shrine's vicinity was quite desolate. As usual, the seats representing the clan leader and several elders were still empty, while most of the others had already gathered. Shursui was among them. Noticeably, the younger generation of strong members in the clan were unwilling to sit with Shursui. "Captain, over here." Shiranui waved as he arrived early, gathering quite a few people around him. Shursui nodded slightly, but unfortunately, Hikaru did not acknowledge him. He walked straight towards Shiranui, clearly indicating to Shursui that he was still angry about what happened during the day and was not going to let it go easily. Shursui should know his own situation in the clan. "Captain, that bastard is becoming a loner." Hikaru, whose thoughts were not on Shursui, responded lightly without much reaction. He was contemplating how to lay his cards on the table later, if all went well, once the elders and the clan leader arrived. The monthly bickering at the Uchiha clan meeting would unfold once again. Despite being just a ninja clan, the internal issues and factions were numerous. There were the Dove faction represented by Shursui, the hardliners led by the eldest elder, and a neutral faction represented by clan leader Fugaku. The three factions always managed to bicker endlessly at clan meetings. The hardliners accused the Dove faction of betraying the clan, while the Dove faction accused the hardliners of attempting a coup that would lead the clan to ruin, and the neutral faction just watched as long as the clan leader remained neutral. It seemed that seeing Hikaru was not in the mood to watch the drama. Shiranui quickly quieted down and whispered with the others. Soon, the elders arrived, and after they took their seats, clan leader Fugaku arrived last with his entourage. Sitting in his designated seat, Fugaku scanned the small shrine meeting room and said, "Everyone who should be here is here, so let us begin today's clan meeting. If anyone has something to say, please bring it up." Clan leader. As soon as Fugaku finished speaking, the sixth elder jumped up first, complaining repeatedly. "This month, our Uchiha police department has received increasing complaints about violent law enforcement at the Hokage office building. If this is not controlled, the relationship between the Uchiha and the villagers will only worsen over time." Still the same old problem. The issue of violent law enforcement had always troubled the Uchiha. Even if the Uchiha held back, complaints continued unabated. "I will send someone to look into this matter. We must trust the Hokage, and all squad leaders should also manage their teams well to reduce complaints from the villagers." It was an old problem, one that could not be solved, and Fugaku could only continue to pass the buck. Hearing this, the sixth elder nodded in satisfaction, but those working in the police department were not so pleased. Shursui was the only exception, as he had always suggested that clan members be more humane and gentle during law enforcement, hoping to change the villagers' poor impression of the Uchiha. Many people had long faces, unwilling in their hearts, but unable to refute openly. They could only hold their noses and accept it. Of course, how to handle things afterward still had to be handled. After all, they couldn't let the Uchiha be obedient just because of a few complaints, right? If they could really do that, the complaints wouldn't have dragged on to this day. Then, having successfully passed the buck, Fugaku was about to move on to the next agenda. On what grounds? The sudden questioning took everyone by surprise, even Shiranui, who was sitting next to Hikaru with an unhappy expression, widened his eyes in shock, staring at him in disbelief. It seemed unbelievable that their captain would raise a complaint and question the elders and the clan leader at this moment. Fugaku, who was about to announce the next agenda, paused for a moment. The elders looked over in astonishment as well. In an instant, all eyes were on Hikaru. "Hikaru, are you questioning my decision?" After hesitating for a while, Fugaku asked. Facing the gazes of everyone, Hikaru calmly replied, "Yes, I just want to ask on what grounds." Hikaru, who usually remained silent, voiced a strong challenge, leaving many people taken aback. Chapter 4. May I ask the elders, what has the Uchiha done wrong to deserve punishment? Hikaru's voice began to rise. "Everyone, the police department is the department led by the Uchiha, and the clan members who serve in the police department are law enforcement officers. As law enforcement officers, we need to consider how to handle those chaotic emergencies, not how to reduce complaints." "Nonsense. Then tell me, how do we resolve the complaint issue?" The sixth elder was furious, blowing his beard and glaring. "Why resolve it?" Hikaru laughed disdainfully. "Isn't this something that should be coordinated by the Hokage office? Why does it have to fall on our police department? We keep restraining ourselves. Do those who make mistakes or even commit crimes do the same?" The sixth elder still believes that as law enforcement personnel, our first priority upon arriving at the scene is not to handle the case, but to first consider how to be gentle with others. Otherwise, we will face complaints. Shouldn't we all smile at the offenders when we arrive? As soon as this was said, many people burst out laughing. The sixth elder, who has always advocated this, was so furious that he turned red in the face. Pointing at Yen, but unable to say a word, clearly enraged. Yen remained unaffected and continued, as the team leader of the police department, "I believe that my subordinates and I have done what we should do. As for complaints, that is not our concern. Various trivial matters and issues that offend people are all handled by the police department. Yet it is the police department that receives the most complaints. I don't want to know why." Slamming the floor, Yen shouted loudly. "Clearly, it is the Hokage's office that is supposed to coordinate this matter. So why is it pushed onto us?" "Well said. I agree with the captain. Anyway, I've had enough. Today it's restrictions. Tomorrow it's restraint. We might as well do nothing and just wait to be complained about every day." Ji Yen was the first to respond. Many others resonated with this. Everyone working in the police department had already endured enough, and they were all holding back their anger. With Yen leading, everyone's grievances and dissatisfaction were unleashed. Many people cheered and applauded for Yen. The sixth elder's face turned dark, and he fell completely silent. At this moment, the clan leader Fugaku also looked displeased. This was because Yan's roundabout accusation implied that he, as the clan leader, was incompetent, causing the clansmen to suffer daily. Enough. As more and more people agreed with Yan, the third elder, unable to bear it any longer, shouted, "What kind of conduct is this? If you are uncomfortable, does that mean we are better off? Uchiha Yan, you take the lead in saying these things. Have you not considered that the clan might face punishment from the Hokage's office?" It turned out that the Dove faction members were all spineless, and did not disguise his disgust and disdain, retorting, "May I ask, elder, what has Uchiha done wrong to deserve punishment?" "Yes, what have we done wrong to be punished?" Why? At this moment, even the Dove faction members felt a bit upset. They were just doing their jobs and were always misunderstood, putting in their best efforts only to be complained about and punished. What the hell is this? Well said. The hardliner elder looked at Yin with fiery eyes, loudly proclaiming, "Uchiha has done nothing wrong. Why should we be punished? Complaints should be handled by the Hokage's office, not us." "What do you think, clan leader?" Fugaku's mouth twitched involuntarily. Goodness, even the hardliner elder jumped in, fully supporting him. What could he, as the clan leader, say? Oppose? Is it even possible to oppose the current situation? Internally, Fugaku could only nod slightly and said, "I will go to the Hokage's office to report this matter tomorrow. Does anyone have any other issues to discuss?" After Yan's uproar, the matters that should have been addressed in the clan meeting were overshadowed. The monthly clan meeting came to a hasty conclusion. "Very good. The clan lacks members like you, who can do things for the clan and dare to speak up. Feel free to come chat with me sometime." Before leaving, the elder did not forget to warmly engage Yin. Regardless of the sincerity, at least the surface effort was well done. "Ha, Captain, you did great. Everyone admires you." Yin was as happy as a child. Most of the people working in Uchiha were from the younger generation, and they all shared a common trait. They could not stand being wronged. A seemingly ridiculous argument at the clan meeting changed how many viewed Yin. "Smile my ass, get some rest." Yin sent Yin away, waiting at the entrance of the shrine. Soon, Fugaku came out with his guards, tilting his head to signal Yin to follow. At Fugaku's signal, 2 guards left directly. Only Yin and Fugaku were left on the road. The matters from the clan meeting put me in a difficult position. But this is the responsibility of a clan leader. You are right, it is my responsibility, and I will personally go to the Hokage's office to report. The clansmen have indeed endured quite a bit over the years. Fugaku did not shy away from his own responsibilities, even though he knew he would not receive a pleasant reception at the Hokage's office. However, as the leader of the Uchiha clan, he needed to bear the heavy responsibilities of the clan. At this point, Fugaku stopped and gazed at Yin. "Have you considered that doing this may provoke the higher-ups? Does it matter?" Yin laughed directly. The higher-ups' attitude towards the Uchiha has always been targeted, and it has become increasingly aggressive. If the Uchiha takes a step back, the higher-ups take a step forward. Do they really think the hardliners are foolish enough to want a coup for no reason? They have all been pushed to this point by the third Hokage and his group step by step. I hope you won't regret it. After saying this, Fugaku walked away directly. He did not blame Yin for his roundabout accusations, nor did he get angry with Yin over this matter. Once today's event spread, Yin would definitely become a key target for monitoring by the higher-ups. His actions had transformed him from a non-confrontational Uchiha into a key figure stirring up trouble at the forefront. Watching Fugaku's gradually receding figure, Yin shook his head slightly. It was all forced out. If he could comfortably develop in peace, who would be willing to step out? If I don't step out now, it will be too late. Come out, you followed me all the way. Back home, Yin turned and faced the dark alley. From the shadows, Shui stepped out. His expression was complex. Yin, your actions tonight are very dangerous. Have you joined the hardliners? The elder was trying to win Yin over, and Shui saw it all. Although he was surprised that Yin would raise such questions at the clan meeting, he was more afraid that Yin would join the hardliners and embark on the path of a coup. Chapter 5. Yin's reputation within the clan skyrockets. And the third Hokage still wants to pass the buck. I am who I am, and it has nothing to do with any faction. Everything I do is solely for the Uchiha and for the clansmen working in the police department. The Umbu have been monitoring him for half a year, increasing their efforts. What difference would it make? In the short term, as long as Yin does not step on the higher-ups, even if Danzo wants to deal with him. The third Hokage will not allow it, because he is worried that this action will provoke a backlash from the Uchiha. Moreover, attempting to assassinate a Jonin in Uchiha's territory is not that easy. Yan's life and work are very regular. He is either at home or accompanying his subordinates on patrol. Even if Danzo is bold enough, he would not find a good opportunity to strike. If Danzo could really do whatever he wanted, he wouldn't need to engage in underhanded tactics and could just kick the third Hokage out and take the position himself. If my actions for the sake of the clansmen and the family put me in danger, then I accept it. After saying this, Yin opened the door and then closed it, leaving Shui outside. Sigh. Standing in the darkness for a long time, Shui sighed and quietly left. He did not return home to rest, but headed straight to the Hokage's office. He needed to report what happened at the clan meeting to the third Hokage. This was also the work of a double agent. As for how much Shui was willing to report important information about the village to Fugaku, probably only he himself knew. In Yan's view, rather than saying Shui is a double agent, it is more appropriate to say he is a spy for the village's higher-ups. His heart is not with the Uchiha. It has long since completely sided with the village, just like his ancestor Uchiha Kagami. Upon learning about this matter, the third Hokage canceled his plan to go home and rest, staying in the Hokage office to ponder how to deal with Fugaku the next day. The events that occurred at the clan meeting gradually spread, and for a time, many Uchiha people cheered. This shows how much the Uchiha have suffered over the years. Ironically, the clan leader and the elders knew this very well, yet no one wanted to change it, not even to fight for the basics. The leader kept backing down, while the elders busied themselves with gathering support and strengthening factions. Yamato, good morning, haha, you did brilliantly last night. Boldly speaking, I support you. Today, the ninja school is closed, so Yamato doesn't need to run to the ninja school. During the time, he can't wait for Sasuke and Naruto. Yamato will use his daily copying opportunity on others, like Shui and even the clan leader Fugaku, although copying them is unlikely to yield critical rewards. What he gains is still better than what he would get from others. The result of the news spreading is that many more people initiated greetings with Yamato. It is foreseeable that once the news is completely spread, Yamato's prestige in the family will receive a significant boost. Coincidentally, this is also what Yamato needs. The more famous he becomes, the less Dans and the third Hokage dare to act against him. To change the Uchiha, one must first have enough achievements and a convincing reputation. A nobody jumping out to demand a change in the family and lead the Uchiha forward would certainly be regarded as a madman, a fool talking nonsense. It seems there is no need for trouble. Just as Yamato was preparing to head to the police department, he unexpectedly ran into Sasuke, who was happily following his brother. It seems Itachi planned to take advantage of his free time while Sasuke was not in school to take him out for training. Since they ran into each other, it couldn't be wasted. Yamato decisively used copying on Sasuke. Successfully copied, gaining part of the Sharingan's ocular power. Should it be fused? Fusion. If there is no stimulation or significant emotional fluctuation, then under the continuous enhancement of mental power and Sharingan ocular power, can the three Tomo smoothly evolve into a Manjiki? Yamato's speculation has yet to be verified. Over the past 6 months, he has absorbed and fused a considerable amount of Sharingan ocular power and mental power. He has also fused a lot of Indra and Ashura's chakra. Perhaps the ocular power, mental power, and chakra have not yet reached a limit point, which is why the changes are not obvious. Little by little, Yamato believes that one day it will bring a qualitative change, even give him a surprise. Despite the high probability of having made a trip for nothing, Fugaku still decisively arrived at the Hokage office building. Whether or not he can solve the problem depends on the negotiation results. But whether he comes or not is a matter for him, Uchiha Fugaku. Once the clan members discover that he, as the clan leader, verbally agrees but takes no real action, it will likely bring him considerable negative impact. Inside the Hokage office, Fugaku did not hold back, directly mentioning the matter. He believed that the third Hokage had already prepared and even thought about how to persuade him. After all, Shui would report the news immediately. Regarding the ongoing complaints about the Uchiha, after Shui's report last night, the third Hokage had carefully considered it. There was no need for Shui to elaborate, The third Hokage already knew that over the years, the Uchiha clan members had a lot of grievances. It's just that no one had brought it up before. Now it's different. Someone has flipped the table and brought things to light, forcing the third Hokage to deal with it. In the past, he could feign ignorance, but now he couldn't. Fugaku, I see the current situation of the Uchiha. But, ever since that incident, the village has been struggling, and there are too few usable people. Regarding the complaints, I also have the heart, but lack the power. Handling is one thing, but how to handle it is another. It's the old routine of passing the buck. I promise to handle it, but there are not enough personnel. There are not many usable people, so you Uchiha will have to endure a bit. It's not that I, as the Hokage, am unwilling. It's just that there is no one to use. Mentioning the Knight of the Nine Tails, Fugaku's face turned ugly. This was the worst time the Uchiha had been blackened since the establishment of Konoha, and yet the Uchiha had no way to refute it. After all, the Uchiha's suspicion was too great. The masked man used the Sharingan to control the Nine Tails, causing the death of Kushina and indirectly leading to the death of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. This blame, the Uchiha cannot deny or shake off. Fugaku had no way to push this blame away. He had anticipated this before coming. This was still a relatively good outcome. If Dans were here, he would definitely scold the Uchiha for being ungrateful, saying a bunch of nasty things. That said, Fugaku couldn't just give up like that. Chapter 6. Sticking to the police department, suffering soft cuts from the third Hokage. Hokage-sama. While I can empathize with the village's difficulties, the Uchiha have been continuously improving their law enforcement requirements, and the number of complaints received has decreased significantly. It only takes a few clerical staff to handle them. He hoped the Hokage could also understand the Uchiha's difficulties as the village, under the Hokage's leadership, continues to prosper. The areas that the Uchiha need to patrol are increasing, and the police department has already expanded several batches of personnel, making it impossible to handle these matters anymore. Fugaku slightly fawned over the third Hokage, selling a bit of misery. In fact, it wasn't entirely selling misery, because the Uchiha indeed faced such a situation. After all, not every Uchiha ninja joins the police department. Many choose to join small teams for missions. Once the clan ninjas are dispersed, even if the Uchiha is a large clan, there will be a shortage of personnel. People like to hear good things, and the third Hokage is no exception. Even though he knows that Uchiha Fugaku is saying this on purpose, it still makes him feel a bit better because, under his leadership, Konoha has indeed become prosperous. What you say makes sense. The Uchiha's manpower is indeed a bit insufficient. What do you mean? Seeing the third Hokage say this, Fugaku's heart skipped a beat, thinking the other party wanted to persuade him again to expand the police department and bring in ninjas from other clans and civilian ninjas. So he decisively said, Hokage-sama, while the Uchiha's manpower is somewhat insufficient, ensuring the police department's operation is still not a problem. Please believe us. If Yamato were here, he would definitely curse. Stupid. Sticking to the police department has no benefits for the Uchiha. Don't they want to bring people in? Just agree to them and propose some conditions. As an exchange, even if they let ninjas from other clans and even civilian ninjas join the police department, what would it matter? The police department is the Uchiha's territory. As long as the core backbone remains unchanged, those ninjas who join can only become subordinates at best. What dirty work and hard work could be thrown to them? Wouldn't that be satisfying? As expected, Fugaku still firmly held onto the police department, unwilling to relax even a bit, causing the third Hokage to let out a slight sigh. In that case, I will choose some people to be responsible for the complaints, but the village's finances will cover these people's salary expenses. If you don't let anyone in, there will be a cost. That's inevitable. Fugaku quickly agreed. For him, as long as the complaint issue doesn't fall on the Uchiha's head, everything else is negotiable. Supporting a batch of staff, the Uchiha can still afford it. As long as these people are willing to handle the trouble of complaints, it counts as fulfilling his promise to the clan members. This kid really knows how to give me trouble. After finishing various negotiations with the third Hokage, Fugaku stepped out of the Hokage office building, exhaling heavily. Although the process was a bit troublesome, at least everything has come to an end. Next, the Uchiha clan only needs to be responsible for the police department, and a specialized department will handle complaints. A heavy weight was lifted from Fugaku's heart. The third Hokage also indirectly eased some pressure on the village's finances. Although he wanted to slowly cook the Uchiha, like a frog in warm water, he didn't intend to push them too hard. Once there was no way to retreat, even a rabbit would bite when cornered, let alone the most powerful clan in the ninja world, at least on the surface. Uchiha Itachi. It seemed that he needed to be monitored more closely. Itachi's recent behavior of showing up at the entrance of the ninja school had already annoyed the third Hokage, and now he was starting to make a name for himself within the clan. This was not what the third Hokage wanted to see. Even if Itachi had no intention of siding with the hardliners now, what about in the future? To prevent more variables from occurring, the third Hokage decided to increase the level of monitoring on Itachi. Back in the clan, Fugaku immediately called for a simple family meeting. The attendees were few. Himself as the clan leader, several elders, and the squad leaders of the police department. Upon receiving the notice, Itachi set aside his tasks and arrived at the clan leader's courtyard. The elders were still among the last to arrive. Everyone's gaze was focused on Fugaku, clearly eager to know the outcome of his negotiations at the Hokage office. Even Itachi was curious whether the third Hokage would agree to the Uchiha's proposal. Would it be a strong rejection or a soft approach to continue slicing into the Uchiha's flesh? Once everyone was present, Fugaku didn't waste time with irrelevant matters to keep everyone in suspense. Everyone, I went to the Hokage office and presented our Uchiha police department's intentions. After some discussions and negotiations, the final outcome is that from now on, complaints regarding the police department will no longer be handled by the police department itself, but by a specialized department. However, due to the village's financial constraints, the expenses for this department will need to be covered by the Uchiha from the police department's budget. This essentially meant the Uchiha would be paying to support a group of people to handle complaints. The cost was certainly not small, but did the Uchiha lack this money? Certainly not. What the Uchiha feared was trouble, especially the various persistent complaints. Faced with those who were unreasonable, without the ability to teach them a lesson, they could be utterly infuriating. If not handled well, it could lead to blame or even punishment from the village. That's great. The squad leaders and elders all revealed surprised smiles. Even Shursui, the spy, showed a happy expression. This was undoubtedly a major victory for the Uchiha. Seeing the excited expression of the eldest elder, Itachi rolled his eyes inwardly. You say this is good for the Uchiha, and I can agree. But to call it a victory? What nonsense are you talking about? This is clearly a soft approach to continue slicing into the Uchiha's flesh. Looking at the smiling faces of the eldest elder and the others, Fugaku knew exactly what they were plotting, and he wouldn't give them the opportunity. Itachi, Fugaku directly called out, the proposal regarding complaint handling was yours. What are your thoughts on the clan and the police department? All eyes turned to Itachi, with malicious intent. Knowing that Fugaku was deliberately guiding everything onto his shoulders, Itachi had no intention of avoiding it. After pretending to think for a moment, he replied, I think the tasks of the police department should be reorganized. Our police department is responsible for the entire security of Konoha, and we should even be involved in important tasks such as capturing criminals and spies. Those trivial matters, like catching cats and dogs, can be completely rejected, letting the villagers request tasks from the mission department and hire ninjas to find them. You heard that right, catching cats and dogs. Chapter 7. The foundation of the Uchiha should be its own strength. Although the mission department also had many such odd tasks, the employers had money and were willing to spend it, so even ninjas had to obediently carry out the tasks. After all, ninjas also need to eat. What about those who have no money? They can only turn to the police department. Just as Itachi said, all sorts of trivial matters could be brought to the police department. If you ignore them, they would definitely cause a scene to show you. This is the current state of the police department. Every day, dealing with these trivial matters could drive a person crazy. I don't think we should refuse these villagers. This is the best opportunity to improve our relationship with them. Shursui took the opportunity to express his opinion, disagreeing with Itachi's proposal. In the eyes of the villagers, the Uchiha had a poor impression. Although these matters were troublesome, they could bridge the gap between both sides. Shursui believed that wasting a bit of manpower and resources was worth it. Shursui is right. I don't think we should reorganize. The sixth elder, who had just been criticized by Itachi the night before, also expressed agreement. Humph. The eldest elder looked displeased. Fortunately, he didn't erupt on the spot. After snorting in anger, he looked at Itachi with interest. He was very curious to see how the suddenly outspoken Itachi would persuade the dovish people. A harsh laugh rang out. Itachi burst into laughter. Shursui frowned slightly. Itachi's behavior made him a bit unhappy. The sixth elder was even more furious, his fingers trembling slightly as he pointed at Itachi, angrily saying, "Uchiha Itachi, what do you mean by this? Are you mocking me?" "Sorry, I couldn't help it." Itachi rubbed his face, trying to stop laughing, and waved his hand to remind the sixth elder, "Please remove the word mocking. I'm just laughing at you." Good heavens, you were already being sarcastic. Even if the sixth elder was unhappy, he couldn't do anything about it. But you went ahead and publicly slapped him in the face. Not only did you slap him, but you also ground his face into the dirt a few times while spitting on it. The sixth elder's red face instantly turned pale with rage. Shursue's mood also worsened. "Itachi, even if our ideas differ, you don't have to act like this. If you have something to say, direct it at me. There's no need to humiliate the elders. You call this a difference in ideas?" Itachi, who had barely stopped laughing, burst into laughter once more. Things seemed to be getting out of hand. Fugaku's head ached. He really couldn't understand how Itachi, who used to behave himself except for some strange actions, suddenly became like this. His words were filled with aggression, clashing with anyone. Even he, as the clan leader, couldn't escape. "You disrespectful brat. How can you be so disrespectful?" The sixth elder was so angry he became incoherent. Itachi interrupted him impatiently. "Come on, I'm not interested in picking a fight with you. As for Shursui, you say our ideas differ? I'm sorry, but I don't think this is a matter of ideas. It's that you all are foolish to the point of no return." The villagers' poor impression of the Uchiha was caused by the Night of the Nine Tails. It wasn't like this from the beginning. Furthermore, what kind of department is the police department? It's a security department that deals with matters that offend people. In such a situation, you still fantasize about relying on wasting a lot of manpower and resources from the clan and department to handle trivial matters to improve the Uchiha's poor image. Isn't that foolish? Resources wasted on others would be better spent on our own people. Wouldn't it be better to raise salaries and provide better welfare? Or do you, as Uchiha clan members, think that our clansmen don't deserve to enjoy improved welfare and treatment? I don't. Shursui immediately became anxious. This had escalated to the level of the welfare and treatment of clan members, and if he dared to admit it, he would definitely be roasted alive. Now he has been rejected and disliked by many of his clansmen. He, Uchiha Shursui, no longer needs to act as a double agent. He can simply roll out of the Uchiha clan. I support Yan's proposal. The elder clapped his hands and said with satisfaction, "I'm glad to see that there are still younger generations in the family who care for their clansmen. I support you. Instead of wasting resources on outsiders, it's better to improve the treatment and welfare of our clansmen. In short, anything that makes the Dove faction unhappy is wholeheartedly supported by the hardliners." When it comes to their own treatment and welfare, a group of squad leaders chose to remain silent, even those who were closer to the Dove faction. When it involves their own interests, relationships can be put aside. As the saying goes, everyone needs to eat. You can be high and mighty, but please don't spill the benefits I deserve like water. Most importantly, spilling water doesn't necessarily win goodwill. That is the most disgusting aspect. Trouble arose again. The hardliners expressed their support, and the police department's squad leaders didn't mind improving their treatment and welfare a bit. When Fujitaka saw this situation, he knew that this matter would fall on his shoulders. After all, he was the clan leader, and it was his responsibility and duty. If he pushes everything onto others, what is the point of having clansmen? The Dove faction was going to suffer. Fujitaka interrupted Yin to prevent him from saying anything shocking. After all, the Night of the Nine Tails is a taboo topic in the village and cannot be casually discussed. Yin, improving the treatment and welfare of our clansmen is not a problem, but have you thought about this? In the past, these matters were handled by the police department. And now that the police department is not involved, how will the villagers view this? They can think whatever they want. The foundation of the Uchiha clan lies in our own strength, not in the villagers' good impressions. And didn't care about these things at all. The Uchiha clan might not exist in a couple of years, so why bother about impressions? Just pick a few clerical staff to explain and handle it. If there are any unresolved issues, just pass the buck. In short, my squad will no longer deal with these matters. Whoever wants to handle it can handle it. Furthermore, Yin emphasized his tone. I, representing the clansmen in the police department, want to say that the treatment and welfare of the police department haven't been improved for a long time. Does the clan leader want to see everyone tightening their belts to get by? And those useless people who act like lords and don't handle things. A new recruit has been under evaluation for half a month with no results. What use are they? Speaking of this matter made Yin angry. The members of his third squad were all troublemakers, and he wasted a lot of effort and brainpower to manage them. The personnel department, on the other hand, took half a month to select a new recruit, and with such efficiency, he might as well resign and go home to raise pigs. Fujitaka's already expressionless face darkened a few shades because the clerical staff were all under his management, and such an incident represented his dereliction of duty as the clan leader and minister. I will personally pay attention to this and ensure they correct it. After the meeting ended, some families were happy while others were gloomy. The hardliners were very pleased, while the Dove faction was already numb, and even Shursui was confused. Chapter 8. Announcement issued. Farmers cause a ruckus at the police department. After Yan's outburst, he almost became the clan's center. If word got out that Uchiha Shursui opposed improving the treatment and welfare of the clansmen, it would be very difficult for him to continue in the clan. This would make him a public enemy of the clan. Even members of the Dove faction would be dissatisfied because of this. Shursui followed the sixth elder back home. After drinking a few cups of tea, the elder remained in a bad mood and threw his teacup to the ground, shattering it, and angrily cursed. That little brat Uchiha Yin is simply disrespectful to his elders and has no idea how to show respect. What good does saying this do? The most important thing now is how to improve the situation of the Dove faction in the clan. After Yan's uproar, the situation of the Dove faction would only get worse. What Shursui found helpless was that Yin was not targeting the Dove faction, but was thinking about the whole clan. Even though he was heavily criticized and his position became increasingly awkward, Shursui had nothing to say. Shursui, your relationship with Yin isn't just good. At least you can talk to him. What does this kid want to do? It was fine before, but since their last conversation, it had become increasingly cold. Shursui sighed inwardly, organized his words, and replied, Elder, Yan's idea is very simple. He is proposing something for the whole clan, not targeting us. We just happen to get caught up in it. At this moment, the elderly sixth elder just wanted to curse. Damn, who did I provoke? After this uproar, the arrow was on the bowstring and had to be released. Fujitaka, already caught in the grilling, could only choose to announce an increase in the welfare and treatment of personnel in the police department. This immediately brought about quite a cheer. It should be noted that the salary for those in the police department is not high. And serving in the police department means they cannot take on commissions and tasks to earn money like others. Relying solely on that meager salary, life can be quite tight without some savings. An increase in welfare and treatment touched the hearts of all Uchiha people. Yan's name naturally came back into the eyes of the clansmen. In just one afternoon, many clansmen came to visit him in the office, and some even wanted to transfer to the third squad. Unfortunately, the personnel department was overwhelmed. Because they had previously been working leisurely, their good days were over. Fujitaka, with a dark face, scolded these people, causing a commotion in the personnel department. Everyone put in their utmost effort to work, no longer daring to slack off or procrastinate. Overall, Yan's reputation in the clan greatly increased, and he gained a lot of goodwill from the clansmen while also offending some people. Of course, this was just a small episode. These people posed no threat or trouble to Yin, and they didn't even dare to think about causing any trouble. The police department no longer took care of trivial matters. These would be pushed to the task department. After the announcement was made, it caused quite a reaction, and there was naturally applause within the clan. Previously, the police department was busy with these trivial matters. Now, it was good. They could just throw it out. Either go publish a task, or find a way to handle it themselves. Don't call the police department for everything. The police department is a department that maintains the peace of Konoha, not a babysitting service. The Uchiha people were happy, but not everyone was happy, because previously, They could seek help from the police department, but now they couldn't. Publishing tasks would undoubtedly incur a significant expense, which ordinary villagers might handle. But certain groups that often sought free help from the police department couldn't hold back. What's all this noise about? Sitting in the office, they could hear the commotion. So one can imagine how lively the hall on the first floor of the police department was. Currently, Yin was peeking in the corridor to watch the fun and chuckled. "Captain, it's a few farmers from the village. They are jointly requesting Uchiha to remove the announcement and withdraw it." Who is receiving them? Yin curiously walked out. If ordinary villagers only occasionally troubled the police department, then these farmers were old acquaintances of the police department, a group that Uchiha hated to the core but was helpless against. Because of their farming, if livestock and animals went missing, the most effective way was to seek help from the police department. With the new regulations from the police department, it meant these people would face a significant increase in expenses, and nobody would be happy about having to incur such costs. Thus, the main characters came to the police department, requesting Uchiha to cancel the announcement and restore the previous state. Who else could it be? Our hero Shui. Yin laughed proudly. In the past, Shui was a hero, a benefactor of the village and the clan, but now these titles have turned into mockery. Is this something that the entire clan agrees upon? And yet you, Shui, still cling to it? Yin couldn't help but feel speechless. It seemed that the will of fire truly brought harm. On the first floor, those responsible for handling these matters looked helpless. They had already explained the situation. Unfortunately, the other party was unwilling to listen. What made them feel worse was that Shui, as the squad leader, couldn't help but come out to greet them, offering various heartfelt explanations, which only made the other party's arrogance grow. What does this mean for you, Uchiha? If something is lost, shouldn't you be helping us find it? If you won't even help with this little task, what good is the police department? Don't you all agree? Faced with the arrogant villagers, Shui was sweating profusely, raising his hands in a futile attempt to calm everyone down. "Please listen to my explanation. Due to a shortage of personnel in the police department, we can't attend to many matters. We need to maintain order throughout the village." Nonsense. This is clearly an excuse. You weren't like this before. The Uchiha are indeed becoming more and more disliked. The agitated individuals had even started to curse, causing the people in the hall to grit their teeth in anger but not daring to take action against them. In the past, such people would have been thrown into the monitoring room. But since the Night of the Nine Tails, the Uchiha's reputation has worsened, and with the doves stirring up trouble, the police department has become increasingly hesitant in their actions. Mokujiro, who was spewing insults everywhere, was feeling quite pleased. In the past, who would have dared to insult a member of the Uchiha? But now it's fine, since they dared to curse. The Uchiha wouldn't do anything in return. Today, he was determined to make the Uchiha regret issuing such an announcement. Why should we pay to the mission department for tasks to find lost items? Are the police department and the Uchiha just sitting around doing nothing? If we don't ask you, who should we ask? Not willing to help is your fault. Chapter 9. The dignity of the clan cannot be trampled. Mokujiro, increasingly arrogant as he saw the Uchiha getting angrier, yet not daring to retaliate. And even if someone was itching to take action, they were stopped by Shui, leading to heightened arrogance. The conflict seemed to be escalating. Unable to stand it any longer, Yin came downstairs with his people. This is trouble. Seeing Yin arrive, Shui knew that this matter would not end well. Yin was not as easygoing as he was. Bang! In the previous second, Mokujiro, who was loudly cursing and blaming everyone, was suddenly sent flying, crashing heavily against the wall. The noisy police department hall fell silent in an instant. Who gave you the guts to come to the police department and cause a scene? Yin coldly said, "What are you standing there for? Is the police department here for your entertainment? When others insult you for being useless, are you just going to stand by and do nothing?" The people present were very angry, but without orders, they didn't dare to take action. Shui was again caught in the middle, trying to obstruct. With a single command from Yin, the already restless clan members surged forward. One by one, they took down everyone who had come to cause trouble, regardless of the other party's wails and screams, dragging them towards the monitoring room. Once these people were in, they would enjoy what was coming. Yin stopped. Yin dealt with Mokujiro, who had led the trouble and was cursing. and also order the clan members to capture the rest. Seeing the clan members taking action, Shui became anxious and wanted to stop them. Shui, I'm very disappointed in you. In a flash, Yin blocked Shui and said, disappointed, I thought you were just kind-hearted, but it seems I was wrong. Your kindness is only given to others, not to your own clan members. I have said long ago that he is not a good person. Ji Yin angrily scolded. These people are causing trouble, and not only do you refuse to arrest them, but you also stop your clan members. Even when your clan is insulted and spat upon, you remain indifferent, and you won't let others take action. Ji Yin and Shui's relationship was not good. In the past, people wouldn't have taken it seriously. Even though Shui's actions were increasingly disappointing, now Ji Yin's words struck a chord with everyone. Which side are you? Uchiha Shui really on? You demand that we enforce the law gently, politely, and with various constraints, and we accepted the suggestions from the clan leader and elders. But now, when others come to create a scene at the police department, not only do you not handle it, but you also stop us from taking action, even preventing us. Which leads to us being insulted in front of everyone. We've been spat on in the face. Are you still Uchiha Shui? You can't arrest me. You can't arrest me. I will file a complaint. I will complain about you. As Uchiha really began to arrest people, many were suddenly panicked. Now you're scared? Where were you earlier? Yin sneered. Arrest them all. Lock them up in the monitoring room. These people gathered to cause trouble in the police department. Causing trouble is no small crime. Since they are causing a scene at the police department, it is enough for them to spend some time in jail. Take them all away. With Yin backing them up, the Uchiha were no longer nervous. One by one, they arrested everyone and locked them in the monitoring room. I just didn't want things to escalate. Shui defended himself. Yin shook his head and said disappointedly, you should save those words for the clan members who have been insulted and are feeling disappointed. I will personally report your behavior to the clan leader, and I will also suggest to the clan leader to revoke your position as squad leader in the police department. In his past life, watching anime, Yin thought Shui was a person of character, only a bit foolish and brainwashed by the will of fire, but still quite pitiful. Now it seems the pitiful must have their faults. Can someone tell me what happened? There was a disturbance at the police department, and such a big event caused Fugaku, who was resting at home, to jump up and rush to the police department immediately. The clan leader is here. The previously agitated clan members all calmed down. In the Uchiha, the authority of Fugaku, the clan leader, was quite high. At least when it came to disciplining the clan, he was not soft-handed. No one spoke. Ji Yin, who was about to speak, received a warning glance from Yin and decisively shut his mouth. Fugaku had no choice but to look at Yin and Shui, who were in a standoff. Yin did not give Shui a chance to explain, responding, due to the announcement of new regulations. Some people were unwilling to accept it and gathered to cause a scene at the police department. Shui was busy explaining instead of directly handling it, leading to the situation escalating, and even the clan members were insulted by the offenders. Shui, is this true? In some matters, although Fugaku could be cowardly. When it came to the dignity and reputation of the Uchiha, he couldn't take a step back. People gathered to cause trouble, and instead of dealing with it directly, you're explaining? Most importantly, the police department personnel were insulted. How can this be tolerated? We are enforcers. What is Uchiha Shui doing? Facing the angry gazes of the clan members, Shui lowered his head in shame. Yin continued, personally, I feel that Shui is not suitable for the position of squad leader in the police department. I suggest revoking his position. Perhaps he can be transferred to the complaint handling department, as he should be good at dealing with these issues. Since you like to be a good person and a mediator, then you can handle these troublesome complaint cases. The position of squad leader in the police department is not suitable for you. After giving Shui a deep look, Fugaku said, I will consider it. No matter how much he valued Shui, in front of everyone and under the premise that everyone felt wronged, Fugaku had to address this matter. Otherwise, the anger in the hearts of the clan members could not be quelled. Everyone, Yinkai didn't care whether Uchiha Fugaku felt comfortable or not. He raised his hand, spun it around, and loudly declared, please remember our identity. Besides being members of the police department, we are also part of the Uchiha clan. We are members of the strongest technique family in the ninja world. The dignity of our clan cannot be trampled upon. At any time, the Uchiha will never beg anyone for mercy. The pride of the Uchiha does not allow us to bow to anyone. Seizing this great opportunity to boost his reputation and gain the support and favor of his clan members, Yenkai decisively took action. Well said. The captain is mighty. The excited and blushing Ji clenched his fists and shouted loudly, leading the applause. The applause grew louder, and the gazes of everyone looking at Yenkai became eager and excited. Those who had just felt wronged were stimulated by Yenkai's passionate words, and their emotions became fervent. Chapter 10. Ignorant fools. Who gave you the courage to yell at me? We are members of the Uchiha, the strongest I-technique family in the ninja world. We will never bow to anyone, nor will we beg for mercy. Clan leader, I hope you can hold a clan meeting to discuss the issue of the Dove faction. I believe the Dove faction is unnecessary. They only make us weak, force us to bow our heads, and lose the dignity and pride of our clan. Boosting reputation. Gathering people's hearts, dealing with the Dove and hardline factions. This is Yenkai's step to strengthen Uchiha unity. The Dove faction, which has the fewest voices and members, has become the first target for Yenkai's attack. Moreover, the actions of the Dove faction are indeed disgraceful. The hardline faction wants a coup. At least they dare to make noise, think, and act. What about the Dove faction? Besides constantly bowing their heads in submission, what else can they do? Clan leader. We second this motion. Members of the third squad immediately seconded the motion. With their lead, more and more clan members chose to second the motion to hold a clan meeting to discuss the issue of the Dove faction. Looking at the once rebellious squad, now obedient under Yenkai's leadership, Fugaku felt mixed emotions. These people used to be a headache for anyone who encountered them. All were troublemakers. Now, after becoming Yenkai's subordinates, they are more obedient than ever. Faced with the requests of many clan members, even if Fugaku was unwilling, he could only grit his teeth and nod in agreement, sending someone to invite several elders to the clan leader's mansion. Shirsue's figure seemed somewhat lonely. At this moment, he became a thorn in the eyes and a thorn in the flesh of the clan members. Even the members of his own squad dared not approach their captain for fear of being scorned and targeted by the clan members. Who would have thought that Shirsue, with good intentions to solve the problem, would end up in such a situation? Was Yenkai wrong? No, he was not. Yenkai's emergence was for the sake of his clan. Comparing him with Shirsue, one would find out who truly cared for their own people. Shirsue was only thinking about how to resolve the conflicts between the clan and the village, how to integrate the clan into the village. However, he did not realize that the issues between the Uchiha and the village needed to be solved fundamentally, not relying on the high-level empty talk, and certainly not relying on the so-called will of fire. News of disturbances in the police department quickly spread. For a time, many within the clan were cursing Shirsue. Everyone felt that Shirsue, as a member of the Uchiha, was sitting crookedly and only considered outsiders while ignoring his own people. Conversely, the more Shirsue was scolded, the more good reputation Yenkai gained. In the clan leader's mansion, it was still the same people. But the atmosphere was slightly heavy because someone was about to take action against the clan factions. Uchiha Yenkai. This name was not unfamiliar to the clan elders in the past, but not many paid attention to it. However, since the last clan meeting began, it had completely entered their hearts. In just a few days, he had done several things that greatly impacted the Uchiha. Now, with the police department causing a ruckus, Yenkai seized this opportunity to take action against the Dove faction. Facing the requests of many clan members, Fugaku, as the clan leader, had no way to refuse. He didn't even have a chance to privately discuss with Yenkai before he was already on the beam, unable to go up or down. I knew this kid wouldn't be settled. First, he questioned us and the clan leader. Then he demanded the clan leader to go to the Hokage office building to discuss complaints, and soon he started doing other things. What does he want to do? The sixth elder shouted angrily. Does he not see us elders in his eyes? Sixth elder, don't be angry. The first elder chuckled and said, I think this kid Yenkai is pretty good, very to my liking. Besides, when has he ever questioned the clan leader or ignored us? Moreover, everything he does is good. Don't you want the clan to get better and better? Damn it, can I say no to these things? I'm afraid of being scolded to death by the clan members. The sixth elder's face turned ashen. The others had long been accustomed to their quarrels. The hardliners and the Dove faction together always caused a lot of noise. Fortunately, Fugaku's arrival paused the argument. Accompanying Fugaku was Yinkai. This time, the squad leaders of the police department seemed to have no qualifications to participate. At least Fugaku did not want them to participate, so he only brought Yinkai with him. The faction quarrel ending did not mean that the Dove faction would let Yinkai go. Just as Yinkai sat down, the sixth elder began to explode. Uchiha Yinkai, do you still see us elders and seniors in your eyes? Who gave you the right to sit here? Huh. The several elders of the hardline faction chuckled, showing no intention to help. They were very curious to see how Yinkai would face the sixth elder's attack. Fugaku, sitting in the main seat, remained silent. Just after sitting down, he was immediately attacked. Yinkai turned his head to look at the imposing opponent, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. A hint of disdain flashing in his eyes, and the three-tomo Sharingan suddenly activated. No one expected Yinkai to be so bold, taking action without hesitation. And even against a clan elder, the speed was so fast that others couldn't react in time. Before they could respond, the constantly shouting sixth elder had already been struck. Just a moment ago, he had a fierce expression, roaring loudly, but suddenly he seemed to be paused, standing there in shock. Then he jumped up, holding his head, as if he had encountered something terrifying, shouting loudly and frantically grabbing his clothes, seemingly feeling something horrible sticking to him. Ignorant fool, who gave you the courage to yell at me? Yinkai said coldly. If the person sitting in front of him were Uchiha Sure, Yinkai would still need to be on guard. But against an old, weak sixth elder whose strength was far from his prime, he was merely a piece of trash. As long as Yinkai wanted, he could kill him anytime. In the past 6 months, through a large amount of mental energy, Sharingan power, and the fusion of Indra's chakra, Yinkai's strength had already reached a terrifying level. He just had not revealed it before. Dealing with an old, weak sixth elder whose strength was far from his prime was no different from killing a chicken. As long as Yinkai wanted, he could make him die in an instant. It was a problem that could be solved with a Jinjutsu. Speaking of which, he had copied a lot of insights on using Jinjutsu from Sure, and now he was just using it on the sixth elder. Chapter 11. The Uchiha is already a part of Konoha. Where else do we need to integrate? Yinkai's actions startled everyone. The elders who were just smiling could no longer find joy in it. They realized that Yinkai was not a docile little sheep, but a hedgehog with spikes. Underestimating him and daring to challenge him meant being ready to be pricked by his thorns. Yinkai, what do you want to do? Are you challenging my authority? Uchiha Fugaku left his seat and appeared beside the sixth elder to help him dispel the illusion. Similarly, he activated his Sharingan with 3 tomo to confront Yin. From his rising and falling chest, it was clear he was genuinely enraged. After the illusion was dispelled, the sixth elder, drenched in sweat, looked at Yin with a hint of fear in his eyes. Heaven knows what he had just experienced. In response to Fugaku's questioning, Yin calmly spread his hands. As for whether there is an issue of challenging the authority of the clan leader, that is up to the clan leader to assess. I haven't done anything wrong. The support of the family and the clan members has given him the status of an elder. But that doesn't mean he can yell at me. If you truly made significant contributions to the family, I would respect you, as a senior, as an elder, as a clan elder. Unfortunately, you haven't. Saying this, Yin revealed a mocking smile, looking up and down at the still flustered sixth elder, disdainfully stating, "You have only brought compromise to the family, only concessions, always forcing the clan members to bow their heads. Such an old dog does not deserve my respect. Since the mask has been torn off, why bother being polite? Calling you an old dog is already being polite. At least I haven't insulted you too harshly." Ignoring Fugaku's increasingly unsightly expression, Yin loudly addressed the other elders. "Everyone, how can you feel comfortable with someone like this becoming a clan elder? Standing on equal footing with you? To be honest, I feel quite embarrassed." The group of elders, already uncertain about Yan's disrespect, exchanged strange glances at the visibly shaken sixth elder, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. At the very least, they felt the other party was embarrassing. If you can't even control a junior, then you shouldn't be an elder, to spare yourself a shame. To be controlled by a junior with an illusion, lacking any ability to resist. How humiliating. Uchiha Yin, Do you want to lead the family to destruction? After a while, the sixth elder finally calmed down, wishing he could dig a hole to hide in. In a moment of desperation, he hurriedly placed this blame on Yin. As a result, Yin successfully laughed. If Uchiha had to bow their heads to survive, then Uchiha would have perished 800 times already. Cough, cough. Not only did you want to laugh, but several elders also nearly burst out, especially the first elder. At this moment, his gaze toward Yin softened more and more. He always felt that Yin was the next generation born for the hardliners. With his personality and way of doing things, it would be a pity if he didn't join the hardliners. He had to be pulled over. All right. Seeing that the sixth elder still wanted to retaliate and clung to the matter, Fugaku, as the clan leader, sternly said, "This matter ends here, sixth elder. I do not wish to see you hurling baseless insults and accusations against the family. Yin, I also do not wish to see such disrespectful behavior again." As a clan leader, Fugaku was the most troubled, stuck in the middle. The final result could only be that both sides took a hit. Seemingly everyone suffered. But in reality, Yin gained a lot. Such a punishment was nothing to him. On the contrary, the sixth elder lost even the qualification to openly criticize and insult a junior. How could that not be uncomfortable? Normally, when elders scold juniors, even if you are unhappy, you can only endure it. But now, it's even worse. They can't even scold anymore. The sixth elder felt dizzy, nearly fainting. Unfortunately, the Dove faction was weak and unpopular. At this moment, no one would jump out to speak for him. Everyone, not taking the opportunity to kick him while he was down, was already showing some regard for past relationships. Sitting back in his place with a sullen face, Uchiha Fugaku spoke in a deep voice. For certain reasons, the clan members have expressed much dissatisfaction towards certain individuals. Yin is right. Uchiha has its own pride and dignity. We cannot compromise ourselves and our clan members just to cater to someone. Having come to this point, even if Fugaku disagreed with attacking the Dove faction, he could only go with the flow. The storm had already begun, and, as the clan leader, he could not refute all the clan members at this time and then turn around to support the Dove faction. Otherwise, if the hardliners secretly sabotaged him, as a clan leader, he would face considerable trouble. The best course of action now was to sacrifice the Dove faction to stabilize the situation. Clan leader, everything we do is for the family. The conflict between the village and the family is deepening. Only by changing our image and gaining Lord Hokage's forgiveness can Uchiha integrate into the village. The sixth elder was anxiously pacing. The Dove faction's voice in the family was already weak. If the Dove faction was cut down, this faction would have no reason to exist. He would also be driven out of the center of family power. Ha ha ha. Yin couldn't help but laugh. Although he wanted to hold back, he ultimately overestimated his own patience. Uchiha Yin, what do you mean? The sixth elder roared like a wounded beast, his red eyes fixed on Yin, as if he wanted to devour him. If it weren't for Yin's antics these past few days, none of this would have happened, and now the Dove faction was on the brink of extinction. It's nothing much. I just found what the elder said very interesting. No, very ridiculous. Yin exaggeratedly chuckled a few times before looking at him with a straight face. You've almost made me die laughing. Yin, tell me your understanding. Why do you disagree with the sixth elder's words? Fugaku was truly afraid Yin would give the sixth elder another blow, considering he was an elder, quite old, and repeatedly controlled by an illusion. A little provocation might lead to serious consequences. Yin's dominance and strength also made Fugaku realize he could no longer underestimate him. He had to treat him as someone in an important position. Shaking his head, Yin wore a look of disdain, but still wanted to give face to the clan leader. So he pouted and responded disinterestedly. I find the elder's words and thoughts very ridiculous because the family is already a part of Konoha. Do we still need to integrate? Where do we integrate to? Like the Senju clan, dispersing the family to merge with the commoners is called integration. Everyone, open your eyes and take a good look. Among the many families in Konoha, which family has truly integrated into the common people's family? Chapter 12. The sixth elder spits blood and faints. Fugaku's secret probe. I really want to know what the sixth elder is thinking. Does he really want Uchiha to imitate the Senju clan, completely disband, and finally change their name to become commoners before he is satisfied? Wow, that's quite the accusation, directly digging at the roots of Uchiha. Fugaku and several elders were stunned, and soon everyone looked at the sixth elder with strange expressions. Because Yin made sense. Uchiha was originally a part of Konoha. What was there to talk about integrating into this larger environment? While they claim equality, how many families ninjas truly regard themselves on the same level as commoners? Even the Sarutobi clan cannot do it. Why should Uchiha do such things? To truly integrate into Konoha, one would have to disband the family and imitate the Senju clan. But isn't that digging at Uchiha's roots? The sixth elder's face turned red again, shocked into incoherence, stuttering for a long time without being able to squeeze out a complete sentence. Yin was no longer just opposing the Dove faction. He aimed to strike them down with a single blow. This accusation was more than enough for the sixth elder and the Dove faction to drink a pot of trouble. The most important thing was that they couldn't shake off this accusation. Since you don't have that intention, why do you keep shouting for the family to completely integrate into Konoha? We are already a part of Konoha. You explain why. Your intentions, perhaps, are for the family to imitate the Senju clan. Puff, being of an advanced age, combined with the stimulation from Yan's illusion control and the accumulation of various frustrations, led to a peak moment where Elder Six's vision darkened, and he spat out a mouthful of old blood, collapsing softly to the ground. The sudden turn of events left everyone stunned. Even Yin felt it was a bit exaggerated. Spitting blood and fainting, was it really necessary to be so dramatic? However, with Elder Six fainting, the meeting could no longer continue. Fortunately, the outcome was what Yin wanted, because after today, the Dove faction could no longer exist unless they were willing to operate under the accusations given by Yin. Even the loyal supporter of the Dove faction, Shui, would have to keep a low profile. After a flurry of activity, the guards took Elder Six to the hospital, and the matter of the Dove faction was put to rest. What a headache. Faik rubbed his aching temples, looking at Yin with a rather helpless expression. The others also had complex looks as they regarded Yin, but only the Grand Elder's gaze remained fervent. The discussion about the Dove faction could no longer continue. Changing the topic, Faik thought for a moment and said, Yin proposed to remove Uchiha Shui from his position in the police department, suggesting he would be more suitable for the personnel department handling complaints. What do the elders think? Such a good thing? Of course, we support it. I support it. I also agree. Shui is a good kid, but he is not suitable for the police department. The hardline elders immediately expressed their support, while those who chose neutrality could only look to Faik, the clan leader, their meaning clear. You're the boss, you decide. We will not express opinions to avoid being stirred up by this little rascal Yin. Having learned from Elder Six experience, these elders no longer dared to put on airs in front of Yin. They feared that if Yin acted impulsively, he might directly turn on them. A madman is not scary. What is scary is that this madman is wise and possesses sufficient strength. When such a person has their sights on you, you can't even sleep peacefully. Since no one opposed, then starting tomorrow, Shui's position in the police department is revoked, and he will be transferred to the personnel department for handling complaints. Faik made the decision. Yin, stay behind. After everything was over, the hardliners were cheerful while the neutrals were worried. They did not know whether Yin would join the hardline faction or turn against them. Not only were the neutral elders worried, but Faik, as the clan leader, was also concerned about this issue. So he kept Yin behind. Hearing this, Yin, who had intended to leave, stayed. Normally, Faik would brew tea and relax. But now he didn't dare to entertain such thoughts and even wished he could throw away his tea set. The two went to the living room, looking at Yin, who disliked kneeling and instead sat cross-legged. Faik's eyelids twitched twice, took a deep breath, and coldly asked, Yin, what exactly do you want to do? What does the clan leader mean by that? Yin looked puzzled. Faik angrily said, in just a few days, you've stirred up a lot of trouble. And today, you even acted against the elders. What exactly is your purpose in doing all this? I knew you wouldn't be able to hold back. If this continues, Uchiha will either become stronger or gradually spiral out of control. He couldn't help but feel anxious. To make Uchiha strong again, and not to bow down and keep a low profile. Under Faik's cold and authoritative gaze, Yin calmly replied, I actually want to say, for the sake of my own life, but I'm afraid you won't believe it. Unfortunately, you are a cowardly clan leader, and I feel very desperate. so I have to take matters into my own hands. Yin was shouting slogans for Uchiha, and Faik really couldn't find fault with him, as Yan's actions, although impulsive, did not harm Uchiha's interests. Faik fell into silence, not speaking for a long time. Yin sat quietly, showing no signs of discomfort. Great! At this moment, cheerful laughter filled the air as Yin recognized the voice. It belonged to his personal copy number 1, Uchiha Sasuke. With a happy smile, Sasuke bounced into the living room. When he saw the two sitting in the living room, he was startled and quickly noticed his father's not-so-good expression. Sasuke immediately stood up straight, bowed, and said, "I'm back. Father, greetings to the senior." Faik still maintained a stern face, arms crossed, with a very cold attitude. The 5-year-old Sasuke couldn't hide his disappointment on his face. "Father, senior." Then Itachi, who came in a step later, greeted them formally and then took the initiative to lead Sasuke upstairs. The awkward atmosphere eased a bit with Sasuke and Itachi's interruption. Faik's tense expression also relaxed considerably. "What do you think of the hardliners? Speak your true thoughts." "To be honest, you were a bit harsh on Shursui. What he did was also for the good of the family. For the good of the family. You shouldn't make the clansmen keep a low profile." Yin pouted, disagreeing with Faik's words. He knew that Shursui becoming a double agent had Faik's support and encouragement. The future Itachi would also be the same. Unfortunately, Faik overestimated Shursui and Itachi's feelings for Uchiha. Sending 2 spies over resulted in both spies completely siding with the village's higher-ups. If he truly wanted to think about the family, he should abandon those unrealistic ideas. As for the hardliners, I believe as the clan leader, you already have your thoughts in mind. I have no intention of joining the hardliners, not at all. And I will not support anyone in the family trying to stage a coup. I said we are part of Konoha, and even if we cause a stir because of certain matters, it won't reach the serious level of a coup, whether you believe it or not. This is my heartfelt words, and I will strive for my goals. This was Yan's statement. Chapter 13 Dance. You see, I have always said that Uchiha should be eradicated, especially Uchiha Yin. Faik raised an eyebrow slightly, and the heart that had been hanging also felt at ease. Yan's actions were for the good of the family, and he could accept that. In other words, as long as Yin did not join the hardliners and undermine Uchiha's roots, it would be fine. Uchiha Faik might be a bit cowardly, but at least he still had a big-picture perspective. The contradictions between the family and the village were difficult to resolve, and the suspicions in between were deep. Yin smiled confidently. "I know, but I don't think this is a bad thing. At least it can help us unite. In the past, the family was only scattered due to factions and mutual strife. But I firmly believe that as long as we unite and do not do things that the village cannot accept, no one can touch us. At most, we can play some small tricks. On the contrary, only a strong and united us can have a say in the village. Because the title of the Uchiha as the first family of ocular jutsu is not without reason. We have such strength. If everything were as simple as you said." Faik sighed slightly. Since he became clan leader, he had tried various methods to make efforts, but the final result was quite touching. Uchiha ended up with almost nothing and even faced increasing exclusion. This phenomenon even peaked after the Nine Tails night. Faik did not voice his inner thoughts, but Yin could guess what he was thinking. As long as you do not join the hardliners, lead the clansmen to stage a coup, or do anything that harms Uchiha's and the village's interests, I will not intentionally obstruct you. With the clan leader's words, it was enough. As for harming the family's interests, I certainly will not do that, but harming the village's interests, well, it depends on the situation. As long as the 3rd Hokage and Dan start causing trouble, you wouldn't mind giving them some trouble to make them have a headache. Being overly passive cannot help Uchiha stand up. Instead, it will allow those who bully you to take advantage. Even if you retreat an inch, others can advance a mile. The series of major events left the Uchiha people dazzled, and when they learned that Elder Six had fainted from anger, it became a topic of great interest. Unfortunately, everyone quickly lost interest in watching the show, because the hardliners deliberately leaked Yan's words and Anne's accusations. The Uchiha clan was in an uproar. One by one, they began to scold the doves, condemning their betrayal, and even some impulsive individuals went directly to confront the doves. Elder Six was being treated in the hospital, and Shursui, who was to be transferred tomorrow, was caught in the turmoil. When Shui learned of these events, he was stunned. He never imagined that the direction the doves had been working hard towards could be labeled with such a terrible accusation. Shui was dumbfounded, and the third Hokage, upon hearing the news, was not in a much better position. What is happening? I just felt that Uchiha Yin was not simple and that we needed to strengthen monitoring. But now so much has happened in the blink of an eye, directly eliminating the doves within Uchiha. Can someone tell me how he did it? Also, isn't this accusation a bit exaggerated? Although there is some truth to it, the doves wouldn't dig so deep. How will Shui face his clansmen in the future? After such a chaotic operation, Shui and the other doves, even if they do not become the targets of public criticism, will not have an easy time in the clan from now on. It will be quite difficult for them to gain the forgiveness of their clansmen. With the doves losing their voice, what use is Shui as hard-earned spy? Without a voice, he cannot attend various important family meetings and clan gatherings. And if he cannot participate, how can he gather intelligence? Things seem to have become a bit troublesome. As if that were not enough, Yin also advocated for Shui to be transferred from the police department, believing that he should not remain in that position and should deal with those annoying complaints instead. The third Hokage was speechless. This was still an internal conflict within Uchiha. Even as Hokage, he could not intervene. At most, he could just give some indirect hints. The problem is that hints may not have much effect. He could only watch helplessly as Shui was pushed out. The unique sound of footsteps approached, and the contemplative third Hokage pulled back his thoughts and rubbed his forehead, knowing that his old friend had arrived. The footsteps stopped at the door of the Hokage's office, and the door was roughly pushed open. Danzo, whose forehead, right eye, right shoulder, and right hand were all wrapped in bandages, walked in with a cane. In Konoha, there were only two people who would come to the Hokage's office without knocking: Danzo and Tsunade, the future fifth Hokage and disciple of the third Hokage. Putting down his hands, the third Hokage looked up. Danzo, it's late. Do you have something to discuss? Sarutobi, don't pretend you know nothing. The situation in Uchiha is about to explode. Walking step by step to the third Hokage's desk, Danzo's single eye revealed a sinister gleam. I have long said that we cannot be too gentle with this group of evil Uchiha. They should all be taken down. Especially that evil little Yin. Seeing that Danzo was becoming more and more excessive in his words, the third Hokage couldn't help but interrupt him. Danzo, I have said that the Uchiha are also part of the village. The situation has not reached the point you described. The incidents initiated by Uchiha Yin are all aimed at changing Uchiha. This is an internal matter, and it is not something you or I should intervene in. Should the Uchiha really be exterminated? Probably not. Danzo's fixation on Uchiha is not just to obtain enough Sharingan, but also to hold on to this tail to enhance his own power through the threat of Uchiha. The third Hokage did not intend to indiscriminately condemn the Uchiha. There was no need, and he dared not. The overall strength of the strongest ocular jutsu clan in the ninja world is substantial. If they are pushed to the edge, if the Uchiha unite, even if they can be exterminated, the village will have to pay a heavy price. Don't treat the dozens of jounin and hundreds of ninjas in Uchiha as mere cabbages. How many jounin does Konoha have? Uchiha occupies more than 1/10. This is also the source of Yan's confidence. As long as the Uchiha unite and do not cause trouble, Danzo and the third Hokage dare to act. If they're not afraid of backlash and start a civil war, then let them try to exterminate the Uchiha. By then, Konoha would be severely weakened, and powerful military villages like Iwa and Kyumo, which like to wage wars, would not remain indifferent. The Land of Fire is a big piece of meat. If they seize the opportunity, they will come and take a big bite. Chapter 14 Yin. Danzo summoned? Arrest them all. Humph. Danzo snorted coldly, not lingering on that point. Then tell me, with the situation in Uchiha changing and Shui nearly being driven out of the family circle, how will the village gather intelligence on Uchiha? If there is no one to collect intelligence, Uchiha might even be planning a rebellion, and we would be completely unaware. No matter what, exaggerating the situation as much as possible and demonizing Uchiha is the best strategy. This way, the third Hokage and other high-ranking officials will become increasingly uneasy and will have to rely on me, Shimura Danzo. I will handle this matter. After pondering for a moment, the third Hokage slowly spoke. Stimulated by Danzo, his expression was not good. After all, the threat posed by Uchiha was too great. Just thinking about the Ninetales incident from a few years ago made the third Hokage's heart ache. Regardless of whether he was suspected of sidelining Minato, Minato's death and the destruction caused by the Ninetales resulted in heavy losses for Konoha, which was undoubtedly a blow to the already struggling village. Not to mention that on that night, his wife, Buwako Sarutobi, also died. The third Hokage made a concession. Danzo raised an eyebrow slightly. This was what he wanted, and even went smoother than he had imagined. I will keep a close watch on that evil little yen. If there is an opportunity, I will capture him first. Such an unruly and evil person cannot be left unchecked. Moving against Yin would bring great trouble. The third Hokage initially wanted to stop Danzo, but suddenly hesitated. Because all the changes in Uchiha these days were instigated by Yin. Yin was like a catfish that had slipped into a pond, stirring the entire pond and causing the fish and shrimp within to become active. Thus, the third Hokage gave up on persuasion. He still had an idea in his heart. If Yin could be controlled, it might reduce a lot of trouble. Not to mention the conspiracy theories surrounding the Hokage office. The Uchiha clan was destined to be restless. After a day of turmoil, he was preparing to go home and rest. However, he unexpectedly encountered two uninvited guests on the way. Without hesitation, this was Danzo's character. He was an action-oriented person. After just discussing with the third Hokage, he ordered people to come and meet Yin. Unfortunately, due to the changes in the family and the police department, there were many more matters to handle, and as a squad leader, Yin had to work overtime to get off work late. Usually, Yin would have left earlier, but the clan leader Fugaku was personally stationed at the police department, basically extinguishing Yan's thoughts of skipping work. Is it the Umbu or Root? The Umbu monitoring him was no longer a surprise. It was just that they had never been this close before, not to mention waiting along the way. With suspicion in his heart, Yin seemed to ignore them and walk straight past. Whether it was the Umbu or Root, it made no difference to him as long as they did not dare to act here. Don't forget, this place is not far from the police department. Once they act, even if they can't take Yin down immediately, just delaying a little would allow the police department's people to arrive. Once the police department's main force arrived, it would be a big problem. Attacking Uchiha's people around the police department would certainly provoke Uchiha's wrath. Yin arrived, and the Root ninja initially thought the other party would speak first, so they remained steady. As Danzo's dogs, they needed to display an oppressive aura from the very beginning to intimidate Hien, and then take the frightened Hien away. This was a useful tactic. Over the years, Root had often used such intimidation. Unfortunately, they miscalculated. Hien had no intention of paying them any mind. He walked straight past them. You just walk by like that? Can't you see that the two of us adults are waiting here? Looking back at Hien's figure, Root's members were a bit dazed. Since when did the Uchiha dare to directly ignore their existence? Uchiha Hien, if they didn't speak soon, the other party would be far away. So Root's members hurriedly shouted, "Lord Danzo requests your presence. Please come with us." Stopping in his tracks, Hien tilted his head to look at them. He curiously asked, "Is this an invitation or an arrest?" "What do you mean?" The Root ninja frowned and asked. When did they ever care whether it was an invitation or an arrest when capturing someone? They usually found an excuse or directly invoked Danzo's name to take the person to a place with fewer people and more of their own, then acted to take them down in one go. It really was Danzo. He couldn't contain himself anymore. Hien shook his head slightly. This old dog was still so impatient. If it's an arrest, please show me the arrest warrant issued from the Hokage's office. If it's an invitation, then I refuse. I'm not interested in meeting any Lord Danzo. You just arrest people when you don't get along. The Umbu have such authority, but Root theoretically does not. However, considering the level of infiltration by the Umbu, there was not much difference between Umbu and Root. Of course, it also depended on who was being arrested. Ordinary people could naturally be arrested without issue, but some people couldn't be treated so lightly. Not going? The Root ninja immediately couldn't hold back, blocking Hien on the left and right, their hands already resting on their katana, and said in a deep voice, "Lord Danzo requests your presence. Please come with us." "Are you sure you want to take action?" Hien, surrounded, was not flustered. Instead, he looked at them with great interest, his eyes filled with mockery, as if you were watching two clowns. Arresting someone on the territory of the police department? Their audacity was quite something. In fact, the root ninja hadn't noticed that many Uchiha ninjas had already surrounded them. Uchiha Heian, I advise you to be taken away and locked up on the charge of assaulting the police department captain. Heian, too lazy to waste words with them, waved to the clan members who had surrounded him. I was attacked by unidentified individuals. They tried to assassinate me, so you can take action now. What? Upon hearing this, the root ninja froze. They came to arrest someone, but now it seemed they were the ones being arrested? Not good. Shadows kept appearing around, and the hearts of Root's ninja skipped a beat. Heian didn't seem to be joking, but was genuinely planning to capture them, right? There was also the charge of assaulting the police department captain. What the hell? Before the root ninja could identify themselves, under the leadership of Uchiha Jin, a group of people instantly took action. How bold, you dare, ah! A scream rang out as the two who were beaten fell to the ground, motionless. Jin held one in each hand, grinning. Captain, how should we deal with these two? Lock them up. Send them directly to prison tomorrow morning. Didn't I already mention the charge? Unidentified individuals, assaulting the police department captain. Heian waved his hand, turned, and left. He needed to go home and rest. As for the subsequent troubles, he didn't need to care. And what about Danzo, who was anxiously waiting for his subordinates to return? Who cares about you? Danzo requests. I could care less. Don't even mention Danzo's request. Even if Umbu were to say the Hokage requests, Heian wouldn't bother to respond. Moreover, even if he were to go, he would have to bring Fugaku, the clan leader, along. Chapter 15. Unexpected surprise. Eyes about to evolve. In short, it was impossible for him to meet Danzo and the third Hokage alone. Trying to handle him like Sure Sway, the fool, was absolutely out of the question. Take them away. Since the captain requested they be locked up and sent to prison tomorrow morning, then lock them up, Jin led the people away. After the crowd dispersed, Fugaku stepped out. Heian once again stopped in his tracks, smiling as he asked, Why did the clan leader come? Is it because I did something wrong? You should ask your own conscience whether you did right or wrong. Fugaku took a deep breath and said, They are Danzo's people. So what? Heian laughed heartily, raising his right index finger to point at the ground. This is the territory of our Uchiha police department. Unidentified individuals attacking me should be captured. I don't know who Danzo's people are, but they must be spies, because they are wearing Umbu gear but lack Umbu identity markers. Why did Heian dare to arrest people? Because Root operates in the shadows. Even if they wear Umbu gear, what does it matter? Where are their identity markers? As for Root's people invoking Danzo to assert their identity, Heian could just as easily say he didn't hear it. If this matter escalated to the Hokage's office, Heian wouldn't back down. After all, I've already placed the charges on you. Even if the King of Heaven comes, they are still unidentified individuals. Clan leader. While I'm not a hardliner, I've always believed that yielding without end is not a good thing. Some people, if you give them an inch, they will take a mile, even a league. Looking directly into Fugaku's eyes, Heian gritted his teeth and said, We have no more room to yield. Do you want to lead the clan and the village against us? Fugaku activated his Sharingan, the three-tomo Sharingan particularly eye-catching in the night. Innocently spreading his hands, Heian replied, How does capturing unidentified criminals equate to opposing the village? Fugaku didn't answer, and Heian fell silent as well. The two stood on the street, staring at each other. It was unclear how long had passed, but Fugaku closed his Sharingan, turned, and left, saying without looking back, I hope you understand. The Uchiha cannot stand on the opposite side of the village, nor can I allow anyone to lead the Uchiha into the abyss. The Uchiha cannot stand against the village, but they can stand against a certain person like Danzo. Heian smiled. It seemed that the commotion tonight wasn't entirely a bad thing. At least the clan leader Uchiha Fugaku still chose to yield. Yielding, still yielding. How far can you retreat? What a pity. With such a large Uchiha, they ended up with such a clan leader. Fortunately, there was still room for redemption. Danzo, will you like this surprise? On the other side, Danzo, who was waiting for Heian to walk into the trap with many subordinates, realized as time passed that tonight's capture had failed. Heian was completely unfooled, and not even the people he sent out had returned. His people were either gone, directly killed, or captured. Itachi brat. Retreat. Since the capture plan had failed, it was pointless to keep waiting. As for what happened to his people, the results would be known tomorrow. However, what Danzo didn't expect was that Jin was even more diligent than he thought. Hien said to send the people to prison the next day, but unfortunately, he couldn't wait and directly stuffed them into prison overnight. We are Lord Danzo's people. Entering the prison, Root's people kept declaring their identity, but unfortunately, no one paid them any mind. No identification, no umbu markers, and wearing umbu gear, this was already a serious crime. Not to mention, the charge they were sent in for was assaulting the police department captain. Thus, Danzo's people gloriously became part of the prison, locked up in the dungeon. As for how long they would be detained, it depended on Danzo and the third Hokage's response time. New criminals, unable to prove their identity, but constantly shouting that they were Danzo's people. This was very unusual, and the prison ninjas would definitely report to the third Hokage. Early the next morning, just after arriving at the Hokage's office, the third Hokage received news that an unidentified person wearing umbu gear had attacked the head of the police force. The third Hokage's expression became quite strange. Without a doubt, this was the work of Danzo. Only Root members would cause such an identity crisis and wander around in umbu gear. As a result, the usually invincible Root ran into a wall, got caught, and was thrown into prison. The third Hokage was speechless. When did Danzo's actions become so absurd? He ordered to bring the person out and send them to Danzo, telling him to be more careful next time. At this point, what could the third Hokage say? He could only let the person go. He couldn't even pursue Hikaru's responsibility because Hikaru did nothing wrong, and Root couldn't be exposed. Such matters had to be handled discreetly. Once Danzo and Root were exposed to the sunlight, it would attract unnecessary trouble. It could be said that this secret loss had to be swallowed by Danzo. What further irritated the third Hokage was that umbu ninjas came to report that Uchiha Hikaru had gone to the entrance of the ninja school to eat again. Successfully copied, gaining part of Indra's chakra. Would you like to fuse? Recently, there have been quite a few critical rewards, and it was part of Indra's chakra, not a small amount. Hikaru did not expect to receive a pleasant surprise so early in the morning. Fuse. After fusing the rewarded Indra's chakra, Hikaru suddenly felt a bit of pressure in his eyes. Was this a sign of rapid evolution? Before the 3 Tomo, the evolution of the Sharingan didn't feel significant. As his mental strength and Sharingan techniques continued to enhance, the evolution occurred naturally and smoothly. So Hikaru didn't feel much. Others needed to be stimulated or continuously trained to enhance their strength and mental power to evolve their Sharingan, while Hikaru only needed to squat and wait every day. This feeling was simply delightful. Indeed, hard work and sweat couldn't match talent, and hard work and sweat plus talent couldn't match a cheat. Having achieved his goal, Hikaru contentedly put down his money, stood up, and left to return to the police department. As for the second pillar already walking into the ninja school with a small backpack, he had no idea that he and Naruto had already become Hikaru's personal tools. Captain. In the break room of the third squad, the neat greetings almost made Hikaru have a misperception. When did these troublemakers under him become so in sync? Chapter 16. Danzo's attempt to show off in the police department backfires. Did I walk into the wrong place? No, that's not right. Stepping back 2 steps and looking at the sign on the door frame, the more Hikaru thought about it, the more it felt off. A group of troublemakers. Getting them to obediently listen was already a challenge, but to make them polite was much more difficult than suppressing them. Hikaru knew well what kind of people were in the third squad. He still remembered his experiences when he first became captain. Upon closer inspection, there was actually an extra person in the break room. She appeared a bit petite compared to the others. A newcomer? So you all seem to have changed into different people. Hikaru even thought the sun had risen in the west. It turned out a newcomer had arrived, and she was a cute girl. However, this newcomer looked somewhat familiar. Captain. With a hint of nervousness, Izumi quickly bowed and greeted him. Although she had passed the personnel department's review, whether she could stay in the police department still depended on Hikaru's evaluation. If Hikaru's evaluation was poor, Izumi would have to withdraw from the police squad and apply for reassessment. This was similar to how students graduating from the ninja school needed to go through assessment by their team leaders if they were deemed lacking in strength or temperament. The graduating students could be sent back to school to repeat the year. looking down at the nervous and restrained girl in front of him. Hikaru paused for a few seconds and asked, "Are you Uchiha Izumi, Yatsuki's child?" Izumi wasn't exactly a born and bred Uchiha. She could barely be considered a half-fraternity. Her mother, Uchiha Yatsuki, chose to marry outside the clan when she was young, and after her husband's death, she returned with Izumi to the family. And Izumi thus changed her name to use the Uchiha surname. To be precise, their situation in the Uchiha clan wasn't particularly good. "Yes," Izumi nervously nodded and said, "My mother often mentions the captain, so after I graduated, she urged me to join the police department so that I could integrate more thoroughly into the Uchiha clan." "I see." Hikaru suddenly understood. He almost thought his butterfly effect had influenced Izumi, but it was actually Yatsuki's decision. Because of her mother. The freshly graduated Izumi did not join the squad assigned by the school, but applied for an assessment with the police department. Nodding, Hikaru said, "Since you've chosen to join the police department, then work hard and do your job diligently. I believe the clan members will sincerely accept you and Aunt Yatsuki. Everyone get ready. We'll start patrolling. Izumi, follow me to learn." Leading the newcomer was an old tradition in the police department, since Izumi had just joined. She needed Hikaru, as the captain, to guide her. "Yes." The squad members responded loudly. After Hikaru entered the office, others like Shirhan didn't forget to wink at Izumi, saying, "Izumi, you don't need to worry. The captain is actually a very gentle and nice person. Your assessment will be fine. I believe I can stay." Izumi, feeling the pressure, smiled awkwardly. She was a bit nervous, even though her mother had said many times that Hikaru was not a strict person. If the sixth elder lying in the hospital heard this, he might spit blood in anger. Just as Hikaru was preparing to take people out for patrol, an unexpected visitor arrived at the police department. An unexpected visitor who made everyone in the police department tense up. Leaning on a wooden staff, Danzo slowly walked into the police department hall, completely unconcerned that his arrival had caused the surrounding area to fall silent. With a cold gaze sweeping around, he stood in the hall and said coldly, "I want to see Uchiha Hikaru." After waiting all night, his subordinates had not returned. Regardless, Danzo needed to make this trip to give Hikaru a warning and see if he could retrieve his people. It was a matter of face, and Danzo couldn't afford to take it lightly. "Looking for me?" Hikaru, just coming down the stairs, heard this and curiously looked over. "Wow, you personally came out?" The hall of the police department fell silent. Someone quietly left to notify Fugaku, the clan leader. Danzo's visit was not a good thing, at least not for the Uchiha. "I wonder what Lord Danzo wants with me." Hikaru walked down towards Danzo and waved to the others around. "Just carry on with your business. Lord Danzo isn't a ghost. Look at how scared you all are. I don't like sharp-tongued brats." Danzo's left eye narrowed slightly. Being old and cunning, he naturally heard Hikaru's veiled insult. A gloomy aura emanated from Danzo, but Hikaru was unaffected in the slightest. Lowering his gaze slightly, Hikaru rubbed his face and smiled. "What a coincidence. I don't particularly like old men hiding in the dark either. People like that are like snakes, ready to bite at any moment, making one want to hit them with a stick. Don't you think so, Lord Danzo? So what if I insult you? As long as I don't name names, you can come at me all you want." Hikaru wasn't afraid to tear his face with Danzo or have a falling out. "You sent people to mess with me. Why should I be polite? Don't treat me like sure sway." At such times, the quieter Hikaru appeared, the more dangerous he became. He believed that if things escalated, there would be many eyes on Danzo, making Hikaru himself the safest. A cold glint flashed in Danzo's eyes, and he gripped his wooden staff tightly. From here, it's clear that he is not at peace inside. It makes sense. Someone like Danzo has long been accustomed to being high and mighty. You can't even scold him to his face. Even a slight hint of disrespect would make him uncomfortable. "The evil Uchiha brat, you're doing well." Danzo had a cold expression, completely indifferent to the angry and resentful looks from the Uchiha around him. In front of everyone, he labeled Yenju as evil, making sure to include the Uchiha name. "Thank you for the praise, Lord Danzo. But what business do you have with me?" Yen seemed unfazed by Danzo's description of him, instead wearing a smile. "I have a mission at hand, hiding from many unsightly rats and snakes in the village's sewers. If I'm not careful, these beasts might jump out and bite someone. This concerns the village's security, and, as the captain of the police department, I must take it seriously. Come on, Let us hurt each other. After all, you wouldn't dare to attack me openly. I, Uchiha Yen, have never feared anyone. Well, my people. After scolding Yen, he was met with a barrage of insults from Yen, who used various terms like rats and snakes to describe him. Danzo knew he wasn't good at this, so he simply stated his purpose. People? Yen pretended to be confused. What people? How could Lord Danzo's people be in the police department? You must have the wrong place. You should go home and check. As he spoke, Yen suddenly slapped his forehead. I apologize, I forgot. Lord Danzo, serving the village, still a lonely person without family. Uchiha Yen. Danzo, unable to bear it any longer, exploded. Chapter 17. Want people? The police department doesn't have any. Why not check Konoha prison? Yen, in front of so many people, was indirectly insulting him and even mocking him as a lonely person without children or a wife. How pitiful. Such words are unacceptable to anyone. Uchiha Yen. A furious shout came, and Fugaku, having received the news, rushed over and shouted at Yen. What are you doing? Why are you speaking so disrespectfully to Lord Danzo? Are you forgetting your duties and responsibilities by not patrolling? Well done. Yen really wanted to give Fugaku a thumbs up. The timid clan leader finally stood firm for once. Silently smiling, Yen shrugged at Danzo, giving him a helpless expression, spreading his hands. Then I won't disturb the clan leader and Lord Danzo any longer. Third squad, follow me. Don't disturb the old man here, after all. An old man without family tends to have a bad temper, so be careful, he might scold you. The squad members all lowered their heads and silently followed behind. They were either too intimidated to speak or were struggling to hold back laughter. For example, the big guy Yen had his head down, his shoulders shaking. It was obvious he was having a hard time suppressing his laughter. You could say that within the Uchiha, Yen set a precedent. As long as one knew Danzo and understood his actions, everyone hated this old thing. Unfortunately, the situation was beyond their control, and everyone could only hide their anger and hatred in their hearts. Yen was different. He openly scolded him in front of countless people. You call me a brat. I call you an old fool with your strange and twisted ways. You call me the evil Uchiha brat. Then I'll call you a rat and a snake hiding in the sewers. Anyway, I didn't name names. If you're certain that I'm scolding you, then I apologize. To other clansmen, Danzo was a high-ranking figure in the village, but to Yen, he was nothing. As long as Danzo didn't play dirty, Yen wouldn't pay him any mind. Even if Danzo wanted to play dirty, as the clan leader, Fugaku would find a way to protect Yen. If something happened to Yen, many in the clan would lose faith in him as the clan leader. As Yen's shield, Uchiha Fugaku, though unwilling, had to endure. That's why he rushed over immediately after receiving the news, demanding Yen go carry out his mission right away. It seemed like he was scolding him, but in reality, he was protecting Yen. Clan leader Fugaku, your Uchiha clan really is lawless. Yen left, striding away, and Danzo could only vent his anger on Fugaku. Please don't be angry, he is still a child. I will educate him, and I assure you this will not happen again. Uchiha Fugaku was also very straightforward. Having come to this point, he could only accept it, endure the criticism, and find a way to gloss over this matter. Oomph. Danzo coldly snorted. There won't be a next time. Bring out my people. The threat was implicit. As long as Danzo found an opportunity, he wouldn't mind killing Yen in an instant to relieve his anger. Indeed, he came to demand people. Uchiha Fugaku had long suspected this outcome, and fortunately, when the police department arrested people last night, he had already thought of his excuse. My lord, the police department does not have your people. However, 2 unidentified individuals attacked Yen last night, and they have been captured by the police department and are now in prison. My lord, why not take a look? You mean my people were captured by unidentified individuals? What Danzo couldn't accept the most was that his people had been sent to prison. You're doing well. I'll remember this. As a high-ranking member of the village and not being good at cursing, Danzo couldn't just explode like Yen. No matter how angry he was, he could only endure it for now. This debt would be settled slowly later, with the people already captured and sent to prison. The third Hokage would definitely have received the news. Just thinking about losing face in front of the third Hokage made Danzo feel murderous. With a sinister glare, he shot a fierce look at Fugaku before turning away with his wooden staff. I'm numb. Quan felt completely numb. She thought today would be a smooth start to her job, but what did she see? The captain actually scolded the high-ranking officials of the village, the Hokage's assistant. Quan felt a sense of darkness in her life path. At this moment, she could only numbly follow behind Yin. Even failing to remember the boundaries of the area the third squad needed to patrol. What scared? Stopping in front of a small shop, Yin bought a few skewers of dumplings and handed them to Quan. Thank you, Captain. Stunned, Quan took the dumplings, and after several seconds, she finally reacted and quickly bowed to thank him. Holding the dumplings, Quan felt very conflicted. She hesitated whether to eat them or not. In the end, she couldn't resist the temptation of the dumplings and took small bites. After eating 2 skewers, Quan's little girl nature gradually returned, no longer looking as frightened as before. It seems that eating sweets can change one's mood. It appears that many people seem to be afraid of us. At this moment, Quan noticed that as she and Yin walked down the street, many people hurriedly stepped aside, and some even shot them looks filled with anger and hatred. Yes, since entering the police department, they are now part of it, and they will face such situations every day. As the captain, Yin felt it necessary to let Quan know about the world's dangers. The people who fear us are due to the police department's bad reputation. After all, to maintain order, the police department handles many unpopular incidents, and over time, this situation has formed. Some say they fear the Uchiha. This statement is not correct. Yin shook his head regretfully. These villagers are not afraid of the Uchiha. They are afraid of the police department. Of course, this is also related to our Uchiha style of doing things. Family members are often unwelcome wherever they go. Perhaps you have already felt this, as Uchiha members are often targeted and receive disdain in the ninja school. Quan didn't know much about the police department, but she could relate to Yin's examples because she had experienced it herself. Children from civilian families tend to keep their distance from her because she is an Uchiha ninja, and even the children from noble families avoid her due to her Uchiha background. As for those who look at us with anger and hatred, most of them have either had experiences with being captured by the police department or have had family or friends who were captured. Many of them lodge complaints, claiming that we Uchihas enforce the law violently and deliberately target civilians. But these complaints mostly come from villagers or ninjas who are unhappy about being captured. They cannot retaliate against us, so they choose to complain to annoy us. Maintaining public order means dealing with a lot of troublesome issues, and handling these matters easily offends people. Over time, it will be strange for the Uchiha to be well-liked. The most important thing is that the village does not promote the good side of the Uchiha, while the upper management closely monitors any mistakes made by the Uchiha. Given this, it would be odd for the Uchiha's reputation to be good. Look at the Hyuga clan. They are even more arrogant towards civilians than the Uchiha. Yet how many people in the village criticize the Hyuga clan? Very few, if not none. Chapter 18 Sarutobi Hiruzen. Are you afraid that others won't know you sent someone to attack the police department, Captain? Most of the criticism is directed at all clans, not just the Hyuga clan. Doesn't the village care? Izumi cannot understand this behavior. While the enforcement actions of her clan members may be somewhat excessive, it shouldn't reach the point where everyone is afraid, right? Throughout her life, has the village ever promoted the good aspects of the Uchiha? Except during funerals. Yan's words were like a sharp knife, piercing directly into Izumi's heart. The Uchiha have made countless contributions to the village, yet none of those contributions are promoted, which already indicates a problem. The upper management is targeting the Uchiha. Do you know why I speak in circles to criticize Danzo? Because this old man has single-handedly directed various policies against us Uchihas, surveilling us, targeting us, and even stealing the bodies of our clan members for human experimentation during the war. Anyway, Danzo has done all these things, and Yin isn't slandering him. The patrol continued until the end, and Izumi remained in a daze, not even knowing how she made it back, as Yan's words had a significant impact on her. It was a bit too much for Izumi, who had just graduated from ninja school and was only 10 years old. It seems that something needs to be done to keep Danzo busy. Otherwise, it's not a solution for this old man to keep watching me. With everyone's attention focused on him, it means Yin is very safe, but it also brings him some trouble, such as being watched no matter what he does. Sitting in the office, Yin thought about how to divert the attention of the third Hokage and Danzo, at least to keep them busy for a while. Once the Uchiha smoothly gets through this period and the hardliners' minions are gradually dealt with, Yin can confidently challenge Danzo. Welcome to stir up trouble. There aren't many ways to keep Danzo busy so that he won't focus on the Uchiha while also making him overwhelmed. Just because there aren't too many ways doesn't mean there are none. Yin picked up a pen and began jotting down some ideas in his mind. Captain, are you looking for me? One of the members of the third squad, Uchiha Kaze, pushed open the door and walked in. Folding the written paper, Yin looked up at Kaze with a serious expression and asked, Kaze, can I trust you? In every aspect? Please go ahead, Captain, Kaze replied expressionlessly. Uchiha Kaze is a very low-key person in the clan, maintaining a silent demeanor for many years. At least only a few people know about it. However, this quiet guy is no less concerning than Uchiha Gen. Uchiha Gen is just hot-tempered and prone to impulsive actions, while Uchiha Kaze, as the saying goes, the dog that bites doesn't bark belongs to this type. There are no promises or guarantees, but as long as he recognizes someone, he will wholeheartedly follow them. That is Uchiha Kaze. Handing the folded paper to Kaze, Yin stood up and walked to his side, leaning down to whisper in his ear, I need you to take tomorrow off, go outside, and deliver the information and messages in this paper to the bounty office. Remember to disguise yourself. Don't let anyone know where you came from. The bounty office not only handles various assassination tasks, but also buys intelligence. As long as you have sellable information, you can sell it here. They won't ask about your source of information or care about who you are, as long as the intelligence is genuine. Of course, to make money, these bottomless rats will also sell information to everyone. Yes. Calmly accepting the folded paper and tucking it away, Kaze turned and left, as if nothing had happened in the office. This guy, watching him leave, Yin began to feel a headache again. When the teammates are around, Kaze is a bit better, but once he is alone, he is like a wooden post, always wearing the same expression and tone. In short, there isn't anyone in the third squad who can be considered even slightly normal. Even the newly joined Izumi is a love-struck girl, a little fangirl type. Izumi has been a fangirl of Itachi since she was young and has always had a crush on him. However, Yin has a doubt. Due to some irresistible factors, Izumi did not join the squad assigned by the village, but instead entered the police department. So, can she and Itachi still have various encounters like in the original story? In the Hokage's office, the atmosphere felt somewhat oppressive. The third Hokage calmly said to Danzo, I've already sent your people back through the Umbu. According to their testimony, they were ordered to invite Uchiha Yin, but the other party refused, and when they attempted to take action, they were captured by Uchiha Yin under the charge of attacking the police department captain with an unidentified identity. They were subsequently sent to prison overnight. Damn it, that evil little Uchiha Yin. He actually dared to insult me. It was already embarrassing enough. Such matters couldn't be hidden, and Danzo didn't choose to conceal it, directly stating it in front of the third Hokage, Tsunade, and Mito Gate Kurinai. It was simply audacious. The two elder advisors also found it unbelievable. When did the Uchiha become so bold as to openly insult the village's upper management? Although it was not explicitly named. Why is it that we've only been resting at home for a few days, and the Uchiha has stirred up so much trouble? What's going on with this kid, Uchiha Yin? The third Hokage also felt that Yin was a bit reckless, but he grasped the key point. Danzo, did you go to the police department to demand people? Good heavens. Are you afraid that others don't know that the person you sent is unidentified and even attacked the police department captain? If you hadn't gone, the village wouldn't acknowledge this matter, and over time it would have passed, but you personally went there. This is like having yellow mud fall in your pants. No one would believe it was just a mistake. Danzo, how could you be so foolish? How could you personally go to demand someone? Tsunade also realized it. Such matters shouldn't be handled personally. It would be better to send someone to resolve them. But you went directly there. Mito Gate Kurinai smiled helplessly. Now the crime is established. The already dubious crime will only be further solidified by your demand. Do you mean to say that my people were captured, and I can't intervene? Who gave him the guts? Doesn't Danzo know about these factors? He certainly does. The problem is, even if he knows, he doesn't care. Because no one in the village would stand on the Uchiha side. And based on his understanding of the Uchiha, the process of demanding people would go smoothly. But who would have known that someone like Yin would pop up and directly confront him? even insulting him. Good heavens, things escalated quickly. The third Hokage's expression also turned sour. You can directly meet him, but you cannot capture people around the police department in Uchiha territory. This will provoke a backlash from the Uchiha. Chapter 19. Danzo's Heart, known to the third Hokage. Hisashi, we need to strengthen our surveillance on Uchiha Itachi. As Danzo's expression grew increasingly grim, Tika Komatsu stepped in to smooth things over. This Uchiha Itachi is clearly an unstable person. In just a few days, he's caused so much trouble. The Dove faction has collapsed, and our cultivated Shursui has also been reassigned. This makes it difficult for us to obtain internal intelligence from the Uchiha. Indeed, the third Hokage leaned back in his chair, sighed. The communication bridge between the village and the Uchiha has been severed. Shursui was that bridge, but Itachi has destroyed it. All right, I'll remind Fugaku over at the police department to cover up the news. I hope this matter passes quickly. It cannot be exposed to the light of day. Ultimately, the third Hokage decided to handle this issue promptly. He also warned Danzo, Danzo, I hope you won't take any action against Uchiha Itachi recently. At this critical juncture, if anything happens to Itachi, it could provoke a backlash from the Uchiha. They dare. Danzo crushed the wooden staff in his hand in anger. The third Hokage was speechless. Did he still think they wouldn't dare? In the end, wasn't he just scolded indirectly? Let's leave it at that. Waving his hand, the third Hokage indicated that he didn't want to discuss this matter further. After the Night of the Nine Tails, the third Hokage's vigilance towards the Uchiha reached its peak, while also being wary of his old partner Danzo, sending people to assassinate him, not allowing Uchiha members to provide rescue during the Night of the Nine Tails. Various actions made it clear to the third Hokage what Danzo intended to do. Danzo turned and left silently, but silence was the best response. He wouldn't take action against Itachi in the short term, at least not until this matter calmed down. However, in his heart, Danzo had already marked Itachi. As long as he seized the opportunity, Danzo wouldn't mind giving Itachi a deeply etched memory. Danzo's departure didn't mean the matter was over. Tika Komatsu expressed her concerns. Hisashi, the Dove faction has collapsed, and I'm worried that the hardliners in the Uchiha will grow stronger. You need to talk to Fugaku as soon as possible. The hardliners in the Uchiha are always an unstable bomb. I will. The third Hokage nodded slightly. The Uchiha could have hardliners because they could stir things up, but the hardliners couldn't grow stronger, at least not any further. Otherwise, the internal balance within the Uchiha would tilt. Danzo fell silent, but some news couldn't be easily contained, and Itachi wouldn't let it be suppressed either. Letting everyone know that the Hokage's assistant, Shimura Danzo's subordinate, impersonated an Umbu and attacked the head of the police department, would provide the villagers of Konoha with something to gossip about. Such matters didn't even require active assistance from the Uchiha. As long as they didn't restrict it and acted as if it never happened, the news could spread rapidly, especially since there were many people in the police department lobby when Danzo arrived. Even if the Uchiha didn't speak, those who came to the police department for business could also leak it. No matter how ridiculous the news spread, as long as it wasn't leaked by Uchiha members, the higher-ups wouldn't be able to find trouble with them, even if they were reluctant. To find trouble, you at least need a suitable excuse. Slandering someone without cause is not a good behavior. It has been proven that the Umbu cannot seal everyone's mouths. Take the news that Naruto is a fox demon. Danzo sent people to spread it. The third Hokage ordered the Umbu to seal it off, but it was of no use. The news continued to spread wildly in Konoha. Not to mention simply sealing it off. Even an announcement from the Hokage's office prohibiting discussion wouldn't necessarily silence everyone. Fugaku was on the brink of collapse. He felt an urge to strangle Itachi. Because of Itachi, he had run to the Hokage's office several times in the past few days. Previously, when there was nothing going on, he could go months without a visit. Now, it felt like he was visiting his own home. Unfortunately, when the third Hokage summoned him, Fugaku had no choice but to come, bracing himself. Before he even reached the Hokage's office, he could already predict what would happen next. Fugaku, although Danzo has done something wrong, as a junior, how can you not show respect to your seniors? Moreover, Danzo is a high-ranking member of the village, the Hokage's assistant. I don't want to see such behavior from Uchiha Itachi again. The third Hokage said earnestly. Fugaku gritted his teeth and listened, as if it were he who had done the wrong, not Itachi. Lord Hokage, Fugaku kept assuring him, please believe me, this kind of thing will not happen again. I will educate and restrain Itachi when I return. So please rest assured, Lord Hokage. Making Itachi behave was something Fugaku felt was unlikely, but he was desperate, having to keep making assurances, hoping the third Hokage would let this matter slide. He was relieved that Danzo and the two elder advisors were not present. Otherwise, the one educating him wouldn't just be the third Hokage, but 4 people would team up against him. It was exhausting. Fortunately, the third Hokage also didn't intend to escalate the matter. After being scolded, Fugaku finally could go home to rest. Oh no, back to work at the police department. Upon returning to the police department, Fugaku sent someone to find Itachi and ask him to come see him. When Itachi arrived, he looked up and saw Fugaku sitting in a chair with a grim expression on his face, clearly in a bad mood. It seemed he had been scolded. Given Uchiha Fugaku's temperament, it was hard not to be reprimanded in front of the third Hokage. Chief, you called for me? Itachi feigned ignorance as he spoke. Uchiha Itachi, you have quite the audacity. Fugaku slammed the table and scolded loudly. Do you know what you did? That was the Hokage's assistant, a high-ranking official in the village, and you directly cursed him to his face. Does not naming him mean you're not cursing anyone else? Do you think the clan leader is not venting his anger? Itachi spread his hands. Of course I am. Fugaku instinctively opened his mouth, only to realize something was off, and his expression turned dark. What do you mean by venting anger? You should maintain respect for your seniors and superiors. What can I do? The old man comes out and immediately wants to give me a show of authority and scold me again. Should I just stand there and take it? Isn't that just relying on his seniority? You. Fugaku was so angry he laughed. You caused such a big incident, and you still feel innocent? Although I admit your cursing was quite satisfying, this kind of thing cannot happen again. Originally wanting to scold him, Fugaku couldn't find the words, so he sighed, sat back down, and clasped his hands together, looking quite troubled as he said, Itachi, I know you're very talented, and in some aspects, even stronger than Shursui. But you need to rein in a bit. I believe you're aware of Danzo's working style, since he has already set his sights on you. You could encounter danger at any time. Chapter 20. Fugaku changes strategy, arranges for Itachi to join the police department. During this time, you should not go anywhere except the police department and the clan land. Let others take over your patrol duties. You are the clan leader. You have the final say. To this, Itachi had no objections. Taking a paid leave to slack off was also nice. By the way, as Itachi reached the door, Fugaku's voice came from behind. Don't blame Shursui. He is also powerless. In fact, Shursui is a very gentle person, both to outsiders and to our own. I know, but I'm also powerless. Shursui is a good person, but he lacks his own opinions. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been easily brainwashed by the higher-ups. But he is in a difficult position. What about me? I've been trying to unite the Uchiha, going through all kinds of turmoil. It's not easy for me either. If I understand him, then who will understand me? Itachi had already lost hope in Shursui. As long as the other party doesn't jump out to obstruct him, that's fine. I will reorganize the police department, and I think it is necessary to add a few captains to the police department. I will discuss this matter with the elders, and I hope you can manage your people well. What does that mean? Reorganization? Itachi doesn't understand why Fugaku would have such an idea. Currently, the position allocation in the police department has already reached a very standard model. After all, the Uchiha clan has been managed with great care for many years. Although the Uchiha people are proud, it doesn't mean they lack intelligence. Yet, at this critical moment, Fugaku wants a reorganization. The reorganization of the police department will likely bring significant changes to the Uchiha clan. The office of the department head fell silent as Fugaku pressed his hands against the table, his face towards the surface. Suddenly, he let out a muffled groan, and blood flowed down from the corner of his eye. He picked up a towel and covered his eyes, breathing heavily while leaning back in his chair, muttering to himself, how could it be nothing? After resting for a while, dizzy, Fugaku returned home. Itachi, who was playing with his younger brother Sasuke, quickly stepped forward to bow and greet him. Father. The now recovered Fugaku responded lightly and asked, How is Sasuke performing in school? Of course it's great. I want to become as strong as brother. Sasuke boasted, grinning widely. Before the clan was wiped out and their parents passed away, Sasuke was very cheerful and loved to show off his achievements in front of his father and brother, hoping to receive their praise. As expected of my son. Fugaku rarely smiled, affectionately ruffling his son's hair. You go play upstairs. Your brother and I have some matters to discuss. Oh, Sasuke felt a bit disappointed. He loved to cling to his father and brother, but facing his father's stern and authoritative expression, he could only obediently go upstairs. Itachi quietly knelt on the cool mat, waiting for his father's teachings. Sitting cross-legged, Fugaku casually asked, "You must have heard about the incident between the clan and the police department. What do you think of Itachi's performance?" "Yes." Itachi slightly bent his body and then sat up straight, calmly looking at his father, and replied, "Father, I believe that Itachi's idea is good, but his methods are somewhat radical and very disrespectful to the elders. Changing the current situation of the Uchiha clan and solving some troublesome problems is something Itachi wants to do but cannot. He can't even bring it up. Itachi is a lone wolf. Aside from a few younger followers, he is nothing else, allowing him to speak and act freely. Faced with the aggressive sixth elder, he can take action directly. If it were Itachi, he would definitely not dare to do that. Itachi's actions against the sixth elder would have no consequences. But if it were him, he would be condemned. Itachi, do you really think so?" Fugaku's tone became stern. Faced with his father's sudden change in attitude, Itachi slightly lowered his head and respectfully replied, "Yes, father." Although Itachi appears disrespectful, everything he does is for the clan. The complaints against the police department have been troubling everyone, but now it has been well resolved. Moreover, Itachi sees things very clearly. Some issues are not that the clan can't resolve them, but that no one is willing to resolve them. This statement already hints at an accusation of his father's incompetence. Yet Itachi still spoke it out loud. However, doing so will only lead to increased resentment towards our Uchiha clan and will inevitably intensify monitoring and control over us. Fugaku did not shy away from these topics and directly brought them up for discussion with his son. Itachi fell completely silent. He had already learned about these matters through Shursui, and regarding these issues, Itachi was also troubled about how to analyze them. Standing from the Uchiha's perspective, Itachi believes that Itachi did not make a mistake, but doing these things will strengthen the village's vigilance and monitoring over the clan. And the pros and cons are quite obvious. Seeing his son silent, Fugaku did not press further, and the father and son sat together in silence. After an unknown amount of time, as if testing his son's patience, Fugaku finally spoke. "Recently, you shouldn't meet with Shursui. I will reorganize the police department's teams. Shursui has been reassigned, and his position will be vacant. I hope you can fill in and work with Itachi. Take a good rest. I hope you can think from his perspective. The Uchiha needs someone to open up the situation, and this opportunity is in the Umbu." Originally, Fugaku planned to send his son Itachi to the Umbu. The Uchiha has endured for so many years and paid a considerable price to gain the approval of the third Hokage. This is an opportunity. However, with Itachi's various actions, Fugaku changed his mind. He required Itachi to join the police department and work with Itachi. "Yes, father." Itachi obediently accepted his father's arrangement without any resistance or dissatisfaction. It was as if Uchiha Itachi was destined for this. Night. After a busy day, Shursui, who was almost questioning his life, arrived at the clan leader's courtyard. The guards of the clan leader's courtyard had already returned to rest, and only Fugaku remained sitting in the courtyard, drinking tea. Clan leader, dressed in tight black clothing. Shursui entered the courtyard and respectfully bowed to Fugaku. Fugaku slowly put down the teacup in his hand and raised his head. "The work over there must be quite troublesome, right? The department responsible for handling complaints has been established, and the third Hokage did not go back on his word. After agreeing to Fugaku, he started preparing. However, the personnel handling the complaints are having some difficulties. Those who can make it to the Hokage's office to complain are either the type that gets entangled or those who absolutely hate the police department or the Uchiha. Facing these people, no amount of persuasion will help." Just like that, Shursui, who had just been reassigned for a day, felt mentally and physically exhausted. Very difficult. Shui tiredly forced a somewhat awkward smile, scratched his short hair, and sighed. I never thought handling these matters would be so troublesome. It requires going through many procedures to gain others' forgiveness, which is not easy. So what do you think? Is Itachi's proposal right or wrong? Fugaku asked. Chapter 21. Shui is assigned a new task, joining the Umbu. Shui was suddenly choked up, and, after a moment of silence, he nodded vigorously and gritted his teeth. Although our ideas differ, Itachi has quite a few misunderstandings about me, but I have to admit that his proposal is correct. Although it adds some expenses, it can reduce a lot of troubles for our Uchiha and the police department. What about the Dove faction? Fugaku continued to inquire. Shui himself is one of the representatives of the Dove faction. Nowadays, the situation of the Dove faction within the Uchiha clan is quite awkward. Although it hasn't reached the level of being street rats, it's not much better than that. Fugaku really wants to know, since all of this was caused by Itachi, does Shui, as one of the Dove faction members, have any grievances against Itachi? This is another fatal and piercing question. Fugaku is stepping on Shui's sore spot. Shui remained silent for a moment. At the moment, it seems he is right. I also believe that everything he does is for the Uchiha. If doing this can make the clan better and reduce conflicts with the village, then I would rather the Dove faction disappear from the clan. After thinking for a long time, Shui gave a very pertinent answer, not leaning towards either side. Even if these matters caused him great trouble, Shui did not let his personal emotions target Itachi. Even when Itachi acted against the elder he respected the most and scolded him, he still didn't let personal feelings interfere. Fugaku's gaze remained calm, but the words he uttered startled Shui into jumping up. What if his intentions go beyond this, and he wants to sit in my position, controlling the entire Uchiha? Shui suddenly felt an urge to dig his ears. He suspected that he had misheard or that he was hallucinating, leading to such shocking words being spoken. Shui felt completely bewildered, as if struck by a bolt from the blue, his head buzzing incessantly. Patriarch, I don't think Yen would have the audacity to do that, I should think. Shui spoke incoherently, not even knowing what he was saying, chuckling awkwardly in an attempt to alleviate the strange atmosphere. No, he thought. Fujitake spoke in an extremely affirmative tone, indicating he was not joking. Judging by a series of actions, his next step was to target the hardliners, gradually dismantling their faction. He had already laid a solid foundation, and a large number of young clan members would step-by-step support him because of what he had done. When the time was ripe, he would be able to gradually dissolve the hardliners and ultimately consolidate the clan's power. Shui, what do you think Uchiha Yen will do next at that time? Shui's mind felt like it had exploded. Fujitake continued to speak to himself. At that point, I will be the stumbling block in his path. If he wants to control the entire Uchiha power, he must remove me, this obstacle. When the clan's power is concentrated in his hands, do you think I can still sit in this position as patriarch? I will stop him. Shui anxiously stood up, intending to find Yen for clarification. If Yan's ambition was truly this vast, he must be stopped, even if it meant using the other heavenly gods against him. Sit down. Fujitake's voice floated over, and just as Shui stood up, it was as if he had been hit with a paralysis technique. His body stiffened for a few seconds before he dejectedly sat back down. He scolded Shui. Fujitake leisurely poured himself some tea, savoring it carefully. I'm telling you this not to have you stop him. Shui, although the clan members have many misunderstandings about you, I still trust you and believe in you. Patriarch, what do you want me to do? Shui gritted his teeth and lowered his head. Fujitake said something shocking. Join the Umbu, and when necessary, provide some intelligence to the village, but at the same time, secretly assist Yen. As long as he follows the steps I laid out, do not obstruct him. Shui looked up in disbelief. Why? Shui swallowed hard, unable to believe that the patriarch would say such things. For Shui, who had a very serious sense of hierarchy, it was no different from the sky collapsing, because if it really came to that point, who became the clan leader would no longer matter. What mattered was that the Uchiha would rise again. Fujitake's eyes rarely showed excitement, and Shui's heart felt like it had been struck heavily with a hammer. This secret meeting did not last long. When everything was over, Shui still felt somewhat dazed. Everything felt like a dream. Sitting on a power pole in the clan's territory, Jishui was like a ghost in the night, blending into the darkness, quietly feeling the cool night breeze, trying to wake himself up a bit. But Fujitake's words echoed in his mind. Everything was telling him that this was not a dream. Everything was real. Not knowing how long he sat there, Jishui finally sorted out his complex emotions and returned home. There were many things waiting for him to deal with tomorrow, and various troubles awaited him after joining the Umbu. A new day arrived, but Yin was pressed into the office with no patrol duties left for him. Even Izumi, who had just joined the police department, found herself at leisure, taking on the role of Yan's little secretary, serving tea, cleaning, and organizing documents. Accustomed to a group of rough and aggressive men, Yin suddenly found herself with a girl who managed everything in an orderly manner. For a moment, Yin felt somewhat unaccustomed. Being unable to run around meant that in the short term, he couldn't stake out Sasuke and Naruto. Sasuke was fine. With good luck, he could happen to run into him at school. But as for Naruto, Yin was truly at a loss. Given the current level of surveillance from the higher-ups, using his golden finger on Naruto would be quite challenging. Copy. Since he hadn't used today's copying opportunity, Yin decided to use it on Izumi. Copy successful. Obtained partial Sharingan ocular power. Do you want to fuse? What Yin didn't expect was that Izumi had given him a surprise. The reward for copying was actually partial Sharingan ocular power. Yin had already figured out the tricks of the golden finger. With good luck, one could receive rewards like mental power and ocular power. With exceptional luck, one could get Indra or Ashura chakra, etc. When luck was poor, it would be some ninjutsu, taijutsu, swordsmanship training, and experience. The rewards also varied in weight. If it was a little, it meant very little. If it was partial, it meant more. Most importantly, the higher the potential of the target being copied, the better the rewards obtained. From the rewards, it was clear how great Izumi's potential was. Chapter 22. 3 Men Make a Tiger. Sick leave turns into life threatening in the original work. A 13-year-old genius with a 3-tomo Sharingan was no joke. Unfortunately, Izumi's status in the clan was very low, and almost no one taught her how to properly use the Sharingan, resulting in her having high potential but not being able to exert much strength. Fusion. What was supposed to be a very ordinary fusion unexpectedly brought Yin quite a shock. As the ocular power fused, the feeling of swelling in his eyes came back. It gradually spread through his eyes, feeling as if it was going to take over his brain. The sudden change made Yin involuntarily groan. His body tilted slightly, and blood seeped from the corners of his eyes. "Captain, what's wrong with you?" Izumi, who was busy wiping and organizing the cabinets, heard the commotion behind her and turned around, instantly frightened half to death. She saw Yin standing up but bent over, his hands pressing hard against the table, his body slightly leaning as if he couldn't steady himself and was about to fall. What scared Izumi the most was that Yan's face was covered in blood, and the veins on his forehead were bulging like wriggling worms. "Captain, don't scare me." Izumi dropped what she was holding and rushed over, supporting Yin. What she didn't expect was that Yin, who now had support, suddenly collapsed. Startled, Izumi didn't care about anything else and hurriedly caught Yin. Her small body struggled to support him as she anxiously shouted outside. Unfortunately, Fujitake was just arriving at the police department with his guards and son Itachi. He had brought Itachi along today, hoping he could quickly familiarize himself with the layout of the police department to prepare for taking over Jishui's position. Just as they reached the second floor, they heard Izumi shout and rushed in. "Patriarch, the captain seems to be sick." Fujitake and his group rushed in, and Izumi seemed to see a glimmer of hope. As for Itachi, she had already forgotten him at this moment. Compared to her infatuation with Itachi, Izumi was more worried about Yan's health. Fujitake stepped forward and supported Yan's body, helping him sit back in a chair. Looking at Yan's blood-stained face, Fujitake was momentarily stunned. This scene was the same as the reaction he had when he used the Manjiki and overexerted his ocular power. Of course, excessive use of the 3-tomo Sharingan would also injure the eyes and cause bleeding. Has he already awakened the Manjiki Sharingan? Fujitake couldn't help but suspect. But he quickly dismissed that thought and instructed Izumi. "He's fine. It's just excessive use of the Sharingan that causes ocular power to deplete. He will recover after resting for a while. You go get some water." Okay. Hearing Fujitake say this, Izumi finally let out a sigh of relief. By the way, without waiting for Izumi to leave the office, Fujitake sternly warned her, also warning his guards and son. This matter must not be known to anyone. I will issue a relevant announcement shortly. Understood. Fujitake's sudden change in attitude made Izumi, who was already under significant pressure facing the patriarch, tremble slightly and hurriedly bow her head in agreement. Seeing this, the two guards and Itachi quickly assured, "Today's events will not leak a word." Clan leader. I'm fine now. It must be said that it's commendable for the clan leader to personally take care of someone when necessary. Fugaku can indeed put aside his status. As the strong sensation of stimulation and swelling gradually faded, Yin slowly recovered and felt some changes in his eyes. You should go back and rest. Izumi will take care of you. Come back to work once you feel better. Patting Yin's shoulder, Fugaku said earnestly, outsiders will be told that you took sick leave. Understand? Sick leave? I don't need a break. Besides, I didn't get this way from overusing my Sharingan. It's due to excessive improvement in my Sharingan's power. Just as he was about to explain, Yin suddenly paused, seeming to understand Fugaku's intention. He nodded, indicating that he understood. Uchiha Yin is seriously ill and needs to rest at home, requiring someone to take care of him. Seeing that the clan leader and the captain had finished their discussion, Izumi weakly raised her hand. Clan leader, can I take care of the captain? Yes. Fugaku nodded seriously, reminding Izumi, Yin is very important to the clan. He is a key member. I hope he can take on this important task. Can you do it? After some hesitation, Izumi eventually nodded. This important task was entrusted to her by the clan leader. So Uchiha Izumi would have to give her all to take good care of the captain and not let down the clan leader's trust. After everything was arranged, Fugaku left with his people. Izumi felt a bit reluctant. It was hard to finally encounter Itachi, but unfortunately, it didn't get to say a word. And Itachi didn't even glance at her, which made Izumi feel a bit disappointed and frustrated. Upon arriving at the department head's office, Fugaku instructed someone to take Itachi down to familiarize him with the affairs of the police department, then released an announcement to the outside. As soon as the announcement was made, it caused quite a stir. Captain Uchiha Yin fell ill. Is it serious? It seems to be quite serious. It said he was covered in blood, scaring the newly joined recruits half to death. Do you think this could be the bloodline disease? Sometimes, having a bloodline limit that countless ninjas envy isn't necessarily a good thing. Families with bloodline limits often have to deal with bloodline diseases. And even a family like the Uchiha is no exception. The Hyuga clan is similarly troubled by the bloodline disease. In more severe cases, some clan members have even experienced regression in their eyes. Word spread quickly. What was initially just a sick leave announcement, combined with unrestrained discussions and gossip, transformed it into rumors that Yin was bedridden, afflicted by the bloodline disease, and was close to death. Captain, you rest well. I'll clean up a bit. In a house where one lives alone, even if Yin usually tidies up, it certainly wouldn't be immaculate. Izumi felt she should take on her responsibilities. So she rolled up her sleeves and started cleaning. Lying in bed, watching the small, busy figure, Yin initially wanted to say that he was fine and that the house didn't need special cleaning. But seeing Izumi's earnest expression, he found his words stuck in his throat. After thinking for a moment, Yin decided to just go along with Izumi's efforts. Soon after, the third patrol team rushed to Yin's house. The hot-tempered Yin was scolding as he walked. That bastard Uchiha Wind. I knew he wouldn't be decent. The captain is sick, so serious, and he actually takes sick leave. Cursing, Yin led the others into Yin's room. When they saw Yin sitting on the bed reading a book, seemingly unbothered, they were taken aback. Wasn't it said that the captain was bedridden with a serious bloodline disease? This looks no different from usual. Yin slowly raised his head, his sharp gaze sweeping over Yin, causing Yin to instinctively shrink his neck, wanting to retreat. Chapter 23. Force leave, idling while guiding Uchiha Izumi come in and close the door. Yes. Closing the door, Yin hung his head in frustration, while the others stole glances and laughed. They knew very well that Yin was about to get scolded. As expected, Yin scolded in a sarcastic tone. Keep going. Why stop? Weren't you just very capable? Captain, I didn't mean it that way. I was just worried about you, really. Sure, Yin shook his head vigorously, trying to explain. Enough. Yin interrupted him impatiently. Win's leave was approved by me. Don't take your anger out on others because of this. And you lot, behave yourselves. I'm seriously ill, you understand? The news about being sick is fake? The group exchanged looks, then nodded in understanding. If there's nothing wrong, you can leave. After lunch, you can go. Remember to behave well these days. As long as nothing happens, whoever bothers you can be dealt with. Just make it look convincing. To spread fake news, cooperation is also needed. Otherwise, how can it be convincing? Since the clan leader asked for a performance, Yin could only reluctantly cooperate. As for how many people he could fool, that wasn't something Yin needed to worry about. Moreover, he had already begun arranging tasks for the third Hokage and Danzo. It wouldn't be long before they were overwhelmed. And then they wouldn't have the time or energy to pay attention to the Uchiha clan or to continue targeting him. News about Yin having the bloodline disease continued to spread. The ever-watchful Danzo and the third Hokage soon received reports from Yumbu. Bloodline disease? After the Yumbu ninja finished reporting, the third Hokage couldn't help but furrow his brow. He remembered that most Uchiha members who had the bloodline disease had died early. Unlike the Hyuga clan, where the bloodline disease mostly resulted in the degeneration of their Byakugan. Is the news true? The third Hokage couldn't determine whether the source of the news was genuine or false. After all, information can easily become a smokescreen. Moreover, the Yumbu ninjas couldn't just go to the Uchiha clan's territory to confirm if Yin was really bedridden. Monitoring from outside the Uchiha territory was already the greatest limit. If they went any further, the Uchiha would definitely cause a scene. Even the radical Danzo wouldn't go into the Uchiha territory to stir trouble. According to the police department's announcement, Uchiha Yin indeed had a problem with his health, but the specifics couldn't be verified. Currently, Uchiha Yin has taken leave to recuperate at home. The third team members, except for the newly joined recruits and those on leave, visited him after their patrol, leaving very agitated and angry. After hearing the Yumbu ninja's words, the third Hokage nodded thoughtfully. It seems Uchiha Yin's health is indeed problematic. Whether or not it's the bloodline disease still needs verification. Thank you for your hard work. You can go rest now. Yes, the Yumbu members left. The third Hokage turned and stood by the window, gazing in the direction of the Uchiha clan. Yin had stirred up quite a bit within the clan and had offended Danzo severely. The Uchiha were likely to say he was sick to protect him. Of course, it could also be true. The specifics would have to wait for further investigation and verification from Yumbu. Not being able to personally enter the Uchiha territory for investigation was the greatest limitation for the Yumbu. Right now, it seemed likely that the Uchiha were using a smokescreen. A superfluous move. The third Hokage couldn't help but shake his head. He felt the Uchiha were being overly paranoid. Given the village's situation, no one would genuinely target the Uchiha. As for why the Uchiha had become overly paranoid, the third Hokage wouldn't ponder that question. In short, everything was the Uchiha's fault. Regardless of whether it was a smokescreen or how effective this smokescreen was, the point is that the smokescreen had been released. And Yin was now living a life of forced leave. To be honest, having gotten used to being busy, occasionally slacking off, suddenly being idle, made Yin feel uncomfortable all over. What's even scarier is that this little girl, Quan, does all the chores in his house every day, leaving Yin with nothing to do to stretch his legs. The cleaning is done, the clothes are washed, and cooking doesn't require Yan's help. If it weren't for Yan's strong objections, Quan would probably even take his underwear to wash. Captain, there are rumors outside that you have serious blood disease. Bored and looking for something to do, Quan wandered around Yan's house, feeling like the place was a bit empty. It seemed like adding some flowers and plants would make it feel more comfortable. Seeing Quan wandering around, Yin knew she was restless. So he asked Quan, if you have any questions about your training or the use of the Sharingan, feel free to ask me. Yin made it clear, I'm getting bored here. So ask me something and I can help you out. That way, neither of us will be idle. Training? Quan was slightly taken aback, but quickly smiled sweetly. My training is fine. I've been trying hard to follow the methods given by my mother and school teachers. As for the Sharingan, I think I can figure it out slowly. Yan's smile gradually froze. Was it destined for him to be so idle? Come here. Yan's expression darkened as he pointed to a chair not far away. Quan's little head couldn't understand why the captain was angry. Yin, with a serious face, looked somewhat intimidating, and Quan didn't dare to argue or ask more. She weakly responded and obediently walked over, sitting on the chair, and even only dared to let her bottom touch half of it. After Quan sat down, Yin lamentingly scolded her. As a member of the Uchiha clan, how can you have such thoughts? Figuring it out slowly? Without guidance and direction, do you think you can come up with something? Quan's talent was unquestionable. Perhaps she couldn't compare with freaks like Itachi or Shursui, but achieving 3 Tomo Sharingan as a 13-year-old elite ninja was no small feat currently in the entire Uchiha clan. Only one woman could achieve this, and that was the clan leader's wife, Uchiha Makoto, once the prodigy of the family. Activate your Sharingan and tell me what you don't understand. Finally able to find something to do, Yin felt invigorated, putting on a serious face, picking up a cup of water, taking a sip, and preparing for a serious session. As for the very wrong Quan, she was ignored by Yin. I passed the time, and you indirectly improved your strength. Isn't that a win-win? Facing the serious Yin, Quan didn't dare to be careless, and quickly activated her Sharingan. Chapter 24. Even while better than, she doesn't forget to teach you. It's truly touching. Looking at Quan's Sharingan with 2 Tomo, Yin nearly spat out the tea he was drinking. Are you kidding me? You're only 10 years old, just graduated from ninja school. The family's genius, Uchiha Itachi, only had double Tomo at this time, and yet this little girl, who nobody pays attention to, also has double Tomo. Indeed, talent is something that cannot be envied. Yin felt somewhat hit. He had his advantages, but aside from those, how did he measure up? The Uchiha clan had left behind valuable experiences regarding the use of the Sharingan over the years, suggesting that those who excel in Jinjutsu could focus on that, while others more interested in Taijutsu could develop their skills in detection and dynamic observation, and also combine Jinjutsu with swordsmanship. Jinjutsu? Quan wasn't very interested. Her Jinjutsu skills were average. To outsiders, they might be decent, but within the Uchiha clan, they seemed quite mediocre. She was good at Taijutsu, but her swordsmanship was also average, showing a bit of a lack of balance. I've seen your graduation report. Compared to Jinjutsu and swordsmanship, you excel more in Taijutsu. But that's not right. You're too unbalanced. Strong members of the Uchiha clan rarely have such significant shortcomings. This wasn't Tien boasting, as fellow elite ninjas. Uchiha elite ninjas had more comprehensive strength and fewer weaknesses than average elite ninjas. Their power was also tangible. If we were to categorize those talented ninjas, Uchiha elite ninjas would absolutely be at the top among the elite of the 5 great ninja villages. Normally, a hostile elite ninja would usually only face the fate of being chased and beaten by an Uchiha elite ninja. You may not be interested in Jinjutsu, but you need to learn to use it flexibly. As a member of the Uchiha clan, not excelling in Jinjutsu would be laughable. As for swordsmanship, that also needed to be strengthened because Uchiha as strong members rarely had severe shortcomings. Quan felt like she was back in ninja school, and Yin had turned into a teacher. However, the lecture content shifted from basic to more complex knowledge that was harder to comprehend and absorb, mostly about the Sharingan. Yin even introduced a few Jinjutsu that weren't too difficult to learn, teaching Quan hand in hand. After finally enduring until dinner, Quan returned home feeling physically and mentally exhausted. In ninja school, she was a little prodigy, but with Yin as a teacher, Quan felt like a fool. She had been scolded by Yin all day. Are you a pig? You can't even learn such simple Jinjutsu? Are you still a member of the Uchiha clan? Uchiha Quan, where's your brain? Where did it go? You can't remember such simple things. Should we dig out your Sharingan and throw it away? Usually gentle with others, Yin transformed into a tyrant the moment he became a teacher. He bombarded Quan with scolding, leaving her head buzzing and making her doubt whether she was actually a pig. Not being able to learn something so simple felt incredibly stupid. Was today particularly busy? Seeing her daughter so exhausted, her mother, Yayua, was a bit worried she couldn't handle it. No, Quan forced out a strained smile for her mother. The captain's health improved a lot today, so he specially helped me formulate a training plan and taught me how to correctly use the Sharingan. Really? Yayua's eyes lit up with joy. That's great. I knew Yin was a good child, always thinking of the family. Even now, bedridden, he doesn't forget to teach you. Yayua was very touched. Quan wanted to roll her eyes. Veteran? The captain seemed more energetic than I am, especially when scolding me for being a foolish pig. Quan, gently stroking her daughter's face. Yue earnestly advised her. You and I return to the family halfway. Many people in the family do not recognize us, and even your education has gone unnoticed. So you must seize this hard-won opportunity, understand? If it were any other family member with such good talent, they would have been taken a train long ago, with family elite ninjas teaching them directly. Yet Quan had nothing. She enjoyed none of these family benefits. Mom, I will work hard to learn from the captain. Quan's eyes reddened as she tightly hugged her mother, internally adding, even if the captain calls me a pig, even if learning is tough, I won't easily give up. I will study earnestly, no matter how hard or tiring it gets. I will never give up, even if I am scolded as a pig head every day. Just when Yin thought Quan couldn't handle it, the little girl was almost fully revitalized the next day, arriving while even humming a little tune, looking quite cheerful. Unfortunately, her good mood didn't last long. When the formal learning started, Yan's roar came as expected. Although she was scolded a bit harshly, Quan's learning progress was rapid. While she wasn't as freakish as Itachi, she was still the fastest learner Yin had seen, even surpassing him by a lot. To this, Yin could only say that having good talent is certainly a privilege. Fortunately, no matter how strong the talent, it couldn't compete with hard work. As Yin took paid leave, both the clan and the police department calmed down, but the news of Yan's serious illness continued to spread. Many within the clan who wanted to visit Yin were stopped by Fuyue at a bounty association on the border of the Land of Fire. After disguising himself, Uchiha Hokage kicked open the door of the bounty association and strode inside. Although the door was broken, the staff of the bounty association didn't mind. Their faces filled with smiles as they approached to ask, "Excuse me, sir, are you here to claim a bounty task or to post a task?" Disguised as a scarred man with a sinister gaze, Kaze looked at them coldly. "I want to sell information." "That's good." Although the main business of the bounty association was to post bounties, buying intelligence was also a favored service, and it was more profitable since they could sell it to many factions. Unlike bounty tasks, where whoever claims the target gets the reward, the bounty association could only take a small commission. Kaze sneered and grabbed the staff member by the neck. "Can you make decisions about important confidential information from Konoha among the 5 great ninja villages?" Chapter 25. The intelligence of the Bounty Association shook the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Before setting off, Yin had instructed him to act a bit more arrogant in these hellish places. The more arrogant he acted, the more the other party would trust him. This was somewhat difficult for him. However, for the task given by Yin, Kaze gritted his teeth and disguised himself, changing his demeanor. The task given by the captain absolutely could not fail. "Sir, I'm just an employee. Please don't make it hard for me." The staff member being choked was nearly in tears, tiptoeing in fear of losing breath. "I'll go get the supervisor right away, sir. Let's discuss this inside." "Smart of you." Disdainfully tossing the person aside, Kaze swaggered into the internal private room of the Bounty Association, waiting for the supervisor's arrival. Soon, the supervisor arrived, a rotund man, as plump as a chicken leg, smiled with narrowed eyes, respectfully bending over and cautiously asking, "I wonder what information this esteemed sir wishes to sell?" "You can rest assured that our association offers fair prices for intelligence. I'm not worried about whether you dare to buy." "You're joking, sir." The supervisor had seen his fair share of storms. They all did unscrupulous work, as long as they could make money. The rest was secondary. Even if the information was very important, they could buy it and send it directly to headquarters to sell. The 5 great ninja villages wouldn't go so far as to push bounty associations worldwide out of anger. At least, that's what they hoped. With an air of superiority, Kaze took out several pieces of information and placed them on the table. The supervisor quickly picked up one scroll and opened it to read. Intelligence was not like bounty tasks. Its value needed to be assessed personally. Hiss! Upon opening the scroll and glancing at it, the supervisor's chubby face lost its smile. Unable to suppress a sharp intake of breath, and his nearly squinted eyes sparkled with light. He realized this was a big deal. Moreover, the content of the intelligence in the scroll was astonishing enough. Once released, it would definitely cause a stir throughout the ninja world. The Bounty Association wouldn't care about Kaze's background or how he obtained the information. They only cared about acquiring intelligence. as long as the information wasn't entirely fabricated. It was worth their investment. As for other matters, money was what truly mattered. Once the intelligence was sold, whether Konoha would be angry was none of their concern. After resting for a few days, Uchiha Kaze smoothly returned to the village. "Captain, the rumors outside aren't true, right?" As soon as Kaze rushed back to Konoha, he hadn't even had time to catch his breath before hearing people in the village discussing Yan's serious blood disease, which startled him, and he immediately rushed to Yan's home. "What do you think?" Yan gave him a contemplative look, took the scroll, and glanced at it. "What is this?" "Money." "How much?" "I forgot. Seems like several million." The intelligence provided by Yan was naturally not all true. As the saying goes, truth and falsehood are intertwined as long as it can deceive people. Why bother with the details? Moreover, the purpose of selling the intelligence was mainly to trick people, to divert the attention of the higher-ups. Yin never intended to rely on selling intelligence to make money. Once discovered, it would be a huge problem. The trap had already been set. Now it depended on whether the Bounty Association would deliver. This group of people, who would do any business for money, might really give the third Hokage and Danzo a big surprise. At the daimyo's residence, a daimyo as thin as a bamboo pole, who spent his days enjoying life with nothing else to do, was reclining on a lounge chair, comfortably enjoying the service of the maid while watching the beautiful dance of the dancer below. For ordinary people, such a beautiful life was a dream to envy. But for the daimyo, it was merely a condiment in daily life. "Daimyo, I have important news to report." At this moment, the secretary hurriedly ran in. The daimyo's voice sounded somewhat lazy and weak, as if his spine had been pulled out. Bored, he yawned and waved his hand, signaling the maids and dancers to leave. After everyone left, the daimyo lazily asked, "What is it that has you so flustered? Is there another assassin infiltrating the daimyo's residence? You should take a look." The secretary, looking troubled, cautiously took out a scroll of intelligence and handed it to the daimyo. The daimyo glanced at it sideways, still maintaining his lazy demeanor. Sigh. "Let us see then." With a casual shake, the daimyo struggled several times before successfully opening the scroll. When his lazy gaze fell on the scroll for less than a few seconds, his eyes suddenly widened, and his body, which seemed boneless, sat up straight. His lazy voice rose several degrees, becoming somewhat sharp and even tremulous. "How dare he? Where did this scroll come from? Is it false information spread by enemy countries?" The secretary was also startled by the daimyo's reaction and quickly explained. "The source of the scroll was informed to us that it was bought from the Bounty Association, and it is said that the accuracy of the intelligence is quite high. They even know about Konoha's route, a hidden department. So the source of the information cannot be wrong. Even if someone is deliberately spreading it, it indicates that there's indeed an issue. Daimyo, think back to how Shimura Danzo treated you when the fourth Hokage was appointed." The daimyo tried hard to recall. It didn't seem much until he thought of it and was startled. At that time, the third Hokage nominated Minato Namikaze as the fourth Hokage, while Danzo nominated Orochimaru, and he personally found Minato more agreeable. After all, he was a young, handsome guy with a good reputation and strong abilities. It was much more pleasant than looking at Orochimaru, right? Thus, he also agreed to let Minato become Hokage. As a result, he was glared at by Danzo on the spot, and the daimyo still couldn't forget Danzo's cold eyes filled with murderous intent. That gaze seemed to want to kill him. Yes, that terrifying gaze. Danzo, that damn Danzo, what does he want? Does he want to kill me and take my place? The more the daimyo thought about it, the angrier he became. Sent a letter to question Sarutobi Hiruzen. What do they want to do? Do they really want to support someone else and eliminate me? In a chaotic ninja world filled with various assassinations and betrayals, it was strange that the safety of the daimyo was not that significant. Because aside from a few crazy madmen, no one would think of assassinating the daimyo. Despite the intense competition and conflicts among the 5 great ninja villages, the relations among the daimyos of the 5 great nations were quite good. The daimyos of many small countries were the same. Everyone intermarried and had familial ties, and the daimyos represented the bottom line of each country. They could do anything, but absolutely must not assassinate the daimyos. Otherwise, with the weak protection they provided, if an assassination were to occur, who knows how many times they would die. Chapter 26. The the daimyo's delayed funding. Sarutobi Hiruzen can't sit still among the information sold by Yin. There was a piece targeting the daimyo. After all, Danzo had previously threatened the daimyo of the Fire Country. Such information, once leaked, could definitely lead to significant misunderstandings. The Fire Country is not like the Earth Country or the Lightning Country. The daimyo of the Earth and Lightning Countries can be quite close to their respective kages, but that is not the case for the Fire Country. No one would allow the daimyo to extend his hand into Konoha. Among the 5 great nations, the position of the Fire Country's daimyo is the most awkward. The relationship with Konoha is neither too good nor too bad, yet the daimyo is always scheming to undermine Konoha, which makes the higher-ups in Konoha wary. Additionally, Danzo's previous threats against the daimyo can be utilized. Thus, Yin decisively fabricated a piece of false information and let it out. As for the extent of the gains, it would depend on how much the daimyo disliked Danzo and how much he valued his own life. The daimyo could not just question them directly. His aides became anxious and quickly advised him, "Let's not discuss whether the information is true or not. Even if it is, we can't question them like this. What if we push them into a corner? Then what should I do?" The daimyo angrily tossed his sleeve and sat down on his chair. Every time he recalled the look Danzo had given him, he felt uneasy, fearing that Danzo might one day decide to do him in. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, an aide shared his thoughts. "Your Excellency, a direct confrontation won't work. Since Shimura Danzo dares to threaten you and entertain improper thoughts, it means he is capable of taking action. We shouldn't confront him directly, but should instead apply pressure. I remember the time for the daimyo's funding to Konoha is approaching this year. The village's development relies heavily on a large amount of money. Even if Konoha can operate independently, maintaining and training ninjas is costly, and relying solely on self-generated funds is not enough to support so many people. The funding from the daimyo's office is of utmost importance. Just look at Tsunade. The daimyo reduced their funding because he was unhappy with their continuous defeats, forcing them to tighten their belts and cut down on excess ninjas, leading them to adopt an elite-only approach. We should delay the funds, and then let Sarutobi Hiruzen come to the daimyo's office and pressure him to deal with Danzo. A direct question might provoke a backlash from Danzo, but having the 3rd Hokage apply pressure is different. If you don't handle this well, I won't provide the funds. After all, you wouldn't dare to kill me. At worst, I could expose the information and let everyone in the ninja world see how ugly Konoha's true nature is. Those in higher positions cherish their lives more, and the more they value their lives, the more suspicious they become. Because of an unverified piece of information, the daimyo has already begun to suspect Danzo. After all, Danzo did threaten him and truly intended to take action against him. Fine, let's do it this way. If Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't give me a reasonable explanation, I will reveal everything. During the 3rd Great Ninja War, Konoha suffered severe losses, and the turmoil during the Night of the Nine Tails undoubtedly added to Konoha's financial woes. Even after several years, Konoha still hadn't recovered. Every day, the 3rd Hokage would worry about the village's financial shortfall. Konoha was in dire need of money. Knock, knock, knock. Kumin, hearing the knock, the 3rd Hokage put down the documents in his hand and rubbed his tired eyes. When the door opened and he saw who had entered, he smiled and asked, "Oh, it's you, Konohamaru. What brings you here?" "I mainly came to ask why the date has passed, but the funding from the daimyo's office has not arrived." Being old friends and partners, their conversation was direct and relaxed, as if asking a friend if they had eaten. "The money hasn't arrived?" The 3rd Hokage frowned. The daimyo's office was usually very punctual every year. Perhaps something has delayed it. If it hasn't arrived in a few days, I'll send someone to inquire. Remember to urge them. There are many places in the village that need money. Konohamaru reminded the 3rd Hokage not to forget, then left directly. As an elder advisor, she had a pile of matters to attend to and was not as free as Danzo. The 3rd Hokage never expected that the delay in the daimyo's funding would take a full 2 weeks without any updates. After being urged a few times by Konohamaru, the 3rd Hokage finally realized that the situation was not so simple. If it was just a delay, the daimyo's office should have sent someone to inform him. However, 2 weeks had passed with not a single word, which was very unusual. The daimyo's office was beginning to take action. On the Uchiha side, after resting for half a month, Yin could no longer hold back and eventually returned to his post. They had mentioned negotiating to reorganize the police department half a month ago, but still, there was no movement. It was clear that they were unreliable. Yin could already imagine the scene of Fugaku, the clan leader, and several elders arguing back and forth, only to fail to reach any conclusion. It was unfortunate for Fugaku to be saddled with several elders with heavy personal interests. Being a clan leader was not an easy task. Captain, do we need to go out on patrol? Not only was Yin feeling stifled, but even Izumi wanted to go out for a stroll. Unfortunately, for half a month, she had to obediently stay by Yan's side every day, being taught diligently. Let's wait for the clan leader's notification. Although they didn't need to stay home anymore, Fugaku still required Yin to stay at the police department as much as possible rather than go out on patrol or handle various public order matters. Yin knew Fugaku was doing this for his own good. He was afraid that Danzo might take him out secretly. He took all the documents out of the cabinet. Rest or no rest, the necessary paperwork still had to be handled. He was resting at home, but the patrols and duties of Team 3 were still being carried out. As for handling various cases, he could only set them aside and wait until he returned to deal with them. In the Hokage office building, the third Hokage could no longer sit still. The village needed money everywhere, yet there was no movement from the daimyo's office. And the people sent there hadn't even seen the daimyo himself. There was definitely something wrong. The third Hokage decided to go personally. Kakashi, it's going to be hard on you for a while. When the Hokage travels, there will definitely be people following to provide protection. This time, the third Hokage decided to bring Kakashi and his Umbu team along. Kakashi, wearing an Umbu mask, slightly bowed his head and did not speak. By the way, inform Uchiha Fugaku to come see me. Lastly, recalling the morning's report from the Umbu ninja monitoring the Uchiha, the third Hokage felt it necessary to meet Fugaku in person to verify some information. After receiving the notification, Fugaku immediately set aside his work and headed to the Hokage office building. However, Fugaku did not expect that after a few casual exchanges, the third Hokage would shift the topic to Yin. Chapter 27. The third Hokage calls for Uchiha Yin. Fugaku, I heard that Uchiha Yin's health has improved and that he has returned to his position in the police department. Although puzzled, Fugaku still answered according to his pre-planned response. Yes, Lord Hokage, Yan's health has recovered well. Although the bloodline disease is quite severe over the years, the clan has gained some experience in treating it. Plus, Yan's discomfort was detected early, and after treatment, he has improved a lot. I see. The third Hokage nodded as if he believed it, but how much he truly believed was probably known only to him. According to the surveillance and investigation by the Umbu, Itachi has not even stepped out of his house during this period of rest, let alone gone to the Konoha hospital for treatment. As for the internal treatment within the Uchiha clan, the third Hokage doesn't believe a single word of it. If the Uchiha really had a way to treat the bloodline disease, there wouldn't be so many clan members dying from it. Faik straightened his body, resting his hands on the desk, and only then did the third Hokage state his purpose. This year, there have been some issues at the daimyo's residence, causing the funding for the village to be delayed. I need to personally visit the daimyo's residence. So I hope the police department can send a small team to accompany me. Who do you think would be suitable for this? Going to the daimyo's residence? This was something Faik never expected. Such a task shouldn't involve the Uchiha at all. It was mostly handled by the Umbu, and the higher-ups wouldn't trust the Uchiha. To have Uchiha members dispatched from the police department to protect the Hokage was simply a fantasy. Yet, the impossible became possible with the third Hokage. What exactly did the Hokage want to convey? Doubting in his heart, Faik still replied honestly, Hokage-sama, within the clan. Aside from me and a few elders, there are also some clan members working in the police department. I think Shursui would be a suitable candidate, but he has already been reassigned from the police department. What about Uchiha Itachi? The third Hokage looked at Faik and calmly mentioned Itachi's name. Faik's heart skipped a beat. So this was the purpose of his waiting. Was it to target Itachi, or to verify the matter of Itachi having the bloodline disease? With his thoughts racing, Faik hesitated and said, Hokage-sama, Itachi's personal strength is recognized within the clan, but his body has just recovered. and I fear he may not be able to bear this heavy responsibility. Fayek didn't want Itachi to come into contact with the third Hokage at all. Unfortunately, the third Hokage was insistent. He showed a kind and approachable smile and said, "Fayek, I believe in him. After all, this kid Itachi has recently been outshining Shursui and Sasuke, so it shouldn't be too difficult for him, right? What the hell? How could I refuse now that you've specifically named him? Do I even have a right to refuse?" Not giving Fayek a chance to continue to decline, the third Hokage decisively stated, "If there are no issues, then inform him to get ready. We will gather at the village entrance at 2 p.m. The Hokage going out wasn't a big deal, but it shouldn't be too noisy." Understood. Having reached this point, Fayek could only accept it. Feeling frustrated, he left the Hokage's office and, with a heavy heart, went to the police department to personally inform Itachi of this matter. Me? Protecting the Hokage to the daimyo's residence? Itachi's reaction was just as Fayek had guessed, shocked and incredulous. Isn't this the Umbu's job? What is this old man Hokage trying to do? Fayek felt uncomfortable, but he had no choice. He could only reassure Itachi. Perhaps it's just a normal protection task. Get ready, take 2 people with you, and you can choose your teammates. Your team will only be responsible for the surface, while the real protection for the Hokage will definitely be handled by the Umbu. Besides, the Hokage's strength shouldn't be underestimated. Speechless. Very speechless. Just incredibly speechless. Besides being speechless, Itachi really couldn't find the words to describe his feelings at that moment. Gather at the village entrance at 2 p.m. in the afternoon. The Hokage will be waiting there, so don't miss the time. After repeatedly reminding Itachi to be cautious and prepared, Fayek left with a belly full of thoughts. Unlike the frustrated Itachi, Izumi was as happy as a chirping bird when she learned that the team would take on the important task of protecting the third Hokage to the daimyo's residence. Indeed, those who have never been beaten by reality have a simple mindset. After considering for a while, Itachi decided to take Izumi and Fu with him, leaving Chihan and the others at the police department. Although Uchiha Fu was not very talkative, at least he was stable, and Izumi could serve as a personal secretary. Itachi really couldn't expect her to do anything significant. After changing clothes and organizing equipment, Itachi set off with his team. As for why the person working in the police department needed to bring a forehead protector, although he didn't understand the third Hokage's insistence on mobilizing a police department team for protection, Kakashi still dutifully led his team, spreading out around to secretly protect the third Hokage. Outside the village, on the road to the daimyo's residence, the third Hokage stood by the roadside, smoking a pipe and enjoying the pleasure of puffing smoke. What a typical old smoker. With a mental complaint, Itachi approached. "Hokage-sama, we can set off now." The third Hokage nodded with a kind smile, and while walking, he didn't forget to inquire about Itachi's health. "I heard your health has improved a lot. And your condition has been controlled?" "Yes, because the clan has considerable experience in treating the bloodline disease, so it has been well controlled." Itachi tried to maintain a cold demeanor, reducing conversation with the third Hokage, focusing intently on observing everything around him, appearing very diligent. Unfortunately, the third Hokage kept chattering in his ear. "Seeing you all, I feel as if I see my younger self. Back then, I was just like you, full of youthful vitality." Itachi thought, "Can you please shut up? Can you say a little less?" The fact proved that when you don't want to deal with someone, having them constantly chatter in your ear is truly painful. At this moment, Itachi was enduring, and Uchiha Fu was feeling the same way. This guy was usually a man of few words, absolutely capable of taking action without speaking. Yet he happened to encounter the endlessly chattering third Hokage. This was going to be a long ordeal. Chapter 28. The Will of Fire's transmission fails. The daimyo questions Hisashi. The incessant chattering was bad enough, but what made Itachi roll his eyes was that the third Hokage was prattling on about the will of fire all the way. Was he treating him like a second Shursui? Listening to the third Hokage talk about the greatness of the village and the inheritance of the will of fire. It wasn't just Itachi and Fu who couldn't take it. Even Izumi, who had just graduated from the ninja school and was filled with love for the village, was starting to struggle. If it weren't for the fear of being scolded by Itachi, Izumi would have even wanted to shake off all the goosebumps on her body. Mirai is my companion, my friend, and also a disciple of my teacher, but unfortunately, the Umbu ninja, who had been following in the shadows, all looked towards Kakashi. They wanted to ask, since when did the Hokage start reminiscing about the past? After talking nonstop all the way until nightfall, the third Hokage finally stopped. The third Hokage would not arbitrarily summon Itachi to his side and chatter away for an entire afternoon without reason. Clearly, there was a purpose behind it, but the results were not as satisfactory. After an afternoon of testing, the third Hokage could confirm that Itachi was different from the average Uchiha. Although he could not become a second Shursui or Shursui's backup, the biggest difference between Itachi and other Uchiha was that he had no aversion to the village. Even though there was currently much distrust between the village and the Uchiha are the Uchiha of the village, and they will always be a part of the village. I firmly believe this. This was one of the few statements Itachi made that satisfied the third Hokage. Besides this, what the third Hokage couldn't quite accept was that Itachi seemed to have no feelings for the will of fire at all, no matter how much he talked. Itachi still didn't show much reaction. Clearly, Itachi was an Uchiha who recognized the village but rejected the will of fire. Captain, next time there is such a good thing, please don't bring me along. During the patrol, Fong couldn't help but vent his frustrations. If it weren't for the incessant chatter of the third Hokage that had scared him, he would never have said such things given his personality. After all, he used to be the type to say, I don't like it, I can ignore it. This shows just how powerful the third Hokage's mouth is. Do you think I want to? If he could, Yin would rather disgust himself by personally grabbing a pile of dung and shoving it into the third Hokage's mouth to make him shut up. Just endure it. Tomorrow should be more relaxed. If Yan's guess is correct, the third Hokage's incessant talk is definitely purposeful, even to test him. Once the test is over, he naturally won't have so much to say. If he can't stand it, the third Hokage, at his age, must be feeling it in his throat too. It's a classic case of hurting oneself while trying to hurt the enemy. If our ears can't take it, your throat can't bear it either. No one here is going to have it easy. At this moment, the third Hokage didn't want to say a word. He had talked too much during the day, and his throat was almost on fire. A night of silence passed. Yin and Feng knew that when the Hokage was out, there were ANBU ninjas secretly protecting him, so they weren't very concerned about the patrol and vigilance around them. Instead, Quan was focused and worried about enemies popping up to assassinate the third Hokage. Just as Yin had predicted, the next day, the third Hokage was mute, maintaining silence throughout the journey, and the group arrived at the daimyo's residence in the afternoon. They headed straight for the palace where the daimyo lived. In the land of fire, theoretically, the daimyo and the Hokage were equals. Unfortunately, the third Hokage didn't have the same strong backing as the first and second Hokages, so he needed to announce his arrival before seeing the daimyo. For someone who needed money, having a strong backing was not an option. Looking at the third Hokage, who was waiting patiently with his hands behind his back in front of the palace, it was hard to imagine that this old man wielded such power in Konoha. Finally willing to come? After receiving the announcement, the daimyo angrily shouted, "Let him in. I want to see how Sarutobi Hiruzen explains this matter." The attendant said, "The lord can go in, but you can't bring so many people." They glanced at Yin and the others beside the third Hokage. After all, it was to meet the daimyo, and while they could bring bodyguards, they couldn't bring everyone into the palace. The third Hokage expressed his understanding. "Yin, you come in with me." "Yes," Yin said to Quan and Feng. "You two find a place to rest first. After this is over, I'll come find you." He gestured to Feng with a sign only they understood, and Feng nodded slightly, leading Quan away from the palace. The Hokage saw that the daimyo wouldn't allow too many guards or weapons, not knowing who set such a peculiar rule. Yin felt it had to do with the second Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Only he would think the Hokage's strength posed a serious threat to the daimyo. Compared to the Hokage office, the daimyo's palace was truly luxurious. Even after mentally preparing himself, Yin was still amazed. One must say that having money allows for indulgence. Following them into the main hall of the palace, they saw the daimyo with a long face. The daimyo didn't seem to be in a good mood. With a heart full of confusion, the third Hokage stepped forward, nodded slightly, and spoke first. "Daimyo." In response to the third Hokage, The daimyo coldly huffed in dissatisfaction. When did the daimyo become so temperamental? Was this the same daimyo who almost shrank back into his chair when Danzo glared at him? What was going on? Yin was somewhat surprised. Sarutobi Hiruzen, how dare you come here? Don't you feel ashamed? The daimyo didn't even use the title of Hokage, directly addressing him as Sarutobi Hiruzen. Striking first, the third Hokage was taken aback, thinking, what have I done? Why should I feel ashamed? Why can't I come to the daimyo's residence? He didn't understand what the daimyo meant. Had he offended the daimyo somewhere? Given the situation, if he didn't calm the daimyo's anger, he wouldn't be able to discuss this year's funding allocation. You can see for yourself. The daimyo, even too lazy to explain, directly threw a scroll that had been placed aside to the third Hokage. Didn't you say you didn't offend me? Then take a good look at what your Konoha has done. The old man was so scared that he had to find a place to hide, to sleep peacefully these days. Thinking of all the grievances he had suffered over the years, the daimyo's expression grew even uglier. Could it be that the information released had reached the daimyo's hands? Yin raised his hand to catch the scroll and handed it to the third Hokage, then continued to stand by and watch the show. Today's drama seemed very exciting. Yin himself didn't expect that a piece of information with little credibility could make the daimyo so angry. Indeed, the more someone knows how to live, the more carefree they are, the more they fear death. The daimyo is the best example of this. The third Hokage frowned as he opened the scroll, eager to know why the daimyo was so angry. Chapter 29, Daimyo. With Danzo and me, you can only choose one from Konoha. However, after only a few seconds of reading the scroll, his expression changed drastically. Impossible. This absolutely cannot be. This information is false. Someone is deliberately targeting our land of fire. Targeting the relationship between Konoha and the daimyo's residence. What do you mean by Danzo, the leader of the root, planning to assassinate the daimyo? Isn't this nonsense? Although Danzo would love to crush the daimyo, the third Hokage would never allow him to do so. Danzo wouldn't dare to do such a ridiculous thing at this time, because if he really did, it would mean he would have no place to stay in Konoha or even in the Land of Fire. Impossible. The third Hokage's explanation was not believed by the daimyo, who thought he was just trying to quibble. Angrily, he jumped up from his chair and loudly questioned Sarutobi Hiruzen. You know what kind of person Shimura Danzo is? A few years ago, you came to me for help, asking me to support Minato Namikaze to become the fourth Hokage. I helped you, and what happened? Danzo's eyes were as if you wanted to kill me. You said you would give me an explanation, but where is the explanation? A load of crap. After that, the third Hokage forgot about this matter. To be precise, he didn't care at all, because at that time, the war had ended, and the village was full of problems. Plus, with Minato becoming Hokage, the third Hokage needed to navigate various situations. So how could he have time to worry about this? Besides, it was just a threatening glance. Danzo wouldn't really kill him. Who would have thought the daimyo would remember this? When combined with this unreliable piece of information, it made the daimyo truly believe that Danzo wanted to kill him. Damn it. The third Hokage was so angry he almost cursed. What old grievances did you remember? And where did this damned information come from? Seeing the third Hokage's sullen face and his silence, the daimyo thought he was feeling guilty and sneered. Hokage, you say Danzo isn't that kind of person? Then tell me, what kind of person is he? I'm just a bystander. How did I get caught up in this? Yin was stunned for a moment, then immediately noticed the third Hokage suddenly looking at him. The meaning was clear. Don't say anything reckless. For others, the third Hokage wasn't afraid, but Yin was unpredictable. Just because Yin dared to take action against family elders and dared to scold Danzo in the police department as a rat in the gutter, the kind of courage wouldn't give him any hints. He would definitely dare to expose some of Danzo's actions. Well, Danzo is a good person, a very good person. Although he had already torn his face with Danzo, at this time, he couldn't pour oil on the fire. Otherwise, it would be like going against himself. Yin didn't want this fire to burn inexplicably on him. It was still better to watch the show. Bullshit. Hearing Yin say this, the daimyo exploded. His thin face, almost devoid of flesh and full of skin, trembled slightly. Do you think I'm a fool? When the old man couldn't gather intelligence from Konoha, how did Danzo target the Uchiha clan? As a member of the Uchiha, don't you know? Or have you forgotten how you scolded Danzo not long ago? A good person? He's a good person? Well then, it's time to lay it all out. Yin shrugged at the third Hokage. This isn't my fault. There are people in the daimyo's office helping to collect various intelligence in Konoha, and I can't do anything about it. It's frustrating. The third Hokage was completely at a loss. At this moment, he could only grit his teeth and continue to defend himself and Danzo. Daimyo, there are many misunderstandings regarding the matters between Danzo and the Uchiha. However, this intelligence is not accurate. Danzo could not commit such treasonous acts, and I would not allow him to take any action. Well, I believe your words. The daimyo asked anxiously. How does an ordinary person know about the root department in Konoha? How the hell would I know where this damn intelligence came from? The third Hokage was instantly speechless, because, let alone outsiders, even within the village, very few people know about the root department, and even if they do, they need to keep it confidential. Otherwise, the Umbu would definitely come knocking on your door for a heart-to-heart. The daimyo was angry, had scolded, and felt that he had lost his composure today, sitting down to drink 2 cups of tea before calming down. Then he issued an ultimatum to the third Hokage. I don't care whether Danzo has such thoughts or not. In any case, I really dislike Danzo. This root, I think it doesn't need to exist. Spending my money to support someone who poses a threat to me, I'm not stupid. This was the first time in many years that the daimyo openly threatened, showing just how angry he was at this moment. In the end, it's all about fearing death and the troubles it brings, combined with Danzo's questionable character. With the previous threat and Yan's false information, it directly caused the daimyo to explode. I give Konoha so much money every year, and this is how you repay me? You still think I give too little and want to kill me to support others? If this matter isn't handled well, I think Konoha shouldn't expect any more funding from the daimyo's office. I will directly contact the daimyo of the Land of Lightning and the daimyo of the Land of Earth. I believe Iwanin Village and Kumanin Village would be more than happy to provide me with protection. Damn! The third Hokage's heart was nearly broken. The daimyo had almost brought up hostile villages, showing how determined he was. Either you Konoha deal with the issues of Root and Danzo, or I will contact the hostile villages and have them provide me with protection. I won't give you money anymore. Let you live like Tsunade, being self-sufficient and tightening your belts. Is there any choice in this? Definitely not, because the third Hokage could only choose the daimyo and give up on Danzo and Root. I hope you won't brush me off. Please rest assured, daimyo, I will handle this matter personally. If the daimyo is not at ease, Konoha can provide absolute protection to prevent any accidents. Let people from hostile villages protect the daimyo? What kind of international joke is this? Not to mention what impact it would have, but as soon as the news gets out, Konoha will definitely be laughed at by other villages. Accept your protection? Forget it. I wouldn't dare. The daimyo couldn't help but roll his eyes. Danzo wants to kill me, and I would still accept your protection? Wouldn't that be sending myself into a wolf's den? If the daimyo is not at ease, the Uchiha can provide protection. Seeing an opportunity, Yin definitely could take advantage of it, perhaps reaping some benefits while also giving Shursui something to do, instead of letting Shursui enter the Umbu. Working hard as a double agent, it would be better for him to come to the daimyo's office to protect the daimyo. This way, he could also see what kind of person Danzo really is. Chapter 30. A new turning point for the Uchiha, 3 joys. In any case, Danzo has no explanation. Even if he did nothing, once the mud falls into his pants, no one would believe him. Perhaps pulling the daimyo into the mix would be beneficial for the Uchiha. So, after silently watching the drama, Yin proposed that the Uchiha protect the daimyo. The daimyo must be well aware of how bad the relationship between the Uchiha and Danzo is. Otherwise, he wouldn't have deliberately said that just now. The third Hokage was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected Yin to say that, but having the Uchiha protect the daimyo was indeed an option. If the daimyo is unwilling to believe the people he sent, fearing they might be Danzo's spies, then let the Uchiha handle it. After all, the relationship between the Uchiha and Danzo couldn't be worse. As for Yan's intentions, the third Hokage could no longer care. The most important thing now was to handle this matter well. Otherwise, if the village's finances continued to tighten, they would become a laughingstock in the eyes of other villages. The third Hokage would not allow such a thing to happen to himself. Well, the people sent by the third Hokage might have issues, but Uchiha ninjas are more trustworthy. After all, their relationship is very poor, and the daimyo was somewhat tempted, although he had gathered quite a few ninjas around him. These ninjas were hard to put on the table. If Danzo was pushed to the brink and truly took action against him, relying on those ninjas he had spent money to gather would not protect him at all. I think this proposal is good. The third Hokage could only step forward to support Yin. Yin continued to add fuel to the fire. Daimyo, the people sent by the Uchiha will be our strongest, and their strength is unmatched in Konoha. Not to mention that the Hokage's advisor wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Even if he did, with our people protecting you, the daimyo would be safe. Yin already knew about Shursui unlocking the Manjiki Sharingan. The third Hokage was shocked. This was an absolute secret, known to very few. It seemed Shursui was no longer trustworthy. In his heart, the third Hokage had already changed his view of Shursui from usable to unusable. As for trust, forget it. He would never trust Uchiha people. Even his former comrade Uchiha Kagami was being guarded against, let alone Shursui. Really? With strength that is unmatched in Konoha, it can definitely be said to be powerful. Having such a strong person to protect him would surely increase the safety factor significantly. At this moment, the daimyo was genuinely moved. It is absolutely true. If the daimyo does not believe it, he can ask Lord Hokage how strong our Uchiha clan's ninjas are. I believe Lord Hokage knows best. You've said this much. What else can I say? You might as well just give Shursui's ID number. The third Hokage nodded gloomily. Well then, I will leave this matter to you, Uchiha. As long as you can ensure my safety, I will help explain the conflicts and misunderstandings between your family and the village. Having gained benefits, naturally I must give some return. Thus, the daimyo returned the favor. Yin nearly laughed out loud. Could this be considered an unexpected joy? It seems his suggestion was quite correct. Just look at the third Hokage's ugly expression. The village targeting the Uchiha and monitoring them led to the Uchiha being constrained everywhere. Once the daimyo got involved, it would be different. As long as the Uchiha did not lean towards the daimyo's office, the third Hokage would have to slow down his targeting of the Uchiha. As long as the third Hokage slowed down his targeting of the Uchiha, Yin would have enough time to deal with internal family issues. The hardliners were always an unstable bomb. They had to be removed early. Originally, Yin thought handling the hardliners would take a long time, but unexpectedly, the daimyo came along and provided the opportunity. Coming out of the palace, the third Hokage's expression had never been good. He didn't even have time to rest, sending Yin to find Kaze and Izumi and return to the village immediately. He needed to deal with Danzo and Root as soon as possible. Otherwise, if the daimyo stirred up trouble, it would be a big mess. Tawanzo found enough amusement to keep the third Hokage extremely busy, and even provided the Uchiha with new opportunities. This wave could be described as 3 joys coming at once. Quickly gather and return to the village. Upon finding Kaze and Izumi, Yin did not explain why they were returning in such a hurry. The 3 quickly arrived at the entrance of the daimyo's mansion, and after meeting with the third Hokage, they returned directly to the village. Unlike their leisurely journey there, the third Hokage did not dare waste any time on the way back, rushing all the way, and they reached Konoha that very night. Thank you for your hard work. Upon returning to the village, the third Hokage hurriedly left after saying this. If this matter wasn't handled well, it could have a significant impact on the village. Not to mention, Tawanzo would definitely cause a stir. You all go back and rest. I need to discuss something with the clan leader. After sending Kaze and Izumi home to rest, Yin headed alone to the clan leader's estate. By this time, it was already late at night, and the Fugaku family had gone to sleep. So when Yin entered the courtyard, he deliberately made some noise to avoid any misunderstandings, then stood in the courtyard waiting. There was a commotion in the courtyard. Of the 4 members of the Fugaku family, 3 were directly awakened. It was Yin. It seemed he had something important to discuss. Fugaku got up and dressed, while Makoto said, "I'll make some tea." When she opened the door, she happened to see Itachi peeking out. Makoto raised her hand to ruffle her son's hair and smiled, saying, "It's Yin. He has something important to discuss with your father. Go back to sleep." Itachi nodded understandingly and retreated to his room, closing the door, but he remained curious, peeking through the window to look into the courtyard. Unfortunately, he couldn't see or hear anything and didn't dare eavesdrop, so he could only feel frustrated and continue trying to sleep. However, he noted this incident down, planning to tell Shui about it the next day. What Itachi didn't know was that he wouldn't have the chance, as Shui would rush to the daimyo's mansion overnight, tasked with protecting the daimyo. This would also create a rift between Shui and the higher-ups, a win-win situation. Returning in such a hurry? Fugaku frowned slightly, sitting cross-legged on the cool mat. It seemed something important happened at the daimyo's mansion. Yin always hated sitting directly on the ground. After a while, his knees would feel uncomfortable. Yes, very important, both for the village and for the Uchiha. We might have a new turning point. Nodding, Yin recounted the events, including the incessant chatter of the third Hokage during their visit to the daimyo's mansion. Although he omitted as much as possible. After listening to Yin, Fugaku was stunned for a few seconds, and just as Mikoto arrived with tea, she too was taken aback. Ha ha ha. A few seconds later, Fugaku laughed joyfully like a child, his previous stern demeanor and frown completely disappearing, leaving only hearty laughter. The reason Fugaku was so happy was simple. Not only did the Uchiha have a new turning point from their difficult situation, but Towanzo was also going to be in big trouble. Chapter 31. Things against Towanzo, my favorite thing to do. You've always targeted us. Now it's your turn to be unlucky, and not just unlucky, but extremely unlucky. Watching Towanzo's misfortune was one thing. On another note, among those targeting the Uchiha, Towanzo was the absolute main force. The third Hokage and others only advocated for monitoring and defense, but Towanzo was always fixated on exterminating the Uchiha. With Towanzo in trouble and losing power, the Uchiha might finally be able to breathe a little easier. Well done, well done. Fugaku laughed more exaggeratedly, completely forgetting his status as clan leader, and he slapped the wooden floor twice with force, making Yin feel like he'd gone mad. Was it really that exaggerated? However, Towanzo's misfortune was indeed a cause for great celebration. All right, the kids are sleeping. Mikoto, with a mix of amusement and exasperation, walked over to set up the low table and arrange the tea, reminding Fugaku not to make a fool of himself. Although she wasn't too afraid of Yin finding out. The kids were still asleep, and it wouldn't be good to disturb them. Besides, it wouldn't sound good if it got out. The former dignity of the clan leader was completely thrown out the window. His composure had dropped to the floor. Seeing this scene, Yin couldn't help but feel a headache. Losing composure like this was indeed not something that would sound good if it got out. Therefore, Fugaku suppressed his laughter, adopting a serious expression. Using his eyes to convey to Yin, what happens tonight must not get out, otherwise I won't be able to face anyone. Knowing he was still laughing like this, Yin rolled his eyes and continued, aside from that, I recommend Shui to go to the daimyo's mansion to protect the daimyo. Firstly, his strength is sufficient. Secondly, his wavering stance is not convincing. Now, he has a notorious reputation in the family, and rather than being mistreated in the Umbu, it's better to go to the daimyo's mansion. Your idea is good. Shui is indeed the most suitable person. Fugaku thought for a moment and agreed with Yan's suggestion. Previously, he had placed Shui in the Umbu for the sake of the family, but now it seemed there was no need for that at all. As long as Shui protected the daimyo well, the pressure on the Uchiha from the village would only lessen. Once the pressure decreased, suddenly Fugaku realized something, forgetting about his tea, and abruptly raised his head. Are you planning to take action against the elders? It seemed he had already realized. Saying take action sounds a bit harsh. Yin shook his head slightly and said, they're all family members. If possible, I wouldn't want to do this. Unfortunately, the existence of hardliners is always a significant issue. If they're not dealt with properly, the family will ultimately be unable to unite. And these people could even lead the family into the abyss. Never underestimate the power of a ticking time bomb. This thing could be big or small. If it escalates, it could even take the Uchiha to the opposite side of the entire Konoha, which is not what I want to see. Yin knew that although Fugaku was a timid clan leader, at least on this matter, his thoughts aligned with his own. Fugaku responded, but did not express any opinion. Whether it was about the family or the village, whenever faced with troublesome matters, Fugaku's reaction was always to slack off. For this, Yin held no hope, not expecting him to staunchly support himself. Just as long as he didn't hinder him would suffice. Of course, it was still a bit early to take action against the hardliners. The most important thing right now aside from sending Shursui to the daimyo's mansion, was to find someone to spread unfavorable news about Toanzo. This matter, the clan leader should be able to handle, right? Such a good thing cannot be kept hidden. As long as it's not publicized, the third Hokage can handle it discreetly. Yin did not want that situation to arise. He hoped things would escalate. It would be best if it became a hot topic and the entire ninja world knew about it, directly pinning the blame for the assassination plot against the daimyo on Toanzo, leaving him unable to explain himself and burdened with this crime. Competing with you in the village? I'm sorry. Your home field isn't suitable for my performance. I can create trouble from the outside. Spreading rumors should not be done within the village. It's best to do it from the outside in. First, spread the news outside, and then have people from outside relay it to Konoha. By then, the third Hokage wouldn't be able to contain the information even if he wanted to. He would have to watch helplessly as the rumors became facts. If this is handled well, Toanzo would suffer immensely this time, if not worse. Leave this to me. It's just about passing on some news. It's not a big deal. Fugaka had even thought of strategy. He didn't even need to send someone to do this to avoid being caught by the village. The third Hokage, not wanting things to escalate, would definitely be keeping an eye on them. Once he started watching, any minor disturbance would make him suspect the Uchiha. Therefore, external help is needed like the Nico clan. As long as they're willing to spend money, I believe they wouldn't mind making some extra profit. What does the rumors the Nico clan spreads have to do with the Uchiha? Then I'll take care of Shursui. Yin decided to try to change the high-up's impression of Shursui in their minds. Let's see if he can pull Shursui out of the pit of the will of fire. As for whether the daimyo would poach talent, Yin was not worried at all. With Ji Shui's temperament, it would be strange if the daimyo could successfully poach him. When a person is not interested in wealth, power, or beautiful women, and only cares about their family and village, no matter what means you use, their heart will not waver in the slightest. After everything was settled, Yin directly took his leave. Fugako had lost his desire to even sleep. Whether the Uchiha could escape this predicament depended on this opportunity. He directly contacted the Nico clan, laying out his demands and rewards. The Nico clan happily accepted this opportunity to make some extra money. For the sake of confidentiality, to prevent being discovered as the Uchiha's doing, the Nico clan also needed to sign a contract to ensure that the secret would not be leaked. Under Fugaku's monetary persuasion, the summoned Nico's eyes turned into little stars, eagerly pressing their paw prints on the scroll. Have Danzo come see me immediately. Also, notify the two advisory elders. Tell them there's something important in the village that needs to be discussed with them. Sitting in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage grew angrier the more he thought about it. He originally thought there was just a minor issue at the daimyo's estate that could be resolved with a little communication, but instead of a minor issue, the daimyo dropped a bombshell. It turned his world upside down, leaving him in a state of chaos. Upon receiving the notification, the most diligent Tsunade and Mito Minion quickly arrived at the Hokage building. As for Danzo, he was still leisurely leaning on his cane, taking his time on the way. Tsunade, Mito Minion, was about to speak when he was stopped by Tsunade. Seeing the third Hokage's expression, it was clear that the situation was serious, which made him very upset. So it was better not to ask. They would discuss it slowly when Danzo arrived. Tsunade nodded slightly and then sat down at ease, waiting for Danzo. 5 minutes passed, and Danzo still hadn't arrived. 10 minutes passed, and Danzo still wasn't there. Chapter 32. Danzo, does assassinating the daimyo still need planning? Risen, you're not unjustified. According to past habits, even if he walked slowly, the third Hokage and the others would discuss matters first, often not giving him a chance to intervene. So Danzo chose to take his time. In his view, it was just that the third Hokage's request for money from the daimyo was not going smoothly. It was not a big deal. Would the daimyo dare not to pay? He absolutely wouldn't dare. With his cowardly nature, just a glare could scare him into submission. Moreover, if he didn't give money to Konoha, the village's military strength wouldn't develop. And in the end, it would be the daimyo who suffered the most from other villages attacking. So Danzo was not worried at all. Thus, he walked as slowly as he could. After all, everyone knew that his body was inconvenient due to injuries, so what was wrong with walking slowly? He, Danzo, had contributed to the village and shed blood. Even the Hokage had to treat him with respect. In the Hokage office, 15 minutes passed while waiting for Danzo, and the third Hokage's already unsightly expression turned completely sour. At this time, Tsunade and Mito could no longer remain calm. The two silently cursed Danzo in their hearts. But they were also thinking about how to ease the very awkward atmosphere, to shift the third Hokage's attention and calm him down, so he wouldn't lower himself to Danzo's level. Just as they thought of a million excuses, the sound with a special rhythm finally appeared. Thud, thud, coming closer. Sarutobi, I've told you long ago not to be too lenient with those useless daimyo. Otherwise, Danzo casually pushed the door open, and as soon as one foot stepped inside, the scolding came rushing in. Is this your doing? You're blaming me? At this moment, even the third Hokage began to believe that Danzo was causing trouble behind the scenes. Just listen to that tone. Bang! The desk was heavily slammed, and the third Hokage angrily shouted, Danzo, shut up. Do you even see me, the Hokage? In your eyes? The reprimand was interrupted, and the third Hokage was directly enraged. Danzo, who was about to close the door, froze in place. Is this a curse directed at me? Upon entering the room, he was met with a barrage of insults. It had been a long time since he had seen the third Hokage so angry, and he had almost forgotten what that feeling was like. Danzo, don't you care about the village's affairs? Mito reminded him with a glance while feigning reproach, trying to divert the third Hokage's anger. Tsunade also chimed in. Yeah, Danzo, you took too long to come. You can't do this next time. Sarutobi, what do you mean? Danzo, who had been scolded without understanding why, would not easily accept it. He immediately frowned and questioned the third Hokage. What do you mean by this? What do I mean? The third Hokage laughed angrily. You still have the face to ask me what I mean? I want to ask my Hokage advisor. What exactly do you mean? Do you know that the daimyo is holding back funds, unwilling to release them? And the reason lies with you. He dares. Danzo, caught off guard, lowered his voice. He really had the audacity to not pay. You're in trouble. The third Hokage was completely exasperated. It was no wonder the daimyo was so startled. With Danzo acting like this, how could others not be afraid? That was the daimyo. Did he think he could scold him like he was his grandson? Spee. You Danzo don't even have a wife. Where would a grandson come from? Enough. Seeing that the situation was off, Tsunade quickly displayed her usual fiery temper, shouting, Danzo, sit down and listen to Risen first. Also, that is our daimyo of the Fire Nation. Please show some respect. The fiery version of Tsunade was now online. And only then did Danzo settle down, coldly snorting as he slammed the door shut, seemingly retaliating against the third Hokage for scolding him. He then angrily sat in the chair, staring at the third Hokage. If the third Hokage did not give him a reasonable explanation, he would definitely not let it go easily. Risen, calm down first. If there's something to discuss, let us take our time. There's no need to get angry. After calming Danzo, Tsunade turned her head to calm the third Hokage. Unfortunately, the third Hokage was not in the mood for gratitude, because handling this matter well meant he would have to confront Danzo head-on. Along with Danzo's series of actions and words, he was already enraged. Calm down? How do I calm down? The third Hokage slammed the table, pointing at Danzo and retorting, I went to see the daimyo, only to find out that someone received some special intelligence, saying that our Konoha root leader is plotting to assassinate the daimyo and support someone else. The daimyo is holding up the funds because of this matter, scolding me, and even threatening to seek protection from the Rock and Cloud villages, fearing that Danzo would indeed go for the assassination. You tell me, with Danzo's tone and behavior, how could the daimyo not be worried? What nonsense! Danzo looked dumbfounded, and Tsunade and Mito exchanged glances, both doubting whether the third Hokage had said something wrong. Danzo wants to carry out an assassination, or assassinate the daimyo. Didn't he just boast about it? When did he want to do something like this? Nonsense. Coming back to his senses, Danzo angrily shouted, this is simply slander. When did I ever do such a thing? Does assassinating the daimyo need planning? The advisory elders exchanged glances again. Listening to that tone, they felt something was off. It was no wonder the daimyo believed that Danzo would assassinate him. It was all caused by Danzo himself. No, where did the intelligence come from? Glaring at Danzo, the third Hokage picked up his pipe, lit it, took a few heavy puffs, sat back in his chair, and his angry expression still had not eased. Currently, the daimyo is demanding that I disband Root and deal with you, Danzo, otherwise he will no longer provide any development funds to Konoha. You tell me, what should we do? We're in trouble. At this moment, others finally realized that the situation was quite serious, since the daimyo dared to threaten the third Hokage like this. It meant he really dared to contact hostile villages. As long as Konoha doesn't give a reasonable explanation, this matter will escalate significantly. As for how the false information got into the daimyo's hands, does it even matter now? The daimyo has already determined that Danzo wants to take him down. Tsunade and Mido didn't know what to say. They understood the third Hokage too well. The fact that he could say such things meant he would compromise. Similarly, Danzo also understood the third Hokage, so he couldn't sit still. So, you intend to sacrifice me and dissolve Root? Dissolving is only temporary. After venting his anger and scolding, the third Hokage gradually calmed down and frowned, saying, "The most important thing right now is to stabilize the daimyo. I've already agreed with the daimyo to arrange for the Uchiha to protect him. Uchiha Shursui has been chosen, and I agreed to it." Chapter 33. The Wheel of Fortune turns. Today it's Danzo's turn. As for whose suggestion it was, there's no point in discussing it now. The most important thing now is to stabilize the daimyo. Does that mean the Uchiha are aware of this matter? Tsunade caught the key point. The third Hokage knew what she was trying to express and sighed heavily. I originally want to test Uchiha Itachi by bringing him into the palace to meet the daimyo. So he knows everything. Tsunade, Mido came in, frustrated, pounded his chest. What were you thinking, you idiot? How could you bring him? What are we waiting for? Immediately send someone to seal off the Uchiha clan's territory, prohibiting them from leaving without permission, so that the news doesn't leak out. What face would Konoha have left? I've already notified the Umbu. The third Hokage said, feeling a headache. As long as there's any related news in the village, seal it immediately. I'll remind Shursui about that. For now, let's handle Root's matter. Root will not be dissolved. I will not accept it. Root has developed to this point with great difficulty. If it suddenly gets dissolved, what will Danzo have left? He might even have to go home to retire and become a layman. This result is unacceptable for Danzo. Danzo, I am the Hokage. I have the right to dissolve any department in Konoha, including Root. The power was given to you by me, and I can take it back. You can't stop me. Negotiating is to give you face, to leave you some leeway. If you don't cooperate, you won't be able to keep anything. The silence came. Danzo, with a gloomy face, remained silent, and Tsunade and Mido also couldn't find their voices, because they knew the third Hokage had made up his mind to dissolve Root. At least until the daimyo was stabilized, Root could not continue to exist. As for Danzo, let alone keeping Root, he might not even be able to keep his position as Hokage's advisor. Danzo's troubles were significant. The third Hokage, with a gloomy face, kept smoking. Every time Tsunade and Mido came and saw this scene, they knew the third Hokage was making choices. In other words, his inner decision was about to come out. Danzo, everything I do is for the village. Root should be dissolved. Sure enough, the moment the third Hokage put down his pipe, the verdict was given. In the end, the third Hokage still abandoned Danzo and also gave up Root. He chose to stand with the daimyo because it concerned the development and stability of the village and the land of fire, leaving no room for hesitation for the third Hokage. Danzo was very important in his heart. Otherwise, after all the immoral things Danzo had done, he would have been eliminated in other villages long ago. But with the protection of the third Hokage, Danzo could live quite well, even flourishing. However, when compared to Danzo and the entire Konoha, even a land of fire, he seemed less important. At least the third Hokage would choose to abandon his partner for the sake of the village. Everything I do is for the village. Danzo could never have imagined that the words he often used to deceive others and defend himself would now become the reason for the third Hokage to convince himself. This was very harsh. It felt like sharp spikes deeply piercing Danzo's heart. At this moment, Tsunade and Mido came in. The two elder advisors no longer dared to speak. They chose silence because they understood that no matter what they said, it wouldn't shake the third Hokage's determination. Root will be dissolved. I will allow you to keep a small number of people as subordinates. In addition, You need to go home and retire for a while. I will still reserve the position of Hokage's advisor for you. Not only will Root be dissolved, but the third Hokage will also demote Danzo, making him go back and obediently retire. It was a clear arrangement, leaving no ambiguity for Danzo. The Hokage office building was lively, but Itachi couldn't see this exciting drama. At that moment, he had just arrived at Shirsue's home. Wow! Wow! As soon as Itachi got close, a piercing scream spread out, particularly grating in the night. Looking at the yard full of crows, Itachi couldn't help but complain, bad luck. Of all things to raise. Why raise those ominous black crows? Shirsue, awakened from his sleep, threw on some clothes and jumped onto the windowsill. Looking at Itachi, who was in the yard chasing crows. The corners of his mouth twitched a few times. What the hell, just roast them. Crows were once considered auspicious birds, but over time, along with the appearance of crows in places of death, more and more people began to dislike them. Coupled with their sharp, piercing cries, they became even harder to accept. Of course, roasting crows was merely a threat, just to scare these not-so-dumb birds. Itachi couldn't possibly roast these crows. In a world where people die every day, who would want to eat a crow? You wouldn't even know if its last meal was taken from a corpse. Itachi, coming over in the middle of the night, isn't just to scare my crows. You should raise fewer crows. After complaining, Itachi jumped onto the windowsill and sat down. I have something to discuss with you. Concerning Konoha and the Uchiha, it's important. Go ahead. Shirsue's expression quickly became serious, waving his hand to disperse the crows surrounding him, sending them off to rest. These not-so-dumb crows, upon receiving their master's command, quickly scattered and flew into the night sky, disappearing from sight. Entering Shirsue's home, Itachi sat on the sofa and said to Shirsue, who was pouring water, I followed Lord Hokage to the daimyo's residence to handle matters and met with the daimyo. The daimyo received some intelligence. Our Hokage's advisor wants to assassinate him and support someone else to take his place. Crash! Shirsue's hand trembled, causing the cup to shatter. Glass shards scattering everywhere. How is this possible? His eyes widened. Shirsue turned around in shock, thinking Itachi was joking or slandering Danzo. I knew you would have that kind of expression. Among the higher-ups, the person Shirsue trusted the most, besides the third Hokage, was Danzo. Itachi shrugged, leaning back. I'm not joking. This is true. The daimyo is very angry and has directly withheld the development funds that were supposed to be allocated to Konoha. Lord Hokage went to the daimyo's residence precisely because of this matter. The daimyo is even unwilling to believe our Konoha people and wants to seek protection from the Rock Ninja Village and the Cloud Ninja Village, fearing he will be assassinated by Danzo. To stabilize the daimyo, I recommended you to him. You need to go to the daimyo's residence and protect him. You must ensure his safety. Only by stabilizing the daimyo can we properly handle this matter. Otherwise, if the news leaks out, Danzo and even Konoha will become the laughingstock of the entire ninja world. Under Itachi's alarming words, the severity of the situation escalated several levels. Chapter 34. From now on. Shirsue, you can only trust Itachi. No matter how good Shirsue's impression of Danzo is, he must believe that this matter is true. Danzo is not a good person. Is it all true? Shirsue rubbed his face, still somewhat in disbelief. He didn't think Yin would intentionally joke with him about this, especially since Yin had just led a team to the daimyo's residence yesterday. Moreover, this kind of thing couldn't be faked. As long as someone was found to confirm it, the truth would be revealed. Yin dared to say this, which meant everything was true. The daimyo needed protection, and Danzo wanted to carry out an assassination. Even the daimyo was reluctant to trust the people of Konoha. Only the Uchiha could still be mobilized. This was because the relationship between Uchiha and Danzo was very poor. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. It was precisely for this reason that the daimyo was willing to accept the proposal for Uchiha to send someone to protect him. Lazily avoiding the question, Yin continued. The Hokage has rushed over to the Hokage office building. Most likely, it's to deal with the Root and Danzo. This time, Root might face disbandment, and Danzo might even lose his position and retire to live a quiet life, though he will likely claim to be under surveillance. After all, the Hokage needed to stabilize the daimyo and prevent him from doing anything outrageous. And your task is to ensure the daimyo's safety. During this time, no one is allowed to harm the daimyo in the slightest. Regardless of who approaches you, you must firmly execute this task. Whether it's Danzo, the Hokage, or other high-ranking officials, you cannot engage with them. I cannot be sure if others are involved in this matter. Don't you want to be a double agent? Don't you have a strong sense of responsibility? Now it's your choice. The high-ranking officials or the daimyo, which is related to Konoha and the entire Land of Fire. Do you still dare to stand with the high-ranking officials, Uchiha Ji-Shuei? Once some rifts appear, it won't be so easy to mend them. Yin didn't like Ji-Shuei, but he had to admit that Ji-Shuei was very strong. If utilized properly, Ji-Shuei could be a reliable and powerful fighter. I will confirm with the clan leader. If everything is true, I will take on this responsibility and ensure the safety of the daimyo. I will never allow anyone to harm the daimyo. Inner turmoil and back and forth led Ji-Shuei to ultimately let his arms drop weakly. As Yin had anticipated, Ji-Shuei chose to protect the daimyo. His stance had risen from that of his family and village to that of the village and the Land of Fire. At this level, family and high-ranking officials had little influence over his decisions. This was the result Yin wanted. Very good. The goal had been achieved, and Yin stood up to leave. After taking a couple of steps, he turned back to look at him. Ji-Shuei, do you know? I really don't like you. But I must admit you are a selfless and great person. Please forgive me for not being able to be like you, because the family does not need selfless people. Moreover, I hope you can stay away from Itachi in the future. I believe you understand what I mean. The family does not need so many selfless people. Itachi has his own ideas. He is a smart person, and I do not wish for him to stand with you. For the sake of the family, the village, and even the entire Land of Fire, Itachi has already deviated, but it's not too serious yet. There is still room for correction. I believe that given time, I can turn Itachi into the family's #1 little wolf dog. So it's better for you to keep your distance. Your selflessness will always influence Itachi at all times. After Yin left, Ji-Shuei immediately went to the clan leader's residence, where Fugaku was waiting for him. As soon as the clan leader spoke, Ji-Shuei was interrupted. Fugaku slightly shook his head and put down the teacup in his hand. Ji-Shuei, Yan's meaning is my meaning. I hope you can take on this responsibility for the family, the village, and even the entire Land of Fire. There are not many people you can trust during this time. You are a smart person. I think you should understand my meaning. If Danzo dares to carry out an assassination, does the third Hokage also have such thoughts? During the protection of the daimyo, you cannot trust anyone casually. Not even the third Hokage. In other words, during this mission, the only person Ji-Shuei could trust and take orders from was Yin. Clan leader, I understand. I will protect the daimyo's safety, even if it costs my life. Very good. Fugaku nodded in satisfaction, but sighed inwardly. Ji-Shuei, for the sake of the family and the village, I can only put you in a difficult position. The police department soon received a notification. The Hokage ordered that no Uchiha member could leave the Uchiha clan land and police department before dawn. This notice from the Hokage office further confirmed Yan's words. Everything was true. At least Ji-Shuei believed it. The third Hokage was busy dealing with Danzo and Root, while also worrying about Yin leaking the news. Thus, he simply decided to lock down the police department and Uchiha clan land, allowing the Uchiha members to go out only after everything was settled. Little did he know that relying on a lockdown to keep secrets was wishful thinking. Yin had long guessed that the third Hokage would take action, so the news couldn't be spread internally but needed to come from the outside. If it was spread from within the family and village, it would be the Uchiha's fault. But if it came from the outside, then it had nothing to do with the Uchiha. The third Hokage would only place the blame on the daimyo, believing it was the daimyo who spread the news. The goal was to let everyone know this, to prevent Konoha from turning against them later. Overnight, Danzo lost the root department he had worked hard to build and also lost his position as Hokage's advisor, being assigned to a hidden place to begin his retirement. To prevent Danzo from getting desperate and causing trouble, the third Hokage only allowed him to keep 5 people. After handling all this, the third Hokage sent Mito Kazan to represent himself and the village's sincerity to personally visit the daimyo, while he remained in Konoha, worried that Danzo would cause chaos. It was easy to imagine the shock of someone who had an insatiable desire for power suddenly losing everything. During this time, if he was not in the village, The probability of Danzo causing trouble was very high. To prevent this from happening, the third Hokage had to personally stay in Konoha while Mito Kazan went to the daimyo's residence. As for Ji Shuei, who was responsible for protecting the daimyo's safety, he set off alone. Ji Shuei arrived at the daimyo's residence ahead of others and met the daimyo. Upon learning that the person sent by Uchiha for his protection was the renowned Shunshin Ji Shuei from the Third Ninja War, the daimyo was very pleased. This showed that Uchiha truly cared about his safety, thus improving the daimyo's impression of Uchiha and Yin significantly. At this point, things should have come to a conclusion, but the third Hokage was anything but calm, because disbanding Root meant that everything kept by Root needed to be moved out. Chapter 35. Iwa Shinobi Village and Kyumo Shinobi Village stand with the daimyo's residence. Konoha becomes the target of everyone. During this time, Danzo and Root's people could not interfere. Thus, the third Hokage discovered something he never expected. Many shocking things were uncovered from Root, including experimental materials and documented files. How dare he? The third Hokage was like an angry lion, and Nara Shikamaru looked up to the sky speechlessly. Danzo was genuinely finished this time. If these things hadn't been discovered, perhaps after stabilizing the daimyo, Danzo could have regained his position as Hokage's advisor, and Root might have had a chance to be restored. But now it was completely hopeless. Those piles of prohibited documents and materials made her scalp tingle just looking at them. Was this something a human could do? What infuriated the third Hokage even more was that, according to Umbu's investigation, news of Danzo's assassination plot against the daimyo was spreading everywhere, starting from the daimyo's residence and surrounding areas. This also made the people of the Land of Fire aware of the existence of the Root Department. The news was spreading at an astonishing speed, even showing signs of reaching outside the Land of Fire. The Umbu members wanted to seal off the news, but found themselves powerless. If it were in Konoha, they could still make an effort, but since the news started spreading from the daimyo's residence, they had the intention but could not contain it. At this sensitive juncture, even if the Umbu had enough manpower, they wouldn't dare to act. A large number of Umbu members active in the daimyo's residence would definitely provoke the daimyo's sensitive nerves. Half of the third Hokage's anger was directed at Danzo, and the other half at the daimyo. There were too many hidden things in the Root, almost all of which could not be seen or revealed, while the daimyo directly leaked the information. Once the news began to spread from the daimyo's residence, the third Hokage could only place the suspicion on the daimyo, rather than the Uchiha. The uproar in the daimyo's residence indicated that other countries and villages would soon receive the news. The Iwa and Kyumo ninja villages, most concerned about the Land of Fire and Konoha, were the quickest to act. With the help of the ninja hawks or certain summoning beasts, transmitting information and news could be done in just a few hours. Therefore, the intelligence scroll was placed on the desks of Inoki and the fourth Reikage AI that very afternoon. Could this be an opportunity? Looking at the contents of the scroll, Inoki fell into deep thought. The Third Shinobi World War ended in confusion, and Inoki still felt unwilling, constantly wanting to take a bite out of the Land of Fire. AI was even more exaggerated, bursting into a gleeful laugh before saying anything else. Similarly, AI also believed this was a great opportunity. Even if they couldn't take the chance to launch a war against the Land of Fire, at least they should reap some benefits from it and tarnish Konoha's reputation, thereby increasing the gap between Konoha and the daimyo. Kyumo directly took a stand for the daimyo of the Land of Fire, openly criticizing Danzo and the third Hokage. Iwa followed suit, adding fuel to the fire. The situation escalated, and by this point, everyone believed that Danzo was indeed plotting to assassinate the daimyo. This sudden blame would be a burden Danzo could never shake off until his death. The outside world was abuzz with various accusations, and even many small countries voiced their criticisms against Konoha. The third Hokage was overwhelmed and had no time to manage Uchiha matters. As for Danzo, who had lost his freedom to act, he could only obediently retire. At least for the time being, he couldn't think of doing anything else. The burden on his shoulders had suddenly lightened significantly. Yin himself hadn't expected that a piece of false intelligence could have such a good effect. If he were to release other pieces of intelligence, wouldn't the entire ninja world boil over? "Captain, is your health not well again?" Izumi's small face was filled with worry. following Yin like a little shadow, even going as far as to follow him into the restroom, fearing something might happen to him. It's nothing. It's just that your talent is too good, and I'm having a hard time keeping up. With a slightly pale face, Yin shook his head, indicating he was fine. He had been using Izumi as a copy object for many days and ultimately discovered that Izumi was a treasure of a girl. If it weren't for his envy of Indra and Ashura's chakra, Yin would have wanted to keep Izumi by his side indefinitely. Every day, he could increase his mental strength and Sharingan power. Where could he find such good fortune? My talent is too good? Izumi was confused, not understanding how her talent being good was related to Yan's discomfort. Yes, your talent is great, so work hard in training and cultivation. You mustn't let me down with my trust and importance in you. I believe in you, Uchiha Izumi. You can definitely become a talented woman like the clan leader's wife. Believe in yourself. You can do it. To encourage Izumi, Yin painted a big picture for her. Sitting in the office, Yin pondered what caused him to become so idle. Itachi joined the police department, and to train his son, Fugaka had directly sent Itachi along with Shursue's former teammates to Yan's side for him to lead and integrate. As for Fugaka's plan to reform the police department, it still hadn't reached a conclusion. This was because several hardliners in the clan disagreed. They believed that Fugaka's actions were depriving them of their rights. The clan could become better and stronger, but their power could not be taken away. Therefore, Fugaku's proposal, after numerous negotiations, still failed to reach a proper resolution. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking interrupted Yan's train of thought. Gumin. After arranging the documents on the desk, Yin raised his head and called out. The door opened, and Itachi, who was even slightly shorter than Izumi, walked in. Upon entering the office, Itachi slightly bowed and greeted. Captain, there are quite a few unfamiliar strangers with ulterior motives in the village. These people have entered Konoha under the guise of merchants, but are secretly probing for various information. Should the police department investigate further and apprehend them? Sigh. This little fangirl seems to have changed quite a bit. Yin remembered when Izumi first joined the police department. She would blush and divert her gaze upon seeing Itachi, unable to contain her excitement. Yet, in less than a month, she could already face him calmly. Even for Itachi's arrival, she didn't react much, as if he were just an ordinary colleague. Yin looked at Izumi strangely and asked, "Is this your personal opinion or the minister's?" "It's my personal opinion," Itachi replied. Assassinating the daimyo was no small crime, and if it got out, it would cause a huge uproar. More and more villages chose to stand against Konoha, voicing their accusations against it on behalf of the daimyo. It was also at this time that the number of people with special purposes coming to Konoha to probe for information gradually increased. "Izumi, you can go out first." "Oh." Izumi raised her small hand to gesture Yin to take care of his health, not to overwork himself, and to call her immediately if anything happened before she left the office, closing the door thoughtfully behind her. Chapter 36. Uchiha Itachi. Sure enough, face-to-face sarcasm is the most lethal. After Izumi left, Yin asked Itachi, who stood in front of the desk, "You should know the reason these people came to Konoha, right?" "Yes, they came to plot the assassination of the daimyo," Itachi answered honestly. "Then tell me, what is the responsibility of the police department?" "To maintain village security and—" The third Hokage once said that although Itachi was a child, he was the child whose thoughts were closest to the Hokage, which indicated he was very smart. Conversely, the smarter a person was, the more they knew and the more they cared about things. Faced with Yan's inquiry, Itachi fell silent. Because the original intention of establishing the police department was not only to maintain village security, but also to participate in capturing spies, criminals, and other important and dangerous tasks. However, as the third Hokage and others began to increase their vigilance against the Uchiha were left only with the responsibility of maintaining security. Other tasks and rights were out of the question. Remember, the current duty of the police department is to maintain the village's security. We are left with the right to maintain security, and for everything else, we are powerless. As for why it has developed to this point, you should understand in your heart. All right, you can go back. As long as these people don't gather to cause trouble or engage in other outrageous actions, we don't need to manage them. Konoha welcomes tourists and merchants from any region to come and enjoy and do business. As for what you mentioned, the police department doesn't have the authority to manage that. It's the Umbu's responsibility. It seemed like Yin was shirking responsibility, taking a hands-off approach. But in reality, Yin was accusing the village of gradually cutting away the rights that originally belonged to the police department. From beginning to end, the Uchiha had been in a passive state. Understood. Just as Itachi was about to leave after bowing, Yin suddenly called out to him, "Captain, is there anything else?" Itachi stopped, only to have Yin make a request that made him both angry and speechless. Calling Itachi, who was about to leave, Yin beckoned with his finger, "Come on. Smile for me. Let me see." Itachi. It was evident that Itachi wanted to punch him. Both of his hands, no fists, were already clenched tightly. "Don't get me wrong. I'm not a pervert, nor do I have any other intentions." Yin smiled slightly, pointed to her own face, and said, "Do you see? You should smile like this. Don't learn from your father, always having a stern face and no expression. Now you are a member of the police department. And if you want to do your best in this position, rather than be like other clansmen, you must understand how to control and manage your emotions and expressions. A smile can easily bring people closer together, and these are things you need to learn. A person who can smile on the outside, but is fierce on the inside, can be even more dangerous. A smile, and there are so many complicated reasons mixed in. This has gone beyond Itachi's knowledge, because no one had ever asked him to do this before. Since graduating from the Nin exams and leaving his ninja team, Itachi's smiles had diminished significantly. Except when facing his mother, brother, and Shui, others could only see a blank expression on Itachi's face. "I know the clan leader always teaches you in a rigid and stern manner and praises you by saying, 'You are indeed my son.' Remember, never ever learn from him. Because having a stern face is not a good thing in many cases. It only makes people feel that you have a bad temper and are hard to get along with." Leaving aside his identity, how many people dare to talk to the clan leader with that face? If you want to take on more responsibility for the family, your first lesson is to learn to smile, to learn how to communicate with your clansmen, and to integrate into their circle. "Itachi, can I not learn?" Itachi felt that Yin was making things difficult for him. "Clan leader, am I right?" Yin suddenly looked up and asked the door. "Father." Hearing this, Itachi was slightly surprised and turned to look. Fujitaka had been at the door for a while, his old face resembling the color of a pot bottom. Yan's repeated remarks of Don T, "Learn from your father," made him uncomfortable, let alone Yan had been complaining about him. Especially that line, "You are indeed my son," almost broke his defense. Could it be that my way of educating my child is wrong? Fujitaka couldn't help but doubt himself. Ahem. Clearing his throat, Fujitaka pushed the door open, still wearing the same expression, and shot Yin a glance without leaving a trace. Fujitaka didn't want to undermine Yin, so he could only say to Itachi, "Since this is a request from your senior and the captain, then Itachi, you must work hard to learn. Understand?" "Yes, father. I will do my best." Itachi instinctively straightened his back and replied loudly, and had a strange look in his eyes, holding back a laugh as he watched the subtly complicated relationship between the father and son. "All right, you can go now. Father, senior." After a formal bow, Itachi finally left, closing the door behind him. "What are you doing?" As soon as his son left, Fujitaka questioned with a long face. "I asked you to help lead the team that Itachi is part of, but I didn't ask you to teach my son how to be someone who smiles on the outside, but is fierce on the inside. Like you, with a long face. Many clansmen don't dare to easily approach you when they need something. Is this what we call the clan leader's authority? Enough of that, my great clan leader." The long-faced Fujitaka looked quite intimidating, at least able to scare other Uchiha. But unfortunately, this trick didn't work on Yin. The ridiculed Fujitaka had a head full of black lines. Knowing he couldn't win an argument against Yin, he dropped the topic. "Tonight, I will hold another family meeting to continue discussing the restructuring of the police department, and you need to attend." "I won't go." Yin decisively refused, having no interest in such tedious matters. The hardliners among the elders were adamant and wouldn't relent, fearing their power would be stripped away, and had been obstructing Fujitaka's restructuring of the police department. It was easy to guess that the meeting would definitely be a shouting match between Fujitaka and several elders, with a few supporters of Fujitaka joining in. They would argue loudly, their faces flushed, but the problem would remain unresolved. It's not that Yin liked to complain, but Uchiha Fujitaka performance during critical times was truly disappointing, whether for the family or for the village. How long has it been? And even the hardliners among the elders couldn't be dealt with. Moreover, this was only about restructuring the Uchiha, not about flattening or disbanding the hardliners. If it really came to taking action against the hardliners, relying on his indecisive nature, he probably wouldn't achieve anything. He himself wavered, but also restricted others from acting recklessly. Chapter 37. There's a traitor in Konoha, and he holds a high position. Since you want to restrict me, why should I attend such a meeting? You could just go ahead and mess around. Don't call me for this kind of good thing. Therefore, Yin directly refused. Fujitaka knew this was Yin expressing his dissatisfaction with the restrictions imposed on him. After Fujitaka left, Izumi curiously approached. Captain, why aren't you attending such an important meeting? The clan leader has already requested your presence. To others, this might seem like a good thing, as it garnered the clan leader's attention. But for Yin, it was nothing. Attend what? Yin said irritably. The so-called meeting is just a constant argument between the elders and the clan leader. I think you need a compromise. I believe you're trying to strip me of my rights, and arguing back and forth leads nowhere. Once the face is pulled down, they will start saying that you don't respect your elders, that you don't respect the clan elders. Since the incident with Elder 6, the family elders have been on guard against Yin, fearing that one day he would do the same to them. Not to mention the embarrassment. They might not be able to withstand it at their age. Most importantly, they didn't want Yin to disrupt the rules. If a problem can be solved with words, why resort to violence? A precedent has already been set. If Yin continues like this, who will respect the elders among the younger generation in the family? When faced with a problem, should he just activate the Sharingan and cast a Jinjutsu on you? This is ridiculous. Izumi chuckled awkwardly, completely speechless. Because their captain had indeed done such things, it's no wonder the elders were worried he would act recklessly. What's wrong? I see your curiosity is quite strong. Huh? How much of the learning tasks assigned to you have you completed? Let us go check the training grounds. Forget I said anything. Izumi shrank her neck and hurriedly slipped away, conveniently closing the door. Although she had been working hard, she still had a long way to go to meet Yan's standards, especially in learning Jinjutsu. It was fortunate that Izumi was not someone who easily gave up. Otherwise, she would have been criticized by Yin long ago. The restructuring of the police department was thus dragged on. The elders were unwilling to compromise, and Fujitaka couldn't force them to relent. So both sides continued to pull at each other. The plot by Danzo to assassinate the daimyo intensified. After Konoha faced accusations from various villages, even the daimyo of various countries stood up and united in voice, hoping the third Hokage would provide a reasonable explanation. This was something that could not help but make the daimyo nervous. No matter what, even if the war reached the village, the daimyo could not be harmed. This was the bottom line. Now that Danzo had one foot on this line, the daimyo had every reason to worry. What if this was a very bad beginning? With Danzo setting a precedent, what if other villages dissatisfied with the daimyo also started targeting them? The daimyo of the Wind Country was startled, as it was well known that his attitude towards the Sand Ninja village was notoriously bad. What if he pushed the Sand Ninja village too hard and they targeted him as well? Thus, the daimyo of the Wind Country began to connect with the daimyo of other countries to target Konoha together. The weary Umbu team returned to Konoha and immediately went to see the third Hokage. After returning from the daimyo's residence, the third Hokage felt that something was off. Why did the daimyo receive such information so confusingly? Why was even such a hidden department described so clearly in the information, as if it were detailed history? The information was definitely leaked by someone within. Among the 5 great ninja villages, there exist certain special departments that are not exactly secrets, such as Konoha's Root and the Assassination Unit of the Mist Village. These special departments, unknown to outsiders, are well known to all 5 great ninja villages. Other villages are aware that Konoha has a department called Root, but the details and scale of Root remain unknown. The fact that even some detailed information about Root is clearly recorded indicates an issue. Thus, the third Hokage dispatched a team from the Umbu to conduct a thorough investigation into this matter. The person responsible for this investigation is none other than Kakashi, whom the third Hokage trusts greatly. In the Hokage's office, Kakashi knelt on one knee, carefully reporting the investigation results of the team through the staff of the daimyo's residence. The source of information was traced back to a bounty agency, ultimately confirming that the information originated from there. The bounty agency has sold this information multiple times, making it difficult to identify the specific buyers. The third Hokage furrowed his brow deeply and asked, "Have you found any information about the seller?" The seller's identity was disguised, and the people from the bounty agency could not determine who it was. Kakashi lowered his head. It wasn't that he wasn't trying hard, but there was simply no way to find out. The other party was too cunning, deliberately choosing a bounty agency located on the border of the Land of Fire to sell the information. This agency was remote with few visitors, and a small branch office would not dare to provoke the seemingly fierce customers. As for who sold the information, there was no way to trace it back unless Kakashi had the ability to travel through time. Hokage-sama, I suspect that the person selling the information must be from the village and holds a high position. Ordinary people don't even know about Root. So how could they sell information? The fact that they know detailed information about Root indicates a problem. There is a mole in the village, and their status is very high. It can't be them. The third Hokage's face, showing signs of age spots, fluctuated between gloom and clarity. Although he said it was impossible, he was already beginning to suspect. The biggest suspects were his old partners. Danzo probably wouldn't do something so foolish as to dig his own grave, so he could basically be ruled out. Apart from Danzo, the remaining suspects were two advisory elders and the retired fat man, Akimichi CHG, and the important position holding shinobi in the Umbu, Shinsuke. Danzo had little suspicion, unless he had lost his mind. Neither Tsunade nor Mito would have any reason to do such a thing. Could it be Shinsuke? At this thought, the third Hokage suddenly shivered and shook his head repeatedly. After all, that was his son. If Yato knew that the third Hokage was suspecting his own son in order to catch the mole, he would probably laugh himself to death. The motivation for others to betray the village was minimal, so the possibility of Akimichi CHG was also very low unless he was unwilling to be far from the center of power and was planning a backstab. Those who are power-hungry tend to be suspicious, and the third Hokage was no exception. At this moment, he constantly speculated and doubted, wondering who had betrayed the village and sold its important information. Thank you for your hard work, Kakashi, but you cannot rest yet. I need you to lead a team to infiltrate the daimyo's residence. The Hokage's meaning was clear. Kakashi was stunned for a moment, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Chapter 38, Throwing a Hornet's Nest at the Restaurant. Naruto, the Mischievous Kid. The third Hokage's meaning was very clear. He required Kakashi to infiltrate the daimyo's residence to prevent anyone from acting rashly and actually attacking the daimyo. Shursui was merely the surface protector, and secretly, an additional layer of security was needed. It's better to be safe than sorry. If someone really lost their mind and attempted to murder the daimyo, the Land of Fire would fall into chaos. Kakashi, the third Hokage, lit a cigarette. Ever since this incident occurred, his craving for cigarettes had grown. The fact that the other party could sell the village's important information indicates that they want to throw the village and even the entire Land of Fire into chaos. The daimyo must not be harmed. Shursui is just the surface protection. We need Umbu personnel in the shadows. Do you understand my meaning? As for the people recruited by the daimyo, the third Hokage directly ignored them. These people relied on their power to bully others and formed cliques. But if something really happened, relying on their strength to protect the daimyo was just a dream. I understand. Please rest assured, Hokage-sama. I swear to protect the daimyo's safety with my life. Kakashi also realized the seriousness of the situation and solemnly made a guarantee. Go ahead. The third Hokage waved his hand and sighed, his voice filled with deep exhaustion. At this moment, he couldn't care less about what Uchiha was causing trouble with. He just wanted to stabilize the daimyo as soon as possible, stabilize the situation in the Land of Fire, and not give other countries and villages the opportunity to disrupt Konoha and the Land of Fire. After Kakashi left, the third Hokage summoned other Umbu team leaders, demanding they closely monitor Danzo and not give him any opportunity to leave Konoha, including those under Danzo's command and members of Root. A game of werewolf began in Konoha. The third Hokage viewed everyone as a mole. No one was a good person. The Umbu, shinobi monitoring the Uchiha left in droves, while the team that had been following Yato had long since disappeared. Sitting in a breakfast shop, eating breakfast, and watching the students with small backpacks running towards the ninja school, Yato inexplicably felt like laughing 3 times. Recently, the third Hokage had been troubled by many issues. Even the targeting of the Uchiha had to be slowed down. Without anyone watching, food tasted better. The captain's mood seemed good. Carefully observing Yato, Izumi noticed that Yato had a faint smile on his lips, which was a sign that Yato was in a good mood. When Sasuke ran into the ninja school, Yato decisively gave him today's copying opportunity. The reward was also very good. Critical hit reward, partial Indra chakra. Ha ha ha, you idiots! You're all big idiots! Just as Yato was about to fuse, a cheerful and mischievous laughter came closer, mixed with a few frantic curses. Soon, a little yellow-haired boy rushed into the breakfast shop, holding a bag in his hand. Is this Naruto Uzumaki? Yato dared to swear that, after crossing over for so long, this was the first time he had been so close to Naruto, and it was Naruto who approached him. Suddenly, a little yellow-haired boy rushed in, leaving everyone in the shop stunned. Izumi, who had just graduated, recognized his identity and exclaimed in surprise, Naruto? Naruto, stop right there. Nah, I won't. You idiots can't catch me. Naruto made a face at those chasing him and laughed triumphantly, then threw the bag he was holding. Whoa! Naruto actually did such a thing when he was a child, throwing things into a breakfast shop full of customers. Why does this seem a bit familiar? After seeing what was in the bag, Yato quickly hugged Izumi's waist and left the breakfast shop, not even bothering to pay for breakfast, and just ran away. Early in the morning, Konoha's #1 troublemaker threw a hornet's nest into the breakfast shop. Who could withstand that? It was better to run away early. As for the breakfast money, it could be paid next time. The premise was that this shop would still exist. The buzzing sound began to ring out, and the shop was filled with chaos as many unfortunate souls covered their faces and rushed out, with some already turning into pig heads. Never doubt that the hornets in the Naruto world are much stronger than in the past life. That venom, wild boars would scream after being stung, let alone ordinary people. Naruto really went all out this time. Yato expressed great admiration. Fortunately, he ran fast. Help, it hurts so much. Help me, quickly help me, don't sting me, no. The wasps won't spare you just because you beg for mercy. Once they are provoked, they will treat anything that moves nearby as an enemy and chase after it madly, then let you taste their poisonous stingers. It's no wonder Naruto was so unpopular when he was a child. Even without Danzo deliberately leaking information, with his personality, it's hard for anyone to like him. Even if he did all those mischievous things just to attract attention, no matter how much he did, it was all to hope for others to notice him. However, the way he attracts attention is something that not many people can withstand. Throwing a wasp nest into a breakfast shop is something he would do. It could easily lead to someone getting hurt. Ha ha ha, come catch me, you fool, big fool. With a series of laughter, Naruto disappeared, leaving chaos behind. On a nearby rooftop, Hinata set Izumi down and glanced in the direction Naruto fled. It really is chaotic. This kid is quite bold. Quite bold indeed. The Hokage is going to have a headache. Izumi stuck out her little tongue. It has nothing to do with us. Let's go back. The patrol is about to start. The more headaches for the third Hokage, the better. That way, he won't have the mind to pay attention to the Uchiha. The Uchiha, who are not valued or watched, are the safest. A mischievous Naruto, combined with various external pressures on the village, TSK, it feels quite delightful no matter how you think about it. However, Naruto approaching on his own can't be considered him deliberately getting close to the Jinchuriki, right? I hope so. Otherwise, Hinata can only continue to find more trouble for the third Hokage. There are still many dark spots and exploitable intelligence on Danzo, and Hinata wouldn't mind coming back 1 or 2 more times. Let the third Hokage experience the horror of a time traveler. And a time traveler who likes to scheme behind the scenes will be even more terrifying. What? Naruto threw a wasp nest into the breakfast shop? The third Hokage jumped up from his chair in shock. What kind of hellish operation is this? Where did this little brat get the wasp nest? The teacher, who had chased after Naruto everywhere but failed to catch him, was sweating profusely, lowering his head and answering in frustration. Hokage-sama. Naruto arrived at school early to deliberately scare the other students. I wanted to scold him a bit. But who knew this kid would just climb over the wall and even throw the wasp nest he found in the woods into the breakfast shop? Now, quite a few people have already been hospitalized, and their injuries are pretty serious. The third Hokage. This kid must think my life is too long and that I don't have enough troubles, right? Chapter 39. The third Hokage tests a Kimichi Torafu. Yesterday, I went to the hot spring inn and ended up getting kicked out by a group of women. They even reported it to the Hokage office. The day before yesterday, I was caught trying to steal some adult books from a bookstore. The day before that, the third Hokage felt very tired. He was again in the position of cleaning up the mess. It seems he needs to have a talk with Naruto. This can't go on. The troubles are already too many. The third Hokage hopes Naruto can be a bit more stable during this period. As for whether Naruto has gotten close to Hinata, the third Hokage can't care about that anymore. In the restroom, looking at himself in the mirror, Hinata picked up a towel and wiped away the blood seeping from his eye sockets. The evolution of his Sharingan had failed. Hinata didn't know if it was because he hadn't received strong enough stimulation. Recently, he could always feel a significant change in his eyes. His mental strength had increased a lot, and the power of his Genjutsu had also improved significantly, with much less consumption when using the Sharingan than before. Overuse of the three-tomo Sharingan leads to severe depletion of ocular power, and while he wouldn't go blind, the after effects of severe depletion of ocular and mental power are also quite serious. For Hinata, who is also using a three-tomo Sharingan, the increase in Sharingan ocular power and mental power equates to extended endurance, and the power of various Genjutsu has also greatly improved, even enhancing his insight. As for his copying ability, it's better not to mention it. Except for Kakashi, who is 50-50, Uchiha ninjas are hardly famous for relying on copying. This indirectly shows how the village is strongly promoting Kakashi. Without the village's help, in terms of contributions alone, it would be impressive if Kakashi could surpass Shursui. It's fortunate that he is from the Uchiha. If it were other clans' ninjas, they would probably scare quite a few people with just a little bleeding from their eyes. After cleaning the blood off his face, Hinata smiled self-deprecatingly. He felt a bit regretful that the Sharingan didn't evolve. A sense of loss was unavoidable. Fortunately, Hinata could maintain a proper mindset. If he could evolve smoothly, that would be best, and if not, he would develop steadily. Others can open the Manjiku Sharingan, and with his golden finger. It's unreasonable for him not to be able to do so. Otherwise, what's the point of having this golden finger? As soon as Hinata returned to his office and sat down, the office door was pushed open with force. Captain, after entering the office, Kaze took out a sealed scroll and handed it to him. It was a smaller version specifically used for transmitting intelligence. Not caring about where the scroll came from, Kaze asked, Captain, do you need to reply? No need. Hinata opened the encrypted scroll, signaling Kaze to leave first. By the way, don't kill the crow. Among his team, aside from Izumi, the others didn't have a good relationship with Shursui. The scroll was sent by Shursui, and knowing Shursui's habits, he must have used the crow as a tool. Therefore, Hinata was genuinely worried that these guys would kill the crow. Shursui is a good person and also a selfless one. You can insult him and humiliate him, but you must not touch his crow. Otherwise, he would get very angry. A killer who loses his dog would go on a rampage, and a ninja who loses his crow would probably go insane. Kaze stopped in his tracks and shot a glance at his captain, annoyed, and said, Am I that kind of person? Although I hate the owner of the crow, please don't compare me to that big fool Jiyen. Ha ha! Successfully teasing Kaze, Hinata smiled and checked the contents of the scroll. It has been some time since Shursui went to the daimyo's residence, and during this period, Shursui only contacted him. Anything that happened at the daimyo's residence would be reported to him, directly bypassing the third Hokage and Fugaku. The transformation of a qualified worker is currently going quite smoothly. Hinata believes that once Shursui gets used to this working mode, he will gradually distance himself from the third Hokage. Hell, what good method. After reading the contents, Hinata sneered. The daimyo really plays a good hand. He actually wants to dig at the foundation. If I were afraid of you digging at the foundation, would I dare to send Shursui over? You think too much. However, this condition is indeed quite tempting. To win over Shursui, the daimyo even brought up the promise of marriage. Unfortunately, he doesn't know that Shursui is only interested in crows and Itachi. Beautiful women can only stand aside. Even though it's not his daughter being used as a bargaining chip, but just his niece, it shows how much the daimyo values sure sway. Aside from reporting the various conditions the daimyo promised to win him over, sure sway also recounted some trivial matters from the daimyo's residence. For example, when the daimyo tried to win over some ninjas but failed, they started targeting him. Should we kill them? Forget it, we can't act. At least we can't let our people act. They are just a bunch of clowns. No matter what tricks they play, they can't do anything to sure sway. Hinata directly threw this matter to the back of his mind. As for reporting to Fugaku, it's better to forget it. He has been quite troubled by the recent restructuring of the Public Security Department, and several elders united to show Fugaku what it means to be disgusting. Hinata is very glad he didn't attend that damn meeting. Otherwise, he fears he wouldn't be able to help but create a scene of rebellion. Night falls. The prosperous Konoha is still bustling, with bright lights illuminating the commercial district, and the streets are filled with crowds of people coming and going. Compared to the commercial district, the Akimichi, Nara, and Yamanaka clan-s land, which hasn't been moved for decades, seems a bit deserted, with a few dim streetlights illuminating the roadside. So delicious. Truly delicious. The man had completely turned into a round barrel, sporting a slick-back hairstyle and a full beard, continuously stuffing meat into his mouth, as if he were a ghoul fighting for food. Sitting across from him, the third Hokage watched him eat with great enthusiasm, feeling no appetite at all. Initially, he thought the barbecue smelled good, but he was frightened by the other's eating style. Hizashi, aren't you eating? Seeing that the third Hokage had no intention of picking up his chopsticks, the man blinked, his eyes nearly slits. After a few seconds of silence, the third Hokage shook his head. Well, that's good. With a chuckle, the man grabbed the meat from the third Hokage's plate and started eating heartily, not caring about the grease and sauce all over his hands. The amount of barbecue enough for several adults only left him feeling half full. Burp. After a satisfying burp, he looked regretfully at the messy table, wiped his hand with a towel, and asked, "You came to see me about Danzo and the daimyo, right?" Although he had long since stepped back from village affairs, Akimichi Takafumi still kept an eye on significant events in the village. At this moment, the third Hokage was troubled, and it was obvious he had come for a reason, making Takafumi a suspect. Takafumi, I'm in a difficult position. The third Hokage sighed, but everything is for the village. If we don't find out who betrayed it, the village will face even more severe consequences. If they dare to leak such crucial information, what else won't they do? Chapter 40. The least likely traitor is Uchiha. I can understand, so I'll speak first. Takafumi nodded in agreement, indicating his understanding. First, I must clarify that I am not aware of the specific developments within Root in recent years, nor do I know what Danzo has been up to. My knowledge is limited, and this incident has nothing to do with me. No one would foolishly take the blame for something that wasn't their fault. Takafumi was no fool. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen to retire early and enjoy a peaceful life at home, eating and drinking without worries. He was satisfied as long as he could protect the three clans, Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi. As for the rest, he couldn't care less. The third Hokage listened quietly. Takafumi continued, the other party's goal is very clear. It is aimed at Danzo, even at Konoha, and the entire Land of Fire. You might as well start from here. Aimed at Danzo? The third Hokage frowned slightly. He had considered this, but Danzo had offended many people in the village, except for the Uchiha, who hated him the most. All the major clans had a negative impression of Danzo, especially those families that had suffered from his actions. The third Hokage was aware of these matters, but had not intervened. Let's start with the process of elimination. First, the Uchiha. Speaking of the Uchiha, Takafumi's round face was filled with embarrassment. Ahem, let's not mention the Uchiha. They know too little of the secrets, so it's unlikely to be them. Knowing that, why say such things? On the surface, it seemed the Uchiha would do anything to eliminate Danzo, but unfortunately, they were too uninformed to be the culprits. Anyone would actively exclude the Uchiha from the suspect list and then investigate other suspects. The result was that after going through the suspects, even the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans had come under suspicion, leaving Takafumi with a bewildered expression. How did this end up involving me too? Hizashi, you can investigate slowly on your own. I'm done. In the end, Takafumi chose to lie flat, saying he had nothing to do with it and neither did the Inuzuka, Nara, or Akimichi clans. Although Danzo had also troubled the three clans, they wouldn't go to the extent of bothering him for such trivial matters. Moreover, very few people from the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans knew about these confidential pieces of information. None of them seemed like suspects. After wasting half the night, the third Hokage left in disappointment. Takafumi, how's it going? As soon as the third Hokage left, Nara Shikaku, the chief strategist of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans arrived. Left with no results. Everyone has issues. But no one could do such a thing. Takafumi rolled his eyes. You're just in time. Analyze who has the biggest suspicion. Do you think I'm a god? Shikaku was speechless, glancing disdainfully at the greasy table. Just as you said, the biggest suspect is the least likely. Others have suspicions, but no evidence to point to them. This matter probably won't yield results. As long as there was no evidence, even if they turned Konoha upside down, the third Hokage would choose to give up. At most, he would note this down and pay more attention in the future. Compared to catching the traitor, the external situation deserved more attention. You're right. Danzo might even be thinking of killing. Takafumi laughed loudly. What he cares about most is power, and now it's all gone. I want to laugh. I can't laugh. Shikaku felt delighted inside, but kept a straight face, as if such matters were not worth his emotional fluctuations. In fact, he was very happy to see Danzo in trouble. Just thinking about how Danzo came to the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans to demand people made him grind his teeth in hatred. He wanted people from the Nara clan to be advisors and people from the Yamanaka clan to be interrogators. In short, he wanted him dead. The Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans were no exception. Every clan with suspicions had been visited by the third Hokage, even the families behind Tsurugi Kamachi and Mito Gate, and had not escaped. The two elder advisors had no major objections to this. If it were them, they would likely be even more anxious. The third Hokage did not cut directly, but visited and inquired one by one, which was already giving enough face. Just as Nara Shikaku said, the result of this matter was that there was no result. In the end, the third Hokage chose to give up on investigating the traitor and focused on dealing with the external mess. The united questioning from the daimyos of various countries was much more serious than that from other villages. A small mistake could make Konoha the first village to offend all the daimyos. At that time, the development of Konoha, both economically and militarily, would be choked off. If it came to that, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, would not need to be Hokage anymore. He could retire and go home. Damn it, given the third Hokage's character. It was rare for him to lose his composure and curse, but he couldn't help it. Not only did he curse, but he also slammed the communication scroll heavily on the desk, his aging face reddening. Sitting beside him, Tsurugi Kamachi and Mito Gate sighed lightly as they watched the furious third Hokage. Since this incident erupted, the third Hokage's control over his emotions had been weakening continuously. Realizing he had lost his composure, which was not good, the Hokage, as the leader of Konoha, needed to remain calm and handle matters without letting personal emotions affect him. Taking a deep breath, the third Hokage gradually calmed his anger. News came from the daimyo's residence that the daimyo wanted to invite the daimyos of various countries to the daimyo's residence for a gathering and needed Konoha to send a ninja team for protection. Such gatherings happened once or twice a year. Logically, the third Hokage should have been accustomed to this by now. His anger stemmed from the fact that in the past, he was the one who mobilized personnel to the daimyo's residence, but this time, the daimyo clearly showed distrust and specifically requested the Uchiha to send a team from the police department for protection. The daimyo doesn't trust us. He specifically requested someone from the Uchiha to go and take on the protection task. No wonder you're so angry. Tsurugi Kamachi sighed. In the past, such tasks were directly assigned by the Hokage office, but unexpectedly this year, the situation was beyond their control to stabilize the daimyo. Konoha had no choice but to continue to take a step back. So what about this year's gathering? Mitogata and hesitated to speak. They do not want the Uchiha clan to be involved in such matters, otherwise, it would be easy for the daimyo to side with the Uchiha and support them, which is a situation that must not happen. However, the daimyo is not providing funds, which has them in a chokehold. forcing them to lower their heads and take a step back. Chapter 41. The police team catches the peeper Jiraiya on the spot. Without notifying the Uchiha, there is still some time before the daimyo from other countries arrives at the daimyo's residence. I have already informed Jiraiya to go find Tsunade. I think it's time for Tsunade to take action. The third Hokage is unwilling to let Uchiha members take on such an important task and does not want to continue conflicting with the daimyo, deepening the contradictions. His idea is to bring Tsunade back. As long as Tsunade intervenes, this matter can definitely be resolved properly, and the daimyo can still enjoy a good life at the daimyo's residence, while Konoha receives funding from the daimyo's residence and continues to develop. In terms of negotiation and communication with the daimyo's residence, Tsunade has an innate advantage that the third Hokage cannot compare to. The title of Konoha Princess is not given casually. The daimyo is happy to proclaim Tsunade as the Konoha Princess, not only because of the strong influence of Hashirama and Tobirama Senju, but also because Tsunade has a close family relation with the daimyo's family, which can barely be considered half a member of their own. With Tsunade's involvement, many troublesome issues can be easily resolved. The biggest problem right now is how to bring Tsunade back. To avoid debts, Tsunade has been elusive, hiding not only from debts, but also to prevent the village from sending someone to look for her. Heartbroken, Tsunade does not want to return to the village. Hopefully, everything will go smoothly. Nara Shikamaru and Mito Gate exchange glances, both feeling quite helpless. In Konoha, they are respected elder advisors, but outside of Konoha, their status is of no use. Matters that the third Hokage cannot handle would only worsen if they tried to intervene. Mito Gate had recently gone to the daimyo's residence in person, but the furious daimyo ignored him. The village's surveillance of the Uchiha has significantly decreased, and Itachi has returned to his previous life, working, patrolling, and handling emergencies. Due to unresolved negotiations regarding the police department's reorganization, Shirsue's former team has been assigned to Itachi, who leads patrols and handles various cases. The result of this arrangement is that the two teams together have somewhat swollen in numbers. Itachi walks in front, while others obediently follow behind. As they walk along, passers-by avoid them, giving Itachi a strange feeling reminiscent of some bizarre images from his past life. A group of Uchiha people with Sharingan, dressed in suits, holding machetes, a ridiculous image. They look just like a bunch of gangsters ready to hit the streets. Others are already accustomed to this phenomenon. Itachi, who is urged by his father to study hard, constantly observes Itachi's every move, occasionally giving a stiff smile to the villagers or ninjas by the roadside. Unfortunately, this does not win goodwill from them, and instead frightens quite a few away. Itachi deeply remembers what Itachi said, and thus, smile training has already been arranged. It once made the clan members wonder if Itachi had lost his mind. The person who always maintained a poker face actually takes the initiative to greet others, and even shows a smile. When Itachi smiles at the clan members, they find him approachable and warm, but when it comes to Itachi, it instead makes the clan members feel uneasy. After all, a person who has kept a straight face for a long time suddenly starts smiling at people, and with a stiff smile at that, it would make anyone feel anxious. This is the area that the two teams need to patrol. Along the way, Itachi continuously explains to the newcomer Itachi the points of attention. Currently, the clan leader is advocating for the reorganization of the police department. Once the reorganization is complete, I believe we will become a team of companions. Let's get to know each other first. This will help with unity and coordination. Itachi, even though you are the clan leader's son, I will not treat you differently. As Itachi earnestly educates Itachi, he notices something is off. Because the two teams are executing patrol tasks together, the patrol area has expanded. While teaching his junior, Itachi suddenly sees someone squatting with there, but up against the wall of a hot spring inn, and even worse, there is a disgusting laugh coming from them. As Itachi stops, everyone follows his gaze. Captain, this is a hot spring inn. Someone is peeping at others bathing. I can see it. Itachi's expression is not good. Standing not far away, with his arms crossed, he says in a sarcastic tone, "Everyone, sharpen your eyes." The person peeping at others bathing is none other than our village's well-known Sannin, Jiraiya. At this moment, as a prominent figure in the village, he is engaging in a despicable act, even drooling and wearing a lewd smile. We must remember that as law enforcement personnel, we absolutely cannot engage in such uncouth, unrefined, and even despicable behavior. What are you talking about, Uchiha brat? Having received notice from the third Hokage, Jiraiya hurriedly returned to the village. But the first thing he did was not to report to the Hokage office, but to run to the hot spring inn to collect material. No, to peep at others bathing. Just a few minutes after he climbed down, Itachi and the others patrolled to this spot. Initially, Jiraiya did not take it seriously. He knew he had been discovered, but he didn't want to respond because the scenery inside the wall was too beautiful. However, Itachi kept mocking him, ridiculing him, even using terms like uncouth and unrefined, which made Jiraiya unable to bear it. You can call me lecherous, you can say I'm shameless, but please don't say I'm uncouth and unrefined. Unable to bear it any longer, Jiraiya sat down on the ground and shouted loudly at Itachi, refusing to let anyone block the hole he had dug in the wall. Did you see that? Itachi ignored Jiraiya and continued speaking to his team. Big shots handle things efficiently. When they want to peep, they dig a hole in the wall. And when they don't want to, they block it up. Yet here we are, as law enforcers, unable to do anything about it. After all, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. It's understandable that Jiraiya, as a disciple, learns a thing or two from the Hokage, who enjoys such things. Saying this, Itachi even brought up the third Hokage as an example. The Hokage also enjoys peeping at others bathing. Inoue's voice rose several degrees. She once thought the third Hokage was a kind old grandpa who would have thought he would do such things. Itachi, who had been silent, also had his worldview refreshed. Hey kid, you've gone too far. You can say what you want about me, but don't drag the teacher into this. Seeing Itachi dragging the third Hokage into it, Jiraiya panicked. My affair should not involve the teacher. It would sound bad if it got out. If it sounds bad, then why do it? Chapter 42, Uchiha Itachi. Either you swear an oath, or I'll make an announcement. Itachi gave Jiraiya no face, coldly questioning. I know you have no family and don't care whether the women in your family might be peeped at. But can you put yourself in their shoes and think about it? Would you feel comfortable if the woman you like was peeped at like this? Would you be willing? Does anyone not have female relatives? If this happened to you, could you accept it? What nonsense about collecting material? You're just being shameless. Peeping is peeping. Don't find such grand reasons. Damn. Jiraiya, rendered speechless, cursed inwardly. He certainly wouldn't be pleased to see the woman he likes taking a bath and being spied on. Moreover, Tsunade's strength is not something an ordinary person could sneak a peek at. No. It's better if such things don't happen. We're all men. While being lecherous isn't good, it's not exactly something shameful. However, if you can't control that restlessness inside you, it's better to find a wife. I believe many women would be willing to marry you, enough to line up from the police department to the village entrance. If you think starting a family is too troublesome and burdensome, and you want to release that restlessness, you can find a suitable place. If you don't have money, I can lend you some, or even give it to you directly. Just please don't do such things in the future, okay? And emphasize your name heavily. That restless nature of yours. Captain, your description is simply perfect. If it weren't for fearing offending Jiraiya, many people would have already burst out laughing. Nonsense. Jiraiya's face turned red after Yan's sarcastic questioning. He was already embarrassed enough to have scratched out a 3-bedroom apartment on the ground with his toes. How could I, the great toad sage, Jiraiya, not have money? Since I have money, why would I spy? Do big shots have some shameful hobbies? Hokage-sama likes to hold a crystal ball to watch. You're more direct, drilling a hole in the wall to look through. Do you know that if this is discovered, others will complain? In that case, we will suffer. Good grief if you, Jiraiya, are caught spying on someone taking a bath. You'll just walk away, but the police department will be in trouble. The person being spied on will definitely blame the police department, thinking it was due to insufficient patrols that such a disgraceful incident occurred. Jiraiya, was dumbfounded. I haven't returned to the village for a few years, and Uchiha has popped up such a troublesome kid. He kept putting a big hat on him, addressing him as you, and variously mocking him, even dragging the third Hokage into it. What made Jiraiya even more uncomfortable was that Izumi, being a woman, was staring at him with disdain and disgust. Doing such things, regardless of whether you're a big shot or not, If caught, you'd be despised and hated by women, even if Izumi is only 10 years old. All right, I was wrong. I won't spy on others again. Is that okay? Jiraiya raised his hand, saying, I can't argue with you. I surrender. Isn't that enough? If apologies were useful, what would we need the police department for? Yin did not accept Jiraiya's apology. I've heard a lot about your glorious past. When you were a child, you were beaten for sneaking into women's baths. And when you grew up, you used earth jutsu to break into hot spring inns, even stealing books meant for children under the name of your teacher. You've always promised to correct your behavior, but have you ever actually done it? Kid, I suspect you've investigated me. Jiraiya was exasperated. So what do you want? To arrest me and lock me up in the police department? I can't argue back, and no one would believe my guarantees. What can I do? Just run away? Yin cut off Jiraiya's thought of running away. If you dare to run, I'll post a notice in the village in the name of the police department, exposing your misdeeds. So what do you want? You tell me. Jiraiya felt like he was about to go crazy. Where did this annoying Uchiha brat come from? So annoying. What to do? Actually, Yin didn't have a good way either. After all, Jiraiya's identity was special, and they couldn't arrest him or scold him. Even more absurd was that this guy had a thick skin. He would guarantee one moment and then immediately look somewhere else to continue peeking. Let's make a vow. If you do it again from now on, you'll be impotent and only interested in men. Uffed. Jiraiya almost spat blood. Kid, don't go too far. The others were also dumbfounded. Even Izumi was startled. She wanted to ask, Captain, is this vow a bit too harsh? You little brat, are you poisonous? I've already said I guarantee there won't be a next time. What else do you want? If you want such a harsh vow, why don't you make one first? Me? Yin blinked and then raised his hand. I, Uchiha Yin, vow that if I peek at women bathing, I will be impotent and only interested in men. Now it's your turn. A vow? Nonsense. Would I, Uchiha Yin, do such shameless things? Jiraiya was completely dumbfounded by the general's words. Itachi, prepare to notify the police department to send out a notice about what happened today. Not a single word should be left out. No, I swear, isn't that enough? Jiraiya was really panicking. He underestimated Yan's troublesome nature and didn't expect Yin to dare to make such a poisonous vow. Just thinking about being impotent and only interested in men in the future made Jiraiya shudder, instinctively tightening his legs. I, Jiraiya, vow that I will never spy on others bathing again. Otherwise, I will be impotent for life and only interested in men. Is that enough, kid? These words, Jiraiya almost bit out one by one from between his teeth. You do as you wish. Waving his hand, Yin took his people away. As for whether Jiraiya would make the same mistake again, it's best not to let him or anyone from the police department catch him. Otherwise, Yin would directly post a notice about what happened today. It all depends on whether Jiraiya's skin is thick enough to ignore everything. He hadn't even seen the material for a while before being caught and scolded, and not only did he doubt life after being scolded, but he was also forced to make a poisonous vow. Jiraiya felt like dying and left with a long face. Captain, is this really okay? Itachi hesitated for a moment. After all, the other party is a big shot in the village, a hero of the village. Do you have women in your family? Yin retorted. Chapter 43. Someone in Konoha can't handle you, Jiraiya. Itachi's mind unconsciously flashed with the image of his mother, Uchiha Mikoto, taking a bath and being spied on by a lewd guy. Immediately, the killing intent in his eyes began to leak out. He couldn't hide the look of wanting to knife someone. It's best to kill such perverts directly, one by one. Wait, what about Hokage-sama? Itachi looked up in shock at Yin. Yin smiled. Do you want to know why Hokage-sama would do this too? Although he really didn't want to admit it. Itachi still honestly nodded. The others were also curious, looking at Yin, eager to hear the gossip. As for how Yin learned about these matters, no one cared, nor would anyone dare to ask casually. Continuing to patrol with the team, Yin spoke as he walked. Hokage-sama has a very special technique called the telescope technique. As long as he can remember your chakra signature, as long as you are in Konoha, he can observe you through a crystal ball. It means that when you're eating, going to the toilet, or even taking a bath, there is someone watching you. Holy crap! As soon as this was said, many people changed their expressions. Even Izumi was no longer calm. Being watched no matter what you do is even creepier than being a pervert. Yin was curious. After his misleading and long-term indoctrination, would Itachi still maintain the respect for the third Hokage as in the original work? Now it seems a bit uncertain. because Yan's words were like a thorn, piercing into Itachi's heart. He could disregard everything else, but he would care about his mother. It could be said that catching Jiraiya spying changed Itachi's mindset significantly. No matter how smart or big picture someone is, they can't stay calm when it comes to matters that touch on the limits of their family. Not to mention Itachi was only 10 years old and needed a long time to grow. "Old man, I'm back." Feeling depressed, he opened the window of the Hokage's office. Jiraiya sat on the windowsill, looking very unhappy. In the entire Konoha, only Jiraiya would crawl through the Hokage's office window. The third Hokage had long since gotten used to his disciples' unconventional behavior. "It's good to be back. I believe you already know about the village." The third Hokage turned around, ready to discuss the current state of the village, but was abruptly interrupted by Jiraiya's frustrated expression. "No need to talk about the village. I've already heard enough." Waving his hand, Jiraiya jumped down from the windowsill and sat on the sofa, scratching his head. "What bad luck. Just returned to the village and got dealt with by a little brat." "Dealt with by a little brat?" The third Hokage looked confused. "What do you mean by that? Can anyone in Konoha really handle you, Jiraiya?" "There's a kid named Uchiha Yen. I just got back to the village and was collecting materials when he caught me during his patrol. He kept making various sarcastic remarks and criticized me. Even forced me to swear an oath. Otherwise, he threatened to expose me to the police department." The third Hokage exclaimed, "I was so eager to have you back. And you didn't even report to the Hokage office first. Instead, you were peeping on someone taking a bath? Not only did you peek, but you also got caught. You were even criticized and forced to swear an oath." The third Hokage looked at Jiraiya as if he were meeting him for the first time. When did his disciple become so honest? In the past, he would have run away at the first sign of trouble. He would never have guessed that Yin directly used various unpleasant descriptions and words to provoke Jiraiya, causing him not to escape immediately. By the time he thought about running, it was already too late. "This kid named Uchiha Yin is quite interesting." Rubbing his rough hand against his stubbly chin, Jiraiya narrowed his eyes and began to recall the scenes from earlier, ultimately realizing he seemed to have been set up. He is indeed interesting, quite strong, and very bold. Most importantly, he's intelligent. The third Hokage gave Yin a fair evaluation. He then briefly recounted some of Yan's recent actions. Jiraiya's eyes widened, nearly dropping his jaw in disbelief. Based on what he knew, the Uchiha clan was the least willing to face Danzo, as Danzo always managed to pin various charges and labels on them, looking down on the entire Uchiha clan from a superior position. But then Yin encountered Danzo and made a mess of things. Other Uchiha members could only endure when facing Danzo, but Yin, on the other hand, made various sarcastic rebuttals and indirectly insulted him, directly making Danzo look foolish. "Hiss, this kid is not easy to deal with. Good thing I didn't run away. Otherwise, the consequences would have been severe." Learning about Danzo's predicament, Jiraiya felt an inexplicable sense of relief. Wait a minute, with such a difficult character appearing in the Uchiha clan, given the old man's personality, he definitely won't let the other side off easily. Noticing his disciple looking at him with a strange expression, the third Hokage nearly choked on his own saliva and shouted at him, "I am only wary of the Uchiha, not trying to wipe out the entire clan." That's something Danzo would love to think. Coughing, he added, "I'm just worried, all right?" Jiraiya chuckled, rubbing his hands awkwardly. After all, we can't blame everything on the Uchiha for what happened back then. Besides, the Uchiha are part of the village. "Old man, we shouldn't push them too hard, otherwise it will lead to a backlash, which wouldn't be good. The Uchiha's strength is considerable. If we push them too hard and they retaliate, even if the village can eliminate the Uchiha, it will come at a heavy cost. Just looking at the comparative strength on the surface reveals the outcome. A large clan like the Uchiha, if truly pushed to retaliate, would deal a significant blow to Konoha. Even if we eliminated all the Uchiha, Konoha would still have to pay a considerable price. Once the news leaks, who can guarantee that other villages won't have ulterior motives? Iwabikure and Kumobikure have always kept an eye on Konoha. Unlike other high-ranking officials, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade don't hold significant bias against the Uchiha. Jiraiya has always believed in treating everyone equally. Even after the Night of the Nine Tails, he didn't blame all the faults on the Uchiha. As for Orochimaru, He is merely envious of the Uchiha's Sharingan and bloodline. Tsunade's stance is simpler. As long as you don't cause trouble, you're part of the village. Although she has double standards externally, she is relatively fair when dealing with internal matters. Only the third Hokage and Danzo, along with their group of high-ranking officials, continue to keep a close watch on the Uchiha. Chapter 44. Confirmed by the eyes, Naruto is a troublemaker. I know. The third Hokage lit a cigarette and took a deep puff. That's why I have always advocated for investigating the identity of the mysterious masked man while keeping an eye on the Uchiha. The only one who has been planning to take risks from start to finish is Danzo. Alright, enough of that. What good deed did Danzo do this time to make such a big fuss? Jiraiya was already tired of hearing this and knew he couldn't change his teacher's mind, so he decided to ignore it. He needed to handle the daimyo's affairs quickly so he could leave the village, continue gathering materials, and search for the savior. Speaking of this matter, the third Hokage's previously good mood soured, and his old face looked quite unpleasant. Losing the desire to smoke, he set down his pipe. The daimyo's mansion received intelligence from the Bounty Association indicating that Danzo was plotting to assassinate the daimyo and support someone else. I suspect there is a mole among the higher-ups. The information sold is too detailed. Sounds troublesome. Jiraiya scratched his messy hair, looking quite distressed. So, we not only have to quell the daimyo's anger, but also find a way to catch the mole? Yes. The third Hokage nodded. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had a rush to call you back. What should I do? Not wanting to waste brain cells thinking, Jiraiya decided to do whatever the third Hokage told him to do, leaving everything else aside. He was still busy trying to see Naruto. We need Tsunade back. The village needs her. The third Hokage gritted his teeth. The daimyo from all nations is preparing to attend a gathering at the daimyo's mansion, which undoubtedly puts pressure on the village. We need Tsunade to handle this matter. That's not easy. Jiraiya forced a smile. Tsunade had been drifting and gambling since leaving the village, losing terribly, with creditors everywhere. Moreover, Tsunade was unwilling to return to the village and didn't want to deal with village matters. That was the most important thing. Otherwise, given the speed of information spread, she would have returned long ago. All right, I'll try my best. As for whether she wants to come back, I can't guarantee it. What happened back then hurt her deeply. Stretching, Jiraiya jumped onto the windowsill and turned to the third Hokage. Old man, you'd better prepare for both scenarios. It won't be easy to persuade Tsunade to return. I'm off. Leaving the Hokage office, Jiraiya immediately went to find Naruto. Unfortunately, at that moment, Naruto was still in school, dozing off on his desk. Seeing this, Jiraiya felt a sudden urge. Should he find a place to release his restless and uncontainable nature? This little brat is quite good with words. Realizing that Naruto's class hadn't ended yet, and waiting around was boring, Jiraiya decided to find a place to have some fun first. As night fell, after sending away the little follower, Yin left the police department. Passing by Ichiraka Ramen, Yin thought for a moment and decided to go in. Handmade, large bowl of ramen. Add meat and side dishes. I haven't seen you in a while. The owner of Ichiraka chuckled and joked, just so you know, extra ingredients cost extra. Yin laughed as well. If you dare to ask for money from the police department, feel free to add whatever you want. Ha ha ha. After a few hearty laughs, the owner began to cook the noodles. Soon, the ramen was ready, and Yin picked up his chopsticks and started eating. As for the traditional gesture of putting hands together and saying I'm about to eat before meals, it was directly omitted. Watching Yin eat noodles with big bites. Shouta shook his head. Yin, this is disrespectful to food. Yin, who was already used to it, raised an eyebrow. I think not wasting food and savoring it until it's finished is the greatest respect for food. Everything else is not important. All right, as long as you're happy. Shouta felt helpless about this. Uncle, I want a bowl of ramen, and make it quick, I'm starving. At this moment, an unexpected person rushed in. Cough. Looking at the little yellow-haired boy in front of him, who was patting his belly and shouting that he was hungry, Yin was taken aback. He didn't expect to run into Naruto while eating ramen, although Naruto did love this stuff. This was also the first time he encountered him since his crossing over. It's Naruto. Come sit down. What ramen do you want today? Shouta and Naruto were old acquaintances. When Naruto couldn't find food elsewhere, he felt warmth at Ichiraka Ramen, because Shouta never rejected Naruto due to the rumors about him being a fox demon. Naruto frowned in distress, but I want to try everything. Suddenly, Naruto noticed Yin sitting nearby, sniffed, and happily said, "Let's go with the same flavor as this uncle." Cough, cough. Yin was once again caught off guard, and Shouta froze for a few seconds before bursting into laughter. Am I wrong? Scratching his head. Naruto really didn't understand why his words could make the other person laugh so hard. Yin, hearing you talk, I really want to punch you. If possible, I would love to pin Naruto down on the table and give him a lesson about the harshness of the world. Women care about age. Can men not care? You just made me feel like I've aged 10 years in an instant. After laughing for a while, Shouta wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and reminded Naruto, Naruto, Yin is not an uncle. He's only 15. However, 15 was still a significant age gap for Naruto, and he was conflicted. Calling someone that age an uncle was indeed correct. Just don't call me uncle, okay? Hurry up and sit down. I'll cook you noodles. Oh, Naruto lay weakly on the table, waiting for his ramen to arrive, completely unaware that the Umbu ninja lurking outside were about to go crazy. Yin was eating ramen, and Naruto had intruded, cheerfully calling him uncle. Knowing the Umbu ninja were just outside, Yin couldn't be bothered to argue with Naruto. Otherwise, just for calling him uncle, he would have to teach him a lesson. Besides, this little yellow-haired boy had recently thrown a beehive into a breakfast shop. If it were someone else, they would have been sent to the police department by now. Great. I'm about to dig in. Naruto put his chopsticks together, shouted, and then began to eat with big bites, while Shouta proudly tilted his head towards Yin, as if saying, "Look at others, now look at you. Give me a bowl too." Jiraiya, who reeked of alcohol and looked like he could barely walk straight, sat next to Naruto, only to be rejected by Naruto. "Hey, can you sit a little further away, white-haired uncle?" "All right, another uncle." This place was indeed a hub of gossip. After eating and drinking to his fill, Yin prepared to leave, because he had forgotten the time in his carefree manner. Jiraiya felt a bit embarrassed. Meanwhile, Naruto's rejection left him at a loss. Jiraiya had no choice but to move closer to Yin, smilingly saying, "Hello there. Little guy from the Uchiha clan. You made me a bit embarrassed today." If it were anyone else describing him as the little guy from the Uchiha clan, it would definitely carry mockery and sarcasm. But with Jiraiya, it was just a simple address. If you're not satisfied, I can help promote your business for free. Chapter 45. Jiraiya's attempt to take Naruto away is rejected. Forget it. I'm not interested in that. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya quickly showed a pleading expression. Don't say that. I was wrong. I shouldn't have provoked you. Meanwhile, Naruto, who was eating, found this all very strange. Glancing at the two odd people beside him, Naruto finished his ramen as quickly as he could, leaving not a drop of soup, and then satisfiedly patted his belly and left happily. After Naruto left, Jiraiya, with a flushed face and a strong smell of alcohol, looked dejected. Everything proved that he was in a bad mood. Although he was busy having fun, he still cared deeply for the only child of his disciple. After some inquiries, he received disappointing news. Naruto was living very poorly. The third Hokage had not fulfilled his promise to take good care of Naruto. Compared to the third Hokage's own children, Naruto was not much different from other orphans, and his situation was even more difficult. In comparison, the only advantage Naruto had over other orphans was that he was somewhat protected and not as short on money. Unfortunately, having money was useless, as the people of Konoha were unwilling to sell anything to Naruto. Naruto's plight brought tears to Jiraiya's eyes. "Can we talk?" Jiraiya's red eyes made Yin guess it was related to Naruto. However, these matters were not his concern. Yin planned to go home and rest, but unexpectedly, Jiraiya wanted to chat with him. After considering for a moment, Yin decided to sit down and prepare to be a bystander. "The noodles are ready." Shouta placed the cooked noodles in front of Jiraiya, sighed, shook his head, closed the shop, and left the place to the two of them. "I'm starting." With a smile that looked more painful than crying, Jiraiya clapped his hands, picked up his chopsticks, and began to eat, saying between bites, "I never imagined Naruto's life was like this." Before Minato left, the old man promised to take good care of Naruto. "I'm not a good teacher. I left Konoha alone and never came back to see Naruto." Yin listened quietly. The old man always told me that Naruto was safe, living well, and was quite mischievous. Hearing this made Yin internally scoff. What a poor fool who has been deceived by the third Hokage. You know what kind of person your teacher is, right? When you're out running around, do you think he would tell you the truth? If Jiraiya really knew how Naruto was living, he would probably rush back immediately. Instead, the third Hokage deceived him for several years. This was quite impressive. Yin admired the third Hokage's ability and methods of deception. Disciple, the lies are consistent. I wonder what I've been doing these past few years. Losing interest in eating, Jiraiya put down his chopsticks, seemingly mocking himself for his ignorance and stupidity. Thankfully, Naruto was growing up healthily, although he was a bit mischievous. This was the only thing Jiraiya found somewhat comforting. Yin twitched his mouth twice and couldn't help but say, if drinking expired milk and having to steal things from stores just to buy things while being rejected everywhere counts as living well, then indeed it's living well. Jiraiya's ugly smile froze instantly. He had been inquiring about Naruto for too short time, and he hadn't learned any specific details. He initially thought the outcome was not bad, but after hearing Yan's words, he realized that growing up healthily was nonsense. If he could eat a meal of grilled meat, he might just swallow his tongue along with it. Lies and deception always exist. You just can't see them. Don't pretend to be kind. It's nauseating. Sorry, I accidentally said a few heartfelt words. Waving his hand, Yin opened the door and left, leaving Jiraiya shocked, like a wooden stake nailed in the ramen shop. So they say, the third Hokage is great. The third Hokage is awesome. The promises of the third Hokage are never fulfilled. Once a person lives with their face covered for too long, they will find that they no longer have a face at all. Night. Naruto's window was pushed open, and Jiraiya took a look around the room. The place was in shambles like a heap of garbage, leaving him in a daze for a long time. Naruto, who had been going crazy all day, was fast asleep, completely unaware that someone had come into his home and was quietly watching him from the bedside, lost in deep self-reproach. Jiraiya sat by Naruto's bed all night. The next morning, with red-rimmed eyes from a sleepless night, Jiraiya went to the Hokage's office and got straight to the point. I can go find Tsunade and do everything I can to persuade her to come back, but I want to take Naruto with me. From now on, I will live with Naruto. No way. The third Hokage decisively rejected him. The first part of Jiraiya's statement had made him happy, but the latter part was unacceptable. Recently, too many things had happened in the village, and the exhausted third Hokage didn't want to worry about Naruto anymore. However, after the rejection, the third Hokage found himself in a daze. He had formed a habit regarding such matters. Looking at his teacher with disappointment, Jiraiya said bitterly, Teacher, I'm very disappointed in you. Do you really not know what kind of life Naruto is living? But Naruto is the village's Jinchuriki. He can't leave Konoha easily. The third Hokage knew he had disappointed Jiraiya and wanted to persuade him to give up this idea like before. It was safest for Naruto to stay in the village. Shaking his head, Jiraiya, who had already given up, sighed, Fine, then I will also stay in the village, accompanying Naruto as he grows up. But you'll need to assign someone else to find Tsunade. Old man, to me, Naruto is more important than anything else. If this matter can't be resolved, I suggest sending Danzo to the daimyo's mansion for the daimyo to handle. Jiraiya kept this thought to himself. If he said it out loud, the third Hokage would definitely be furious. Since they couldn't reach an agreement, he chose to compromise. However, as for the mission, he was powerless. This was the only option Jiraiya had to confront the third Hokage. He didn't want to tear their relationship apart or create a standoff. For Naruto, for the village, he could only choose to use soft tactics. Faced with Jiraiya's threat, the third Hokage did not relent, only maintaining a stern expression. Jiraiya knew this was a difficult situation. He didn't force the third Hokage, but decisively left the Hokage building, went to the commercial street, and bought a lot of furniture, clothes, and brand new household items. He completely refurbished Naruto's house inside and out. Regardless of whether the third Hokage agreed to let him take Naruto, he needed to do something to make amends to Naruto. Compensating for the years of neglect towards Naruto for what he owed, what his teacher owed, and what the village owed, all of it needed to be repaid. Captain, the perverted adult was looking for you yesterday. Izumi opened the office door and shouted. Perverted adult? Yin was confused. Could the perverted adult be Jiraiya? What did that guy want with him? Chapter 46. Irika, where did this weirdo come from? He even claims to be Naruto's parent. At the door of the lounge, Jiraiya, who had been smiling, suddenly fell into an awkward situation. Because of what happened yesterday, Izumi's impression of Jiraiya had turned negative, and she naturally wouldn't give him a good face. Even the way she addressed him had changed to perverted adult. I probably can't keep the face of the Toad Sage. Jiraiya looked up to the sky in silence. You need something from me? Yin stepped out of the lounge and looked Jiraiya up and down. The smell of alcohol was gone. He had shaved, and his messy hair had been tidied up a bit, making him look much more presentable. However, what Yin didn't understand was why Jiraiya, having come this far, couldn't just change out his ragged clothes. A set of clothes shouldn't cost much. Ahaha, you were calling me sir yesterday, but today you've changed? Jiraiya chuckled, trying hard to avoid making eye contact with Izumi. Her disdainful gaze made him feel uncomfortable all over. If you want me to speak to you in that tone, I don't mind accommodating you. Yin raised an eyebrow and emphasized her tone. Jiraiya panicked. No, it's fine this way. I feel like we get along pretty well. We should be able to be friends. Please don't call me sir or use you. It sounds really awkward. Saying this, he even winked at Yin. How about we find a place to talk? Sure. Yin took Jiraiya out of the police department, but as for being friends, let us skip that. Given the relationship between the Uchiha and the village, being friends with the higher-ups would be laughable if it got out. Just after leaving the police department, Jiraiya couldn't hold back anymore. I came to find you because I actually want your help. I want to stay in the village for a while to make up for what I've neglected with Naruto. But I don't know what kids like. Plus, there aren't any suitable people in the village, so I had to come to you. In Jiraiya's view, Yin, who constantly mocked him and spoke with sarcasm, was far more pleasant to look at than those who treated him with excessive respect. So he sought her help. Jiraiya knew what regular kids needed. Even if he didn't understand, he could ask around and find someone for advice. Unfortunately, Naruto wasn't an ordinary kid. Jiraiya thought, and could only choose to call for reinforcements. Having found no suitable candidates, he ended up at the police department. You've got to be kidding me. You came here for this trivial matter? Yin looked at him with a full expression of disdain. The best way to interact with Naruto is to change out of those clothes and go talk to his teacher. In front of the teacher, tell Naruto that you're his father's teacher, a very close relative who was out on a mission before but has now returned and wants to live with him. Then take the crying Naruto to buy some new clothes, take him out to eat something delicious, and stay by his side, telling him stories. And then, Jiraiya was anxious, scratching his ears and cheeks. Yin disdainfully swatted away his hand. What and then? We're at this point, and you still don't understand? Compared to material deficiencies, what Naruto needs more is the companionship of family. His heart is empty. As long as you replace his parents and give him warmth from family and relatives, he will feel happy. Naruto is a simple-minded kid. He doesn't need much, but unfortunately, no one can give it to him. It was a good thing Jiraiya could return early. In the original story, when Jiraiya came back, Naruto had already grown up, which led Jiraiya to overlook many things. Is it really that simple? What else? The rest is up to you. Don't come looking for me unless it's necessary. I'd rather not be monitored. It's driving me crazy. Half an hour later, in a clothing store in the commercial area, Jiraiya changed into a new outfit and turned around to ask, Yin, how does this outfit look? Very good, perfect. The taste in choosing clothes was simply appalling. Yin even thought about covering her face and running away, pretending she didn't know him. Dressed like that, you might as well wear your old clothes to see Naruto. Unable to watch any longer, Yin could only help Jiraiya pick out a decent outfit. And she packed some clothes for Naruto too. Afterward, they rushed to a barbecue restaurant, reserved a private room, and then headed straight for the ninja school. In the office, the teacher was reviewing the homework submitted by the students. Suddenly, the office door was forcefully pushed open, startling the teacher. Hello, teacher. I'm Naruto, Uzumaki's parent. I would like to see him. Please ask him to come to the office. What the heck? Looking at Jiraiya, who had rudely barged in and made an impolite request, the teacher was completely bewildered. Naruto, Uzumaki's parent? You must be joking. Iruka, who knows Naruto's background best, is already feeling the urge to call the Umbu and the police department. Where did this lunatic come from, claiming to be Naruto's parent? Why don't you say you're Naruto's grandfather? Please leave. Don't make such jokes at the ninja school, or I will call someone. With a stern face, Iruka scolded Jiraiya without hesitation. Jiraiya, wanted to explain, but an angry Iruka didn't give him a chance. What do you mean by Irika continued to reprimand him. Aren't you ashamed to come to the ninja school and make such jokes? Do you believe I will call the police to arrest you? While scolding, Irika finally noticed Hyan, who was leaning against the doorframe, laughing so hard he was in pain. He blinked and thought for a moment. Isn't this guy from the police department? I really am Naruto's parent. Jiraiya was about to collapse. Do I just have a deceiving face? Why does no one believe the truth? Nonsense. Irika still didn't believe him. Ha ha. Hyan was laughing so hard he was almost crying. This was simply too funny. What are you laughing about? Jiraiya, with a dark face, really wanted to strangle Hyan. Taking a deep breath, he could only continue to explain, My name is Jiraiya. Naruto's father is my disciple. So I am indeed his relative. If you don't believe me, you can ask him. He is the squad leader of the police department. He can vouch for me. If you don't trust the Uchiha, you can go to the Hokage office to inquire. Lord Jiraiya? Irika was half convinced. The three ninjas had been away from the village for too long, making many new ninjas unfamiliar with them, and Irika was one of them. Although he wasn't familiar, he had at least seen photos and portraits. They were all genius students who had graduated from the ninja school. Even if they had initially been at the bottom, the ninja school would promote them. Irika blankly turned to look at the photos on the office wall. Compared to the photos, although he looked a bit older, at least the other features matched. Did I just scold Lord Jiraiya? Chapter 47. Naruto turns the tables. Jiraiya is stunned. What should I do to earn Lord Jiraiya's forgiveness? I'm waiting online. It's urgent. Irika panicked, searching for a solution in his mind. But after being anxious for a long time, he couldn't say what he wanted to say, and he could only squeeze out a few words. Lord Jiraiya, you're back? It sounded like I was dead. Jiraiya rolled his eyes in disbelief. Ha ha, I can't take any more. Please spare me, my stomach hurts so much. If it weren't for the fear of dirtying his clothes. Hyan really wanted to roll on the ground. He was laughing so hard that tears were coming out. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward. Irika hurriedly ran out of the office. Lord Jiraiya, please wait a moment. I will go get Naruto. Irika dashed away. Jiraiya glared at Hyan, annoyed. I asked you to help, not to come watch me make a fool of myself. You guys are the funny ones. Am I not allowed to laugh? Holding his stomach, Hyan wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, a bit out of breath. Honestly, you're not a competent parent at all. You haven't seen your child in years. No wonder the teacher doesn't recognize you. If it were me, I would definitely treat you as a child trafficker. Jiraiya was already numb to it. Naruto, your parent is looking for you. At the classroom door, other teachers were teaching, and Naruto was busy sleeping. Hearing a shout, Naruto raised his head in confusion and wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. Who is looking for me? A parent? The teacher, thinking he had misheard, asked. Irika-sensei, did you just say Naruto's parent? There was no time to explain. He would tell him later. Naruto, come out quickly. Irika waved his hand repeatedly. Drowsy. Naruto had no choice but to walk out of the classroom. Unexpectedly, the classroom erupted in chatter. Isn't that fox demon an orphan? When did he have relatives? Yeah, I heard he was an orphan too. A group of kids chattered. Quiet, continue the class. No discussing others. The teacher slammed the desk to redirect the students' attention. Actually, he was quite curious and wanted to gossip, but as a teacher, he had to maintain basic ethics. Teacher, what parent? I don't have a parent. On the way, Naruto's drowsiness gradually faded, and he felt something was off. He was an orphan. Besides the occasional visits from his Hokage grandfather, he had no other relatives. No more talking. Follow me. At this time, Irika's attitude towards Naruto was still quite poor. Unlike a few years later when he gradually matured, understood Naruto, and even guided him. One must say that the third Hokage's brainwashing ability was top-notch. He made Irika put down his hatred and wholeheartedly care for Naruto. Oh, Naruto was unfazed by the scolding. He was already used to Irika's attitude towards him, looking indifferent, hands behind his head, following behind with a leisurely gait, causing Irika, who was walking ahead, to have veins popping on his forehead. Lord Jiraiya, Naruto is here. Irika had a flattering expression. Jiraiya smiled and nodded. Thank you for your hard work. It's nothing. It's nothing. Irika bowed repeatedly and slowly exited the office. Hey, it's the uncle who ate ramen last night, and that uncle with the stinky white hair. When Naruto looked up and saw Hyan and Jiraiya, He immediately blurted out a name that left both of them speechless. What do you mean by the uncle who ate ramen? What do you mean by the stinky white-haired uncle? Confirming with his eyes, Hien thought this kid deserved a beating. Not caring about the consequences, Hien gave Naruto a kick on the backside and then turned to leave, waving at Jiraiya and casually giving him the middle finger. Don't come looking for me for things like this in the future. This police department squad leader had a terrible temper. He not only dared to kick Naruto, but even dared to give Lord Jiraiya the middle finger. Irika stared dumbfounded at Hien's back, telling himself not to provoke the police department and the Uchiha. Why did you kick me? Rubbing his sore backside, Naruto felt wronged. Jiraiya smiled wryly and shook his head, looking at Naruto, feeling a bit nervous, unsure how to introduce himself. Hien had already left, and yelling wouldn't help. Rubbing his backside, Naruto could only glare at Jiraiya in dissatisfaction, shouting, "Stinky old uncle, what do you want with me? You can call me Grandpa Jiraiya." After hesitating over the title, Jiraiya decided to go by seniority. Given his age and status, it was nothing wrong for Naruto to call him Grandpa, even though Jiraiya wasn't Team Minato's father. Grandpa? Naruto's jaw almost dropped to the ground. Yes, that's right, Grandpa. Jiraiya grinned, feeling happy inside. TCH, I don't want that. As a result, Naruto crossed his arms, turned his head aside, and looked unhappy. I don't have a grandpa. This doesn't seem right. Where did the problem arise? Didn't Hien say that Naruto lacked love the most? He shouldn't have rushed into my arms, looking miserable, right? Jiraiya nervously stepped forward. Naruto, I am your father's teacher, so it is only right for you to call me Grandpa. I'm very sorry for the hardships you've faced these years. I just returned to the village and didn't know you were having such a tough time. Liar, big liar. Naruto's reaction was a bit intense. He spat at Jiraiya and shouted, red-eyed and waving his hands. I've been alone since I was little. I have no family, and even less a grandpa. You liar. Naruto has always longed for the attention of others, for the love and care that other children have from their families. Unfortunately, what he received was always the cold, rejecting gazes and the title of Fox Demon. At this moment, suddenly someone pops up claiming to be his relative. Naruto is unable to accept it, or rather, he is in a state of self-destructiveness and resistance. If I have family, why didn't you show up sooner? Why did you make me live alone? Why did you let me suffer such unfair treatment alone? Where were you then? In a fit of emotion, Naruto even started to cry and ran away. Naruto, faced with this situation, Jiraiya could only chase after him. Naruto's emotional changes and his reaction to discovering he has family further solidified Jiraiya's resolve to accompany him. Regardless of whether the third Hokage was willing, he would not abandon Naruto, letting him live alone in solitude. Indeed, touching programs are not suitable for someone like me to watch. Hiden, who was observing secretly, shook his head and quietly left. As for the two older brothers from the Umbu, they seemed unaware that someone was secretly watching the ninja school right under their noses. Naruto's intense reaction is completely normal. After all, he had strangely received love and care that belonged to him, and he was unable to accept it all at once, creating internal conflict. As long as Jiraiya stays with him, Naruto would soon accept him. Jiraiya found Naruto in the back mountain, sitting beside him and starting to tell his own story. Gradually, Naruto's attention was drawn in. Chapter 48, Danzo. I can't handle Jiraiya, but I can deal with the Uchiha. It turns out that the stinky old man is still a hero of the village. Naruto looked up at Jiraiya in admiration, and his inner sadness gradually dissipated with Jiraiya's story, completely immersed in it. If it weren't for the title of Stinky Old Man, Jiraiya would have been very happy. Call me Jiraiya Grandpa. Don't call me Stinky Old Man, you little brat. You need to be polite. I am your father's teacher, Jiraiya said with a dark expression. Educating Naruto. This won't do. Casually giving people ugly nicknames can easily offend others. Even if Naruto's identity makes him unafraid of offending people. The problem is, if he offends everyone with his mouth, people will only reject him even more in the future. Oh, I got it, Jiraiya Grandpa. Realizing he was wrong, Naruto immediately corrected himself. Although he was mischievous, he was also a kind and sunny child at heart. Otherwise, if treated this way, an ordinary child would have turned dark long ago. Jiraiya Grandpa, what kind of person was my father? Why have I never heard anyone talk about him? The child's curiosity was very strong. Jiraiya laughed heartily, but started to feel a bit of a headache. He was contemplating whether to tell Naruto the whole truth. Keeping it hidden would be unfair to Naruto, but revealing everything might be too much for him to handle. Thus, Jiraiya chose a middle ground. Your father. Jiraiya fell into memories, as if he had returned to the day he first met Minato. He was a genius and also a hero of the village, very strong, and he accomplished a lot for the village. At the same time, he was someone who could warm people's hearts. Everyone privately liked to call him Little Son. Why? How can you respect someone and give them such a nickname? Because your father, like you, had a smile that could warm others' hearts. Is that a compliment for me? Naruto chuckled, scratching his head in embarrassment. He felt very happy to receive praise from a relative for the first time. What about my mother? Your mother? Remembering Kushina, Jiraiya instinctively shrank his neck and laughed. Your mother was a beautiful woman, just a bit hot-tempered. She was also a very famous person in the village. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go eat. Today, Jiraiya Grandpa is treating you to barbecue. Minato was fine, but Kushina's past involved many secrets of the village, and Jiraiya didn't dare to speak casually. If Naruto suddenly became interested and pressed for details, he would be in trouble. Yay! Naruto, who had been focused on his parents' stories, suddenly jumped up high. He had been craving barbecue for a long time. Unfortunately, he couldn't afford it before. Now he could finally enjoy it. Most of the barbecue shops in Konoha were run by the Akimichi clan, who didn't care about the so-called fox demon rumors, as evidenced by the attitudes of several kids towards Naruto. They didn't actively engage with him, but they wouldn't excessively reject him either. They would even play and skip classes with Naruto. However, just because the kids didn't mind didn't mean the family didn't need to pay attention. Making Naruto be rejected by the villagers was Danzo's doing. Since everyone else did it, the Inoshikacho trio had to follow suit, or they would easily get targeted by Danzo. Therefore, the Inoshikacho trio just had to follow along. But fortunately, their attitudes towards Naruto were not as bad as ordinary villagers. Of course, rejection also depended on the person. Naruto going to eat barbecue alone was definitely out of the question, but just as it happened, Jiraiya returned. Jiraiya directly asked the Akimichi clan to reserve a private room for him at the barbecue restaurant and stated that he was bringing Naruto to eat barbecue. And the Akimichi clan members didn't dare to say a word. They simply replied, "Feel free, sir." Wow, this is so delicious. Just as Hayden said, Naruto almost swallowed his tongue. He liked instant noodles, he liked ramen, and perhaps he genuinely liked such food, but was ramen and instant noodles the best? Probably not. Naruto could have instant noodles and ramen at any time, but could he eat barbecue? Aside from catching and grilling fish himself, how good could a child's cooking skills be? As long as the grilled fish didn't poison anyone, it would be good enough. Don't expect it to taste great. Eat more, eat slowly. No one is competing with you. Jiraiya laughed heartily, helping Naruto grill the meat the whole time, without taking a bite himself. In a remote little courtyard near the Shimura clan's area, members of Root were reporting some situations to Danzo. The third Hokage had declared to the feudal lord's mansion that Danzo was being monitored. In reality, the monitoring was true, but unfortunately, it was of little use. The difference between having the Umbu around or not was not significant, as long as Danzo made an appearance. These people had to obediently let the Root members go out to gather intelligence and report back, even if the Umbu reported this news. The third Hokage chose to turn a blind eye. To him, as long as Danzo didn't escape and didn't have enough manpower, gathering some intelligence was not a big deal. Danzo-sama, Jiraiya from the legendary Sannin, has returned and has approached the fox demon Naruto, claiming he is Naruto's relative, and even took Naruto to a barbecue restaurant. Ever since the incident at the feudal lord's mansion, the intensity of the Umbu surveillance of the Uchiha had decreased, and all the people around Hayden had been withdrawn. Jiraiya. Danzo, dissatisfied, slammed his wooden staff heavily on the ground. Jiraiya returning at this time and starting to interact with Naruto was not good news. At least not for him. In Konoha, while others could not resist Danzo, the Sannin absolutely could. Whether it was Jiraiya or Tsunade, they could stand up to him. Jiraiya just didn't want to make too much noise, but if Tsunade returned, Danzo would have a headache. In the original story, the third Hokage died, and Jiraiya brought Tsunade back, who then became the fifth Hokage of the village. Danzo knew he couldn't handle Tsunade, so he remained obediently hidden en route without taking any action, because he knew very well that Tsunade wouldn't indulge him like the third Hokage. Until Pain came to Konoha to carry rice, Danzo finally jumped out. Since Jiraiya was willing to interact with Naruto, let him be. Jiraiya's identity was special, and Danzo couldn't do anything about him. Since he couldn't manage it, he wouldn't. After all, Jiraiya wouldn't dare take action against him. Find some work for the Uchiha clan. They must not relax their surveillance and control over them. If I can't deal with Jiraiya, how can I not target you, Uchiha? Do you think that if surveillance is relaxed, you can do whatever you want? Even dare to approach the Jinchuriki? You'll regret it. Danzo, a snake skilled at hiding in the shadows, was best at smearing others. Targeting the Uchiha, he could come up with countless schemes. No one expected that Danzo, who had already been confined to his home to retire, could still pop up to continue causing trouble for the Uchiha. Yin didn't go to the ninja school today because Itachi brought his younger brother Sasuke to the police department. Sasuke begged Itachi for a long time and reluctantly. As a brother complex, Itachi had to take him to meet the police chief. Chapter 49. Gathering for a fight and attacking law enforcement, truly asking for death. However, this also made it convenient for Yin, as he could conveniently pass today's copy to Sasuke. Senior. When he encountered Yin, Itachi obediently lowered his head to greet him, while Sasuke hid behind Itachi, peeking out with half his face, curiously looking at Yin. This must be the clan leader's youngest son, Sasuke, right? Yin squinted his eyes and examined Sasuke up close. Not bad, a handsome kid. No wonder he can attract so many little girls' attention at school. Sasuke is a good name. Take your brother around, but it's best to leave before the clan leader arrives. Otherwise, with the clan leader's temper, you will be scolded. Raising his hand, Yin ruffled Sasuke's hair, feeling satisfied as he walked into the lounge. Sasuke is a good name? Sasuke didn't quite understand what this meant. Instead, Itachi's mouth twitched slightly. He knew why Yin said that. Because the third Hokage's father was also named Sasuke. Brother, Senior Yin is praising me. He said my name sounds nice. Sasuke, unaware of the reason, excitedly shook his brother's arm. Itachi smiled and patted his brother's head, saying, "Yeah, this is the name given to you by father himself." My silly brother. Itachi definitely wouldn't tell Sasuke the true meaning of this sentence. All right, let's hurry up, otherwise when father arrives, you and I will be scolded. Fugaku was very strict in educating his children. To prevent clan members from gossiping, he didn't even allow family members to wander around the police department. If Fugaku discovered that Itachi had brought Sasuke to the police department, he would definitely receive a good scolding. Hurry up, hurry up. Upon hearing this, Sasuke also got anxious and grabbed his brother's hand to run. He was afraid that their father would suddenly appear in front of them at any moment. Captain, your tea. Just as Yin sat down, his close secretary, Izumi, placed the brewed tea on the desk, wearing a face that seemed to say, "Praise me. You're so great." Shaking his head in amusement, Yin pretended not to see Izumi's anticipation and lowered his head to drink tea. Seeing that Yin was ignoring her, Izumi dejectedly drooped her shoulders. Thinking, is what I did not enough? By the way, Yin raised his head. Izumi, I just ran into Itachi in the hallway. He brought his brother Sasuke to the police department, probably to satisfy his brother's curiosity. Do you want to go say hello? With a downcast expression, Izumi pouted. It's a work day. We see each other every day. Why bother to say hello? The thoughts of a little girl changed so quickly. Yin shook his head in speechlessness. Why did Izumi's mood become low? She must have wanted him to praise her for making good tea. Unfortunately, not receiving any compliments, Izumi became dispirited, and she had no mind to greet Itachi. She didn't even notice that as time passed, her special feelings for Itachi had faded away. Instead, all her attention was focused on Yin, constantly watching his every move. Captain, there's been a serious fighting incident in the commercial street. The team out needs urgent support. At this moment, Chihiro rushed into the office in a flurry, not even knocking on the door. Due to the force, the wooden door slammed against the wall, making a loud noise, startling Izumi, who was organizing documents, causing the papers in her hands to fall to the ground. A serious fighting incident occurring in the commercial street? The team dispatched to handle it couldn't control the situation, so they sent a signal for help. Fighting incidents were something the police department dealt with daily, but serious ones didn't happen easily. The fact that even the patrol team couldn't control the situation indicated that ninjas were involved. If it were just ordinary people fighting, even with a larger number, a small team could handle it all. It's worth noting that most of the patrol team members were Uchiha, composed mainly of Chunin, with a patrol team usually consisting of 3 to 6 people. The fact that a small Chunin squad couldn't control the situation shows how serious this matter was. Moreover, it happened in an important place like the commercial street. If not handled well, it could bring serious negative impacts to Konoha. Who are the people that are so blind? Just when Konoha was overwhelmed with the affairs of the daimyo's residence, they came out to cause trouble. Let's go to support. Yin didn't hesitate, taking Chihiro and Izumi with him, while the rest followed closely. The once bustling first district of the commercial street was now in chaos, with dozens of people fighting, and many ninjas were involved in this brawl. The scene was chaotic, and many shoppers screamed in fear, fleeing in all directions. Shortly after the fighting broke out, a police department team arrived at the scene, but no one expected that these people, blinded by rage, would even attack the police department personnel. As the situation continued to spiral out of control, someone finally sent a signal for help. Everyone stopped. Yin arrived at the scene as quickly as possible, only to find that the level of chaos far exceeded his imagination. Normally, when the police department couldn't control the situation, the arrival of reinforcements would make both sides stop fighting, even if they were fighting fiercely, because they understood how ruthless the police department would be if pushed to a corner. To his surprise, when Yin arrived with reinforcements, not only did these people not stop, but they also attacked the police personnel, clearly trying to drag everyone down with them. Something's not right. There's a problem. No matter how great the hatred, there's no need to fight like this in public because the aftermath is severe. Moreover, these people even attacked the police personnel upon their arrival, as if they were deliberately trying to drag the police department into the mess. Slapping down the person who rushed in front of him, Yin darkly shouted, "Gathering for a fight in public and attacking law enforcement personnel, take them all down. No need to hold back. Since you want to fight, I'll satisfy you." With Yan's command, the reinforcements from the police department surged forward. Wherever they went, people screamed and fell to the ground, with some suffering from severed hands and feet. Once the police department personnel let loose, this chaos was resolved in less than 3 minutes. What happened? A late arriving Fugaku, along with several others, looked at the blood-soaked ground and the moaning people. His expression was extremely grim. Wiping the blood off his hands, Yin sneered. If nothing unexpected, someone is deliberately setting a trap for our police department. These people are acting like they're crazy, attacking anyone from our side, clearly trying to drag us down, and they purposefully chose the busiest commercial street for the location. Nodding grimly, Fugaku couldn't care less. Send the injured to the medical department. Those with minor injuries should all be brought back to the police department for investigation. We must get to the bottom of this. Yes, Minister. A large number of personnel from the police department continued to reinforce the scene, and those present were all taken away, with many still shouting threats against the police department and demanding complaints. Such a serious fight occurring on the commercial street directly alarmed the third Hokage. At that moment, he was busy dealing with the troublesome matters of the daimyo's mansion, trying to cleanse the village of negative impacts, and now this incident had occurred. Just returned to the police department, and without having time to conduct interrogations, Yin received a notification from Fugaku that the police department's minister and team leaders were all summoned to the Hokage office building for a meeting. This matter was not going to be easy to resolve. If not handled properly, the police department might face severe criticism. Fugaku was in a bad mood, and the other team leaders were not in a better state. Everyone knew what awaited them when they arrived at the Hokage office building. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage had a very unpleasant expression. Next to him, the elder Kurama and Mito Minya looked similarly troubled. Fugaku reported everything that happened today, Hokage-sama. At the time of the incident, the police department's team rushed to the scene to try to control the situation, but it appeared that the other side was premeditated and attacked our personnel. The third Hokage interrupted. Fugaku, the impact of today's incident is very negative. Chapter 50. Fugaku faces criticism. Uchiha Yin bombards Kurama. The third Hokage did not give Fugaku much chance to explain. The police department was responsible for maintaining public order, In such incidents, regardless of the cause, were the fault of the police department. They could not shirk this responsibility. Fugaku lowered his head and sincerely said, "Hokage-sama, I promise to investigate this matter thoroughly and provide an explanation to you and the villagers." The third Hokage nodded, indicating that he was waiting for the police department's investigation results. He also hoped for a perfect solution to this matter. It must not explode before the issues between the village and the daimyo's mansion were resolved. Today's fight clearly had problems, and Yin could see it, as could Fugaku and the third Hokage. However, compared to the issues with the daimyo's mansion, this matter seemed less important and not worth too much of his attention. Just when Fugaku thought it was about to end, Kurama, who was sitting beside him, suddenly said, "Fugaku clan leader, I just returned from Konoha Hospital, and many of those sent to the hospital, aside from those caught in the crossfire, have sustained serious injuries. Don't you think there's a problem with the police department?" The inevitable had come. Fugaku couldn't help but start to feel a headache at that moment. If the police department didn't take strong measures, he would be dragged down. But if they took strong measures, they could quickly stabilize the situation and resolve everything. Yet they would also be scrutinized, because the police department's strong measures were indeed severe. What does Elder Kurama mean? Does he think our police personnel were too heavy-handed? Yin interjected before Fugaku could respond. Originally, this should have been a routine blame-shifting session, and given Kurama's understanding of Fugaku, he wouldn't explain anything and would just bear it all. But the real drama was just beginning, and he was already facing questioning, perhaps not expecting such a situation. Kurama froze for a few seconds, and his wrinkled, old face quickly darkened. "Uchiha Yin, what do you mean by that? Do you think I am wronging you?" Meeting Kurama's angry gaze, Yin calmly said, "I never thought the police department was too heavy-handed. I even hoped they could be tougher, so that the situation wouldn't have escalated to this extent. Elder Kurama, many ninjas were involved in today's incident, and even the police department's team was attacked, yet you are questioning us. Since you believe our police personnel were too heavy-handed, please tell me what the police department should do to stabilize the situation. When had she ever been questioned like this?" Kurama was not as tolerant as Danzo and was trembling with anger. Her finger pointing at Yin was slightly shaking. What is going on? Minomiya was a bit confused. The third Hokage blinked in bewilderment, looking at Fugaku, wondering what the Uchiha were doing. The questioning had turned to the elder. The issue of the police department's enforcement being too violent, leading to many injuries, had been raised by several dignitaries and villagers, and they wanted to improve it. But the problem was that various sudden public security incidents did not give them a chance to change. Nonsense. This is simply ridiculous. Elder Kurama, trembling with anger, spoke in a sharp voice. "What? You Uchiha and the police department can only evade responsibility now and even come to question the elder advisor. Don't you realize the issues with the police department's enforcement? There's indeed a phenomenon of violence in the police department's enforcement. Fugaku, this needs to be improved." Being on the same front, the third Hokage would definitely speak for Kurama. This directly shifted the blame to Fugaku. Pressuring Yin directly? No. Just put enough pressure on Uchiha Fugaku. As for the rest, Fugaku would handle it. However, the third Hokage did not expect that Fugaku, who usually chose to bear it, would choose to bow his head and remain silent this time, as if he hadn't heard those words at all. Does Hokage-sama and the elders mean that from now on, our police department's personnel cannot use force during enforcement? Yin pulled the issue back. At the same time, he silently gave Fugaku a thumbs up. This time, he was quite subdued beautifully. Fugaku's choice to remain silent was actually the right move. Yin was afraid that if he stood up at this moment, he would take all the blame on Uchiha and the police department. If your police department personnel can control their emotions and not use force during enforcement, I would probably be so pleased that I would burn incense in gratitude. Kurama retorted without holding back. The third Hokage, who was about to say something, opened his mouth but chose to remain silent. In that case, we will go back and reorganize the police department personnel, hoping to satisfy the elder and Hokage-sama, and to satisfy the villagers. Oh, starting to soften up? Seeing Yan's words beginning to soften, Kurama sneered. If you can do that, then I will thank you on behalf of the villagers of Konoha. Cough, cough. All right, Kurama. seeing Kurama's emotions becoming increasingly unstable, seemingly on the verge of losing her reason. The third Hokage hurriedly interrupted, glancing at Yen. Since you can have such awareness, then I will wait for your changes. I hope your police department will not let me down. Understood. Fugaku led the people away from the Hokage office. The third Hokage sighed. Kurama, you were too impulsive. Why argue with a child? It doesn't look good if it gets out. I didn't want to, but that Uchiha Yen speaks too provocatively. Kurama was still fuming, and Mito Minya, who wanted to say a few words of persuasion, dared not speak in such a situation and could only change the subject. By the way, can the Uchiha really change? The problems in the police department have existed for so many years. If they can't change, then we must hold Uchiha Fugaku accountable. Kurama was determined to find trouble with Fugaku. She didn't want to lower herself to target Yen, and fearing that Yen would scold her in a roundabout way like Danzo, she simply directed her anger towards Fugaku. After all, he was the easiest to bully. Can a police department change? The third Hokage was not optimistic. If they could really change, they would have done so long ago, and it wouldn't have dragged on to today. Just look at the newly established complaint handling department, which was almost overwhelmed. Fortunately, the expenses of the new department did not need to be covered by the finance department, but were the responsibility of the Uchiha and the police department. All right, now let's talk about Jiraiya and Naruto. The third Hokage began to smoke, revealing Jiraiya's request. Jiraiya wanted to take Naruto with him. He had already contacted Naruto, disclosed his identity, and even took him out for barbecue. When it came to Naruto, even the already furious Konohamaru calmed down. Chapter 51. Investigating the Deep Alleys. Everyone knows the true culprit. Naruto is very important to the village, and Jiraiya wants to live with him. We cannot stop him. However, I believe Naruto should not leave the village. Since he is the village's Jinchuriki, he should stay in the village. It would be better if Jiraiya was willing to stay. Among the three Sannin, Jiraiya is the most obedient. At least he won't slack off on official matters. Unlike Orochimaru and Tsunade, who might quit if they are unhappy. Jiraiya wants to live with Naruto. They do not oppose it, but he can only stay in Konoha and cannot take Naruto around. In the original story, Jiraiya could take Naruto out of Konoha because it was after the third Hokage had died and the village urgently needed Jiraiya to step up. They turn a blind eye to Jiraiya, taking Naruto away. Now that the third Hokage is alive and well, the Elder Council definitely does not want Naruto to be taken away. Jiraiya staying in the village would be more helpful for them. Besides having an additional strong person in the village, he could also occasionally carry out some difficult tasks, which is a win-win situation. I agree with Koharu's words. Mito Gate also expressed his agreement. Living together is fine, but the Jinchuriki cannot leave the village. That is the bottom line. I will try to talk to him. The third Hokage was also not sure he could persuade Jiraiya. Let's talk about it when we get back. After leaving the Hokage office, someone couldn't help but raise doubts, but was suppressed by Fugaku. Everyone came and went in a hurry and quickly returned to the police department. When Hikaru and his group returned to the police department, the investigation report had already arrived. Director, after our questioning, the people involved in the fight said that a person named Komurataro approached them, saying he wanted to give our police department a taste of its own medicine, which is why they planned this fight, intending to drag our police department down with it. There were too many people involved in the fight. Not everyone's lips were so tight. Moreover, the Uchiha have plenty of ways to make these people talk. A simple genjutsu can easily solve the problem, and those who should confess will confess quickly. Hikaru's speculation turned out to be correct. Someone was deliberately targeting the police department. Specifically the Uchiha. We're the people. Did we catch them? When we went to arrest them, we discovered that this Komura Taro's identity was fake. Well, there's no need to continue the investigation. The opponent's identity was a disguise intended to set a trap for the Uchiha and the police department. Such things have happened before, openly and covertly pointing to the Uchiha. However, when the Uchiha began their investigation, they found that they couldn't locate anyone. Only a group of deceived, unfortunate souls were lying in the hospital or had been captured in jail, waiting for trial. Let's hear it. Taking a deep breath and controlling his inner anger, Fugaku tried to remain calm, not letting anger dictate his emotions. Someone is framing us, intending to deliberately smear the reputation of the Uchiha and the police department, making the villagers' impression of us worse. Linking this with previous cases, the results are consistent. Even if we want to catch someone, we can't find the opponent. Who exactly is opposing us, Uchiha? A group of people was chattering nonstop. Enough! Seeing that the noise was incessant, Fugaka finally couldn't hold back and slammed the table. His face darkened as he angrily said, "I asked you to express your opinions, not to argue here." The clan leader's outburst finally silenced the group. "Hikaru, what do you think about this matter?" While others argued, only Hikaru sat quietly, watching this farce. The outcome was already clear. There was nowhere to investigate, and even if they continued, they wouldn't get any results. As long as we can investigate thoroughly, the Uchiha have plenty of ways to continue the chase. Unfortunately, the Uchiha do not have that much power. In past cases like this, the investigation always stopped after reaching a certain point. What is there to say? Hikaru lifted his legs onto the chair, looking uninterested. From past experience, this incident would likely come to nothing. Since that is the case, what is the point of arguing? Isn't it better to save some energy? This is clearly a low-level and unnutritious trap. The opponent is counting on the Uchiha and the police department not being able to continue investigating. Arguing is meaningless. But if everyone is frustrated, they can try using the process of elimination. What elimination method? Investigating a case can be done like this? Seeing that the clan members were all dissatisfied and unhappy, Hikaru could only spread his hands. First, we need to affirm that this kind of thing is typically thankless work. Ordinary people or competitors wouldn't do this, nor would they dare to do so. Because if the matter escalates, the Umbu will intervene and they would be asking for trouble. We just need to eliminate the suspects who wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Is it really possible? The crowd looked at each other and ultimately chose to try. However, the results from the process of elimination were a bit shocking. Those small families that seemed to be at odds with the Uchiha had no reason to be suspected. They didn't have the guts. Just standing on the village's side and shouting a few words is already considered capable. On the other hand, the large families that could openly challenge the Uchiha had no reason to stoop to such dirty tricks. If discovered, the Uchiha could retaliate in kind. It's a typical case of losing 1,000 enemies while inflicting 800 damage on oneself. It's simply not worth it, nor necessary. After eliminating these large families, there were not many suspects left. Seeing that the clan members were all silent, Hikaru knew they had reached a conclusion. No need to guess. It can only be Danzo. He is the only one who would engage in such thankless acts against the Uchiha. Although other high-ranking officials also targeted the Uchiha, given the current situation, they had even relaxed their surveillance on us. So why would they deliberately do something like this to slap our faces? The entire ninja world is watching Konoha. The worse Konoha's reputation gets, the happier others will be. Besides Danzo, could there be anyone else? This matter started with the Uchiha putting in a lot of effort to investigate. But what was the result? It ended up under the jurisdiction of the Umbu, leaving them with no choice but to give up, and from then on, every time it ended without resolution. This has already indicated the problem. It also proves who is causing trouble. With the root disbanded and Danzo retired at home, as long as he wants, he can deliberately create some issues to annoy the Uchiha. Even if the Umbu members know, they would turn a blind eye. Frustrating, uncomfortable. Everyone felt uneasy. If it were someone else, the Uchiha could retaliate. But even though Danzo is no longer the Hokage's advisor, if the Uchiha retaliate against him, it would make the high-ranking officials think that the Uchiha are targeting them. Knowing exactly who is causing trouble, but being unable to fight back, is very frustrating. Hikaru rested his feet on the chair, gently rocking them, his arms crossed, tilting his head to look at Fugaku. He was waiting for Fugaku to see if he could provide an explanation. After all, Fugaku is the clan leader. Some matters require his input to proceed. Chapter 52. Major factions inviting Hikaru for private meetings. Let's talk about law enforcement. Under everyone's eager gazes, Fugaku shifted the topic to changes in law enforcement. Hikaru couldn't help but shake his head, disappointed once again. It seems that I really shouldn't have any hope for Fugaku. It's hard to change one's nature. Yin felt disappointed, and so did the others. It was just that they didn't dare to express it as openly as Yin did, wearing the word disappointment on their faces. The atmosphere became somewhat dull. Almost no one spoke up to voice their opinions, and throughout the meeting, only Fugaku was talking. when others remained silent. Yen also lost the desire to speak. He was keen to see how high the tolerance level of his clansmen was. Fugaku was indeed the clan leader, but repeatedly disappointing his clansmen could lead to serious consequences over time. Yen, can we talk? On the way back to the lounge, after leaving the department head's office, Uchiha In stopped Yen, while the others exchanged looks and then left. Uchiha In, whose name was quite similar to Yan's, was a staunch supporter of the moderate faction within the clan. Now, Yan's eyes were full of smiles, and he wasn't afraid of being noticed. The fact that it approached him voluntarily already indicated a lot. Now, in the entire police department, besides Fugaku, no one could hold back any longer. Even a clay figure still has some fire left, let alone the proud Uchiha clan. In the past, no one dared to take the initiative or make things clear. But things were different now. Yen stood at the forefront and took the initiative to clarify everything. This led to the pent-up dissatisfaction within everyone that could no longer be suppressed as it usually was. Time and again targeted, time and again filled with anger. Yet with no outlet, the clan leader kept suppressing matters, leading to repeated disappointments. There's a tavern in the clan with decent drinks. Let's all have a drink after work. Insegjestiv. Sure. Nodding in agreement, Yen headed straight for the lounge, and In left decisively. With too many arrests, the police department fell into a busy state. By 11 at night, the work finally came to a pause. Itachi, come with me. Yen planned to bring Itachi along to the gathering. Yes, Itachi, who was just about to pack up and head home for a rest, paused and obediently followed Yen out. What happened today was a targeted attack on the police department, or more accurately, on the Uchiha clan, aimed at discrediting them, especially at this critical juncture. Who do you think is targeting us? Following Yen, Itachi listened carefully while also beginning to think. After a long time of contemplation, Itachi organized his thoughts. I've gone through previous case files and found that such targeted incidents have occurred many times before, each time causing significant damage to the reputation of the police department and the Uchiha clan, leading to continuous disappointment from the villagers. All these cases have one thing in common. There is no follow-up investigation. As expected of Itachi, he puts in the utmost effort to achieve perfection in everything he does. Others entering the police department would at most handle a few troublesome public security cases or patrol around, then do whatever they were supposed to do. Only Itachi would delve deep into understanding the entire police department, even reviewing old case files one by one. Why do you think the police department doesn't investigate further? Itachi couldn't help but fall into silence. After walking alongside Yen for quite a while, he finally looked up to meet Yan's gaze, because the investigation would face obstruction, even interference from the Umbu. Exactly, so who is targeting the Uchiha? Itachi fell silent again. It's Danzo, Shimura Danzo, our Hokage's advisor. Yan's words made Itachi's heart sink almost to the bottom. Since he became Hokage's advisor, the targeting of the Uchiha clan had never ceased. Back then, the impression of the Uchiha in the villagers' eyes had not yet become very poor. Why do you think that is? Throughout the journey, Yen spoke of some of the secrets involved, gradually leading Itachi's thoughts astray. He believed Itachi could understand his words and grasp their intent. Deception and trickery? This tactic wouldn't work on Itachi. Honesty was the best approach. As long as he dressed it up a little, just slightly skewed, it would suffice. Itachi, can I trust you? Upon reaching the agreed-upon place, Yen stopped and looked down at Itachi, who was considerably shorter than him. He had said what he needed to say, and now it was time for Itachi to express his stance. Pointing at the small tavern behind him, Yen smiled and said, I'm not afraid to tell you that the patience of our clansmen has reached its limit. Everyone agreed to gather here, and they will definitely discuss some matters that the clan leader wouldn't want to see. I will be one of them, but I can assure you that we will not turn against the village. Like I said, the Uchiha will always be the Uchiha of Konoha. We are all part of one big family. However, there are some partners who look down upon us and bully us, and we cannot keep silently enduring this. People are not grass or wood. Even a cornered rabbit will bite. Do you understand what I mean? From beginning to end, Yan's stance remained firm. Konoha is a whole. The Uchiha is a piece of that puzzle. Only by continuously clarifying his stance could Yen win over more people, such as leading someone like Itachi to his side gradually. However, the identity of the other party meant they couldn't act recklessly. After much contemplation, Itachi slowly raised his head. Huh. Yin couldn't help but laugh. Raising his hand to pat Itachi's head. There was some hesitation in Itachi's gaze, and despite his internal struggle, he ultimately did not dodge, but allowed Yan's large hand to pat his head. Bang! Yin was taken aback, and Itachi was stunned. One didn't expect the other to dodge, and the other didn't expect the force to be so strong. The atmosphere became awkward for a moment. Yin cleared his throat and looked at his hand. Sorry. I thought you would dodge. Itachi's lips twitched. It's fine. I didn't expect the captain to actually pat. It was better to skip this awkward topic. Yin patted his forehead and continued. I don't intend to retaliate against Danzo. There's no need for that. Just as you said, Danzo's identity means we can't do anything to him. Otherwise, we'd be standing on the opposing side of the higher-ups, and one misstep could lead to a fallout. This isn't aimed at Danzo. Itachi felt relieved. In that case, I think the captain can trust me and believe in me. After all, I'm also part of the clan. With his decision made, Itachi's gaze became determined. The little wolf dog began to lean toward Yin. Yin smiled happily. Great. I didn't misjudge you. Although your thoughts are very similar to Shusui's, I always believed you're not as stubborn and naive as Shusui. He waved to Itachi. Let us go. Everyone is waiting for us. Yin led the way into the small tavern, with Itachi following closely behind. Chapter 53. No need for grand support. Unity comes first. The small tavern was quiet. After the owner prepared some snacks, they left, and only a few squad leaders from the police department remained inside. Seeing Yin arrive, everyone stood up. However, when they saw Itachi behind Yin, their expressions changed slightly. Yin took the initiative to explain, you can trust Itachi. Just consider him as one of my people. If he does anything to betray you, you can come to me. Hello, everyone. Itachi greeted the group, and his gaze towards Yin carried a hint of strangeness, mixed with a touch of gratitude. Haha, we are all clansmen. We will definitely trust each other. Please sit down. You two are the last ones. With Yan's assurance, the others were willing to trust Itachi, believing he wouldn't go and snitch. If Itachi really did that, they believed Yin would handle it personally and give them an explanation. As soon as the two sat down, Yin poured 2 glasses of wine and pushed them over. Itachi looked at the glasses in front of him, hesitated for a moment, and finally spoke. Senior, I'm not yet of age. Those sitting here were not particularly young. Yin was originally the youngest, but after Itachi arrived, he took the bottom spot. It's fine. Consider it an early experience. Patting Itachi on the shoulder, Yin picked up his wine glass and took a gulp, which caught in his throat. The taste wasn't very good. Itachi, feeling conflicted, didn't even notice that after coming out with Yin, he had already been in turmoil several times. The atmosphere had reached this point, and everyone was looking at him. With Yin leading the way, the underage Itachi could only brace himself to follow along. Cough, cough. He just choked on the wine. Haha. It seems Itachi still needs some practice. How can a man not drink? Even though you're still a kid. Right? Practice is needed. When I was your age, I stole and drank the liquor my father hid, and I got beaten up for it. We are all family, and as a glass of wine was drunk, the atmosphere became lively. With Itachi's face slightly flushed, he felt a bit out of place. Remembering Yan's teachings, he could only force out what he thought was the most suitable smile. However, the good mood didn't last long. When the topic shifted to today's incident, the smiles faded from everyone's faces. The clan leaders sighed, not to mention others. Even Yin, as a supporter of the neutrals, felt disappointed and helpless. How many times has this happened? Damn it. We have clearly worked hard to handle various security cases. Why are we being targeted like this? The villagers don't understand us. The village is against us. Are we Uchiha destined to be treated unfairly? What is most infuriating is that we know who is targeting us, yet we can't fight back or retaliate. Being targeted? It's no big deal. Hasn't the Uchiha faced targeting for countless years? Worst case, we go to war. Everyone can take up arms and fight. Few Uchiha fear death, but they cannot endure the grievance of being unable to retaliate or speak back. Yin, give everyone an explanation. After several drinks, with his face starting to redden, Yin heavily placed his cup on the table. I know you have thoughts in your heart. Among the entire clan, currently only Uchiha Yin dares to speak and act. We are willing to trust you and accept your arrangements, as long as you can let everyone vent this anger. Long-term suppression. Repeated disappointments and grievances have caused everyone to overlook faction issues. Whether hardliners or neutrals, even the remaining little sprout of the Duff faction joined in. The atmosphere was nearly set. Yin twirled the wine glass in his hand, set it down, and scanned each person's face. Asking the same question, I just asked this question to Itachi, and now I'll repeat it. Can I trust you? What does this mean? Is this asking them to change their stance? The people present had their own factions within the family, and when it came to faction issues, they couldn't make decisions lightly, or it would lead to significant trouble. Seeing everyone fall silent, Itachi, feeling a bit confused, explained, the captain doesn't mean for everyone to support him and pledge loyalty. He hopes everyone can set aside family factions and unite as one. That startled me. As long as it doesn't involve changing factions, everything else is negotiable. Yin took the lead to express, as long as it doesn't involve internal faction issues. I support you, unless you Uchiha Yin want to stand against us with the higher-ups. Right, count me in. Count me in too. I can't take it any longer. These bastards are too much. Good. With everyone's affirmation, Yin revealed a satisfied smile. He never thought of asking those who held real power in the police department to give up their factions at this moment, as that was unrealistic. He only needed to unite everyone through this incident, set aside internal faction issues, and stand together against external threats. Yin believed that if this happened once, it would happen a second time. Over time, once everyone got used to such a cooperative model, the so-called faction issues would be nothing but nonsense. Everyone was willing to trust him and follow him, and Yin laid out the facts. Our biggest problem, besides the clan leader's unwillingness to retaliate, is that we cannot directly target or retaliate because the other party's identity is very sensitive. Even if he is no longer the Hokage's assistant, he can directly target us, while we cannot retaliate against him. He can slander our Uchiha name at will, and we cannot slander him. This is the biggest problem brought about by identity. To directly smear Danzo, unless the Uchiha openly challenges the village, or someone from the Uchiha enters the upper echelons and hold a position not lower than Danzo's. Obviously, neither of these paths is feasible at the moment. We cannot openly challenge the village. That is the bottom line. Similarly, it is even more difficult for Uchiha clan members to enter the upper echelons. So we can't just do nothing, right? Yin's words were like a bucket of cold water, dousing everyone's spirits. This one work, that one work. What are we doing here? Might as well go home and sleep. Otherwise, tomorrow will be another day filled with grievances. The clansman grew anxious. Only then did Yin place the documents he brought on the table. Leaf village population data? Seeing what Yin pulled out, everyone was speechless. Is this your solution? Everyone has taken off their pants, and you pull out this thing. Not to mention others. Even Itachi's eyes held a hint of disappointment. What is Danzo's name? Yin slapped the things on the table and asked. Of course, it's Shimura Danzo. What else could it be? Yin replied impatiently, but before he finished speaking, he froze. Chapter 54. If Danzo celebrates the first day of the month, then don't blame me, Uchiha, for celebrating the 15th. Right, Danzo is called Shimura Danzo. We cannot directly retaliate against him or target him. But what about the Shimura clan? On the surface, Danzo has severed ties with the family. But in reality, Danzo has received various support from the Shimura clan. If we can't directly retaliate against Danzo, then let us target the Shimura clan members ruthlessly. You make it hard for me. I'll make it hard for you. The current situation is that Danzo can only use some petty tricks to annoy the Uchiha and smear their name. Conversely, the Uchiha can also use the power of the police department to target the Shimura clan members and make Danzo uncomfortable. You celebrate the first day of the month. I'll celebrate the 15th. It's only fair. Yin didn't believe that the Shimura clan members could continue to live happily once targeted by the entire Uchiha. He also didn't believe that all Shimura clan members supported Danzo and were wholeheartedly loyal to him. It would be incredibly easy for the Uchiha to target the Shimura clan, directly using the police department's name to give you various attention and trouble. Hey, if you dare to move, it's an attack on law enforcement officers. We'll take you back and lock you up for a few days. It's a good idea, but if that is the case, our Uchiha's reputation is probably we Uchiha don't have a damn reputation. Yin slammed the table and shouted, Tell me, How good can the Uchiha's reputation be? Even if we do these things, so what? We're targeting the Shimura clan, not the civilians. How much impact can that have? If you don't even have this awareness, then you might as well go home and wash up and sleep. Don't complain and shout here. I can't afford to lose this face, and the Uchiha can't afford to lose this face either. Who says I'm afraid? The provoked person immediately flushed and shouted, I don't believe it. Even if we target the Shimura clan, so what? Let us do it. If I don't vent this anger, I want to feel comfortable. I agree. At worst, the clan leader will blame us, and we'll all take the responsibility together. I don't believe the clan leader will punish so many of us. The atmosphere had reached this point, and the words had been said. No one present backed down. Even Itachi joined in. Whether he was willing or not, if he didn't join, he would be an outcast, a traitor in everyone's eyes. To avoid exclusion or to vent his anger, Itachi had no choice but to obediently choose to join. Reason told him that he shouldn't do this. One careless mistake could turn the Uchiha and Shimura clans into bitter enemies. However, under Yan's persuasion, Itachi had long discarded that little bit of rationality in his heart. After all, he was being ridden over and made a fool of, so what rationality was left? This had been going on for decades. Anyone would find it unbearable, let alone a 10-year-old like Itachi. In the aftermath, if anyone couldn't handle it, they could push the responsibility onto me. I, Uchiha Yen, am never afraid. As long as it's for the family, I never back down. In the end, Yen threw out a heart-stirring statement that nearly brought tears to the eyes of each squad leader. The idea came from Yen, and he was the one who convinced everyone. He was even willing to take the lead and take the blame. Where could you find such a good clansman? Compared to the one they were loyal to, it was simply on a different level. In this matter, anyone who dared to back down should not blame me, Uchiha Yen, for being merciless. Moved by this, Yen directly issued a fierce warning. Whatever we do together, we bear the consequences together. Anyone who dares to back down is a traitor. And I want to let a traitor off easily. Thus, a revenge plan against the Shimura clan was formed. Due to the heightened atmosphere, Itachi, unable to resist, drank a couple more cups and felt a bit hazy. The moment he returned home and saw his father waiting for him in the yard, the effects of the alcohol faded almost instantly. Father. Itachi stepped forward and bowed obediently. Fugaka looked up at his son. You're back a bit late today. Have you eaten? I had dinner at the gathering with Senior Yen. Do you have something to tell me? Facing his father's inquiry, Itachi almost stopped breathing for a moment as scenes from the small tavern flashed through his mind. Unconsciously clenching his fists, Itachi lowered his head and gritted his teeth. No. Itachi was prepared to be reprimanded by his father, silently waiting with his head down. But the storm he imagined didn't come. Feeling a weight on his shoulder, Itachi looked up in surprise. Fugako, rarely showing a smile to his son, smiled with satisfaction, patted his shoulder, and said, Very good. You've grown up and understand how to integrate into the family, to bear more family responsibilities. Don't let me down, because you are my son. Go on, get some rest early, and before the next gathering, make sure to send a message so your mother won't worry. Yes. Itachi lowered his head and obediently went upstairs. Back in his room, Fugaku, feeling gratified, said to his wife, The child has grown up. I just hope he can correctly understand what he should and shouldn't do. Following Yen's words, there shouldn't be any major issues. The clansmen have indeed been suppressed for too long. Mikoto analyzed and said with a bitter smile, It's a pity my status doesn't allow me. Otherwise, I would like to participate in such gatherings. What nonsense are you talking about? Fugaku glared at his wife. Go to sleep. Mikoto narrowed her eyes slightly. I waited for you half the night. And you just dismissed me with go to sleep? The next day, the police department became a bit strange, as everyone noticed that the usually non-patrolling captains were each leading their teams, aggressively heading towards the patrol area. The way they looked, it didn't seem like they were going to patrol. It looked more like they were going to fight. Yen was also out on the street with his men, his eyes scanning around like an eagle. Finally, he could head home and rest. Just thinking about his wife and children waiting at home made Shimura Jiro feel a rush of excitement. After enduring various dangers on missions, he couldn't wait to rush home as soon as the task was over, with his mind on his wife and children. Shimura didn't he notice he was getting closer to someone on the road? Someone? His professional instinct almost made him collide with another person when he subconsciously moved aside. What didn't he expect was that the other person also moved aside, and then the two collided hard. Colliding while walking was a big deal. After all, everyone has moments of distraction. However, Shimura didn't expect that the other person actually pushed him back when they collided. You bumped into me, and you dare to push me? Instinctively, Shimura raised his hand to push back. You push me once, I push you once. It's a fair trade, right? However, Shimura never imagined that when he pushed the other person, they flew back as if they had been struck by a heavy blow, falling to the ground. Captain, you actually attacked the police captain. What audacity! Seeing their captain go flying, the most hot-tempered of them, weaving flame, rushed in without thinking. The others followed closely, intending to take down this audacious person who dared to attack their captain. Meanwhile, Izumi, still standing in place and not reacting, looked completely bewildered. How did the captain fly out and fall? Did the other party attack the captain? As a group of police officers charged toward him, Shimura panicked. I didn't. This is a misunderstanding, brother from the police department. Don't be impulsive. It's all a misunderstanding. Chapter 55. Various charges. Shimura clan leader S. Private meeting with Danzo. Shut up. Who the hell are you, brother? You attacked our captain without cause. So many eyes saw it. Am I slandering you? I didn't attack him. I just pushed him a bit. Shimura was frantic, feeling that even if he had 10 mouths, he couldn't explain himself. The people around him quickly avoided him, each looking at him with strange eyes, as if to say, "You're so brave. You dare to attack the police department?" In Konoha, attacking the police department is no small crime, especially in broad daylight. Under the gaze of so many, Shimura wanted to declare his innocence, but no one believed him. Take him down. Surrounded and unable to explain himself, Shimura ultimately chose to surrender. He had merely pushed someone a little, yet he bore the charge of attacking the police captain. If he dared to resist, it would probably be considered resisting arrest, and the charges would only increase. Although he felt wronged, he complied obediently, determined not to further anger this group of Uchiha. He planned to honestly accept the investigation once they reached the police department. Shimura believed that he would soon be released, as it was all just a misunderstanding. While it was true that the Shimura clan had Danzo backing them, having Danzo's support didn't mean they could act recklessly in the village. On the contrary, they needed to keep a low profile. Because of Danzo's special identity and position, if the Shimura family name became too prominent, Danzo himself might not be able to resist taking action against the clan. Just stay put. Locked up in the prison, Shimura was still dazed. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Captain, are you okay? The previously uncomfortable Yin, upon returning to the break room, seemed fully revived, his eyes wide open. No matter how naive, by this time, Izumi understood why their captain had pretended to be seriously injured. It was to frame someone. When did I have any issues? Yin organized himself, walked into the office, sat down in a chair, and crossed his legs. Please make me a cup of tea. Thank you. But you just... Izumi followed into the office. What did I just do? Yin asked in confusion. Forget I asked, Izumi said, deflating, and obediently went to make tea, although she didn't know why Yin was doing this, as a little follower and secretary. Izumi knew not to meddle in things that didn't concern her. The captain surely had his reasons for doing so. Soon, the police department noticed a strange phenomenon. The team sent out on patrol had brought back quite a few people. The charges are various and numerous, but there is one thing that is very consistent. Most of the people arrested are from the Shimura clan. There are both ninjas and civilians. Has the Shimura clan gone crazy? Why are they all gathered together causing trouble? Who knows? Maybe they just lost their minds. Ha ha ha. Maybe they really have lost their minds. Although everyone is filled with doubts, it doesn't prevent them from enjoying the spectacle and reveling in their misfortune. After all, who asked Danzo to keep stirring trouble for the Uchiha? Who asked Danzo to be a member of the Shimura clan? You deserve to be unlucky. Since you enjoyed the benefits that Danzo brought, then you should also bear the troubles he caused. In the police department, the Uchiha will not sympathize with the Shimura clan. In the Shimura clan's residence, the clan leader, along with many family members, was inexplicably targeted by the police department and directly taken in, all locked up. And the police department didn't even allow us to visit. The police department? The Shimura clan leader, who enjoys gardening and is currently trimming unnecessary branches and leaves, puts down his scissors. Yumu, are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Why would the police department arrest our clan members? I don't know. Yumu of the Shimura clan himself is puzzled. It's one or two, but by the end of the day, over a dozen have been arrested. Even 2 Jounin returning from a mission were caught. The charges are also a mess. Some are suspected of having committed crimes and are required to accept investigation by the police department. Some have conflicts with the police department, and even more seriously, the charges against Jiro and Hironobu are actually for attacking members of the police department. What? Attacking members of the police department? The Shimura clan leader is no longer calm. Suspicions and investigations are one thing, at most cooperating for a couple of days. Anyway, the police department wouldn't dare to keep people locked up indefinitely. But the charge of attacking law enforcement officers is serious. If you're not careful, you'll end up in prison. Come with me to the police department. I want to see what the Uchiha are up to. The Shimura clan leader is about to change clothes and personally visit the police department. However, just as he is about to step over the threshold, he suddenly stops. Yumu, do you think this could be related to yesterday's incident? A serious brawl occurred in the commercial district, which is not a small matter in Konoha. The news spread throughout Konoha in a day. After all, such incidents greatly affect Konoha's reputation. It's hard not to pay attention. However, most people are just watching the Uchiha's joke. The originally unrelated events are connected in the Shimura clan leader's mind for a simple reason. The clan's big shot, Shimura Danzo, has been targeting the Uchiha everywhere. Yesterday's incident was definitely caused by him. If these two events are not connected, the Uchiha would have to be out of their minds to tear their faces with the Shimura clan. Otherwise, they would never do something so deliberately provocative. If they are connected, it means the Uchiha are retaliating. They can't directly target Danzo, so they turn their attention to the Shimura clan. If they can't target Danzo, they can still mess with the Shimura clan, right? If the Uchiha are not having a good time, then you can forget about having peaceful days. There is likely a significant connection. The same events and the same methods have occurred several times. They are all family, and they understand each other very well. They know best what methods the master of their house likes to use to smear others. The Shimura clan even contributed to it. Overall, the Uchiha targeting them is not at all unfair to good people. Wait a moment, I'll go meet Lord Danzo. The Shimura clan leader changed his mind. Instead of running to the police department to make a fuss, it would be better to meet Danzo first and see what he has to say. Perhaps the Uchiha will obediently return everyone without the clan having to cause a scene at the police department, and they might even apologize to them. Changing clothes, the Shimura clan leader hurried to seek an audience with Danzo. The members of the Umbu treated his visit as if they didn't see him and directly let him in. Lord, although he is the clan leader and has a close blood relationship, the Shimura clan leader does not dare to breathe freely in front of Danzo. The meeting does not feel like a family reunion, but rather like a superior-subordinate relationship, even though they are cousins. I told you, don't come to see me casually at critical times. Danzo frowned and scolded him a few words, making the other party too afraid to straighten his back. Only then did he put away his stern tone. Speak. What do you want to see me for? Chapter 56. Hizashi. What is Uchiha up to? The retaliation is so obvious. The Shimura clan leader wiped the sweat from his forehead and stammered. Lord, since early this morning, the police department has been acting like crazy, arresting our clan members everywhere, and the reasons are all nonsense. Some are being asked to go to the police department for investigation, and some are suspected of crimes. The most serious are Jiro and Hironobu, who are actually accused of attacking members of the police department on the street. The family wants to visit the arrested clan members, but the police department has refused. So you think the Uchiha are retaliating, and since they don't dare to target me, they're targeting the Shimura clan, right? Danzo coldly looked at the Shimura clan leader. The Uchiha are really regressing more and more, not giving the Shimura clan leader a chance to continue speaking. Danzo sneered. You can go directly to the Hokage office to find Hizashi and report this matter. Hizashi will handle it. This kind of blatant retaliation. The third Hokage will definitely not sit idly by. At most, They will cause a ruckus with the Shimura clan, but in the end, it will still be the Uchiha who suffer. Retaliation? Do you really think the village's tolerance for you Uchiha is still very high? Foolish. You are also foolish. To come to me with such trivial matters at this critical moment. If you can't even handle this little thing, you're simply useless. While mocking the Uchiha in his heart, Danzo did not forget to scold the clan leader. Clan leader, what did Lord Danzo say? Upon returning to the clan's residence, Yumu came up to him. Let us handle it ourselves. Go to the Hokage office to report to Lord Hokage. The special visit seeking help resulted only in cold ridicule. The Shimura clan leader felt a bit uncomfortable. He always felt that Danzo prioritized his personal interests over the clan. It was as if the Shimura clan was expendable, and what Danzo possessed was the most important. It would be one thing if Danzo was merely selfish, but he also did not take the clan into consideration while receiving support from the Shimura clan. A typical case of forgetting the hard work of the cook after finishing the meal. Fortunately, the third Hokage and the two elder advisors have a bit of conscience and provide considerable support to the Shimura clan, both openly and secretly. Otherwise, relying on someone like Danzo to give back to the clan, the Shimura clan would probably be exterminated without receiving any benefits from him. Waving his hand, the Shimura clan leader said, "Let's do it this way. I'll go to the Hokage office. You inform everyone that the clan members need not panic. This matter will be resolved soon. The Uchiha cannot continue to go against us." Although Danzo's attitude was very poor, at least he gave the Shimura clan a sense of reassurance. The Shimura clan leader also believed that if the third Hokage intervened, he would definitely be able to handle this matter well and warn the Uchiha not to act recklessly again. However, what the Shimura clan leader did not consider was that the third Hokage was currently overwhelmed with other matters and had no time to deal with such trivial issues. Even if he was willing to manage it, the police department would at most release those with unsubstantiated charges. As for those with established charges, it wouldn't be that easy to release them. Leaving the clan, the Shimura clan leader hurriedly made his way to the Hokage office. The third Hokage was sitting in the Hokage office, troubled. He originally wanted to handle the affairs of the daimyo's residence with the least cost and simplest method, but was stuck because of Jiraiya. He didn't want to stay in Konoha forever. He wanted to take Naruto and leave, but the third Hokage disagreed with him taking Naruto. Jiraiya was rarely stubborn, but once he was, even the third Hokage had no way to deal with it. Hokage-sama, the head of the Shimura clan, requests an audience. What does he want? Since he needed to think, the third Hokage specifically instructed the Umbu stationed outside to notify him if someone came to see him. Let him in. Putting aside a pile of worries and organizing his thoughts, the third Hokage sat down in his chair and picked up his pipe. Hokage-sama. Entering the Hokage's office and closing the door, the head of the Shimura clan respectfully bowed. The third Hokage, who had just a moment ago been frowning, now smiled. No need to be so polite. I'm just busy with village matters, which is why I had the Umbu guard outside. That's only right. Hokage-sama is busy with the village's affairs and should have time to rest and think. The head of the Shimura clan flattered him a bit. The smile on the third Hokage's face gradually became brighter. Your mouth is still the same as ever. If Danzo were as easy to deal with as you, that would be great. Haha, Hokage-sama is joking. When it came to Danzo, the head of the Shimura clan did not dare to speak carelessly and could only chuckle awkwardly. After some small talk, the third Hokage finally asked seriously, "So, Shimura clan leader, do you have something to report to me?" They finally got to the main topic. The head of the Shimura clan immediately changed to an angry expression and began to accuse the Uchiha and the police force of wrongdoing. Hokage-sama, you must take charge for our Shimura clan. The Uchiha are too much. They have unjustly arrested our clan members and taken them to the police force without allowing family visits. Are you kidding me? The third Hokage looked confused. He thought it was something serious, but it turned out to be this. The police force arresting members of the Shimura clan was worth the leader of a ninja clan coming to the Hokage's office to complain. Which clan hasn't had members arrested? Just because members of the Shimura clan were arrested, the smile slowly disappearing from his face indicated that the third Hokage was unhappy. He thought the head of the Shimura clan hurried to see him for something important, but it was just because clan members were arrested. It was fortunate that the third Hokage could endure. If it were someone with a bad temper, they would have probably already cursed it out loud. Hokage-sama, is not what you think. Seeing that the third Hokage misunderstood, the head of the Shimura clan hurriedly explained. Since this morning, the police force has been targeting the Shimura clan. Many clan members have been taken away for various strange charges and demands. And some were even attacked on the street by the police force captain. In just one day, they arrested over a dozen people. It's clearly targeting us. There could be many reasons for clan members being arrested by the police force, but arresting over a dozen in one day was unusual. There must be something fishy going on. What is the Uchiha up to? They promised to change yesterday, and today they began to escalate things. Wait, could it be because of yesterday's incident? The third Hokage wasn't foolish. He quickly connected yesterday's events. Looking at it this way, it seems somewhat understandable. After all, Danzo's identity was too sensitive. The Uchiha couldn't directly target Danzo. Since they couldn't target Danzo, they could go after the Shimura clan. After realizing this, the third Hokage began to reassure the head of the Shimura clan. You should go back and wait for news. I will have Uchiha Fugaku come personally to explain this matter. I believe there will be results soon. Generally speaking, the third Hokage wouldn't bother with such matters, especially now. But the way the Uchiha was handling things had become a bit excessive. If not stopped, today it might be the Shimura clan, and tomorrow it could be the Uchiha, Mito, or even Sarutobi. Chapter 57. Head of the Shimura clan. They released the people, but not completely. So frustrating. Yes. Hearing this, the head of the Shimura clan showed a happy expression and left cheerfully. Call Uchiha Fugaku over. Yes, Hokage-sama. Upon receiving the order, the Umbu immediately went to inform Fugaku. Fugaku was fully aware of what had happened in the police force, but the subordinate team leader hadn't reported it, so he treated it as a normal public security case. In the third team's lounge, a group of team leaders gathered together. One of the leaders, asked nervously, "Yin, many people have been brought back. What should we do next? Should we directly convict them?" The police force had that authority. Interrogation, conviction, then throw them into prison, and afterwards write a report to send to the Hokage's office. However, doing this wouldn't withstand scrutiny, and if the Hokage's office pursued it, there would be considerable trouble. After all, some people were only brought back under the pretext of inquiry. Conviction? What conviction? Yin smiled slightly and asked curiously, "Did you forget the police force's procedures?" Yin, this is not the time for jokes. Always fazdakind. Everyone was waiting for you to speak, but you instead started joking around. Right, Yin? This is not the time for jokes. Everyone is waiting for your strategy. The people have been brought back. Should we convict them or what? It's not a problem to find an excuse or a charge to bring people in for cooperation with the investigation, but convicting them casually would be problematic. Everyone was anxious because of this. The people have been brought back. We can't let them leave easily. I'm not joking. Yin put away his smile and said seriously, "Those with insufficient evidence or unestablished charges should be released directly. Then we would have wasted our efforts?" Yeah, if that's the case, why arrest them in the first place? After hearing Yan's words, everyone couldn't sit still. Silence. Yin slapped the table and shouted, "What kind of noise is this? Since you are willing to trust me, then listen to me. Those with insufficient evidence or unestablished charges should be released directly. For those with established charges, follow the normal procedures. If we're going to cause trouble, we need to do it step by step. We can't just go all out. Otherwise, it won't be trouble, but deliberate provocation. If I'm not mistaken, the Shimura clan's people have likely already reported to the Hokage's office. Of course, we can't assign reasonable charges to all the members of the Shimura clan and take them all down, so those who should be released must be released. However, since this is targeted, we can't just let them go. Everyone, the initiative is in our hands. If we release them today, we can arrest them again tomorrow. In any case, we won't let the Shimura clan have it easy. The original intention of our gathering was not to throw all the Shimura clan members into prison. If there are charges, then proceed with the trial according to the procedures. If the charges are not established, or there is insufficient evidence, then let them go. We can arrest them again another day or ask them to cooperate again. In short, we will slowly play with them, as long as it doesn't escalate. What can they do even if they report to the Hokage's office? The third Hokage can't possibly keep worrying about these trivial matters. By the way, remember to write a report for the people we released and submit it to the clan leader. If the Shimura clan complains, the clan leader will definitely go to the Hokage's office, which will also prevent the clan leader from being put in a difficult position and at the same time provide an explanation to Hokage-sama. By causing trouble, we can also silence the third Hokage. If we release all those who can be released, and the charges against those who remain are not judged, the third Hokage will definitely have nothing to say. Even knowing that the Uchiha is deliberately causing trouble and targeting the Shimura clan, as long as it's not excessive, we can only turn a blind eye. Haha, let's do it this way. Let the people of the Shimura clan know that we Uchiha are not to be bullied, and it would be best to create internal conflicts among them. The anxiety and unease in everyone's hearts were quickly stabilized under Yan's leadership, as if they had taken a calming pill, and they all began to make preparations. As for the clan leader who needed to go to the Hokage office to be questioned, he had already been forgotten by everyone. The clan leader does nothing and also prevents us from doing anything. It shouldn't be too much to let him take the blame, right? Soon, members of the Uchiha clan were brought in, or those cooperating with the investigation, and many were released. Upon seeing the reports submitted by various teams, Fugaku fell into silence, feeling that he was about to become the new generation scapegoat. Fugaku Uchiha, the Hokage requests your presence. Before Fugaku could collect himself, the Umbu arrived. Silently putting away the documents on his desk, Fugaku followed the Umbu ninja to the Hokage office. Fugaku, I heard your police department arrested quite a few members of the Uchiha clan today. Upon arriving at the Hokage's office, the third Hokage got straight to the point without any small talk. Yes, Hokage-sama. Regardless of whether it was his intention or not, at this moment, he could only bear it. I only learned about this matter after seeing the reports submitted by various teams, but by the time I came to the Hokage office, most of these people had already been released. The remaining ones have established charges and need to go through the procedure for trial. If Hokage-sama thinks it's unnecessary, I can go back immediately and have my clansmen release them. Already released? The third Hokage paused for a moment. Well, that's good. Although it involves public security cases, arbitrarily arresting people without evidence will have a significant impact and tarnish the police department's reputation. As for those with established charges, then let us proceed through the proper channels. This is the responsibility of the police department, and they have the right to do so. The third Hokage could certainly order the police department to release people, but he had no obligation to do so, as it could invite unnecessary gossip. Charges have been established. They will write up the case files and reports, and we can just take a look at them later. Making a big deal out of letting the police department release people? The third Hokage is not a babysitter for the Uchiha clan. Managing to get this far is already giving enough face to the Uchiha clan. Fugaku, what matters most for the village right now is to gain the daimyo's forgiveness and handle the assassination of the daimyo properly. I believe you understand what I mean, right? Necessary reprimands are certainly unavoidable. The third Hokage did not want to create more trouble at this critical moment. I will be careful. Hokage-sama, please rest assured. You can fully trust the Uchiha. After expressing loyalty, Fugaku returned to the police department as if nothing had happened, which relieved many squad leaders who were worried about being reprimanded by the clan leader. They couldn't help but silently praise Yin, and their trust in Yin gradually increased. Yin said there would be no problems, and indeed, no unexpected incidents occurred, nor did the clan leader blame them. It was as if nothing had happened at all. Many members of the Uchiha clan were released, but the clan leader couldn't be happy. This was because those with confirmed charges were still sitting in the police department, especially two Jainin from the clan, charged with assaulting the police department's captain, and it happened right in public. As long as the police department held on to this, these two Jainin from the Uchiha clan would inevitably have to spend some time in Konoha prison. Chapter 58. The strategy is not brilliant, but it works. Clan leader. The Uchiha are going too far. This is clearly targeting us. What a ridiculous charge. This is a setup. Whether it was the Uchiha or the Shimura, chaotic situations were inevitable during clan meetings or family conferences. Even the Hyuga clan, whose rules were strict to the point of being abnormal, would have a group of elders arguing incessantly during family meetings. Enough. What kind of order is this, making such a ruckus? The frustrated Shimura clan leader angrily reprimanded his clansmen. I have already visited Hokage-sama. Now we just need to wait quietly for news. I believe Hokage-sama will give our Shimura clan a reasonable result. The meeting room fell silent instantly. Many expressed their agreement and willingness to trust the third Hokage. I do not question the clan leader and Hokage-sama's intentions. I just want to say that the Uchiha's actions are entirely due to previous targeting. What if the Uchiha are determined to oppose us and keep a close watch on us? What should we do? Have you thought about that? The Uchiha can arrest people, can also release them, and can even arrest more people tomorrow. What should we do then? This is not a brilliant strategy. Yan's idea is simple. Just keep holding on to the Shimura clan and make things difficult for them. Anyone with their eyes open can see through the twists and turns. The problem is, so what if you see through it? The law enforcement power is in our Uchiha's hands. The Shimura clan can only endure it. Even if they just arrest people and then release them, going back and forth is enough to disgust you. Not only will it annoy you, but it will also deal a fatal blow to the Shimura clan's reputation. Those in the know understand that the Uchiha are doing this to annoy the Shimura clan. But those who are not in the know will not think so. They will only speculate about what shady things the Shimura clan has done to be targeted by the Uchiha. If you're clean, will the Uchiha keep an eye on you? As the number of people holding this attitude and suspicion increases, the Shimura clan's reputation will be directly tarnished. It is important to know that maintaining a positive image for a person or a family is not easy, but it is very easy to smear someone's name. They dare. At most, we will go to Hokage-sama and have him stand up for our Shimura clan. I don't believe the Uchiha would dare to confront us head-on. The Uchiha can target us, and we can target them. Who's afraid of whom? The clansmen began to argue again. The Shimura clan leader felt that he had gained quite a bit of white hair. Confront them head-on? If the Uchiha can annoy you, they can keep tormenting you. Moreover, in terms of mutual smearing, does the Uchiha even need a smear? They are already dark enough and completely indifferent to this trivial retaliation. If it were another clan, they would still have to worry about the Shimura clan's retaliation, since the Shimura clan has people in various positions in the village. The Uchiha are not afraid of this at all, because Uchiha members are either working in the police department or engaged in family businesses, related work, or becoming ordinary ninjas and joining ninja teams. If you want to target them, you need to think carefully about where to start. Hopefully, things won't develop to that point. The Shimura clan leader could only watch his clansmen argue endlessly while hoping that the Uchiha only wanted to vent their anger and not want to torment them to the end. He also hoped that the third Hokage could stand up for them and deal with that crazy Uchiha clan. The Uchiha's targeting was not over. Since Fugaku pretended not to see it, the squad leaders below became energized and everyone in the police department focused on the Shimura clan. Members of the Shimura clan were always inexplicably taken to the police department, and they could not resist. The most disgusting part was that after being taken away and locked up in the police department for a day, they were released back home. The next day, they were again watched with ill intentions. Many members of the Shimura clan felt they were going crazy. Over time, the voices of discord within the clan grew louder. While the third Hokage, whom the Shimura clan leader hoped for, failed to stand up for them. Then came a more terrifying chain reaction. As more and more people were arrested and taken away, many villagers began to speculate about what shady things the Shimura clan had done to be targeted by the police department. Once the seed of suspicion takes root, the cost of uprooting it is very high. At least the current Shimura clan does not have the ability to eliminate these negative effects. Until Danzo regains his original position and takes back his rightful power, the Shimura clan cannot clear their name. At the same time, the third Hokage constantly worked on Jiraiya, having heart-to-heart talks, and finally saw some results. The confrontation between the master and apprentice ultimately ended with Jiraiya conceding. I can help the village look for Tsunade without taking Naruto away, but I can't guarantee that I can bring her back smoothly. Old man, the past is the past, but Naruto is innocent. I hope the village can clear his name and resolve the misunderstandings. I don't want him to be targeted and slandered anymore. Jiraiya acknowledged that once certain impressions are established, it is difficult to change people's views, especially since Naruto had caused quite a bit of trouble. Jiraiya's request left the third Hokage with little to argue against. He could help clear Naruto's name, but doing so without revealing Naruto's true identity and filling in the pit that Danzo had dug was extremely challenging. The damage Danzo had done and the various troubles Naruto had caused had made his reputation among the villagers utterly terrible. This couldn't be resolved by a simple announcement from the Hokage's office. Unless all the facts were made public, perhaps the villagers would forgive Naruto because of the fourth Hokage Minato's contributions to the village. Unfortunately, the Hokage's office couldn't disclose such information. It was a matter of human effort. Jiraiya understood the third Hokage's difficulties. He also knew that some stubborn beliefs were not so easily changed, especially since Naruto had indeed caused a lot of trouble. "We'll do our best," he said. It was impossible to expect Naruto to return to a normal life all at once. Some things had to be taken step by step without rushing. Jiraiya was not in a hurry, but the third Hokage was anxious. "When are you leaving?" "We don't have much time left from the daimyo's side. Tomorrow. I promised Naruto I'd take him out for a picnic." Mentioning this made Jiraiya smile like a fool, seeing the happiness radiating from his disciple. The third Hokage swallowed back the advice he had almost voiced. "By the way," Jiraiya added, "old man, you know Tsunade has been avoiding me and doesn't want me to find her, fearing that I would persuade her to return to the village. It would probably take a lot of time relying solely on my efforts. Do you want to bring some people to assist you?" "Yes." "All right. But because the daimyo side has pulled a lot of people away, we can't spare too many." "Umbu?" "I don't need Umbu's assistance. Just let Uchiha Itachi accompany me. I get along better with this kid. Umbu can sit this one out." "Okay." Compared to the matters with the daimyo and Tsunade, the issues with Uchiha were nothing. The third Hokage quickly agreed to Jiraiya's request. "Then I'll head back first. I need to prepare more materials. Naruto has quite an appetite." With a laugh, Jiraiya jumped onto the windowsill, bid farewell to the third Hokage, and disappeared. Finally, with Jiraiya stabilized, the third Hokage could take a breath. After resting for a while, he took out a mission scroll to assign a family mission to Uchiha temporarily. The basic model for missions and requests in every ninja village is roughly the same. Most village missions are directly issued from the Hokage's office, while external missions and requests go through the Hokage's review before being sent to the mission department for ninja teams to take on. In cases of urgent and important missions, the Hokage's office may directly assign a team to execute them. In addition to these, there is a type of mission specifically for ninja families, known as family missions. Ninja families enjoy many benefits and treatments that ordinary ninjas do not, and correspondingly, these families also need to pay the price. Family missions are one of these. Without designated family missions, many affluent families might be reluctant to accept missions and requests. For example, the Nara clan and the Inoshikacho trio, as well as the Hyuga and Uchiha clans. In Konoha, families like the Hyuga and Uchiha own many businesses. This is also why ninjas from these two families either do not join ninja teams or leave after the Chunin exams. The Uchiha clan is better off without strong requests. Ninjas from the Hyuga main family might not leave the village casually for 10 or 8 years. The mission was published, and the mission scroll was sent directly to the police department by Umbu. Should I get involved in the police department's reorganization? Unaware that he was about to be summoned to carry out a mission, Hikaru was still pondering whether he should intervene in the police department's restructuring. Ever since Fugaku proposed the reorganization, there had been no progress, and it had even aroused the vigilance of the hardliners among the elders. They were worried that Fugaku, the clan leader, would use the reorganization to directly undermine them. Although Fugaku appeared timid externally and was indecisive internally, in certain situations, his ruthlessness could be astonishing. "Uchiha Hikaru, please proceed to the minister's office. The minister requests your presence." The secretary's appearance interrupted Hikaru's thoughts. "I'll be right there." Without much thought, Hikaru stood up, straightened his clothes, and said to Izumi, "I'm going to the minister's office. You can organize the documents and head home after that. Spend more time with your mother and send my regards to her. I'll visit her another day." "Really? Mother has been mentioning it for a long time," Izumi subtly hinted. But Hikaru had been busy, so it was postponed. Giving Izumi a no-problem gesture behind his back, Hikaru left the lounge and headed for the minister's office. "Minister, you called for me?" Familiar with the route to the minister's office, Hikaru hadn't even sat down when Fugaku tossed a scroll at him. Reflexively catching it and glancing at it, Hikaru exclaimed in surprise, "A designated family mission? But I remember all the family missions for this month have been completed. The village can directly assign family missions, but there's a certain number of missions. Once completed, there won't be any Uchiha-related matters for a period of time. Now, suddenly adding a family mission. Hikaru wasn't fond of such unexpected tasks. It always gave a feeling of being set up. This is a temporary additional mission. The Hokage has designated you to lead a team to assist in its completion. It's a special mission, and the reward will be calculated accordingly. Assist in completion? Opening the mission scroll and glancing at it, Hikaru couldn't help but roll his eyes. He finally understood why a temporary mission had suddenly come up. It was Jiraiya's doing. Hikaru didn't know what the mission entailed, but with Jiraiya leading, it meant that this mission wouldn't be easy to complete. It would either be extremely dangerous or the difficulty would be extraordinarily high. Unfortunately, it was a designated mission, and he couldn't refuse. Take Itachi along. He needs a broader world to gain sufficient growth. What a load of nonsense about a broader world. If you want to take your son to train and gain experience, just say so. Don't use such excuses. I'll take him with me. Picking up the scroll and tossing it a couple of times, Hikaru left the minister's office. He needed to prepare first. What if it was a very dangerous mission? This kind of task, which he couldn't control and whose danger level was unknown, was what Hikaru disliked the most. It was easy to be set up or fall into someone else's trap. Finding Tsunade for such an important task shouldn't involve Uchiha. For some people, the Hokage office has almost no secrets. They can receive news at the first moment. Sure enough, as soon as they receive the news, the two elder advisors arrived at the Hokage's office, wanting to persuade the third Hokage to cancel this mission. The person who knows Tsunade best is Jiraiya, who is also one of the legendary three ninjas. With Jiraiya stepping in, the mission is sure to be completed, albeit with a bit more time consumed. Recently, the Uchiha clan, especially Uchiha Itachi, has been a bit too active. This is indeed a concern. The third Hokage put down his pen, rubbed his eyes that had become sore from reading documents for too long, and smiled. You all only see the present. It's true that the Uchiha clan has been more active than before, but I believe this is not a bad thing. What do you mean? They couldn't understand. Isn't suppressing the Uchiha clan their goal all along? How can the Uchiha's increased activity be seen as a good thing? Hizashi, what you said is not correct. Recently, the Uchiha have been causing quite a bit of trouble for the Uchiha clan. Now, the Uchiha clan members have to hide when they see Uchiha people. This isn't a good thing at all. If the Uchiha can target the Uchiha clan this way, they could potentially target other clans as well. This is also why the two elder advisors couldn't sit still. Each of them has their own family behind them, and over the years, they have not refrained from targeting the Uchiha. What if the Uchiha use this tactic on their own families? Even if the elder advisors have great power, they can't run to the police department every day to have them release people. Just look at the Uchiha clan. They catch them and release them, only to catch them again. It can be nauseating. Thinking about how the Uchiha clan is suffering, the two elder advisors secretly decided they must stop the Uchiha. Such things must not happen to their own families. The Uchiha clan is being targeted because Danzo is still causing trouble at this time. The third Hokage got angry when talking about this. I've been busy cleaning up after you, and I've lost countless brain cells and a lot of hair. And here you are, still dragging me down. Danzo's deliberate sabotage of the Uchiha was usually not an issue, but at this critical moment, it was completely holding them back. Konoha's reputation has already been tarnished enough, and you're still fanning the flames. Just think about it. At this time, still holding on to the Uchiha, isn't that just creating more trouble for me? The two elder advisors had nothing to say in response, as Danzo's actions were indeed causing chaos. It was precisely because he was messing around during such a critical time that the Uchiha would keep targeting the Uchiha clan. Furthermore, Jiraiya's request for Uchiha Itachi to carry out the mission was also for the sake of the village. Jiraiya is not a fool when inquiring about Naruto's news and information. He naturally wouldn't leave out the Uchiha. He knows that the relationship between the Uchiha and the village has developed to a very dangerous edge. Itachi happens to be the most prominent and representative figure of the Uchiha recently. So Jiraiya wanted to take him along to find Tsunade and also have a good talk with Itachi, hoping to improve the dangerous relationship between the village and the Uchiha. It would be a wasted effort. Understanding Jiraiya's intentions, the two no longer insisted on having the third Hokage cancel the mission. They still refused to back down verbally. But they had to admit that the relationship between the Uchiha and the village was indeed tense and dangerous. The Uchiha could create problems, but they must not do so when the village is in trouble. What about the Uchiha clan? Haruno Sakura tentatively asked. The Uchiha clan leader had approached her, but she hadn't given a response because the other party had first approached the third Hokage, but unfortunately, it was of no use. The Uchiha were still targeting them. The Uchiha were determined to target them. Even if she intervened, it might not do any good. If a warning from the higher-ups could make the Uchiha back off, it would have escalated to this point. I will remind Fugaku. The third Hokage frowned. It was clear he didn't want to deal with these troublesome matters anymore. If the Uchiha caused a bigger disturbance, the third Hokage would definitely warn Uchiha, Fugaku immediately, to keep the Uchiha in line. Unfortunately, the police department was handling things well. While the Uchiha clan was suffering, it couldn't be considered a major issue. Well then, let the Uchiha clan enjoy it slowly. It's not that we don't want to help, but there's really nothing we can do. You all should take care of yourselves. It's best to pray that the Uchiha cool down soon. Otherwise, they will continue to target you. Haruno Sakura could only think this way. The next morning, Itachi, who arrived at the village entrance on time, realized he had underestimated the situation. He had already arrived, but Jiraiya was nowhere to be seen. He didn't know if Jiraiya had overslept or had gone somewhere fun the previous night, causing him to miss the time. Captain Itachi, dressed in black combat gear, walked up to Itachi, noticing that he was looking around as if searching for someone, and immediately understood that there were more people involved in this mission besides just the two of them. Nodding in response, Itachi moved to the side and leaned against a tree by the road. Let us wait a bit. Someone hasn't arrived yet. Itachi quietly stood by, waiting. Looking at the silent Itachi, Itachi couldn't help but shake his head. It seemed that Itachi could only open up when facing Sasuke and Shursui. Saw thee. I'm late. After waiting for more than half an hour, Jiraiya finally arrived late. Seeing his disheveled clothes and the sleep in his eyes, it was clear that he had been out somewhere fun the night before and had overslept. Are we executing the mission with Lord Jiraiya? Itachi turned his gaze to Itachi. Itachi gestured to him and then walked toward the village entrance. Hey, wait for me. Seeing that Itachi and Itachi were leaving without saying a word and not waiting for him, Jiraiya hurriedly followed, apologizing as he walked. I've been with Naruto recently and haven't gone out, so I took a stroll last night, which is why I'm late. It seemed that Jiraiya had not gone to a good place last night. Itachi guessed silently. Itachi shrugged and said nonchalantly, no need for explanations. Having fun is better than peeping at others bathing. Can the mission details be disclosed? Some missions need to be kept confidential throughout the entire process. Aside from the leader executing the mission, even teammates may not know what mission they are carrying out. Itachi needed to confirm the category of the mission, so he asked Jiraiya. It's not exactly a confidential mission. Ruffling his messy hair, Jiraiya yawned. Our mission is to find Tsunade and persuade her to return to the village as much as possible. The matter with the daimyo requires Tsunade to negotiate. So they want to leverage Tsunade's relationship with the daimyo? The third Hokage really has a clever plan. Speaking of which, does finding Tsunade really require Uchiha involvement? Jiraiya could handle it alone. Moreover, persuading Tsunade to return to the village is a challenging mission that only Jiraiya can handle. Itachi and Itachi wouldn't be of much help. This time, the issue with the daimyo requires other ninja villages to unite with the daimyo to pressure Konoha. The old man is under considerable pressure, so Tsunade needs to step in to meet with the daimyo. Given the situation, it's no wonder there is so much pressure. Itachi hadn't expected that a piece of information that was 3 parts true and 7 parts false would create such a big deal. His initial intention was just to give Danzo and the third Hokage something to do, to shift their focus away from the Uchiha. Who would have thought it would escalate to this extent? Tuanzo only has himself to blame. He is usually unrestrained, leaving a significant psychological shadow on the daimyo. The moment there is a slight disturbance, the daimyo becomes restless. Villages like Cloud and Rock Ninja take advantage of the situation, leading to the current predicament. Although it seems urgent, Jiraiya is not in a hurry at all. Chapter 61. Jiraiya's teachings fail, and he is instead met with a barrage of questions. Look at him strolling leisurely, not forgetting to find a place to wash up along the way, washing his face, tidying his messy hair, and eliminating the overwhelming smell of alcohol. After finishing, he even pulls out some jerky from his mouth and enjoys it with the stream water. Want some? He gestures with the jerky in his hand. Yin rolls his eyes. No thanks, you can eat it yourself. Itachi's mouth twitches slightly. Just a moment ago, Jiraiya was washing up by the stream, and as soon as he finished, he took out the jerky to eat, not forgetting to scoop water with his hands to drink. It's worth noting that this stream has a very slow flow. Jiraiya's actions are equivalent to drinking the water he just washed in while eating the jerky. Jiraiya, who has been messy since childhood, doesn't mind being looked down upon. He sits directly on the ground, gnawing on the jerky while chatting with Yin about various topics. By the way, I heard that your Uchiha clan has had some unpleasantness with the Shimura clan recently. What does Lord Jiraiya mean by this? Itachi glances at Yin, who shakes his head and then sits on a nearby rock. It's okay, just a minor conflict. Compared to Lord Tuanzo, it's nothing. After all, while the outside world is in an uproar, Lord Tuanzo can use all sorts of shameless methods to target the Uchiha, creating significant trouble with negative impacts for the Uchiha. Indeed, the Uchiha people absolutely hate Tuanzo, especially Yin. No wonder he could openly curse him in the police department. After eating a few pieces of jerky, Jiraiya wraps up the rest and says regretfully, "Actually, after the Night of the Nine Tails, I did investigate that mysterious person claiming to be Uchiha Madara, but unfortunately, I found no clues. With no information, it's like searching for a needle in a haystack. Who would have thought that this mysterious person would be Obito Uchiha? Not to mention others, even Sensei Minato couldn't recognize Obito's identity. Aside from Jiraiya, probably no one in Konoha would be so open about discussing the Night of the Nine Tails with the Uchiha." Yin raises an eyebrow slightly. He can see that Jiraiya's intention in discussing this is mainly to ease the relationship between the Uchiha and the village. He certainly won't be able to persuade the third Hokage. Since he can't persuade them, he can only start from the Uchiha side. No wonder he came up with a temporary family mission, specifically naming him to participate in this mission. It turns out he was waiting here. It's quite interesting that since the higher-ups couldn't persuade, they chose to approach the Uchiha. Ironically, Jiraiya is also a high-ranking figure in the village, just without a corresponding position. In fact, over the past few years, our Uchiha clan has also been trying to investigate the mysterious masked person claiming to be Uchiha Madara. If we don't pull him out, it will be difficult to resolve the misunderstandings between the Uchiha and the village. Unfortunately, after years of investigation, no valuable information has been found. Yin shakes his head in regret, directly pointing out the relationship between the clan and the Uchiha. The prejudice and differential treatment from the second Hokage has caused the relationship between the Uchiha and the village to deteriorate step by step. The Night of the Nine Tails has further torn a deep rift between the village and the Uchiha. Is the poor relationship between the clan and the village caused by the second Hokage's prejudice? Yan's words leave Jiraiya momentarily speechless, and Itachi can't help but frown. Most of the intelligence he has received indicates that the poor relationship between the clan and the village is primarily caused by the Uchiha themselves. Yet, Yin insists it is the second Hokage, and Jiraiya has yet to refute this. Could it be that Shursui was wrong? Yin pretends to have a headache. Actually, I'm quite confused right now. I hope the rift between the clan and the village can be repaired, but I don't know how to approach it. Monitoring, exclusion, and hiding always surround the Uchiha. Important missions of the Uchiha are monitored wherever they go. It is very difficult to leave the village, and it is even harder to engage in the jobs assigned by the village. However, what is incomprehensible is that when Uchiha members sacrifice for the village and bleed for the village, these people, who should become heroes of the village, do not receive corresponding rewards and treatment. Instead, various achievements are recorded and handled discreetly, even hidden. What should I say next? This script shouldn't be going this way. Yin lays out a series of unfair treatments the Uchiha has faced, leaving Jiraiya at a loss for words. Jiraiya, as a high-ranking member of the village, please tell me what I should do to repair this rift, deeper than the Valley of the End, between the clan and the village? In the end, Yin also kicked the ball back to Jiraiya. Don't you want to ease the relationship between the village and the Uchiha to prevent both sides from moving towards a dangerous edge? Then please give me Give the Uchiha a clear path forward. What should the Uchiha do to eliminate misunderstandings, to have the higher-ups lift their surveillance on us, and to make the bias disappear? Jiraiya sits cross-legged, his right knee resting against his leg, his palm flat against his chin, looking troubled. Yin throwing this question is not an easy catch. This thing is hot to handle. Itachi's gaze holds a hint of expectation, also waiting for Jiraiya's response. Jiraiya, being a high-ranking figure in the village, should be able to provide a targeted answer. With his chin propped up, after pondering for a long time, Jiraiya awkwardly breaks into laughter. Ahaha. This question is a bit troublesome. It's wrong for the old men to have prejudices, but the Uchiha also has issues. Not to mention the mysterious person from the Night of the Nine Tails, the Uchiha itself isn't peaceful either. The hardliners have always been a problem. The hardliners want to solve problems through a coup, but that will only deepen the misunderstandings and conflicts with the village. In other words, as long as the hardliners stop messing with coups, if the Uchiha can handle the hardliners and make them disappear, the village's prejudice against the Uchiha will disappear, and the village will no longer target the Uchiha or monitor them. Is that what you mean? Jiraiya chuckles, and Yin decisively follows his words, stabbing him in the ribs. Wait, while I meant to express that the hardliners shouldn't act recklessly, that's not what I meant. Jiraiya suddenly panics because the killing intent has already spread in Yin and Itachi's eyes, and it seems they want to take action against the clan's hardliners. Wait, don't rush. That's not what I meant. I'm just... Jiraiya fumbles to explain, but the more he explains, the more confused he becomes. In the end, he realizes that the words he has said cannot be taken back. To deny it means he is no different from the third Hokage and the others. To admit it means that if the Uchiha really deals with the hardliners, what he wanted might not be achieved, and then he, Jiraiya, would be in big trouble. Sure enough, shaking his head in disappointment, Yin stands up, dusts off his clothes, and says, "It's about time. We should set off." Chapter 62. Finally found the big fat sheep, Tsunade, looking at Yin, who doesn't look back, and Itachi, who follows closely behind. Jiraiya wishes he could slap himself twice. He can only awkwardly follow behind Yin and Itachi. Yin doesn't pay attention to the Jiraiya behind him, raises his hand to pat Itachi on the shoulder, and tilts his head. Does it feel a bit hard to accept? Itachi honestly nods. A few minutes ago, he really had a glimmer of hope for Jiraiya. Unfortunately, that glimmer of hope has now also been extinguished. Interestingly, Jiraiya, who is reluctant to make promises and often contradicts himself, still wants to use Yin to ease the relationship between the village and the Uchiha clan. This is somewhat ironic. Just get used to it. I really want to find a hole to crawl into. So embarrassing. Jiraiya knows he really messed up today. For a while afterward, he behaved very calmly, seriously, and diligently searching for Tsunade's whereabouts. Initially planning to have Yin and Itachi help run errands, he even personally went around collecting information. On the contrary, Yin and Itachi mostly stayed idle at the inn or hotel, resting. The people who know Tsunade best are probably Jiraiya and Orochimaru, aside from Tsunade herself. With Jiraiya specifically gathering intelligence, as long as Tsunade isn't hiding in some desolate place, she will eventually be found. Gathering information about Tsunade isn't difficult. Just wandering around the casino can yield quite a bit. Female gamblers, big fat sheep. Following these keywords, you won't go wrong. After leaving Konoha, Jiraiya successfully gathered relevant information in the fourth town he arrived at. A few days ago, a big fat sheep lost everything in the town's casino, and when the creditor came to the door in the middle of the night, he found it empty, knowing he couldn't pay back the gambling debts. The big fat sheep had already fled before the creditor arrived. The town, named after a drooping tree, is called Juemu Street. In a remote little tavern, Shizen, teary-eyed, covered her small wallet and pleaded, "Ooh, Lady Tsunade, we can't gamble anymore, or we'll lose all the money we need for lodging and food. Shizen, trust me one more time. This time I guarantee we can win and pay off our debts." Tsunade, her face flushed from drinking, coaxed Shizen like a rogue trying to trick a young girl, hoping to get that last bit of money from Shizen's pocket to gamble a bit more. As for whether they could break even or win money, who knows? "No, I won't trust Lady Tsunade's words anymore." Shizen firmly covered her wallet. shaking her head repeatedly to indicate she wouldn't believe her no matter what, not wanting to sleep on the streets. Shizune was absolutely unwilling to part with her last bit of money. Unexpectedly, as she tightly held her wallet, it suddenly shook, and the wallet smoothly ended up in Tsunade's hands. Holding the shriveled little wallet, Tsunade grinned, looking just like an old rogue teasing a young girl. Should I go in? If I go in now, will Tsunade hit me and rob me of my money too? Outside the door, Jiraiya was in a dilemma with his hands covering his face. He recalled some unforgettable experiences, like how a certain big fat sheep directly lost all the rewards from a mission the three Sannin had executed, or how his savings had been accidentally taken by a certain big fat sheep, leaving him with nothing. Behind Jiraiya, Yin and Itachi had black lines all over their heads. Unable to watch any longer, Yin kicked Jiraiya from behind. Ouch! With a startled cry, Jiraiya flew straight into the tavern, and Yin said with satisfaction, "Not bad. Just the right amount of force. Let's go. Our task is complete. Let's eat something and find a place to rest." Finding Tsunade meant Yin and Itachi's mission was accomplished. As for how Jiraiya would persuade Tsunade to return to Konoha, that depended on his silver tongue. Someone clumsily flew into the little tavern, attracting everyone's attention, including Tsunade and Shizune. Tsunade narrowed her eyes as she looked at the flustered Jiraiya getting up from the ground. She had already guessed why Jiraiya was here. "Boss, bring another table of dishes and 2 bottles of wine." Although she wasn't interested in Konoha's matters and didn't want to worry about them, Jiraiya's presence meant someone would pay the bill. Therefore, Tsunade unceremoniously chose to extort a sum from Jiraiya. Just as Shizune was worried about sleeping on the streets and was being stingy with ordering, now that someone was paying, she wanted to eat to her heart's content. "You're something else, kid. I remember this." After giving Yin a threatening look, Jiraiya finally walked toward Tsunade. Yin and Itachi sat at the neighboring table and waved at the boss, "Bring some signature dishes and make it quick." "All right, please wait a moment, gentlemen," the tavern owner cheerfully shouted, and for the table next door, some side dishes and 2 bottles of wine. "What are you doing here?" Originally wanting to gamble a bit, Tsunade lost her interest with Jiraiya's arrival and casually tossed her wallet to Shizune. Shizune, tightly clutching her wallet, was almost moved to tears. She had saved her last bit of money. Although she could extort a meal from Jiraiya today, what about tomorrow? The day after? If Tsunade was in a bad mood and didn't want to make money, then there would be no money coming in, and she'd have to be stingy, even risking sleeping on the streets. It was truly difficult for her. Shizune sighed, thinking about the possible situations in the future. It's been a while, Tsunade. Jiraiya, who had seen all kinds of storms and lived a carefree life for decades, would turn into a fool in front of Tsunade. "Enjoy your meal, gentlemen." The wine Tsunade wanted was served first. Twisting off the cap, without even needing a cup, Tsunade chugged half a bottle of sake in one go, then contentedly set the bottle down. She glanced at the neighboring table, looking at Jiraiya with a half-smile. "It's been a while, but I didn't expect you, Jiraiya, to be with the Uchiha, to find you as quickly as possible. I had the old man issue a mission to bring along to find you," Jiraiya casually explained, wanting to sit next to Tsunade. However, before he could sit down, he noticed Tsunade frowning at him. Instinctively, he jumped up and quickly moved towards Shizune. "That's more like it. You know what's good." Tsunade nodded in satisfaction and continued drinking, while Shizune exhaled and hurriedly offered Jiraiya a seat. "Lord Jiraiya, please sit. I'll go to the next table. You two chat." Being caught between Tsunade and Jiraiya was undoubtedly uncomfortable, so Shizune chose to move to the next table to mooch some food. "What the heck? You're not sitting at the next table, but coming over here to mooch food?" Yin looked at Shizune, who sat down without any courtesy, and several black lines appeared on his forehead. Itachi, however, politely stood up and greeted, "Hello, Senior, I'm Uchiha Itachi." "Hello, I'm Shitsune." Shizune smiled and greeted, then shifted her gaze from Itachi's face to Yan's collar. Yan's combat uniform was specially made, so the family emblem was not on his back, but embroidered on the collar. Chapter 63. Tsunade. I'm a bit interested in this Uchiha Yin kid. Looking at the Uchiha clan emblem, Shizune couldn't help but think of a certain classmate from the past, who was jokingly referred to as the tail end of the crane. The least Uchiha-like Uchiha Obito. Remembering Obito's fate, Shizune couldn't help but let out a subtle sigh. As she was organizing her thoughts, A handsome face suddenly enlarged in her vision. The person leaned closer, and very quickly, causing their faces to almost touch. What's going on? Itachi, sitting quietly, saw Yin suddenly lean toward Shizen, and his pupils involuntarily widened, thinking, could it be that the captain is? Shizen, startled by the proximity that was almost close enough to see the pores on Yan's face, leaned back and fell to the ground with a thud, not knowing if her backside was hurt. What are you doing? Why did you suddenly lean over? After a few seconds of being stunned, Shizen jumped up from the ground, rubbing her butt, and blushing as she stared at Yin with her round, sparkling eyes that seemed ready to burst into flames. This guy was too rude, actually shoving his face right up to someone else's. Tsunade blinked in confusion, her drunken eyes filled with doubt. Yin, couldn't he possibly have any thoughts about Shizen, right? Wow, he really had the guts to get that close. Jiraiya began to unleash his gossiping thoughts, wildly imagining scenarios. I noticed you were staring, so I came closer for you to look at me as much as you want. Yin said irritably. Me? Staring at you? Shizen was a bit dazed, did I? I don't think so. I was looking at the Uchiha family crest on your collar. But the collar was indeed close to your face. Oh, so Shizen likes this kind of thing. Tsunade, her mind hazy, finally understood and exclaimed, Shizen, while I don't oppose you dating, you should find someone closer to your age. This kid is several years younger than you. But he is indeed quite handsome. As she spoke, Tsunade didn't forget to give Yin a fair assessment. I didn't. Tsunade-sama, you're talking nonsense. Shizen panicked and rushed to Tsunade's side. Her face red as she explained, I just saw the Uchiha family crest and thought of an old classmate. I wasn't staring at him. I understand. If you like him, go for it. I support you. Tsunade kept nodding, indicating her understanding. You understand a ghost. Shizen was about to cry from anger. Jiraiya burst out laughing, holding his stomach. Did I misunderstand? Yin tilted his head and glanced at the collar that was very close to his face. It didn't seem fair to blame him. The collar was already near his face, and if you stared at it, he would definitely think you were looking at his face. It was a misunderstanding, but Tsunade gained some material to tease Shizen. By the time they finished eating, Shizen had blushed several times. After the meal, Yin decisively got up to take a walk, and Itachi followed suit. Ignoring Shizen, who had already started to bury her head in the sand, Jiraiya looked at Tsunade with a complicated expression. Tsunade, come back with me. The village needs you. TCH. Jiraiya's words successfully amused Tsunade. With a self-deprecating smile, Tsunade still clutched the bottle. I'm just a person with severe hemophobia. The village's matters have nothing to do with me anymore. Let us drink and not talk about these troublesome things. Tsunade had already heard about the situation with the daimyo's mansion. After all, it was all over the place. When she heard the news, she couldn't help but laugh. This matter was indeed interesting, and she didn't know how much of it was true. It was funny, but Tsunade had no intention of getting involved. Go back to Konoha? Forget it. Konoha was just a place of sorrow for her. Hearing this, Jiraiya, who had prepared a lot of words, fell silent and kept drinking with Tsunade. The empty bottles on the table increased. Tsunade, who hadn't drunk this happily in a long time, let out a satisfied burp, squinting her eyes, not knowing if it was the drunkenness or if she was doing it on purpose. You brought Uchiha people out. Your purpose is probably not just to find me. You really can't hide anything from you. Jiraiya made a bitter face. Shizen, who was sitting nearby and pretending to be clueless, quietly perked up her ears. Uchiha Yin, Uchiha Itachi. One was a famous genius of the Uchiha clan and the village, while the other was the representative figure of the flourishing Uchiha clan. No one would expect that this kid could dismantle a faction within the Uchiha in the shortest time and gain the support of many clansmen. The more dazzling he performed, the more uneasy the old man felt. So I wanted to test him a bit, to talk about the village and the Uchiha with him. The result, Jiraiya smiled bitterly. I ended up being educated. Oh, Tsunade's squinted eyes gradually opened, her brown pupils filled with laughter. You, Jiraiya, also have today? Tell me. I'm a bit interested in this kid named Uchiha Yin. I knew you liked gossip, and I also knew you would laugh at me later. Rolling her eyes helplessly, Jiraiya had no right to refuse, and didn't want to refuse Tsunade, so he recounted what happened on the way. Cough, cough, haha. While drinking, Tsunade sprayed Jiraiya's face, coughing a couple of times before leaning on the table and laughing heartily. You, Jiraiya, are still so stupid. Whereas your former cleverness. This is definitely being re-educated. You didn't even think about who the old man and Danzo are. The matters they cling to are not something you should get involved in. However, this kid was indeed not wrong. Danzo and the old man were a bit excessive. But you can't blame them. They were inherently dark-hearted people, and after the chaos of the Ninetales night, the Uchiha would definitely be monitored and guarded against. Tsunade was still restrained, not dragging her great-grandfather Senju Tobirama into the criticism. Speaking of which, the prejudice against the Uchiha began with Senju Tobirama. But Tobirama's prejudice was more personal rather than targeting the village-esque situation, and then the third Hokage, who inherited his will, and Danzo played this prejudice to the extreme. But this kid is indeed quite handsome. Shizen, why don't you consider it? You're not that young anymore. Jiraiya and Shizen both flinched. Who would have thought that while discussing serious topics, Tsunade would suddenly slam the brakes and forcefully change the subject? Tsunade-sama, I said it's not like that, Shizen panicked. Jiraiya could only awkwardly and impolitely laugh. He didn't want to get involved in this topic. Tsunade, let us get back on track. Don't change the subject. I hope you can come back with me. Stop it. Konoha is just fine without me. Even if the daimyo-esque situation is serious, the old man can find a way to handle it. It's just a matter of tearing faces apart. As long as the daimyo isn't foolish, he won't really part ways with the village. Chapter 64, Uchiha Brat. Do you have an opinion about me? Cutting funds? It's just a verbal threat. You have to know that in others' eyes, the land of fire is a big piece of meat. If it weren't for Konoha's sufficient military strength to intimidate, this big piece of meat would have been gnawed clean long ago. As long as the daimyo isn't stupid, he won't do something foolish like that. At most, it's just pressure making Konoha bow its head first. If Konoha is really pushed to the limit, it won't be good for the daimyo either. With a sound of gulping water, Tsunade leaned on the table, and in less than 20 seconds, faint snoring could be heard. Jiraiya, if it weren't for knowing Tsunade's personality so well, Jiraiya would even suspect that Tsunade was pretending to be asleep. In fact, Tsunade was really asleep. Not pretending. Having drunk too much, she was leaning against the table and had already passed out. Forget it, take it slow. Sighing, Jiraiya could only let Shizen carry Tsunade and find a place to rest. Trying to persuade Tsunade was not something that could be rushed. Jiraiya, who said he wasn't in a hurry, found himself in a panic the next day when faced with a hungover Tsunade, who was lying on the table with a face full of despair. It wasn't because he was worried about Tsunade's health, but because Tsunade had linked yesterday's conversation to some unhappy past events. Although Tsunade was drunk yesterday, at least she had given him the opportunity to talk. But today, Tsunade was filled with a terrifying low pressure, let alone Jiraiya trying to convince her to return to Konoha. Even Shizen, this little apprentice, didn't dare to approach easily. Forget it. If it doesn't work, I'll wait a couple more days. Jiraiya kept comforting himself, believing that Tsunade's negative state would soon dissipate, and he could afford to wait. However, Jiraiya never expected that Tsunade would be entangled in this negative state for several days. As the deadline given by the third Hokage approached, Tsunade had no progress to show, and she had turned into a moving wallet. You see, people troubled by love are like this. Whether it's familial love or romantic love, one should cherish it while they can. It was hard for Itachi to understand Yana's seemingly nonsensical words at this moment. He couldn't grasp Tsunade's pain because the people he cared about were all doing well. The only concerns he had were for his clan and the village. After enduring for so long, Jiraiya finally exploded. Tsunade, we can't go on like this. The village needs you, and our time is running out. It was rare for Jiraiya to be assertive in front of Tsunade. He slammed his hands on the table, bent over, and glared at Tsunade, hoping she'd wake up and stop living in a drunken haze every day. Not only did she drink to the point of being wasted, but she also kept ruminating on past sorrows, stuck in a vicious cycle, unable to pull herself out. What's wrong with me? Tsunade squinted slightly, raising her head with a bottle in hand. The low pressure that had enveloped only Tsunade suddenly encompassed Jiraiya as well. Wow, what a terrifying gaze. Faced with Tsunade's sharp eyes, Jiraiya instinctively shrank back, his earlier tough demeanor crumbling instantly, leaving Shizune, Yana, and Itachi stunned. After a few days together, Yana and Shizune had gradually become familiar with each other, while Itachi and Shizune's relationship remained at the level of senior and junior. Despite Itachi's efforts to change himself, occasionally showing a stiff smile, it seemed like Jiraiya was about to fail again. Shizune couldn't help but cover her face, feeling embarrassed. She thought Jiraiya could be a bit tougher, but it turned out to be this? I would rather believe the sun rises in the west. Yana calmly continued eating, and though it was somewhat unexpected, as long as Jiraiya's most beloved person was still Tsunade, he could never become assertive in front of her. Eating was more important. It wasn't his task, and success or failure didn't matter. Besides, it was public funds and all expenses were on the most handsome sage-toad, Jiraiya. At least he thought of himself as the most handsome. He shook his head and chose to continue eating. Itachi nodded in agreement, fully supporting Yana's viewpoint. Instead of worrying about whether Jiraiya could be tough, it was better to fill their stomachs first, lest Tsunade get drunk and ruin everyone's appetite. Kid, do you have a problem with me? Jiraiya retreated, and Tsunade, who was feeling irritable, just happened to hear Yana's remark about believing the sun rising in the west. Her eyes narrowed, locking onto Yana. I'm just here to eat. Why is the fire of battle burning on me? And Jiraiya, you can't do it, you dog. You deserve to die, still being a lapdog. Indeed, countless predecessors' experiences are worth learning from. A lapdog, ends up with nothing in the end. On the contrary, those who dare to express and show love can win over beauties. I have to admit, Kato's luck is incredible. He just happened to step in when Tsunade needed someone to agree with and support her the most. Yana looked at Jiraiya the same way, raised an eyebrow, and said, No, if I were in the same situation as you, I think I would wander outside for life and never return to Konoha. Huh. Tsunade couldn't help but laugh in anger. Was that an insult or sympathy? You really dare to say that? Jiraiya slapped his forehead and slowly leaned towards Yana without leaving a trace. If Tsunade suddenly made a move on Yana, he could at least pull him back. Otherwise, if the two got into a fight, it would be quite a spectacle. Gulp. Tsunade finished the remaining drink in one go, casually setting the bottle aside, turned to Yana, raised her hand, and playfully beckoned with her index finger. Although my situation is pitiful, I'm not at the level of needing a kid to sympathize with me. If you don't believe it, you can try to convince me. If you can convince me, I can't guarantee anything else. But I will step in to resolve the issues between the Uchiha and the village. With that, Tsunade shot a disdainful glance at Jiraiya. What a loser. Can't even give me this little promise, and you still call yourself one of the legendary Sannin. Why am I suddenly in the crossfire? Yana thought. You guys are making trouble. Don't drag me into it. Can you guarantee that I won't dare? And there's such a good thing? Yana was surprised that Tsunade actually gave him such a promise, which meant Jiraiya had revealed some of his accomplishments. To outsiders, Uchiha Yana was just a person working hard for his clan. In reality, everything he did was for himself, and only then for the Uchiha. If it weren't for the Uchiha's precarious situation, where they could capsize at any moment, Yana wouldn't care about the clan's issues. Outsiders didn't understand this, and in their eyes, Yana was just a loyal Uchiha, striving hard for his clan. Crack! Itachi's pupils slightly contracted, and the chopsticks in his hand broke with a snap. Tsunade's words had a significant impact on him. Seeking peace between the clan and the village had always been Itachi's hope. Now someone had given him this hope. Unintentionally, Itachi turned his head to look. He couldn't wait to see if Yana would join the ranks of persuading Tsunade. A tempting promise, but unfortunately, it was of little use. Chapter 65. I accept your provocation. Do you dare to accept mine? Let's not mention that Tsunade is a stubborn woman who is hard to persuade. Even if Yana could convince her with his silver tongue, what would happen then? If Tsunade really stood up to mediate, it could have a significant impact. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it could help the Uchiha, who are hanging by a thread. But the problem arises after Tsunade leaves. What will happen to the Uchiha? It's obvious that once Tsunade is gone, the third Hokage and others will continue with their usual actions, targeting the Uchiha as always. After exhausting all efforts, it would ultimately just be a futile struggle. Therefore, even though Yana was tempted, he had no wavering thoughts. What's wrong? Are you afraid? Yana remained unmoved, shook his head, and continued eating. Tsunade raised an eyebrow and continued to provoke. Aren't you Uchiha Yana, someone who would give everything for your clan? Why are you backing down now? I just feel it's unnecessary. It seemed like there was no way to eat this meal. Yana put down his chopsticks, raised his head to meet Tsunade's provocative gaze, and said frankly, even if I can convince you, so what? You go back to the village. Handle the affairs of the daimyo's residence. Help the Uchiha and ease the relationship between the Uchiha and the village. And then what? You and Jiraiya will just pack up and leave, and the situation between the clan and the village will return to what it was before. Don't think I'm being alarmist. I'm not targeting anyone. You know, our Hokage and Danzo have never given up on targeting the Uchiha. For decades, if it could have improved, it wouldn't have dragged on to today. This kid isn't so easily shaken. Jiraiya showed a helpless expression towards Tsunade. If Yana were so easily influenced, he would have been causing trouble long ago without Tsunade's intervention. Moreover, Yana's words made perfect sense. If the Uchiha problem could be easily solved, it wouldn't have dragged on for decades. Even if Tsunade intervened, it would only provide a temporary relief. Once she left, the situation would revert to its original state. Unless Tsunade could stay in Konoha indefinitely. But is that possible? Since it's not possible, why waste energy and breath? So you're not interested? Just a moment ago, Tsunade was full of provocation, but suddenly lost interest. Yes, no interest. Yin calmly replied, unless we change the conditions like you becoming the 5th Hokage or killing Danzo, one or the other, do you dare? Provocation? I can do that too. Come on, let's see if you, Tsunade, dare to take it. If you dare to accept, I will dare to fight. If you don't dare, then stop talking nonsense and drink your wine. You really dare to say that? 5th Hokage me? Or kill Danzo? Tsunade was directly stunned. Jiraiya coughed, his face turning red, and Shizen was also dumbfounded, unable to believe that this handsome, quite likable junior had such a crazy idea. If Tsunade became the 5th Hokage, then her promise could naturally be guaranteed. Or killing Danzo, as long as that poisonous snake Danzo was dead. Even if the Uchiha were still targeted, as long as they didn't rise up to stage a coup, they could live well in Konoha. At most, they would just be targeted and monitored. Yin didn't care about everyone's shocked expressions and continued, although the Uchiha are targeted, it's only targeting. Danzo is different. He always harbors the crazy thought of exterminating the Uchiha. So now, our Tsunade Heim, can you give me a promise? I won't give you a damn promise. I can promise to handle the problem, but that doesn't mean I want to become the village's 5th Hokage, nor does it mean I can kill Danzo. Being the first to provoke, only to be provoked in return, the speed of this position exchange was too fast. Tsunade directly rolled her eyes at Yin, losing even the desire to respond. Yin sighed, his tone carrying a hint of disappointment. As expected, in this world, you can't trust the words of women and gamblers. Bang! The table shattered in response, and Tsunade exploded with anger, her chest clothing almost unable to hold, tearing apart as she glared at Yin and shouted, "Damn brat. What did you say? You can't trust the words of women and gamblers? I was just saying, don't take it to heart, just don't take it to heart." Yin shrugged, preparing to slip away. Provoking and then slipping away felt incredibly thrilling. Don't go. As Yin tried to slip away, Tsunade wouldn't let him. Uchiha Yin, you better clarify your words. Yin stopped, turned around, and shook his finger at the furious Tsunade. What does it matter if I clarify? Jiraiya doesn't even dare to promise. And you giving a promise is the same as not giving one. Do you need me to explain it more clearly? Damn it, so frustrating. Tsunade almost couldn't hold back and want to punch Yin, feeling a mix of anger and embarrassment. Even if I return to the village, I can't let that old man retire at home. Your promise is impossible to fulfill. Meaning, as long as I can persuade you, you'll stay in the village and aim for the 5th Hokage, right? Hee hee, you're really setting a trap. Tsunade in anger laughed. In the end, isn't it just to keep me in the village to ensure the Uchiha are no longer targeted? Kid, I see through you. Since you dare to gamble, then come on. If you can persuade me, I'll admit you're capable. Become the 5th Hokage. Tsunade had no such thoughts. If she really had them, after the 3rd Shinobi War, it would definitely have nothing to do with Minato or Orochimaru. Tsunade would be willing to become Hokage, and the 3rd Hokage would absolutely support her. Sometimes, upon closer inspection, one would find that the third Hokage was a very contradictory person, valuing the power in his hands but still putting the village first. Of course, it can't be ruled out that he faced too much pressure and ultimately had to choose to let Minato rise to power as a transition, effectively sidelining Minato. The various supports for Minato were also quite simple. Minato could be sidelined, but Orochimaru could not. The idea that dark-hearted people can't become Hokage is nonsense. Sarutobi Hiruzen has done plenty of black-hearted deeds, and throughout the history of Hokage, who has been clean? Even the Kazekage of Tsunade, the Tsuchikage of Awagakure, the Mizukage of Kirigakure, and the Reikage of Kyomogakure, who can guarantee their own cleanliness. Each one has come through conspiracies and bloodshed. The promise of becoming the fifth Hokage is unrealistic. Tsunade's bottom line is to stay in Konoha and ensure that the relationship between the Uchiha and the village no longer approaches a dangerous edge. Very good. Tsunade doesn't have the idea of becoming the fifth Hokage, but being able to stay in the village, along with the promise she gives, is already a significant concession. This deal is worth pursuing, but it requires persuading this currently furious woman. Yin organized his language and raised his hand to gesture. Although what I'm about to say is a bit unfair, I still have to say Tsunade Haim, as a sinner of the Senju clan and an unfilial daughter. What face do you have to run around in the ninja world? Hiss. Everyone was waiting because they all wanted to know how Yin would persuade Tsunade. Chapter 66. Every word strikes deep. Tsunade goes berserk. Destructive power explodes. But as soon as Yin opened his mouth, he shocked everyone with a gasp. A sinner of the Senju clan? An unfilial daughter? What are you Uchiha Yin thinking to say such things? Are you sure you aren't using this opportunity to insult someone? What kind of persuasion is that? It's over, it's over. Tsunade is angry. What should I do? What should I do? Shizun was quite scared. Hoo-hoo. As Tsunade's nostrils visibly flared with heavy breaths, Shizun's heart sank to the bottom. She wanted to turn around and drag Yin away to prevent Tsunade from going berserk and beating Yin up. Tsunade was almost about to explode, just a little bit away from the breaking point. Others were shaking in fear, but Yin remained calm, as if he couldn't see Tsunade about to erupt. What's wrong? Did I hit a sore spot? Angry? The angrier Tsunade got, the happier Yin became, because getting angry meant she still cared. A woman who is stubborn isn't scary. What's scary is a woman who no longer cares about anything. If Tsunade truly reached that point, Yin guaranteed he would turn around and leave. The Senju clan has been a great clan since ancient times, always in conflict with the Uchiha, two families fighting for thousands of years, during which countless families became dust in history. Yet the Senju and Uchiha managed to pass down their legacies. Unfortunately, the Uchiha are thriving, while the Senju clan has only you left as a remnant. Don't talk about the glory and legacy of the Senju clan. The truth is, when you get a little older, the Senju clan will probably become a part of ninja history. No, it's already gone. The surname of the Senju clan has disappeared. So, Tsunade Haim, I am very curious, as the last member of the Senju clan, why don't you think about family legacy, the glory of the Senju, but instead fall into a whirlpool of self-denial? How did you manage that? The legacy of the Senju clan has long been severed. Bastard. That's a decision made by Grandpa and second Grandpa. Tsunade could no longer hold back. Like an angry lioness, she lunged at Yin. Tsunade, calm down, calm down. Jiraiya quickly blocked in front of Yin, hoping Tsunade could calm down and not be provoked by Yin. Get out of the way. Tsunade, already on the edge of explosion, punched Jiraiya in the face, and with a scream, Jiraiya flew out smoothly, crashing through the wooden wall of the tavern and leaving a human-shaped hole. Boom! The ground where Yin stood exploded. The ground continuously cracked, and cracks spread all over the floor. The floor shattered with a sound, and splintered wood flew as the people around were scared and ran away, holding their heads. Tsunade immediately went on the attack without warning, and the tavern owner was left dumbfounded. Whom have I offended, directly demolishing my place? Bastard, stop right there. In the next moment, Tsunade disappeared from the tavern, and in her rage, she chased Yin out onto the street. Yin, like an agile cat, quickly dodged, not giving Tsunade a chance to get close, and didn't forget to provoke Tsunade a bit more. The purpose of the first and second generations was to prevent the Senju clan from influencing the existence of the Hokage, thus making the Senju clan more civilian-like. This does not mean that the family legacy will disappear. The Senju legacy was severed in your hands, Tsunade. Boom! The response from Hayashi was Tsunade's painful kick. Accompanied by screams and wails, the entire block of houses suffered. The collapsing pit began to tilt, becoming crooked, and the houses that were of poor quality or closer to the center had all collapsed. It's over, my wallet. Jiraiya crawled out of the ruins, looking at the chaotic street, his head buzzing. Tsunade was responsible for the destruction, and as for who would pay for it, it would definitely be him, the one leading the mission. Just thinking about how his wallet would shrink completely, Jiraiya's face turned pale, and he sat down weakly on the ground, feeling that life had lost all hope. The Hyuga clan can create all sorts of extreme clan rules for the sake of their family legacy, just to continue their heritage, while the Uchiha guard their legacy through generations. Only the unfortunate Senju clan has seen their legacy severed and has almost disappeared from the annals of history. The death of Rope Tree deeply affected you, Tsunade, but you could still pull yourself together. Unexpectedly, a guy named Kato Dan made you collapse. It seems that in your heart, a lover is more important than relatives, family, or legacy. Before the words fell, Hayashi disappeared, and the place he just stood was turned into flat ground. It must be said that Tsunade, with her super strength, is definitely first-rate at causing destruction. If she were to open a demolition company, she would definitely make a fortune. Landing steadily on a rock, Hayashi continued, considering all of the above. I say you are a sinner of the Senju clan and an unfilial daughter, and there is nothing wrong with that. Shut up. Tsunade's eyes were about to burst, and because she yelled too loudly, her voice became a bit hoarse. Want to come again? Hayashi's lips curled slightly, and with a flick of his hand, a brand new kunai appeared in his hand. Then he pointed the kunai at his finger. Don't come over. I'm about to unleash my big move. I'll unleash you big. The furious Tsunade just wanted to stomp Hayashi to death with one kick or punch him to death. But her foot suddenly froze in place, her whole body seemed to be hit by a paralysis technique, unable to move, and even her body began to tremble slightly. It hurts a bit, but I can still endure it. Do I need to continue, Princess Tsunade? Hayashi shook his bleeding finger and asked with a smile. You despicable. Tsunade trembled with rage, feeling weak due to her hemophobia, almost needing to lean against a nearby tree to steady herself. How can ninja matters be considered despicable? It's just targeted at most. Have you calmed down? Hayashi stepped closer, and Tsunade's beautiful eyes widened in fear. Don't come over. Not calm yet. Hayashi raised an eyebrow, preparing to cut himself again. Tsunade was going crazy. Stop it, I'm calm now, you stop. Would have been better if you did that earlier. Hayashi stopped in his tracks, no longer approaching Tsunade, who looked like she had developed a bone disease. So, Princess Tsunade, do you plan to keep wandering around, being a notorious fat sheep, or will you reform and return to the village to take on the family's responsibilities? In your dreams, I'd rather die than go back. You're threatening me, huh? Just because I have hemophobia doesn't mean I'll accept your threats. Then the rest nothing I can do. Hayashi could only express regret. If you'd rather die than go back, what can I do? Shaking his head, Hayashi turned to leave. Then, I wish you a good time. For me, as long as the Uchiha legacy continues, that's enough. As for the village and the family, in a truly desperate situation, I'll just leave it to fate. After all, Danzo is determined to destroy the Uchiha, but the Uchiha will never sit idle. Even if exterminated, the village will be severely weakened. Chapter 67. Under the Fallen Nest, how can there be complete eggs? Watching Hayashi walk further away, even wrapping his wound, it seemed he had given up on persuading her. Without the threat of blood, Tsunade's hemophobia gradually faded, and she was somewhat dazed. Wait, what is this trajectory? I just said something harsh, and you leave? Where did the momentum from before go? Wait a minute. Taking a deep breath to calm her emotions, Tsunade shouted. Has Princess Tsunade changed her mind? Hayashi turned back in surprise. You wish. Tsunade pulled a long face and sneered. I just want to ask, is the situation between the village and the Uchiha really as serious as you said? More serious than what I said. Hayashi shook his head. Under the long-term pressure and various monitoring from the village, The Uchiha has faced a lot of unfair treatment. Long-term pressure has led some clan members to unite, forming a hardline faction aimed at a coup. Currently, the hardline faction's momentum has reached its peak. Like a dry flame, it could explode at any moment with just a spark. Whether the village strikes first or the hardliners act first, the final outcome will be mutual destruction. The Uchiha won't have it easy, and the village won't fare well either, considering the Uchiha strength is there. Your words are a bit alarmist. Tsunade approached Hayashi, and seeing Hayashi on guard against her, fearing she would suddenly strike, she couldn't help but roll her eyes. Even if the hardliners are willing to stage a coup, not everyone will follow them. If it were really as dangerous as Hayashi said, the coup would have happened long ago. It wouldn't have dragged on to today. Tsunade wasn't too clear about others, but she understood Uchiha Fugaku quite well. Given Uchiha Fugaku's temperament, he wouldn't allow the hardliners to stir trouble. So, Hayashi's words have a very small chance of being true. Under the fallen nest, how can there be complete eggs? As long as the hardliners stage a coup. Do you think the Uchiha will have a chance for salvation? Hayashi couldn't help but laugh. The possibility is very small, but does it matter? As long as the hardliners take action, the Uchiha will come to an end. Besides the hardliners who want a coup, there is also a mysterious masked man calling himself Uchiha Madara, and Shimura Danzo is constantly causing trouble and stirring the pot. Following this trend, the chaos between the Uchiha and the village is only a matter of time. Perhaps I shouldn't have any expectations of you. Rather than hoping for a woman who doesn't care about family legacy and honor, it's better to think about what to do to prevent the Uchiha from being exterminated. Damn, brat, you've had enough. Tsunade's blood pressure began to rise. You keep saying I don't care about the family legacy and honor. How do you know I don't care about these things since you're not me? Damn it, it's infuriating. As long as you're happy, Hayashi waved his hand, saying these things is meaningless. Let us go, we should head back. However, Princess Tsunade needs to calculate how much she has to compensate. TSK. So domineering, with one kick, she completely wrecked an entire street. Hopefully, these people won't go to Konoha to complain. Otherwise, Princess Tsunade will have to bear more debts. I think I really wrecked a whole street just now. Tsunade's face turned green. Compensation for a whole street is far scarier than her accumulated gambling debts. It's over. At this moment, Tsunade finally realized she had suffered a huge loss. Not only did she fail to hit Hayashi, but she also added a massive debt for no reason. Just thinking about the people whose houses were destroyed, running to Konoha to complain made Tsunade's heart chill. Wait, why should I pay? This isn't only my fault. This debt, Hayashi Uchiha can't escape either. It's all his fault. If he hadn't said such harsh words, I wouldn't have lost my rationality. Stop. Seeing Hayashi walking further away, and the direction he was heading was not back towards the town, Tsunade suddenly panicked. Hayashi was trying to run away. Only a fool would stay put. I'm not made of money. Why would I stay to lose it? As soon as Tsunade spoke, Yin quickened his pace. He had no intention of returning to the town. The residents whose homes were destroyed could go find whoever they wanted for compensation. Yin didn't care. Besides the house compensation, the damaged items were also a problem, and there were various injuries. Hopefully no one was dead. The power of the strange strength technique was truly terrifying. Lord Jiraiya, why don't we just run? Shizun felt it would be better for them to leave early. If they stayed, the angry residents would definitely kill them. I also think leaving directly is a good idea, but we can't go. We need to save people. Jiraiya wanted to run, but didn't dare. He needed to help clean up the mess caused by Tsunade, and he needed a medical ninja like Shizun with him. As long as no one was dead, that was fine. As for the damaged items and houses, they could only compensate at market value. Just thinking about the compensation made Jiraiya's heart ache. As if he was losing his breath. His wallet would be drained. Tsunade was going to get him killed. Shizun grimaced as she went around treating the injured residents. While Itachi and Jiraiya helped out, rescuing people and moving things, with Jiraiya also needing to tally the losses and prepare for compensation. Yin sped away, quickly distancing himself from the incident. What he didn't expect was that Tsunade had followed him. Could it be that she was short on money for compensation and felt guilty about running away? Damn, that little brat makes me want to tear his mouth apart. Tsunade's blood pressure began to rise uncontrollably. While Yin was speaking the truth, didn't she care about her reputation? If she had money, she wouldn't have to run. She could just pay and apologize. But who would clean up the mess? Just thinking about the compensation for that street gave Tsunade a headache. Shizen could save people, and that kid named Itachi in Jiraiya could help deal with the follow-up troubles. But what about the compensation? Tsunade admitted that Jiraiya made a lot of money. But compensating an entire street wasn't something one person could bear. It might even bankrupt Jiraiya. Even if it wasn't a bustling street, it was still a considerable amount. Just running away seemed unfair. If others went to Konoha or the daimyo's residence to complain, the situation would only become more troublesome. Exhausted, Yin stopped running. He casually threw a kunai, picked up a caught wild rabbit, and found a place with a water source to prepare some food to fill his stomach. With Yin no longer running, Tsunade also stopped and sat down, lost in thought. So even Tsunade would have a day like this? She probably had a headache over how to compensate so much money. Chapter 68 Tsunade. I really want to agree, this kid is offering too much. However, in the current ninja world, when it comes to making money, Tsunade is second to none. No one would dare claim the first position. After all, the number one medic ninja in the ninja world is not to be trifled with. As long as Tsunade puts the word out, people willing to throw money at her for medical treatment could line up from the Uchiha shrine to the village gate. Unfortunately, while Tsunade is great at making money, her debts are also considerable. Coupled with her hemophobia, making money through medical means has become much more difficult than before. Many troublesome surgeries could only rely on Shizen to perform, and she could only command from a distance. She started a fire, skewering the slaughtered rabbit on a stick to roast it. As night fell, the bonfire became the only source of light around, and Yin pulled out some seasoning, sprinkling it on the rabbit meat. Seemingly smelling the aroma of the roasted meat, Tsunade came back to her senses. She then noticed that it was already dark, and she still hadn't figured out how to deal with the upcoming mess. Using a kunai, Yin split the roasted rabbit in half and handed one portion to Tsunade, suggesting, "The Uchiha can take on your debt this time. As long as you obediently return to Konoha, help mediate the relationship between the Uchiha and the village. And stay in Konoha. The Uchiha could bear this debt." The large compensation fund was enough to give Tsunade a headache, and for the entire Uchiha, it would also be a significant expenditure. However, this expenditure was worth it. As long as Tsunade was willing, the Uchiha really wouldn't mind spending this money. Even if life became tight afterward, it was fine. Money could be earned again, but the stability of the family was the most important. Taking a fierce bite of the rabbit leg, Tsunade seemed to treat the roasted meat as if it were yen. Don't joke around. Hearing this, Tsunade continued to glare at Yin with fierce eyes, biting into the rabbit meat, making Yin shake his head. Why bother? If you want to hit me, just say it. But you can't hit me. I'm not like Jiraiya, willing to stand still for you to hit. Tearing off a piece of meat and savoring it, Yin nodded in satisfaction. The taste was quite good, not top-notch, but certainly not bad. The Uchiha could bear this debt, as long as Tsunade agreed. I believe the clan leader would be willing to spend this money. Even your gambling debts could also be borne together. Think about it. The big expenses have been taken care of, so why worry about gambling debts? It's not Yin bragging. If the Uchiha took on Tsunade's debts for compensation, they definitely wouldn't compensate that much money. What? There are so many debts from gambling? Come, let us go to the police department and have a good talk. Cough, cough, cough. Are you serious? Tsunade choked, shocked by Yan's bold offer and tempting conditions. Undoubtedly, she was tempted and really wanted to agree immediately. An entire street's debt compensation, plus gambling debts. What an enticing offer. I dare use the Uchiha family honor to guarantee that the Knight of the Nine Tails has nothing to do with the Uchiha. That guy who calls himself Uchiha Madara is not one of the Uchiha, at least not from Konoha's Uchiha. Tsunade could completely use this incident to negotiate terms with the Hokage. You handle the daimyo's residence, assuring the daimyo, while the Uchiha handles your debts and can also resolve the village's conflict with the Uchiha, killing two birds with one stone. Otherwise, if this continues, who knows what the outcome will be? Think about it carefully. Just give me a response by tomorrow morning. After finishing the roasted meat, Yin jumped onto a big tree to rest. As for Tsunade, it was up to her what she thought. As long as she was willing, she could easily collaborate with the Uchiha. So tempting, I really want to agree, but I'm so conflicted. Tsunade sat beside the bonfire, feeling frustrated, and the roasted meat in her hand had lost its flavor. Leaning against the tree trunk, Yin closed his eyes, deciding to return to Konoha directly tomorrow morning. As for Jiraiya and Itachi, they could slowly come back later. After all, the mission had been completed. At least he and Itachi had completed their family mission. Bruce, he could receive a considerable reward for a high-level mission. Just thinking about it made him feel good. If I don't agree to you, and the village continues to target the Uchiha, how will you respond? Opening his eyes and glancing at Tsunade not far away, Yin yawned and turned his back to her. What else can be done? We'll take it step by step. Anyway, I won't wait for others to cut my throat. And the Uchiha won't just sit and wait to die. If it gets serious, it will only be a lose-lose situation. The Uchiha are always in a passive position. And we can't be blamed for that. All we want is just a normal life. We can endure being targeted, but expecting us to just be killed is impossible. The night of the massacre in the original work will never happen again. At least, Yin cannot accept the result of his people killing each other. He had already decided to gradually release some information about Akatsuki and Obito. Isn't your Uchiha Obito sacrificing the family for a woman? I'll throw your information out first and let the 5 great ninja villages keep an eye on you. They can run all the way to the land of rain to investigate. Let's see how you like that, and how long you can hide. If the truth is revealed, the Uchiha situation will improve a bit. Seeing that Yin was unwilling to talk about this, Tsunade had no choice but to give up, sitting alone by the bonfire, staring blankly at the burning flames. The aftermath of the chaotic streets has ended. Jiraiya was frustrated to find that his money was far from enough to cover the damages. Tsunade's identity could no longer be concealed. After staying here for several days, and with her reputation as a big target, her identity information could soon be pinpointed. Shizen dared not breathe a word, as the compensation debt this time was a hefty sum, even scarier than Tsunade's gambling debts. Itachi felt somewhat weary. Running around everywhere was exhausting, but thankfully he didn't have to worry about compensation issues since they were unrelated to him. Forget it. Let us return to Konoha first and then decide on the compensation. The people here will surely find the daimyo's residence in Konoha, and Tsunade probably won't come back. Neither will Han. After much consideration, Jiraiya purchased a batch of supplies to distribute to those who were unfairly affected, and then set off overnight with Shizune and Itachi back to Konoha. Hopefully, the old man 1T explode from anger. Konoha's finances were already tight, and compensating such a large amount would surely be enough to enjoy for a while. The funds from the daimyo's residence had not yet been allocated today. Damn it, can't think about it. Just thinking gives me a headache. Better return to the village and decide later. Before dawn, Han woke up on time. Great, with the replicator not available today, he could only use it on Tsunade. During the past few days of executing missions, Han had used his replication opportunities on Itachi. He was quite disappointed that although Itachi had great talent, the rewards from copying him were rather mediocre. Jiraiya was even worse. After trying just once, Han had relegated him to the cold palace. Replicate. Since Itachi isn't around, then it's you, Tsunade. Replication successful. Obtain some chakra. Fusion possible. No more talking. Into the cold palace. At this moment, Han missed his little sidekick. His little secretary. What does this mean? Tsunade was lost in thought, having not slept all night, only to find Han looking at her with disappointment after he woke up. Chapter 69. Han. Tsunade, I'm really glad you're back. Tsunade, you're too early to be happy. This little brat. I really want to beat him to death. Hey, Uchiha. Early in the morning. Tsunade was already seething with anger, but had to hold it in. I've thought it over. I can't agree to your proposal from last night. I will return to the village with you, and once we're back, I will investigate personally. If everything is as serious as you say, then I will help. I just hope that by then, you Uchiha 1T complain about how much I owe. Oh. Han's reaction was quite flat because the reward had put him in a bad mood. For him, rewards were far more important than the petty issues between the Uchiha and the village. This was related to his future heights and had to be taken seriously. In comparison, the village and Uchiha's petty matters could be pushed aside for now. What does this mean? Such a flat reaction. Could this kid be having second thoughts? Tsunade's forehead was throbbing. She was almost forgetting how many times she had the impulse to beat Han up. Tsunade's wish to vent her anger on Han ultimately did not come true because Han knew this girl was fierce, and since he was also holding in his anger, he didn't give her any chance and sped up to return to Konoha. This forced Tsunade to follow him, gritting her teeth all the way. They arrived. From a distance, looking at Konoha's iconic walls and gates, Han couldn't help but stretch. At this moment, he desperately wanted to go back, change into clean clothes, take a hot bath, and enjoy a good meal. As for reporting to the police department, that could wait until tomorrow. Compared to Han, Tsunade's inner emotions were very complex. Finally returning to her long-lost home, she felt indescribable. She couldn't even believe she would return to Konoha in this way. Tsunade is back. At the entrance of Konoha, the hidden Umbu ninja immediately rushed to the Hokage's office. So, let us say goodbye here. When you've made up your mind, you can come to the police department to find me. Just mention my name. Back in the village, Han made a gesture to Tsunade, waved goodbye, and disappeared. As for where Tsunade should go, it didn't concern him much. Hokage-sama. Tsunade-sama has returned to the village. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage stood up excitedly upon hearing this. He was also uncertain whether Tsunade would be willing to return. The past events had hurt her deeply. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been running and hiding from the villagers all these years. It's good that she is back. It's good that she is back. After pacing excitedly in the office for a few steps, the third Hokage asked, "Go notify Tsunade and Jiraiya to come see me. The matter with the daimyo's residence cannot be delayed any longer. If it drags on, the daimyos from various countries will come." Yes, the Umbu ninja respectfully acknowledged and was about to leave when he suddenly froze in place. What is wrong? The third Hokage looked at him in confusion. Didn't I tell you to notify them to come to the Hokage office? Hokage-sama, the Umbu ninja, stayed silent for a few seconds, lowered his head and replied, "I did not see Jiraiya-sama." Then Tsunade came back alone? No, she returned with Captain Uchiha Han from the police department. It was only the two of them. Saying this, the Umbu ninja lowered his head even further. "I was wondering why you were stuttering. It turns out it was like this. But wait, why is it Uchiha Han? Although he has a mission, it should have been Jiraiya accompanying Tsunade back to Konoha. Did they have a falling out? Or did something happen? Where did that kid Shizen go?" Regardless, the most important thing is that Tsunade is back. Everything else can be set aside for now. You immediately go notify Tsunade and ask her to come to the Hokage office. Yes, Hokage-sama. The imagined anger did not surface. The Umbu ninja breathed a sigh of relief and left the Hokage office to find Tsunade. At this moment, Tsunade was still hesitating at the village entrance. She didn't know whether to go to the Hokage office or first check on the Senju clan's land. Although the Senju clan had already become civilian, the ancestral home of the Senju clan in Konoha still stood, but most of its valuable items had already been sold by her. Just thinking about her crazy gambling over the years made Tsunade frustrated as she slapped her forehead. "Tsunade-sama, Hokage-sama asked you to go to the Hokage office." The Umbu ninja arrived, helping Tsunade resolve her dilemma. "Got it, I'll go right away." Since she was indecisive, she decided not to choose and just head to the Hokage office. Without her reassurance, the third Hokage would definitely not be at ease. Determined, Tsunade headed straight for the Hokage office. Without knocking, the office door opened, a seemingly rude act, but in reality, it was something the third Hokage had been anticipating for a long time. The three disciples of the third Hokage all appeared somewhat out of place. Tsunade barged in. Jiraiya liked to climb through windows, while Orochimaru, who looked gloomy like a poisonous snake, was the most polite of them all. "Old man, you really are getting old." Closing the door casually, Tsunade glanced at the smiling third Hokage and sighed. "Tsunade, everyone grows old. I'm very happy to still see the young you." TCH. Don't start with that. We're all getting on in years. Not to mention the third Hokage. Even the legendary three ninjas are already aging. Only Tsunade, because of the Yin seal, can maintain her appearance in her 20s. The former Uzumaki Kushina was the same way. It wasn't until she got older that her body deteriorated and began to show her age. I won't say much more. I can return to Konoha not because of Jiraiya, but because I actually don't want to get involved in the affairs of the daimyo. I want to take a break and gather some information. I hope it won't disappoint me too much. Knowing that the third Hokage will soon mention the daimyo's matters, Tsunade spoke up first to shut him up. Huh. Tsunade can return to Konoha, not because of Jiraiya's persuasion? The third Hokage couldn't help but be taken aback. In that moment of distraction, Tsunade had already opened the door and left. In front of the Hokage office building, Tsunade began to feel conflicted again. Where should she go? Home or Shizen? Habitually, she opened her mouth, only to realize that her little sidekick, who had been by her side for several years, was nowhere to be seen. It was then that Tsunade realized she had run back to Konoha alone with Yin, while Shizen should be with Jiraiya. Indeed, habits can be a terrifying thing. With a self-deprecating smile, Tsunade took a step forward. She didn't go to the Senju ancestral home because she didn't want to stir up old emotions. Chapter 70. The elders are no longer working in the police department. Why should they negotiate with them? But if she didn't go to the Senju ancestral home, she didn't even have a place to stay at the moment. Because she had no money. Wandering aimlessly in Konoha, Tsunade was able to gather quite a bit of information. Among them, the villagers' discussions mainly revolved around the assassination of the daimyo by the Hokage's assistant, the police department constantly causing trouble for the Uchiha clan, and the severe impact of brawls in the commercial district. Danzo is indeed formidable. He has become a suspect in the assassination of the daimyo, while still having the time to mess with the Uchiha. And what about the serious fighting incidents? Yet the villagers still believe it. Tsunade quickly locked her suspicions onto Danzo. Only he would enjoy doing such underhanded things. Only he would still find trouble for the Uchiha at such a critical time. It seemed that Danzo's targeting of the Uchiha had reached an almost demonic level. Besides this, the most discussed topic was about the nine-tailed fox and the misfortunes of certain members of the Shimura clan. Yin was out on a mission, and the police department's actions against the Shimura clan had slowed down considerably. It was no longer as intense as it had been at the beginning. Even so, there were still continuous instances of Shimura clan members being summoned or arrested by the police department for various reasons. Even though most of them returned safely, they were still put through a lot. The entire Shimura clan was filled with grievances. They had gone from hating the Uchiha and cursing them at first to now being afraid of them. They feared that the Uchiha might come after them again. Tsunade also received some intelligence regarding the Uchiha, mainly concerning Yin. There were reports of him defying authority, reprimanding elders at family meetings, and questioning the clan leader. In order to develop the clan, he even risked his own reputation, confronting the clan elders and directly clashing with Danzo in the police department, etc. All for the sake of the clan? Just when Tsunade was doing nothing, a guest arrived at Yin's house. Yin swaggered back to Konoha, and naturally, someone would report the news to Fugaku. So Fugaku arrived at Yan's house as soon as possible. Here, this is the mission scroll. The mission has been completed. Itachi and Jiraiya should be arriving back in Konoha a little later. If they can't make it back today, it should be tomorrow. The benefit of family missions is that there's no need to go to the Hokage's office to submit the mission scroll. Just hand it directly to Fugaku, who is the clan leader. Even the reward can be collected by Fugaku and then given to him. Yin quite liked this feeling of being able to submit missions and get paid without having to run to the Hokage's office. Fugaku accepted the scroll, and as for Itachi, he wasn't too worried about him at all. As long as nothing unexpected happened, the difference between returning a day earlier or later was negligible. He glanced at the tea Yin had prepared for him. Fugaku, who loved tea ceremonies, couldn't help but shake his head. Too rough. There was a lot of discontent among the Shimura clan. The complaints of the clan members had shifted from the police department and the Uchiha to their own family. The clan leader wanted to meet with me to discuss this matter. The clan leader agreed. Yin raised his head. Danzo is no good, and neither is the Shimura clan. When Danzo was targeting the Uchiha, the Shimura clan certainly didn't hold back their glee and took the opportunity to kick them while they were down. Besides, your Shimura clan has been supporting Danzo at every turn, which means that the things Danzo has done also have a share from the Shimura clan. Now that you feel bad, you want to talk? I didn't pay attention to it, and moreover, I can't make decisions about this matter. Fugaku had always treated this issue as if he were unaware of it. Since he was unaware, he certainly couldn't act as a mediator for reconciliation. Everything still depended on Yin. During this time, Fugaku had been observing the actions and emotions of the clan members. He was surprised to find that, After the actions against the Shimura clan commenced, the clan members' feelings of being targeted by the village seemed to have eased considerably. It's good that he didn't agree. Yin was afraid that if he weren't there, the clan members would still be fixated on the Shimura clan, and then Fugaku, this timid clan leader, would make the first concession. If that happened, Yin promised he would curse. However, the other party did not give up and invited Hyuga Hisashi to be the intermediary. The meeting would be tomorrow, just in time for your return, so you can go in my place and bring my regards. On the surface, it seemed that the Hyuga clan and the Uchiha clan were at odds with each other over the so-called title of the first ocular technique clan. Unbeknownst to them, the surface rivalry had not made the relationship between the two clans very bad. All the various conflicts were limited to the public arena or among the younger generation of the clans. Behind the scenes, the relationship between the two clan leaders was still quite harmonious, but unfortunately, their statuses and the situation in the village prevented them from becoming true friends. Otherwise, the two clan leaders would certainly have a lot to talk about. Good. Since Hyuga Hisashi has stepped in, it would definitely not do to skip this trip. At least the face of the Hyuga clan should still be given. As for the Shimura clan, they can stay wherever they find it comfortable. Until all their members express dissatisfaction with Danzo, Yin will definitely not let it rest. Moreover, this is just the first step of revenge. The Shimura clan has done plenty of things to kick the Uchiha while they were down, and in this regard, they're even more proactive than the Sarutobi clan. Since you all want to play the first day of the month, then I will play the 15th. The revenge that should come will come. It's just that the time hasn't arrived yet. After telling Yin the meeting place, Fugaku also talked about the restructuring of the police department. It's impossible to expect the hardline elders to agree to the restructuring of the police department. Clan leader, you went in the wrong direction from start. The restructuring of the police department is beneficial for Yin, and if possible, Yin doesn't mind lending a hand. It's just that Fugaku himself is not strong enough and keeps thinking about dragging his feet, so Yin just doesn't want to get involved. However, it has already dragged on for so long. The things that need to be done still have to be done. Did I go in the wrong direction? Fugaku was taken aback, not quite understanding what Yin meant by this. Restructuring the police department was his idea, and doing so would also benefit the clan. How could that be wrong? It was just that the elders were difficult to deal with. Indeed, when a person has a timid working style, being timid for a long time can become a habit. Maintaining a neutral and wavering stance for a long time will also limit oneself to that neutral wavering. Yin patted his forehead and said earnestly, "Clan leader, if you want to restructure the Uchiha, why do you need to negotiate with the elders? Do the elders have positions in the police department? Shouldn't you directly negotiate with the police department's team leaders to do the work and announce the results after you get these people sorted out? The correct model should be to announce the results directly in the clan meeting or family meeting, rather than negotiating. Negotiation will only lead to quibbling and arguing. If it escalates, even the hardliners will dig up the dirt on the neutral faction, and the neutral faction will start a fight back, digging up the dirt on the hardliners. In this way, the affairs of the police department won't be resolved through negotiation. The patriarch should handle this matter, and I want to get involved. However, it must be kept confidential. We cannot leak anything until we deal with these squad leaders. Yin also advised Fuyua, patriarch, remember that everything you do is for the Uchiha, and everything is based on family interests. When persuading and communicating, you cannot bring in faction issues. It must be handled from a perspective of the entire Uchiha. Chapter 71 Yin. Tsunade, you come to my house late at night. Aren't you afraid of being misunderstood? Negotiation? What a joke. It would be strange if there were any results. Just bypass those troublesome elders, communicate with the squad leaders, persuade them, and then notify everyone. That's it. Only by doing this can we settle the matter. If the hardliners still disagree, fine, they can leave. The hardliners can resign and go home. After all, the Uchiha doesn't lack people. At that time, even if the hardliners are unhappy, they will have to accept it. They can only make some noise. They wouldn't dare to really push Fuyue too hard. It should be noted that when this patriarch was young, he didn't spare any effort against those who opposed him to solidify his position. Otherwise, Fuyue wouldn't have been able to become patriarch in his 20s without any capability. The Uchiha is not like the Hyuga. The patriarch must have ability and a large number of supporters to rise to power. I understand. Identifying the problem gave Fuyue the aura and authority that a patriarch should have. In fact, Fuyue felt distressed inside, after all the hustle and bustle. It turned out the direction was wrong. At this moment, he appeared serious, but inside he had already scolded the hardliner elders one by one. Don't think that he wouldn't curse just because he had a stern face. He just wouldn't easily curse due to his position as patriarch. After Yin's clarification, Fuyue knew what he should do. He breathed a sigh of relief, but it also made him feel very frustrated. Being a patriarch is really damn hard. Fuyue put on the posture of a patriarch and left. Yin knew that in the time to come, the squad leaders of the police department would probably have a hard time. If he couldn't handle those old fossils, how could he handle you clansmen in the police department? If he couldn't even manage this, then Fuyue could retire and go home to accompany his wife and children. Back at the police department, Fuyue began summoning each squad leader to the minister's office one by one. What was discussed specifically was not disclosed, as Fuyue ordered that it must be kept a secret. Anyone who dared to leak information would face his wrath, regardless of who they were or what faction they were backed by. This matter was solely targeted at the police department concerning the entire Uchiha, and had nothing to do with factions. Dare to speak out and try it. You will regret it. Faced with Fuyue's stern warning, and with Fuyue addressing the issue from a family perspective, not to mention the neutral faction, even the hardliners had to obediently keep quiet, as if nothing had happened. As for whether there would be conflicts between the patriarch and the elders after the news was made public, that was beyond their control. With a suitable strategy in place, the restructuring of the police department progressed rapidly. Most of those who were summoned by Fuyue chose to agree. Only a few who still opposed were too afraid to leak the matter, but this also provided Fuyue with enough excuses to replace them. Since you disagree, you are my stumbling block. We are all from the same family, and as the patriarch, I can't target just you, so you can go home. You have no relation to the police department anymore. At night, as Yin was preparing to rest, he suddenly sensed an uninvited guest arriving. Instinctively, Yin thought it might be someone from the Umbu or Root. Who? No matter who it is, I must seize the initiative. Regardless of the reason for your visit or whose order you follow, if you make any move against me, and I hurt you, that will be your problem. It's me. A reluctant voice responded, and there was silence for a while before it came out. What the hell? Releasing the grip on the knife handle, Yin pushed open the living room window with a black line on his forehead. In the corridor outside the window, a certain homeless big shot awkwardly scratched the floor with her toes. It's been a long time since anyone lived here. It needs to be cleaned before I can move in. The silence hasn't returned yet, and I have no money on me. Also, you were the one who persuaded me to return to Konoha. Now I have no place to go, so you need to be responsible. After speaking, Tsunade jumped through the window and collapsed onto the sofa. My goodness, I'm exhausted. I've been walking around Konoha all day. Is there anything to eat? I haven't had dinner. Just listen to this shameless tone. Yin laughed in anger. How about I prepare a hot bath for you, complete with a personal back rub and massage service? Sure. Tsunade isn't a little girl, and isn't easily intimidated. Lazily she said, if you're willing, I want refuse. So let us get ready. Where shall we start? You wish. All this falls on you. I lose big. At your age. What are you thinking? Rolling her eyes, Yin walked to the kitchen, reheated the leftovers, and brought them out with rice. This is all I have. Make do with it. I didn't expect you to run here. Yin placed the dishes and rice on the table, watching Tsunade, who almost bounced off the sofa, grabbing chopsticks and devouring the food. He clicked his tongue in disdain. Impressive. You really don't have the demeanor of a Sannin. Speaking of which, as a member of the Senju clan, aren't you afraid of causing misunderstandings by coming to Uchiha territory? If I live in the same house as you, it won't cause misunderstandings, do you believe it? Tsunade, with her mouth full, provocatively raised her eyebrows at Yin. Although there are differences between men and women, considering both parties' identities and the significant age gap, there's no way there could be misunderstandings. Those who are Tsunade's age and married early have children older than Yin. Tsunade's age is more than enough to be Yin's mother. What misunderstandings could there be? You win. Yin decisively retreated. Arguing with a stubborn and homeless woman would only end up in his loss. After eating, If she was willing to wash the dishes, she could. If not, or if she didn't know how, she could leave the dishes in the kitchen. Someone would clean up tomorrow. There are new blankets in the left cupboard of the guest room on the second floor. Hopefully by morning, you'll have left. I can't deal with you. With a small victory, Tsunade felt a little smug and happy. Her mood instantly lifted as she continued to eat, but suddenly she stopped. Did her previous behavior count as an indirect proof that she was getting old? Crack. Age is a line that women can never touch. And Tsunade didn't expect that she had just stepped on it herself. A classic case of digging her own grave and, in the end, burying herself with her own hands. The chopsticks in her hand snapped, and Tsunade's forehead bulged with veins, wanting to slap herself. What is wrong with this woman? She could break chopsticks just by eating alone? She was simply crazy. Hearing the noise, Yin shook his head, decisively closed the bedroom door, and then locked it. If Tsunade really needed something from him, it could wait until tomorrow. Yin didn't want to accompany this super-aged, leftover woman in her troubles. He was still young, and going to bed early was good for his health. Besides eating and breaking chopsticks, Tsunade didn't make any more outrageous moves. After a simple wash-up, she went to the guest room to sleep. After a few days of turmoil, feeling sad one moment and questioning her life the next, Tsunade was also tired. She directly collapsed on the floor, her legs trapped under the blanket, not caring how much her bathrobe would expose, and began to sleep soundly. Chapter 72 in the morning, Izumi saw something she shouldn't have. The next day, a sharp scream startled Yin, causing him to spring up from bed. Tsunade, who was awakened by the scare, also had a bewildered expression. I'm just taking a nap. Who did I provoke? Why are you yelling so loudly, so early in the morning? What is going on? When Yin opened the door, he saw Quan standing at the guest room door with an exaggerated expression. It was obvious that the scream just now came from her. Yin never thought that this little girl, Quan, could be so loud. Captain, how can there be a woman in your guest room? And such a well-endowed woman at that. Even if you bring a woman home, you should at least send her away. Quan felt that everything she saw today had completely refreshed her worldview and understanding. She didn't know that Yin had returned to Konoha. She came to Yan's house, as usual, to help with the cleaning. As she went upstairs and saw that the guest room door was not closed properly, she opened it. The moment the door opened, she was stunned. Her little head seemed to explode, because she saw a stunning blonde woman sprawled out on the floor, sleeping, with the blanket kicked aside. And the towel on her body had already fallen apart, leaving almost everything visible to Quan. After a few seconds of being dazed, she instinctively let out a scream. Quan felt that she was no longer pure. Early in the morning, she saw such an unclean and stimulating scene. She thought Tsunade was a woman Yin brought back for fun and stuffed her into the guest room. What nonsense is this? What do you mean I brought a woman back and didn't send her away? Rubbing his eyes, Yin yawned. He had spent the whole night lying on a tree branch and hadn't slept well at all. As for Tsunade, she had it worse, having stayed up all night. Your girlfriend's lung capacity is really impressive. I was wondering why I was welcomed. Turns out it was because she was really afraid of misunderstandings. Muttering to himself, the incredibly sleepy Tsunade reached for the blanket to cover herself and continued sleeping. As for Quan seeing it, so what? They're both women. What is there to be afraid of? As long as she hasn't been taken advantage of by Yin, it's fine. I'm not the captain's girlfriend. After a few seconds, Quan came back to her senses and explained with a flushed face. Unfortunately, the only response she got was Tsunade's breathing. But what about you? Yin shook his head, planning to go back to sleep for a while. He still had to meet the head of the Shimura clan later. The Hyuga clan really likes to be mediators. No, Captain, I didn't mean that. I'm not rejecting you. Seeing Yin glance at her and shake his head while walking towards the room, Quan suddenly panicked, thinking her words had upset Yin. Are you rejecting me? Yin turned back, looking confused. No, it's just a bit sudden. I'm a little nervous. Quan's little face was almost bleeding from blushing, and her nervous little hands were sweating as she kept rubbing the hem of her clothes. Anyway, I'll think it over carefully. I really appreciate the captain's expression of feelings. After saying that, Quan covered her face and ran away. Wait, when did I express my feelings? You need to clarify this for me. Did I miss something? A bewildered Yin rubbed his face, a bit confused about the current situation. He seemed not to be hallucinating. Although he was a bit tired, his mind was still clear, just a bit slow to react. Forget it, he thought. Women's thoughts are always strange. Even girls are like that. Tsunade is like this, and so is Quan. Yin is not a dense guy. It's just that Quan's muddled triple play has left him a bit confused. What's going on? Hearing the sound of the door opening, Uchiha Hazuki looked curiously at her red-faced, nervous daughter rushing back home. This isn't right. Something's off. Mom. Quan was very nervous, feeling her heart pounding nonstop, almost jumping out her throat. What's wrong? It's early in the morning. Weren't you going to help Yin with the cleaning? You just went out for a bit and came back, and you're all red in the face. Did something interesting happen? Did Yin come back? Thinking of this, Hazuki looked at her daughter with a half-smile, elongating her voice. It seems my daughter had something happen with Yin. Is it okay for mother to know? No way. Quan was both anxious and embarrassed. Although the captain expressed his feelings, I haven't agreed yet. Oh, you haven't agreed. Hazuki couldn't help but laugh. She had drawn out her daughter's little secret. Looking at her shy daughter, she teasingly said, then why don't you agree? Haven't you been mentioning Yin all the time? Or do you think there's an age gap? Or is it because of Itachi? Her daughter had always been Itachi's little fan, and Hazuki knew all about it. However, since Quan joined the police department and became Yan's little follower, the mentions of Itachi had decreased, and her reactions weren't as excited as before. Instead, she seemed to start caring more about Yin, the captain. Mom, what are you talking about? I'm ignoring you. Quan dove into her room. Hazuki was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Aren't you going to work? Oh, right. Just as Quan dove back into her room, she quickly ran out, slapping her little face and taking deep breaths to calm her excited emotions. Mom, I'm going to the police department now. Go ahead. Remember to invite Yin to come home as a guest. Got it, I will invite him. This child, standing at the door watching her daughter's retreating figure. Hazuki smiled and complained, how old is she and still so impulsive? Is it really necessary to get so tangled up? In Hazuki's view, choosing Yin was much better than Itachi. Even though Itachi's status was better, she would still lean towards Yin. Carrying the identity of the clan leader's eldest son meant bearing more burdens. Hazuki didn't want her daughter to get involved in Itachi's whirlpool. In comparison, Yin was more in line with her wishes. This woman actually wanted to get up. After knocking on the door a few times, Yin was directly convinced and didn't want to bother Tsunade anymore, just letting her sleep as much as she wanted. After a simple wash, Yin left for the agreed location. When Yin arrived, the mediator Hyuga Hizashi and the Shimura clan leader who had invited him were already there. Beside Hyuga Hizashi was a tomboy. Oh no, a short-haired Hinata. You brought your daughter to such an occasion. Are you planning to let her see the world? But it made sense. It seemed that Hyuga Hizashi had given up on Hinata a little after Hanabi grew up. At this time, although Hinata couldn't satisfy Hyuga Hizashi, her training was still at the level of clan heir. Taking a glance at the somewhat reserved Hinata, Yin smiled and nodded at Hyuga Hizashi, clan leader Hyuga. The clan leader asked me to bring his greetings. The police department has too many matters to attend to, so the clan leader can't come in person and can only let me do it. You're thoughtful. Fugako liked to keep a stern face because of his personality, while Hizashi had to act that way. Chapter 73. Peace Talks? Dream on. This is what your Shimura clan deserves. The perverted level of family rules can completely change a person inside and out. Such an important matter. Both the Hyuga clan and the Shimura clan sent their clan leaders in person, but Uchiha let Yin, a little captain from the police department, come, clearly not giving face. The Shimura clan leader felt that he was losing face. Plus, Yin didn't even greet him, directly causing his dissatisfaction. Ignoring the Shimura clan leader, who was holding back his anger, Yin casually pulled out a chair and sat down, picked up a teacup from the table, took a sip, and placed his hands in front of him, fingers interlocked. His attitude was casual and appeared rude. Sitting opposite Yin, Hizashi instinctively frowned but quickly relaxed. Today he was just a mediator, not a party to the matter. Yin's attitude displeased him, but it was directed at the Shimura clan leader and had nothing to do with him. Since that was the case, why should he meddle? Yin's affairs Hizashi had heard about. He couldn't guarantee that if things got heated, Yin wouldn't directly scold someone face to face. I sit here, which means I can represent the Uchiha clan. Since both of you have something to say, please speak frankly. Yin's rudeness was aimed at the Shimura clan leader. If Hayashi feels offended and takes it personally, then Yin can only say that your Hyuga clan is simply hopeless. Uchiha Yin, Your Uchiha clan has no manners at all. Uchiha Fugaku actually let a child like you participate in such an important peace talk. That shows a complete lack of sincerity. No matter who comes, someone has to take the initiative first. The Shimura clan leader intends to bully the younger Yin, aiming to seize the power of speech for himself. To take the lead and then talk slowly. Oh, then I'll take my leave. Yin is also very decisive. Since you think the Uchiha have no sincerity, then let's not talk. Yin stands up to leave. Humph. The Shimura clan leader snorts coldly again, not believing that Yin would really leave. So he crosses his arms, ready to watch Yin make a fool of himself. Anyway, he won't say anything to keep him. Really leaving? As Yin is about to open the door, Hayashi suddenly realizes that Yin is not joking, but is truly leaving. Since you think I have no sincerity. In front of the Hyuga clan leader, I also don't want to curse, so I'll just leave. What peace talk? What a joke. You Shimura clan can just continue to endure. Peace talk? Wait. Yin is really leaving, and Hayashi can't sit still anymore. He quickly puts his daughter down, stands up, raises his hand, and speaks to stop him. Yin, the Shimura clan leader, is just angry because his clan has been targeted, so he has no other intentions. I think it's better for everyone to sit down and talk. After all, we are all ninja clans of the village. And making a big scene won't look good. Is he really leaving? The Shimura clan leader is dumbfounded. He just wanted to take the initiative, but Yin is actually about to leave. How can we talk like this? Making a big scene won't look good? Yin stops, turns around, and gives the Shimura clan leader a cold smile. Actually, the Uchiha have long since stopped caring about these things. We have been targeted for decades. During this time, the Shimura clan has not missed a chance to gloat and kick us while we're down, right? Why doesn't the clan leader want to come? Because these matters the clan leader can't decide at all. I'm sorry, but I have no intention of negotiating. How the Shimura clan treated the Uchiha back then. The Uchiha will treat you the same way now. That's what you deserve. Wow, Hayashi is dumbfounded. Is it this intense? Not even giving a chance for peace talks. The Shimura clan leader is so angry his face turns red. Yin's words truly leave him no face. After all, he is still the clan leader. And what's the result? Who cares about you? Uchiha Yin, don't be too arrogant. Lord Danzo and the Shimura clan will not let you go. Don't think you can just jump around. You Uchiha are always the evil clan. In his rage, the Shimura clan leader no longer cares about maintaining his dignity as a leader and slams the table, shouting, "Don't think the Shimura clan will be afraid of you. Others may be scared, but we are not. At worst, we'll just fight to the end." Hee hee. Faced with the Shimura clan leader's threats, Yin smiles, very happily. Then I'll wait and see. I hope you don't come crying to report me. I remember everything you've done, and I will return it to you. Also, don't overstep your bounds. If it weren't for giving face to the Hyuga clan leader, I would have cursed you until you bled. You really think you're something, daring to jump around in front of me? A clown is just a clown, hiding in the gutter, never on stage. The Shimura clan has never been on stage, only causing trouble behind Danzo. From a moment they chose to support Danzo, it became their whole clan's fate. You. The Shimura clan leader is so angry he can hardly breathe, about to retort, when Hayashi, unable to watch any longer, coughs loudly. My daughter is still here. Can't you give me some face and be a bit calmer? Hayashi's cough forcibly cuts off the Shimura clan leader's insults. It's very uncomfortable to be caught in between. Peace talks? The Uchiha have no intention of peace talks at all. Yin came over entirely out of respect for the Hyuga clan. Otherwise, he wouldn't even bother with them. Moreover, the Uchiha are determined to continue their conflict with the Shimura clan. Yin needs to give face to the Hyuga clan, and the Shimura clan leader needs to do so as well. Otherwise, if they completely fall out with the Uchiha and offend the Hyuga clan, it wouldn't be worth it. The logic is correct, but the frustration in their hearts is unbearable. The Shimura clan leader is so angry he nearly spits blood, flings his sleeve, and angrily leaves without even saying goodbye. Sigh. Hayashi sighs, looking at his daughter, who is wide-eyed and seemingly frightened, feeling somewhat helpless. Things have gone awry, and his daughter's performance has also disappointed him. Hayashi feels that as the heir of the clan, his daughter should be as calm as Itachi, rather than getting flustered at the slightest issue. People fear comparisons, and so do things. After all, comparing people can be infuriating. Both are clan leaders, both from large clans. Both became leaders at around the same age. Why is Uchiha Fugaku's son soaring high, while his daughter Hayashi is timid and submissive? Not to mention Itachi, even Sasuke, who is the same age as Hinata, performs better than Hinata. With such comparisons, it's no wonder Hayashi feels uncomfortable. There's a saying about children. They're always someone else's children. The Shimura clan leader has been angered away, and Hayashi is also quite helpless. Chapter 74. The main family and branch family system is always a thorn in the hearts of the higher-ups. In fact, you didn't need to make such a big fuss. Everything started because of Lord Danzo. Continuing to target each other like this is not good for either clan. The eyesore has finally left. Yin sits back down, drinks tea, and shakes his head. The Hyuga clan leader's words are wrong. Doing this only benefits the Uchiha, not harms us. Long-term targeting and surveillance have caused great resentment among our clan members, and the Shimura clan is the best punching bag. Besides, they deserve it. The situation we have today is not without blame for the Shimura clan. Hayashi shakes his head slightly. He doesn't want to get too involved in these matters. Since both sides can't be persuaded, let them go. He's just a mediator, after all. By the way, this is my little daughter Hinata. Sensing that Yin still holds some respect for him, Hayashi doesn't leave immediately. Instead, he introduces his daughter, Hinata. This is Uchiha Yin Senpai. Hinata seems to have been frightened by Yin's earlier outburst and the Shimura clan leader's various provocations, and she weakly opens her mouth to greet him. But feeling anxious, she chokes on her words. Hinata, seeing his daughter so anxious but unable to say hello, Hayashi's face turns dark. Don't be angry, Hyuga clan leader. Hinata is just a bit nervous. What happened earlier scared her. Being so strict will backfire. Besides, Hinata is very cute. After a few words of persuasion, Yin doesn't forget to compliment her. It's not that he is being insincere. The short-haired little Hinata from when she was younger is genuinely adorable, soft and cute, and somewhat tomboyish. If she were to change into boy's clothes and go out claiming to be a boy, people would definitely believe it. So cute, she must be a boy. Hayashi has heard too many compliments like this, but since Yin is trying to help ease the atmosphere, he accepts this favor. After all, it's not appropriate to directly educate his daughter in front of others. If this were within the family, Hinata would have received quite a scolding. Forget it. Thank the senior and then sit down. It's father. Hinata bowed meekly and expressed her gratitude. Thank you, senior. Hinata's personality was too soft when she was younger. It's no wonder that Hayashi gave up on her and chose to cultivate Hanabi instead. Fortunately, Hayashi values family ties and has been dragging it out without taking action. If it were the elders of the main house, Hinata, who had been abandoned, would probably have ended up like a caged bird, accepting the fate of an arranged marriage by the family. Like Fugaku, Hayashi is also someone who enjoys the tea ceremony. When he has nothing to do, he likes to engage in such activities. Those who enjoy it love it, while those who don't find it boring. Thankfully, there are no tea utensils here for Hayashi to fuss over. Otherwise, it would be difficult to have a cup of hot tea. After pouring himself a cup of hot tea, Hayashi took a sip, shook his head, and put it down, clearly not satisfied with the tea. The current situation of the Uchiha is very precarious. If you continue to be high profile, you will likely attract even greater trouble. This can be considered a kind-hearted warning. Unfortunately, Yin cannot accept this. The Uchiha situation is indeed dangerous, but sometimes being high profile is not a bad thing. Take the Hyuga clan, for example. They are also on the edge of danger. Doesn't the Hyuga clan leader feel this? What do you mean? Are you suggesting that the Uchiha's affairs should involve the Hyuga clan? Hayashi's gaze turned cold. Literally, Yin was not afraid to provoke Hayashi. Let us not mention the past. How the village treated the Hyuga, I believe the Hyuga clan leader knows well. Even the open confrontation between the Uchiha and the Hyuga was the intention of the Hokage. You want to see this. The question is, when the Uchiha really falls, who will his gaze be upon? The Uchiha are struggling, and the Hyuga clan is not in a much better position. They are even more oppressed. The Hyuga set up a system of main and branch families just to ensure the family could continue, but the third Hokage couldn't stand it. Because the branch family system would mean that branch members would always be controlled by the main house, and the main house members prioritize family interests, with the village's interests coming second. Such a system would be unacceptable to the third Hokage. Therefore, the Hyuga clan is also a target of scrutiny, just not as exaggerated as the Uchiha situation. Hayashi moved his mouth, but ultimately did not speak. Some things he understands very clearly in his heart. He doesn't need Yin to say it out loud. Hayashi is much stronger than Fugaku in this regard. Hayashi remained silent, and Yin continued. Now that Tsunade has returned to the village, barring any accidents, she will accept the Uchiha's assistance and stand in a neutral position to help the Uchiha. While I can't say it will get them out of danger, at least it can give them a breather. Saying this, Yin smiled confidently. What the Uchiha need is exactly this breathing space, but what about the Hyuga? The Hyuga do not have time to breathe. The system of main and branch families is always a thorn in the side of the higher-ups. From a certain perspective, the Hyuga clan could be even more dangerous than the Uchiha. The Uchiha need breathing space. With that time, they can gradually bring themselves back to normal. The Uchiha can do it, but the Hyuga clan might not be able to. Just look at how the higher-ups treat them to know the outcome. The daughter of the clan leader was kidnapped by assassins, and in the end, the clan leader was forced to atone, resulting in the brother sacrificing himself. One cannot help but find this ironic. The third Hokage really has the face to persuade the Hyuga clan. Yet, surprisingly, the Hyuga clan was indeed persuaded. That is quite miraculous. The anger in his heart was already rising, and Hayashi laughed dryly. So, does the Uchiha want to team up with the Hyuga clan? It's not impossible. Yin hadn't thought of this, but since Hayashi brought it up, he didn't mind discussing it. If an alliance could be formed, the influence of both clans would be slightly greater. Are you serious? Hayashi was just being sarcastic, but who knew Yin took it seriously? The Uchiha and Hyuga united? Two clans competing for the top technique forming an alliance? That's absurd. The most important thing is that it's not impossible. It's just that no one has thought about it, done it, or pushed for it. Chapter 75. Success or failure lies with Tsunade. The Hyuga clan leader need not be so surprised. Yin smiled and explained. It's just that sharing intelligence and forming an alliance in certain aspects is still possible. In the village, one find anything to say, as long as there are no changes on the surface. Besides, who can say what tomorrow's situation will be? There are too many implications in this statement. Hayashi frowned deeply. Take this incident as an example. Yin gave an example. The Hokage hopes to have Tsunade return to Konoha to handle matters with the daimyo. Given Tsunade's familial relationship with the daimyo, it shouldn't be too difficult to manage, but whether she can gain the daimyo's complete trust is quite uncertain. After all, a broken mirror will still have cracks, even if it is glued back together. Are you saying the fifth Hokage? Hayashi stood up in shock. Following Yin's words and speculating further, this possibility may indeed arise. The daimyo currently loathes Danzo and is dissatisfied with the third Hokage. Normally, that would be fine, but the key is that Tsunade has returned. It could be said that success lies with Tsunade, and failure also lies with Tsunade. Tsunade can solve the daimyo's problems and gain more trust from the daimyo. Then can the third Hokage still sit still? As long as someone hints at it, the daimyo will definitely think, why should they allow the third Hokage, whom they are dissatisfied with, to continue leading? Why not switch to someone else? Tsunade, who has familial ties, would be very suitable. What if the daimyo proposes that Tsunade become the fifth Hokage as a condition to resolve this matter? Would the third Hokage accept? So, you mean no. The Uchiha never does such things. What a joke. You want the Uchiha to cause trouble. Is that even possible? Yin shook his head repeatedly. This is just speculation. As for how the situation will evolve, who can say for sure? In any case, the Uchiha have caught a breather and have enough time, which is enough. However, for you Hyuga, trouble is likely still ahead. Tsunade is very fair and represents a neutral standpoint. But she also wouldn't like the system of main and branch families of the Hyuga. Whether it's the third Hokage or Tsunade, no matter who becomes Hokage, they will not like the Hyuga clan's system. The main house is always an insurmountable obstacle. Other clans' ninjas follow the village's orders as their first directive. But for the Hyuga clan, it changes. The main family takes precedence. Damn it, clearly it's the Uchiha who are suffering. Why does it feel like the Hyuga clan is the real victim? Cooperation? It's not impossible, as long as it's cooperation in certain aspects. It can definitely be pushed forward. As long as the interests and relationships are analyzed, I believe the elders of the main house would not refuse, as cooperation only benefits the family. The problem is, how can both sides trust each other? Mere verbal promises cannot establish trust between both sides. At this point, the conversation is about to come to an end. The so-called cooperation is just hot air. As for everything else, Yin is not worried that Hayashi will leak it out. Even if it really gets leaked, it doesn't matter. If a few hot words could lead to a conviction, the Uchiha would have been exterminated long ago. I am very grateful to the Hyuga clan leader for bridging the gap. Since the Shimura clan has no intention of negotiating, I will take my leave now. Tsunade is still sleeping at my house, and I need to go back to handle some matters. It's about time to leave. Wait, what Yin didn't expect was that his words stirred up a huge wave in Hayashi's heart. Even if Yin was just talking casually, who could guarantee what would happen tomorrow? Even if the Uchiha truly planned to do something, they wouldn't tell him. But with Yin's statement that Tsunade is sleeping at his house, that became a problem. Hinata thought too much, and her worries deepened considerably. What was originally a normal stay, just to sleep for a bit, had taken on a different flavor in the eyes of Hinata Hisashi. Yuki, who had just gotten up, sat back down in confusion. Hisashi took a sip of tea and was silent for a moment. The cooperation you just mentioned, I think it's worth discussing. After all, it's a cooperation in certain aspects, not an overt alliance. Cooperation is beneficial for both families. With them taking the lead, they could even pull in more families. After all, the village's attitude towards weakening the existence of ninja clans and strongly supporting civilian ninjas is already very clear. The ninja clans also do not want their heritage to be severed, nor do they want to become civilian families. Many admire the Senju clan, but there are hardly any ninja clans that want to become a second Senju clan. No one wants their family to become just a part of history. Cooperation can be discussed, but what about trust? Yuki replied frankly, trust is fundamental. After all, the two families still have competition in certain industries. It's hard to gain each other's trust just by saying we will cooperate, whether it's with the Hyuga or the Uchiha. Trust is not something that can be easily established. Either there are common interests or there is marriage. As for common interests, there are none between the Hyuga and Uchiha. It's a good thing if there is no competition, but what common interest can there be? As for marriage, let us not joke about that. The Uchiha may not care, but the Hyuga would never agree. But if there is going to be a marriage, sincerity must be shown. Bringing a woman from a branch family for marriage would be strange for the Uchiha to agree to. The elders would be the first to oppose it. A woman from the main family would not be an issue for the Uchiha, but she would face opposition from the Hyuga elders. The main family's bloodline is already thin, and pushing one out for marriage is a joke. Currently, neither of these two paths is feasible, and Yuki sees that clearly. After a moment of contemplation, Yuki spoke helplessly. Hyuga clan leader, it's not that I don't have this idea, it's just that trust. For both families, to build sufficient trust, there must be common interests that can drive both families or a marriage. It seems neither the Hyuga nor the Uchiha can achieve either. So how about we discuss cooperation later? Talking about cooperation with the Hyuga would lead to a lot of back and forth, and Yuki currently didn't have the leisure for that. Compared to the alliance, it was more important to pull the Uchiha out of the quagmire, unless the Hyuga clan leader was willing to. Yuki wanted to say willing to push his daughter into a marriage, but he stopped. It wasn't appropriate to say such things in front of little Hinata. Although family marriages are a very normal thing, it's better not to say them directly in front of her. Anyway, as long as Hinata Hisashi understood, that would be fine. As for whether Hinata Hisashi truly had this intention, that could be discussed, but who to marry was not something Yuki should be concerned about. That was a matter for both clan leaders to discuss. Well then, I'll take my leave. Before leaving, Yuki didn't forget to wink at little Hinata. I hope next time you have the courage to say hello, senior. Huh? The dazed Hinata, lost in thought, instinctively stood up. Yes, senior, I won't let you down. Just seeing her blushing face, it was clear that Hinata was definitely very nervous. Chapter 76. Another freeloader? Yuki left. Hisashi was silent for a moment, glanced at his daughter, and asked, So, how was it? The Uchiha aren't that scary, are they? Hinata hesitated for a moment and softly replied, I feel like the senior is a really nice person. After all, he spoke up for her. saving her from being scolded by her father, and even encouraged her before leaving. Hinata rarely received such encouragement, which made her very happy and touched. Family members always had various strict demands on her. Is that so? Hisashi nodded thoughtfully. Let us hope you can correct your weaknesses and remember your promises. Next time we meet, you must give yourself a chance to perform. Yes, father, I won't let you down. Hisashi responded perfunctorily and walked towards the door first. If possible, he would also like to say, just like my daughter. Unfortunately, he didn't have that opportunity because Hinata always left him dissatisfied, unsure if Tsunade had left. Yuki bought some food on the way back, so that a certain woman who was too lazy to pick her toes wouldn't starve. Is there food? Yuki pushed the door open and first saw Tsunade, who was curled up on the sofa, looking like a boneless mess with her clothes in disarray. Good thing I had foresight. Yuki put down the things in his hands and curiously asked, Didn't you wash your clothes while washing up last night? He really couldn't believe that the princess of Konoha had clothes that smelled bad, messier than many grown men. Did Jiraiya like Tsunade for this reason? If they were going to be messy, why not be messy together? Ugh, scary. Forget it, I'll wash them tonight. Shaking her head, Tsunade was too focused on her food to care about her clothes. After eating her fill, Tsunade satisfiedly clapped her hands. I'm full. I have some things to take care of, so I'll go deal with them first. Wait, are you saying you're coming back? Yuki widened his eyes. Are you treating my house like a hotel? What else? Tsunade replied as if it were obvious. I was brought back by you. I can't stay at home now. Shizen hasn't returned, and I have no money. If I don't stay at your place, where else would I go? I was going to say, I'll give you money, and you can leave quickly, but by then, Tsunade had already disappeared. Great, before the matter was settled. There was suddenly one more big shot in the house. Fortunately, Jiraiya and the others were supposed to return today. After Shizen came back, Tsunade shouldn't continue to stay at his house. Thinking this way, Yuki felt much more balanced. He started to clean up the table full of things, making a mess of the house. This was definitely Tsunade's specialty, but getting her to tidy up might be harder than killing her. It was a good thing she and T gotten married. Otherwise, who could stand it? After a couple of complaints, Yuki began to wash the dishes and clean up. Tsunade had gone out for a stroll. Jiraiya returned with Shizune and Itachi, looking weary. With Yuki and Tsunade gone, Jiraiya could only hope they had returned to Konoha. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how to explain it to the third Hokage. You guys find a place to rest first. I'll go see the old man. I hope the old man won't be scared to death by Tsunade's debts. Jiraiya slipped away. Shizen looked a bit confused. She had been away from the village for several years and hadn't returned during that time. With no one at home, she felt just like Tsunade, standing at the village entrance, lost and unsure of where to go. Do you have any difficulties, senior? Fortunately, Itachi was perceptive and could tell that Shizune was in a bit of trouble. Shizen shrugged her shoulders in resignation. Feeling gloomy, I don't know where to go, and I don't know if Lady Tsunade has returned to the village. Now Itachi was a loss too. Leaving Shizen alone didn't seem very considerate, but he still had to report back to the police department, and he couldn't take Shizen there. How about I treat you to a meal, and then we go check on the captain? After thinking for a while, Itachi felt that treating someone shouldn't be his responsibility. Didn't Shizen used to be quite familiar with the captain? Then they could just go find the captain. Whether Tsunade had returned to the village, Itachi didn't know, but based on his understanding of Yuki, Yuki would definitely return to the village directly. Because the mission had been completed, it wouldn't be a big deal to separate and come back. Sure, I'm just hungry. Why don't we go to Yuki's house first? Since there was no good option either way, they might as well follow Itachi's suggestion. But they could put off the meal and go find Yuki first. Please follow me, senior. Itachi led Shizune towards the Uchiha clan's territory. As they walked, they unknowingly reached a remote corner of the village. Jingin looked around in disbelief and said, I didn't expect your Uchiha clan's territory to have moved from the center of the village to the edge. Itachi replied, Senior, isn't your information a bit outdated? This was a matter from several years ago. The relocation of the clan's territory involved too much, especially since his father had been criticized for it. Itachi didn't want to discuss this topic. The two quickly entered the Uchiha clan territory. Standing at the door of the Hikari family, Itachi politely knocked. The door opened directly. Hikari, who was cleaning the floor, didn't pay much attention and called out. When the door opened, the two shadows, one tall and one short. Imprinted on the floor caught his attention. He looked up, and as expected, it was Itachi and Jingin. "Why did you bring her along?" Hikari said. "Tsunade has already crashed at my place for food and a place to sleep. If Jingin comes back and does the same, that would really be funny." Jingin's eyes lit up as she grasped the key point of his words. "Hikari, are you saying Tsunade-sama is at your house? That's great." Jingin had been worried about Tsunade not returning to Konoha, and now she could finally relax. Speaking of Tsunade, Hikari humorously complained she just went out for a bit, said she had nowhere to go, crashed at my place for a night, and even mooched off my food. My house is a mess, and she doesn't even bother to clean up. This is the first time I've met a woman who can't even keep things tidy and is so messy, smelling bad and not washing her clothes. Faced with Hikari's various justified complaints and remarks, Jingin felt so awkward she almost wanted to dig a 3-bedroom apartment with her toes. During her years living with Tsunade, her cleanliness had indeed been concerning, especially after Jingin became her little follower. It had become even more uncontrollable. The old Tsunade at least tidied up a bit for herself, but now, don't expect that anymore. It was all Jingin who couldn't stand it and helped her out. It's easy to imagine how lazy the famous Tsunade had become. Chapter 77, Hinata, Clan Elder. When will the village let us go? Perhaps she only tidied herself up when she was preparing to treat someone. At other times, well, if she didn't go out with a head full of messy hair, that would be considered blessing. I really don't understand what Jiraiya sees in her. Is it because she has a big chest? Speaking of this, Hikari had to admit that Tsunade was indeed a top figure in the ninja world. It's hard to find a few people in the entire ninja world who can compare to her. Why don't I help clean up? It's all Tsunade's fault for making it like this, so it seems right for me to help a bit. After becoming her little follower, Jingin had long been accustomed to this kind of cleanup life. Forget it, it's almost over. Hikari waved his hand, rejecting Jingin's offer. If Izumi helped, Hikari could rest assured. After all, Izumi was his little follower, his little secretary. But Jingin was better off not helping. To avoid rumors spreading that he was disrespecting his senior by asking her to help clean. "Captain, I plan to take my senior to eat something," Itachi, who was eager to go home to see his brother and mother, subtly reminded Hikari. "Everyone hasn't eaten yet, and they're all hungry. Produce. I'm in a hurry to go home. Captain, could you help take care of my senior? You little brat, always with so many things." Hikari glared at Itachi, who lowered his head shyly. "Fine, go ahead, say hi to Aunt Mikoto for me, and when you have time, bring Sasuke to the police station to play. I'll take Jingin to eat later." Tsunade had no money, and poor Jingin didn't have much pocket change either. But Hikari still decided to take her out for a meal. That is so embarrassing, Jingin kept chuckling awkwardly. Luckily, she had gotten familiar with Hikari over the past few days. Otherwise, if it were a stranger, she would have definitely run away. Quickly finishing up the remaining cleaning, Hikari washed his hands and changed into a clean outfit. Speaking of which, he hadn't eaten anything either. He had only drunk a few cups of tea to fill his stomach, and as for what he bought back, most of it had gone into Tsunade's belly. He really didn't know how this woman's stomach could hold so much food at once. Let us go. Hikari took Jingin and headed towards the clan territory's exit. Along the way, many people curiously eyed Jingin, and compared to when Itachi brought her in, the gazes now had more of an evaluative meaning. "Hikari, do your clansmen like to stare at people like this?" Jingin felt a bit uncomfortable. "It's fine, just ignore them." Hikari shook his head and jokingly scolded the clansmen who were standing on the street and watching. "What are you looking at? You're making others shy. Can't you be a little considerate? Was it really that strange for Uchiha people to greet outsiders?" Jingin's jaw almost dropped to the ground. "Hikari, is this your girlfriend?" She is quite cute. Time flies, and Hikari, this kid, actually has a girlfriend now. Hikari remained silent, but once he spoke, the clansmen burst into laughter, not forgetting to tease the two. The Uchiha were somewhat resistant to outsiders, but among their own, they were quite welcoming. The reason Jingin felt uncomfortable was that everyone thought she was Hikari's girlfriend. Since she was Hikari's girlfriend, she would be part of the Uchiha in the future. So what's wrong with looking at her more? "I'm not. Don't talk nonsense." Before Hikari could speak, Jingin urgently explained. "We're not that kind of relationship. Are you really silly, or just pretending to be?" Hikari looked at Jingin, who was blushing and constantly explaining, with a face full of black lines, thinking, isn't this just making it worse? Ha ha. We all understand. We all understand. Young people these days know how to have fun. Hikari, come visit me at Uncle's house sometime. You can also drop by my house. My kid really admires you. Oh no, it seems a bit hard to explain now. Next time, definitely next time. While casually chatting with the clansmen, Hikari quickly led Jingyin away to avoid more onlookers gathering. Who knows, by afternoon, there might be news spreading that Uchiha Hikari brought his girlfriend home. Your clansmen are so warm-hearted. It's quite different from what I imagined. After leaving the Uchiha clan territory, Jingyin breathed a sigh of relief. She had always heard that Uchiha people were hard to get along with and very cold, except for that brainless guy Bido. But today, she realized how wrong she was. It seemed that the Uchiha were not much different from the villagers outside. Their coldness was directed at outsiders. Having been monitored and targeted by the village for a long time led Uchiha people to see everyone as not good, always thinking that the other party had ulterior motives for entering the clan's territory. There's a reason for everything. The Uchiha were a bit proud, but they certainly weren't to the point of being dismissive of everyone. This situation was formed due to the hard work of the village's higher-ups, successfully isolating the Uchiha in the corner of the village. By the way, what should we eat? Hikari didn't want to continue this topic with Jingyin. I haven't been back to Konoha for a long time. Jingyin didn't know what to eat for a moment. Well, that was a wasted question. Hikari could tell from Jingyin's demeanor that she was similar to Tsunade, so he simply took her toward a barbecue restaurant. It had been a while since he had eaten barbecue, so today would be a good day to enjoy a meal. When Hikari took Jingyin to eat barbecue, Hayashi had returned to the clan. Compared to Fugaku, Hayashi had always been an action-oriented person. He sent someone to urgently gather the elders of the main family to the clan leader's courtyard. He briefly explained what had happened today. The clan leader's meaning was that the village still did not want to let them go. Immediately, the elders of the main family couldn't sit still. The reason the Hyuga clan had a main family and branch family system was entirely for the sake of family inheritance, which had developed to this day. No matter how perverse and absurd this system was, the Hyuga clan had indeed stabilized due to it. Not to say it was better than before, but at least it hadn't declined. The situation was quite stable. The village has been unhappy with this system for a long time. On the surface, the higher-ups are targeting the Uchiha clan, but in reality, the Hyuga clan is also struggling, especially after the Night of the Nine Tails. The peace negotiations with the Cloud Village became a day of shame for the Hyuga clan. To appease the anger of the Cloud Village, the third Hokage even suggested that they sacrifice their clan leader. Fortunately, Hinata Hayashi had a brother, Hinata Hizashi, who ultimately took his place in this farce. From that moment on, the Hyuga clan's attitude towards the higher-ups became quite indifferent. When has the village ever let us be? They have always wanted to change our family system and interfere with our clan affairs. Uchiha Itachi, despite his young age, sees through these matters quite clearly. Many members of the Hyuga main family are quite lazy, but you have to admit that those raised under strict education in the main family have a broader perspective than those in the branch family. But the problem is, can the cooperation between the family and the Uchiha happen? The Uchiha clan is struggling to survive and wants to drag us down with them? After listening to the elders complain and curse, Hayashi finally spoke up. Since the Uchiha dare to act this way, they must have some confidence. Uchiha Itachi is not simple. I think he is much more troublesome than Uchiha Fugaku. Chapter 78, Blown Away by Debt. The third Hokage's attitude leaves Tsunade heartbroken. Elders might want to consider why Tsunade followed Itachi back to the village and even stayed at his house. I believe this might be an opportunity for our Hyuga clan, but everything must be based on whether the Uchiha can save themselves. If the Uchiha can save themselves, then the cooperation between the Hyuga and Uchiha can be discussed. Otherwise, it's all just empty talk. The elders fell into deep thought. The Uchiha's current situation is precarious, but if everything is as Itachi said, then the Uchiha could indeed save themselves. Once the Uchiha pull themselves out of the vortex, the cooperation between the two families might not be impossible. Although there is some competition between the two families in certain industries, for large clans like the Hyuga and Uchiha, this kind of industrial competition is insignificant. A deeper cooperation would benefit both families. The higher-ups are unhappy with the Uchiha, but they are also not satisfied with the Hyuga. The Uchiha's position might change with the Hokage's succession, but the Hyuga's position will not change. Therefore, any Hokage would want to dismantle the Hyuga system. The problem is trust. The elder looked at the others. Cooperation must be built on a foundation of sufficient trust, and our trust with the Uchiha is almost zero. Even if we Hyuga are willing to trust them, would the Uchiha be willing? Without common interests to establish sufficient trust, both sides are on guard against each other. Then what cooperation is even possible, right? We can't just arrange a marriage with the Uchiha. A marriage? This idea made several elders feel it was absurd. How to establish sufficient trust is indeed a big issue. Hayashi thought for a moment and said, "Since that is the case, let us set this matter aside for now. We will discuss everything after the Uchiha completes their self-rescue. After all, the Hyuga clan will not suffer losses. If the Uchiha want to cooperate with the Hyuga, they must first pull themselves out of the vortex. Only then can the Uchiha calmly sit down and discuss cooperation. Otherwise, cooperation is just empty talk. While the Uchiha are busy saving themselves, the Hyuga are preparing to observe the situation." The Hokage's office, however, was eerily quiet. After Jiraiya returned, he took the initiative to come to the Hokage's office without needing to be notified, which made the third Hokage quite happy. However, when he learned that Tsunade had destroyed a street, he could no longer remain calm. So the damage to the street was caused by Tsunade? Yes. Jiraiya awkwardly nodded. She was provoked by Itachi's words and nearly lost her mind, chasing after him to fight. Fortunately, Itachi was heading outside the town, so the damage wasn't too severe. If she had stayed in the town, I don't even want to think about that scene. Tsunade, in a fit of rage, wouldn't stop just because someone else advised her. Itachi's flight towards the outskirts of the town reduced the damage. I calculated carefully, and the compensation amount is substantial. If the amount weren't too high, Jiraiya would rather pay out of his own pocket to cover it. Unfortunately, he was too naive. He earned quite a bit, but the debt was too large to fill. The third Hokage smoked in silence, but Jiraiya knew his good mood had soured. Originally, the third Hokage was happy that Tsunade had returned to the village. The matters with the daimyo's mansion could finally be properly resolved, but now it seemed he had overthought it. The issues with the daimyo's mansion hadn't been settled, and Tsunade brought back a huge problem. A massive debt that made the third Hokage's head ache just thinking about it. The village is short on funds everywhere. The third Hokage couldn't pull out money to cover this big hole for Tsunade. Jiraiya's urgency in seeking the third Hokage was also quite obvious. He wanted a hint. "Old man, can this trouble be solved? If you can solve it, Tsunade will be more willing to help you. After all, the debt Tsunade is carrying is too great to the point of making one's scalp tingle. Sigh, Jiraiya, I also want to help, but you know the village's situation. The issues with the daimyo's mansion haven't been resolved, and without the funds from the daimyo's mansion, the village finds it hard to produce such a large sum to cover Tsunade's debt. Perhaps overwhelmed by this debt, the third Hokage didn't even notice the change in Jiraiya's expression. Let us just talk about the matter. Why are you making faces? The third Hokage, not realizing what was going on, continued. Regarding the debt, once the matter with the daimyo's mansion is concluded, I will think of solution. Right now, the most important thing is to keep Tsunade stable. We still need her to represent us in the matter with the daimyo's mansion. Thinking of a solution. How to think of a solution is worth pondering. The third Hokage believed Jiraiya understood his meaning, but the latter kept blinking. What is wrong with you today? Everything seems off. However, before the third Hokage could speak, the office door was pushed open. Oh no! When did Tsunade arrive? The third Hokage's heart sank slightly. Jiraiya had just been making faces at him, which meant Tsunade was here. Let's not talk about that. Better not to upset Tsunade. The third Hokage, however, didn't react at all. He was still worried about the debt issue, expressing his ambiguous thoughts. He was just afraid that Jiraiya would keep bothering him about the debt issue. As a result, Tsunade heard it. As the saying goes, the speaker has no intention, but the listener takes it to heart. What fell into Tsunade's ears turned into, "The debt is too large. I cannot bear it. The village needs money everywhere. And Tsunade's debt is hard to repay. If the debt cannot be repaid, she must also contribute." The third Hokage's attitude when compared to the Uchiha, was like heaven and earth. On one side, there's pushing and creating difficulties, while on the other, a wave of the hand saying, "We will cover everything. Not only your debt, but even your gambling debts. Are you satisfied?" That is the difference. "Tsunade, why are you here?" Jiraiya smiled and said, "I'm so happy you're back. On the way, I was worried you'd run away. I'm back. Why are you so happy?" Tsunade shot Jiraiya a glare, her tone not quite right. Noticing this, Jiraiya thought to himself, "Oh no." Seeing this, Jiraiya shrank his neck and dared not speak. Casting a helpless glance at the third Hokage, "Old man, you caused this trouble yourself. You handle it. I can't help you with anything." The third Hokage also knew that things had gotten serious. He put down his pipe in silence, secretly regretting that he should have reacted faster. He was really getting old. "Tsunade, I don't mean to refuse, but the Ministry of Finance is indeed in a difficult situation, and the village lacks funds." Chapter 79. Yin, since the higher-ups are unwilling to budge, then let's mutually harm each other. "I know, and I don't mean to ask the village to bear this debt for me." Tsunade interrupted the third Hokage. "I can handle the debt myself. The village doesn't need to worry about that. So, if I go to the daimyo's residence to persuade the daimyo and gain his trust, what can I get in return? Since you put it this way, let's be frank. If I manage to convince the daimyo, what benefits will I receive? You can't expect me to go there for nothing, right? For such a task, isn't it reasonable to expect some compensation?" The thing he feared most had arrived. Logically, such an important matter shouldn't be measured by the task. However, the third Hokage's words offended Tsunade, leading her to tie the task and compensation together, and the third Hokage began to worry. Before the third Hokage could respond, Tsunade preemptively said, "I will handle the debt myself and will go to the daimyo's residence. But I have one condition." "You say?" "As long as it wasn't about bearing such a large portion of the debt or giving Tsunade an exaggerated task reward." The third Hokage thought he could accept other conditions. "Lift the surveillance and targeting of the Uchiha. Just agree to this, and I'll go to the daimyo's residence immediately." "What?" Tsunade bluntly stated her condition, causing the third Hokage to jump up from his chair in shock. It was as if a bolt of lightning had struck him, electrifying him significantly. Jiraiya's mouth fell open, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at Tsunade. He was doubting whether Yin had put some kind of spell on her. Tsunade, who had never cared about these matters, actually demanded the village lift the surveillance and targeting of the Uchiha. This was impossible. After the shock, the third Hokage's voice became urgent. "Tsunade, what's going on with you? Why would you propose such an unreasonable condition? Did the Uchiha promise you some benefit?" "What do you mean, unreasonable condition?" Tsunade, facing the third Hokage's roar, questioned. "Isn't the Uchiha a family of the village? Aren't the Uchiha people part of the village? The tragedy of the Nine-Tails Night is something everyone wants to avoid. Old man, can you honestly say that your targeting of the Uchiha only started after the Nine-Tails Night? Don't treat everyone like fools. How can I not know what you all are thinking?" The third Hokage wanted to prove himself, but he couldn't voice those thoughts. Some clumsy excuses might fool outsiders, but they couldn't fool Tsunade and Jiraiya. "In short, I absolutely cannot agree to this condition. This condition is non-negotiable." "Old man, you've really changed." Faced with the third Hokage's unreasonable behavior, Tsunade fell silent for a few seconds, shook her head, and left in disappointment. "Old man, why do you have to do this?" Jiraiya could only smile bitterly. He couldn't afford to offend either side. One was his teacher, and the other was Tsunade, and he was caught in the middle. After saying this, Jiraiya hurried after Tsunade. In front of the Hokage office building, Tsunade paused for a moment and asked the Umbu ninja hidden in the shadows, "Where is Uchiha Yin?" "Don't tell me you don't know." "At the Akimichi clan's barbecue restaurant." The Umbu ninja did not dare to offend Tsunade. If they were careless, they would become a punching bag. So they obediently revealed Yan's whereabouts. As for what happened in the office, it was none of their business. Tsunade turned and left. Jiraiya caught up. "Tsunade, the old man has his difficulties. You should consider him too." "You're right. He has difficulties, and I should consider him more. Now you can get lost." Tsunade expressionlessly told Jiraiya to leave. Jiraiya stopped. Watching Tsunade walk away, wanted to say something, but hesitating, scratching his head in frustration. He knew he had said the wrong thing again. Tsunade was angry, saying this was just asking for trouble. Why are you so stupid? Jiraiya really wanted to slap himself. In the barbecue restaurant's private room, Yin and Shizen were eating barbecue and chatting about some trivial topics, mostly with Shizen talking while Yin listened quietly. Suddenly, the door to the private room was pushed open violently. Tsunade, with a grim face, walked in. Lady Tsunade. Shizen was overjoyed and quickly jumped up to approach Tsunade. But as soon as she took a step, she noticed Tsunade's expression was not good, and her steps instantly halted. I'm Fine. Tsunade forced out a sentence, carelessly tossing her coat aside and sitting across from Yin. She was not polite, picking up Shizen's chopsticks and grabbing meat to eat with big bites. Yin gestured to Shizen to find a waiter to bring another set of bowls and chopsticks, some side dishes, and the alcohol that Tsunade needed most. Even without his reminder, given Tsunade's character, she would surely swallow the meat and then demand alcohol. It was better to order everything at once. The old man refused. After eating a few pieces of barbecue, Tsunade angrily said. He refused arrogantly. Yin guessed the reason. He chuckled nonchalantly. If it were that easy to solve, it wouldn't have dragged on until today, and the Uchiha wouldn't be in this dangerous situation. Take it slow. Some things can't be changed overnight. You are right. After hearing Yan's words, Tsunade's anger dissipated a bit. Shizen returned to the private room with people and brought the alcohol that Tsunade needed. Now, Tsunade was not only a gambler, but also a heavy drinker. You know how to treat people. Satisfied, Tsunade raised her eyebrow at Yin, picked up the bottle of alcohol, twisted it open, and chugged a few mouthfuls without even thinking of using a cup. Lady Tsunade, drink slowly, eat some food first. Shizen was genuinely worried that Tsunade would drink too fast and get drunk, so she hurriedly helped her pick up meat and vegetables. Yin. After finishing a bottle of alcohol, Tsunade was already a bit tipsy. Although the old man didn't agree to my conditions, I will still go to the daimyo's residence. I don't want to see Konoha get dragged into the vortex. Nodding, Yin didn't say anything, because he felt it was time to give the third Hokage some fun again. Since you are unwilling to give up your relentless pressure, then let's mutually harm each other and see how long you can last. The internal issues of the Uchiha also needed to be dealt with more quickly, as long as the hardliners don't cause trouble. Yin didn't believe the third Hokage would dare to directly take action against the Uchiha. A united Uchiha would prick anyone who dared to touch them. And they had barbed hooks. As long as Danzo hadn't regained his position and didn't have power, the probability of the third Hokage taking action against the Uchiha was very low. In that case, sorry, Danzo, who asked you to deserve it. I wouldn't feel good unless I stepped on you. Chapter 80. The murkier the waters, the safer the Uchiha. After a meal of barbecue, it cost quite a bit, but Yin didn't care about the expenses. What he was currently worried about was how to handle these two drunken women. Tsunade inevitably got drunk and in her bad mood. She even dragged Shizen to drink. Unable to resist, Shizen had to accompany her and ended up getting drunk herself. These two women must be doing this on purpose. With nowhere to go, they simply got drunk and continued to crash at his place. Is my home a hotel now? Yesterday it was just Tsunade, and today it turned into two. Complaints aside, Yin still had to carry two drunk women back home, tossing them into the guest room when he was done. Tsunade was messy and didn't like cleaning, but now that Shizen was here, she would handle these things well. After washing off the smell of barbecue and changing into clean clothes, Yin headed towards the clan leader's courtyard. He had some matters that required Fugaku's assistance. However, it turned out that Fugaku wasn't home. Only Mikoto, the clan leader's wife, was there, and Itachi was nowhere to be found. Yin, please have a seat and eat some snacks. I've already sent someone to inform Fugaku. He should be back in about 10 minutes. Mikoto warmly welcomed Yin and dispatched someone to notify her husband. Yin's visit to their home to find Fugaku must be for something important. Thank you for your hospitality. Aunt Mikoto, you're welcome. Mikoto smiled slightly and went upstairs to attend to her own matters. In less than 10 minutes, Fugaku arrived. Let's go to the study. It's quieter there. Discussing matters in the living room is likely to attract attention. Yin stood up and followed Fugaku to the study. He looked around at the arrangement of the room and sighed in relief. He wouldn't have to sit on the floor after all, as there were chairs in the study. Knowing that Yin disliked sitting on the floor, and especially kneeling, Fugaku didn't mind him sitting directly in a chair. taking his time to hang up his coat. Fugaka finally sat down in his own seat. I've already spoken with the squad leaders of the police department, and most of them have agreed. There are just a few who are unwilling to accept the restructuring of the police department. After sitting down, Fugaku first brought up the matter concerning the police department. That's normal. If everyone agreed, I would find it suspicious. At least the hardliners wouldn't agree, even if they don't leak information. No one wants an extra person overseeing them. And I don't either, especially not the hardliners. Their opinions don't matter. As long as the approval rate exceeds 2/3, the result could be announced directly. If the hardliners disagree, let them be sidelined. This is about the restructuring of the police department, relating to the entire Uchiha clan, not internal factional struggles. Whether you agree or not, you have no choice. You either comply and get a suitable position, or you get sidelined. There are plenty of people in the Uchiha clan. We can select suitable individuals to fill those positions. As long as Fugaku didn't back down and chose not to be neutral, boldly announcing this, the hardliners would eventually accept the outcome. If they accepted, they'd incur a small loss. If they didn't, it would be a complete loss, with nothing left. Yes, I plan to announce this at the clan meeting. I will need your cooperation that day, aside from not being able to resort to violence. You can use any other means. Fugaku was genuinely afraid that Yin might lose his temper and resort to violence against the clan elders. Such behavior was enough for one time. If it became a habit, who would respect the elders and the clan leader in the future? You can't just go around saying, "I'll take care of you." Is that reasonable? It was true that the Uchiha clan valued martial strength, but respect for seniors and important figures in the clan couldn't be lacking either. Otherwise, chaos would ensue. Okay, if possible, I don't want to use violence either, as it wouldn't be good for me. It would sound bad if it got out. But if it's just a matter of words, I can make the hardline elders question their existence. By the way, Yin shifted the topic back to himself. I originally reached an agreement with Tsunade. She caused significant damage to CH Moku Street this time, and the compensation amount is quite a debt. I've already persuaded her that as long as she speaks on behalf of the Uchiha and helps resolve her difficult situation, the Uchiha can bear this debt, including her gambling debts. High compensation debt? Fugaku was slightly taken aback, but quickly calmed down. Since Yin dared to say this, it also represented the Uchiha to some extent. Moreover, the Uchiha's financial resources were still relatively affluent, even if they had to pay a little more. As long as it could improve the clan situation and pull them out of the vortex, Fugaku was willing to pay this amount. He would even be willing to take on Tsunade's gambling debts as well. But the Hokage rejected this. Tsunade will be going to the daimyo's residence tomorrow, and I hope the clan leader can sell this information. It would be surprising if they agreed. After decades of targeting, how could it be so easy to change? Fugaku had little hope. He picked up the scroll Yin handed him and opened it. His eyes gradually widened, and his breathing became rapid. Are you investigating Root and Danzo? Is it important? Yin calmly admitted, making Fugaku mistakenly believe that he had the ability to investigate the higher-ups, which was somewhat of a good thing. At least it clearly conveyed to him that Yin Uchiha wanted to investigate, and no one could escape, including him. The important thing was that most of the information in this report was true, since the Hokage and Danzo were unwilling to let them go. They might as well eliminate Danzo first, at least to ensure he had no chance of coming back. As for the Hokage, Yin didn't believe he would dare to act against the united Uchiha. You Uchiha Yin have some real guts, and you're quite ruthless. Fugaku's expression was uncertain. What Yin had thrown out had genuinely frightened him. It was truly frightening, not a joke. Have you considered that releasing this information could potentially trigger a war? Don't scare me. Clan leader, you've always been like this. Not hard enough when you should be, not ruthless enough when you should be, which has led the Uchiha to this state. Va? Who are you trying to scare? Do you really think Konoha is that weak? Konoha is busy recuperating, but that doesn't mean anyone can initiate a new war against them. Even IWA and Kyumo need to think twice. War is nearly impossible, but trouble is definitely on the way. That's the outcome Yin needs. The more trouble outside, the safer the Uchiha will be. Fugaku's face turned red as he was directly stabbed in the soft spot by Yan's words. Fortunately, the person sitting in front of him was Yin. If it were someone else, they would definitely not have a good outcome. I will take responsibility for selling the information. It won't implicate the Uchiha. I hope you're right. Since you say I'm not hard enough or ruthless enough, then I look forward to your performance. If you think I can't do it, I'll give you the stage. You can perform. Let me see how capable you really are. By the way, remember to pay me. We're all people who need to make a living. Clan leader, don't skimp on my information fee. This information can easily sell for 70 or 80 million. That's not a problem. Playing is one thing, but don't joke about my money. What mine can't be less by a single cent. Chapter 81. Kakashi's Sharingan. The Uchiha are taking it back. In this day and age, information is very valuable, especially secrets about the 5 great ninja villages. Bounty associations love this kind of business, and they're happy to spend money to buy it. One moment, it was all serious, and the next he was caught off guard. I didn't expect you to be this kind of Uchiha Yin, actually liking money. You won't lose your money. Not a single cent, Fugaku assured with a stern face. Then I'm relieved. Clan leader, please take a good rest. With the matters settled, Yin planned to retreat. As for the follow-up, it would depend on whether Fugaku would be effective. The dignified Uchiha clan leader wouldn't be unable to handle such a small matter, right? If it weren't for his people frequently going out, Konoha wouldn't have frequent issues, making it easy for others to suspect and link them together. Yin wouldn't bother looking for Fugaku. Some things were more reassuring to handle himself. Damn it, if I had the ability of Kamui, I wouldn't worry about anything. Just come and go as I please. What a pity. Such a good ability ended up with that fool Obito. Wait, Yin suddenly stopped in his tracks. Obito has already gone dark. He's not a good person and has even implicated the Uchiha clan. Since that's the case, why spare him? A special ability like Kamui is hard to come by, but that doesn't mean one can't possess the Sharingan. Obito still has a Sharingan, which is in Kakashi's possession. Given this, why not retrieve that Sharingan? It would make it much easier to target Obito in the future, and most importantly, he currently needs the help that Kamui provides. However, it seems Kakashi has not been in the village lately. The members of the Umbu are easy to identify, especially with Kakashi's distinctive white hair. It appears I've overlooked many things. In that case, Yin can only apologize to Kakashi. He intends to reclaim that Sharingan. After all, it's originally an Uchiha item. It was just difficult to take it back due to the 3rd Hokage's face. As a result, the 3rd Hokage has been promoting Kakashi, turning him into the village's new generation hero and idol, becoming the renowned copy ninja of the shinobi world. However, this title is a joke. No Uchiha has stepped forward to claim they're a copy ninja, yet this title has fallen upon Kakashi. It's quite ironic. In a letter from Shirzue, it was mentioned that there are Umbu members protecting the daimyo, but they are hiding in the shadows. And since Kakashi hasn't been active in the village, does that mean he is with the daimyo? This should be a rare opportunity. Taking action at the daimyo's residence is much easier than in the village. Yin doesn't intend to take Kakashi's life. He just wants to retrieve the Sharingan. As for how to use this Sharingan, it won't be difficult for Yin. He has fused so much Ashura chakra, and his healing ability is beyond imagination. Although he may not be as terrifying as Hashirama Senju, at least he can replace an eye and recover in a short time. Once he obtains Obito's Sharingan, he will likely become a nightmare for many. He could even use a trick to alert the snake in the grass. First, he will expose Obito's identity. The next morning, Tsunade, who was completely drunk the day before, has fully recovered, putting aside yesterday's worries. The daimyo has requested that the Uchiha take on the protection duties going forward, and they need to be prepared. All the daimyo from various countries will gather at the daimyo's residence, and if an accident occurs, the Uchiha will be in serious trouble. Regardless of whether the 3rd Hokage agrees to her request, Tsunade must make a trip to the daimyo's residence. The protection of a daimyo's residence falls to the Uchiha. Under the unanimous request of the daimyo, the 3rd Hokage has no choice but to concede. The Uchiha can handle the situation, as long as they don't have too much contact with the daimyo. The 3rd Hokage fears nothing more than the Uchiha truly colluding with the daimyo. On the other hand, Fugaku has also received orders from the Hokage's office, asking him to select a group of trustworthy and capable individuals to accompany Tsunade to the daimyo's residence and undertake the important protection work. Once the order was given, the entire police department became busy. Taking on additional security work for the daimyo's residence is a considerable test for the police department, as they still need to ensure the safety of Konoha. Fugaku can only summon a group of ninjas from the clan, and he directly decides that Yin will lead them. He will command all operations at the daimyo's residence, including Shirzei, who is also present there, and everyone must obey his orders. This trip involves 5 jonin from the Uchiha, including Yin, 5 special jonin, and the rest are composed of chunin. This security lineup is sufficient to keep the daimyo quiet. Besides the Uchiha, the 3rd Hokage also selected a team to accompany them to the daimyo's residence. The Uchiha will mainly be responsible for the safety of the royal palace, while other areas will need to be entrusted to the village ninjas, or else they won't be able to manage. During this critical period, the 3rd Hokage does not want any accidents to occur. Let's go. A serious Tsunade moves swiftly without any hesitation, leading 2 groups as they leave Konoha for the daimyo's residence. There isn't much time left for Konoha. If they delay further, it will undoubtedly be more difficult to persuade the daimyo once all the daimyo from various countries arrive. Tsunade does not have Jiraiya accompanying her on this trip to the daimyo's residence. He stays behind in Konoha to accompany Naruto, although it may raise suspicion. This trip to the daimyo's residence is also an opportunity to reclaim Obito's Sharingan. Kakashi is a member of the Umbu and one team mixed with others, especially during missions. Furthermore, Kakashi is somewhat of a lone wolf during this period, dealing with serious mental issues. He usually only teams up with others when on missions. This gives Yin a great opportunity. Captain. On the way, Shiranui bumps into Yan's arm. Yin looks at him in confusion, following his gaze. Oh, what a coincidence. Isn't that the rebellious youth is Soma? The 3rd Hokage's 2 sons, his eldest son works in the Umbu, though his exact position is unknown, but he holds a high status. The younger son, Asuma, is a typical delinquent and, being at the rebellious age, often goes against his father. When you ask me to be obedient, I'll just be a street punk. If you tell me not to do something, I'll do it. In the team, Asuma appears to be laughing and chatting happily with his comrades, seeming somewhat out of place. Everyone else is focused on the journey, while he is grinning. If it were anyone else, they would have been scolded by now. Unfortunately for Asuma, this does not happen because everyone knows his personality, and since he is the Hokage's son, he inevitably enjoys some privileges. No need to pay him any mind. Asuma once had a conflict with Shiranui on the street. If it weren't for his special status, he would have definitely been beaten by Shiranui. Chapter 82. Daimyo. I've had enough of Sarutobi Hiruzen's perfunctory attitude. Let him ask Danzo for money. The mission to the daimyo's residence is primarily to retrieve Obito's Sharingan. The task of protecting the daimyo can be pushed back. As for Asuma, I hope the kid can keep a low profile. Otherwise, Yin won't hesitate to teach him a lesson. If he gets too unruly, I'll find an opportunity to send him to meet his maker. In the original story, Asuma ended up at the daimyo's residence as a bodyguard after arguing with the 3rd Hokage, even getting brainwashed into demanding that the 3rd Hokage obey the daimyo's commands. I wonder if such a delightful event will happen again. The journey goes smoothly. The team marches quickly, and with no one foolish enough to cause trouble. They successfully arrive at the daimyo's residence that night. Under Tsunade's arrangements, everyone takes up their respective posts. Yin, however, has a very relaxed role. He doesn't need to personally patrol or stand guard. He's responsible for directing everything. After arranging these matters, Tsunade heads straight into the palace to meet the daimyo. The famous Tsunade arrives, and she doesn't even need to announce herself to enter the palace. Her treatment is certainly on a different level compared to the 3rd Hokage. Upon knowing Tsunade has arrived, the daimyo immediately orders the removal of any inappropriate entertainment and items. Oh ho, little Tsunade is here. The elder's strange tone makes Tsunade's forehead break out in black lines, though she's indeed the daimyo's junior. If I don't return soon, the daimyo's residence and Konoha will likely descend into chaos. While there is a familial relationship, Tsunade will not foolishly side with the daimyo. Hearing this, the daimyo, who had just been smiling, immediately changes his expression and begins to scold. It's all that insidious Danzo's fault. He actually wanted to conspire to assassinate me. Anyway, Danzo is not here, and now Konoha is making decisions for him from top to bottom. The daimyo has also become tough, grabbing Danzo and giving him a good scolding. It feels quite relieving. Inwardly, I give a thumbs up to the daimyo, but Tsunade still frowned and said, "Daimyo, I think there might be some misunderstanding in this matter." Even if Danzo is bold, he absolutely wouldn't dare to do such a treasonous act. It is likely that someone is trying to incite discord between Konoha and the daimyo's residence by deliberately leaking that information. Impossible. The daimyo didn't believe this at all, insisting, if someone is deliberately leaking information, why do they have such a clear grasp of all the secrets of Root? That's not something outsiders can do. Is there a problem within Konoha? How would I know? The old man has been investigating, but unfortunately found nothing. After considering it, Tsunade also chose to lay her cards on the table with the daimyo. Daimyo, a misunderstanding has already occurred. Now Danzo is being monitored, and even if he intends to, he cannot harm you. We might as well be frank. It is not beneficial for the village and the daimyo's residence to remain at a standstill, which would only make outsiders laugh. Even if the daimyos of other countries unite to exert pressure, it is still aimed at Konoha. I know, I'm not a fool. I understand my own people's matters clearly. As long as the bottom line is not truly crossed, the so-called help is all about benefits. Although the daimyo was angry, he did not lose his reason. Many people would be more than happy to see a complete fallout between the daimyo's residence and Konoha. Some people came to this gathering with such thoughts, but the old man just couldn't swallow this anger. Why should Danzo have this privilege? During the election of the 4th Hokage, he threatened me, and Sarutobi Hiruzen promised to give me an explanation. Where's that explanation? The daimyo became even angrier, and the more he spoke, the more furious he became. As a result, Danzo is still the Hokage's advisor, and not a single damn explanation was given. This matter was forgotten, and now Danzo is being dismissed and sent home to retire. Who can guarantee that he won't be restored to his original position? The old man has had enough of Sarutobi Hiruzen's perfunctory attitude. Since he values Danzo so much, let Danzo fund the development of Konoha, and don't come looking for me. Also, don't think you can deceive me. The daimyo's residence can collect a lot of information in Konoha as well. The old man does not want to be perfunctory again. Such a thing happening once is enough. The second time, absolutely impossible. Yes. Why does the old man value Danzo so much? Tsunade also couldn't understand. So, daimyo, what are your conditions? I come on behalf of Konoha, hoping to handle this matter smoothly. Konoha cannot delay, and neither can the daimyo's residence. How about we both show sincerity? Little Tsunade, stop. Tsunade, with veins bulging on her forehead, quickly said, "State your conditions." The term Little Tsunade sent chills down her spine. Tsunade couldn't imagine how an old man could speak to her, his junior, in such a soft tone, as if he were pampering a younger generation. It was unacceptable. The daimyo fell silent, pretending to think, and after a long time, he said, "I don't want to see Danzo anymore." How much hatred must he have for Danzo? Although I understand and support you, unfortunately, this condition won't work. The 3rd Hokage can confine Danzo and control him, but making him eliminate Danzo to appease the daimyo? He absolutely wouldn't be willing to do that. Furthermore, he cannot do it. Otherwise, Konoha would be laughed at. To stabilize the daimyo and for the peace of Konoha, pushing the village's upper echelons out to be killed, does that make sense? If this is done, it would be a heavy blow to Konoha's reputation. This is impossible. Tsunade clearly rejected. No matter how bad Danzo is, he used to be part of the village's upper echelons. If he is dealt with for this matter, Konoha will probably become the target of ridicule in the future, and in serious cases, it could even cause internal strife. Danzo can be monitored, but he cannot die. All they know is Danzo, Danzo, Danzo. The daimyo was somewhat unhappy. This won't work, that won't work. What are we even discussing? Little Tsunade, you have no sincerity. Directly killing Danzo is definitely not an option, but pushing him to the limit is. Organizing her words, Tsunade stated Konoha's bottom line. Daimyo, Danzo cannot die. But I can represent Konoha to promise you that Danzo will never return to the upper echelons. He will remain in Konoha to retire and cannot leave Konoha by even a step. Additionally, the people from Root will be gradually cleared out. How boring. If you can't just kill Danzo, the daimyo immediately lost interest. Since you Konoha are so reluctant to part with Danzo, then I can only propose other demands. Let me think. After pondering for a while, the daimyo's eyes suddenly lit up. In that case, Konoha should support me in reorganizing the 12 Guardian Ninja. This time, Konoha must not interfere with the daimyo's residence and must provide full support. Chapter 83. Daimyo. If I can't deal with you, I'll deal with your son. You can't kill Danzo, huh? Then fine, I'll borrow your Konoha's hands to build my own power. Now we have nothing to argue about. What the hell is the 12 Guardian Ninja? Tsunade felt an impulse to curse. This nonsense has already been stirred up by the daimyo before. But Konoha did not allow it, and in the end, the daimyo could only superficially indicate that they would gather ninjas with substantial rewards. Unfortunately, they were all useless, and none of them could fight. Since you're reluctant to part with Danzo, then I will start swinging my raised hoe, weighing Danzo and supporting the daimyo. As well as poaching a few individuals, Tsunade began to deliberate, ultimately gritting her teeth and saying, "Fine, Konoha can provide support, but I hope the daimyo's demands aren't too excessive. For example, Uchiha Shursui cannot remain in the daimyo's residence." The smile that had just appeared on the daimyo's face froze. Shursui, he truly liked him. He was strong, reliable, and commanded his respect. The important thing is that Shursui does not engage in factionalism with those useless ninjas he recruited. Who wouldn't like such a subordinate? As a result, as soon as Tsunade spoke, she blocked his little idea. Shursui cannot stay in the daimyo's residence to be a subordinate. This is Hiruzen's requirement, so Tsunade would definitely not agree to the daimyo. If it were the third Hokage, he might still consider it. But Tsunade's words leave no room for negotiation. I have shown sincerity and made concessions, yet you Konoha have no sincerity at all. Now the daimyo was truly displeased, and even the way he looked at Tsunade became uncomfortable. He leaned lazily against the chair, sneering coldly. Although he was not angry with Tsunade, this anger was directed at Konoha. However, he just felt unhappy. He laughed several times in a strange tone. Seeing that Tsunade still showed no signs of wavering, he finally gave up. "Forget it. Since you're reluctant to part with Uchiha Shursui, then just send me that Kakashi. Oh, and Sarutobi Hiruzen's son. I've heard he's quite disobedient in Konoha. Then send him over to me. I welcome him. You mess with me, I'll mess with your son, and I'll brainwash him while I'm at it." The daimyo did not plan to let Asuma off the hook. "If I can't deal with your father, then I'll deal with you." Poor Asuma still had no idea he had been targeted. Asuma had no issues, and Tsunade also felt displeased with the kid. Along the way, she wanted to teach Asuma a lesson, using him as a warning. However, this guy caused a ruckus but didn't dare to show any disrespect in front of her. Tsunade wanted to use him as an example, but couldn't find a suitable excuse to do so. Fine. But Kakashi is currently working in the Umbu and needs to do some handover, so he might be a little late to the daimyo's residence. The daimyo showed her enough sincerity, and Tsunade also needed to give some return. Otherwise, the daimyo would become furious, and that would be bad for everyone. Tsunade also believes that the third Hokage can accept the daimyo's condition. Danzo is not going to bounce back, and Asuma and Kakashi can be considered sacrifices for the village. After all, it's just a few years. Once the time is right, they can find an excuse to be reassigned. Supporting you does not mean the person is yours. With sufficient reasons, one can still be reassigned. With Tsunade taking the lead, the daimyo is willing to show some face and make concessions, making negotiations much simpler than the last time when the third Hokage and Mito Gate Yin tried to negotiate, and the daimyo completely ignored them. Some detailed aspects still need to be discussed, and Tsunade can only patiently negotiate with the daimyo. On the other hand, Yin is meeting with Shursui outside the daimyo's residence. In a secluded little grove, Yin sits on a tree trunk, observing Shursui beside him, teasingly saying, "It seems you are not very happy living in the daimyo's residence." Yeah. Facing Yin's teasing, Shursui can only offer a bitter smile. "There are no members of my clan here, nor my family. All I see here are various underhanded schemes, cliques, mutual suppression, and fighting." Speaking of this makes Shursui have a headache. He once thought the faction issues within the Uchiha clan were serious enough. But it turns out the Uchiha clan is nothing. The daimyo's residence is a spectacle, and its darkness is astonishing. The funniest part is that these people play schemes without any brains. Have you ever seen someone who, after failing to win someone over, turns around and starts to suppress them? Isn't that forcing the other party into opposition? Luckily, Shui has no intention of dealing with this. If it were someone else, they might have jumped in directly, even possibly flipping the table. You disgust me, so I'll flip the table and kill you. Those who are messing around in the dark, Shui could make them disappear overnight. In the face of absolute power, all schemes are made of paper. Indeed, schemes are everywhere, whether it's clan, village, or even the daimyo's residence, and the latter might be worse. Yin gazes at the sky and sighs. Itachi has changed a lot during this time. He can now show a smile to outsiders, and the pressure on him is not as heavy as before. Shui, you put too much pressure on Itachi. He is still young, and many things are not his burden to bear. Perhaps I was wrong. Itachi's change makes Shui happy for him, but he also feels some discomfort and guilt. Yes, you were wrong. You are kind-hearted and can selflessly devote everything for the clan and the village. You are stubborn, and once you decide on something, it's hard to change, just like with the clan and village. You just don't realize that what you do cannot improve the tense relationship between the clan and the village. Instead, it has the opposite effect. Shui. Yin turns to look at him, his eyes filled with expectation and regret. The Uchiha clan is sick, very sick. I always thought the elders and the clan leader were the most suitable doctors to heal the Uchiha and help it rise again. Unfortunately, I was wrong. Their actions are disappointing. He smiles self-deprecatingly. Yin continues. To be honest, I chose to step forward because I saw no hope. I don't really like getting involved in these matters, but to heal the Uchiha, I have no choice but to step forward. If there are no doctors, then I will be the doctor. If there are no scalpels, I will find my own. I want to cut off the rotting flesh from the Uchiha so that it can recover and stand up again. But one person's strength is ultimately limited, so I need helpers. We are people of the same clan and should be united. Unfortunately, you are too stubborn. Shui bows his head, gritting his teeth and clenching his fists. Every word from Yin feels like a sharp knife, stabbing deeply into his heart, almost suffocating him. Shui, you are a person with a strong sense of responsibility, and I believe you can give everything for the Uchiha and for Konoha. So, my clansman, my brother, please tell me, can I still trust you? Yin raises his hand towards Shui. With red-rimmed eyes, Shui looks at the outstretched hand, veins on the back of his hand bulging, shocked by the weight of responsibility that the clan leader and the elders cannot bear. For the clan, for the village. Can you bear everything? Even if it means becoming the villain in everyone's eyes, carrying the blame, I can accept that. He grips Yin's outstretched hand tightly, holding on fiercely, their three hands almost turning white from the pressure. Chapter 84. Shui, for the honor of the clan, I'm sorry, Kakashi. If necessary, for the clan and the village. I can bear everything, even if it means carrying all the darkness and moving forward through the abyss. I am willing. I am very grateful that you can still trust me and give me the opportunity to prove myself. During this time, Shui has thought a lot. He is asking himself if everything he has done in the past is right. He believes it is right. Yin says he is stubborn. He thinks he is not wrong at all, but reality has slapped him in the face. Yin has stepped forward and done many things he considers rebellious. Yet, doing these things has brought Yin great rewards, and the clan situation has improved a lot. Even if many things seem crazy, including now constantly targeting the Shimura clan. All of this has made Shui see a fact. If he wants to improve the relationship between the clan and the village, he must first change the Uchiha. To change the Uchiha, he needs to heal the Uchiha first. Good. I'm glad you can make such a decision. I, Uchiha Yin, dare to guarantee in the honor of the clan that everything I do is for the clan and the village, and there is absolutely not a word of falsehood. Shui, I hope you will not disappoint me again, or the clan. I will try my best. Shui's guarantee seems pale and powerless, just 5 short words. But most people cannot imagine the meaning behind these 5 words. The change in the clan, Yan's stimulation, and the various darkness seen in the daimyo's residence have provided Shui with enough motivation. Combining the clan and the village will allow Shui to trust you. Now your first task has arrived. Shui, please speak. Shui bows to Yin, a gesture used only among the upper and lower ranks of the clan. Retrieve what has been lost by the clan. The Uchiha's face has already been lost enough and cannot continue like this. Yin squints his eyes, curious about what performance the copy ninja will show against Shursue's instantaneous technique. He is quite looking forward to it. To be honest, Yin does not have high hopes for Kakashi because Kakashi has lost a lot of his own abilities. He has been fixated on Obito's Sharingan, but in fact, the clan sword techniques and lightning release are his foundational skills. Just look at his father, Tsukumo Hitaki. As long as Kakashi works hard, he has the potential to become the second Tsukumo Hitaki. Unfortunately, he has played a good hand poorly, ultimately becoming a character who is evenly matched with anyone. Why? Shursui is stunned for a few seconds. He cannot believe that his first task is to take action against a comrade from the village. Although it's not about killing the other party, but just retrieving the Sharingan. Will doing this anger the Hokage? Yin looks at the sky, raises his hand as if wanting to grasp something. Shursui, retrieving the clan's belongings does not mean there will be a conflict with the village. These are two different matters. Remember, we are always a part of the village. This matter only concerns the honor and face of the clan. An outsider using the Uchiha Sharingan and even earning the title of copy ninja. Don't you find that ironic? As for the Hokage, don't worry. There will be no trouble at all. In fact, if Uchiha Fugaku had been more assertive back then, Kakashi might not have been able to keep this Sharingan. Unfortunately, Fugaku has always been timid. To put it another way, even if we forcibly take back the Sharingan, the third Hokage wouldn't want to make a fuss with the Uchiha at this critical moment. After all, if things escalate, it won't look good for anyone. The main point is that the radical faction's Danzo no longer has any say. As long as no one knows it was us, would the Hokage still blame the Uchiha? I'm only thinking about retrieving what belongs to my family, not about killing comrades in the village. Those are two different matters. So when you take action, you need to be careful. Killing someone and taking back what belongs to the family are two different things. The former would make Shursui unhappy, while the latter doesn't need much consideration. You decided to follow Yin to change the Uchiha and the relationship between the family and the village. And yet you refuse to execute the first task given to you? What good is that? Uchiha Shursui, just go find a place to crash and spare us the embarrassment. I get it now. Just taking the Sharingan and not killing anyone. Shursui's burden has disappeared. Saying you're a stubborn person is not wrong at all. Luckily, Yin is mentally prepared. Being stubborn is fine. As long as it's used properly, Shursui can also be a sharp blade. Fortunately, Itachi hasn't completely gone off the rails. He's much more useful than Shursui right now. Itachi is obedient, sensible, and knows what to do and what not to do. He can handle his own responsibilities and won't argue with you over trivial matters. If necessary, use those eyes of yours. Leaving behind this shocking remark that surprised Shursui, Yin left the small grove. Didn't expect that I know all this. And it wasn't even the clan leader who told me. So what will you think, Uchiha Shursui? Staring blankly in the woods for a while, Shursui finally came to his senses. So he knew all along. I really am foolish. Then, Kakashi, I'm sorry. Yin is right. The Uchiha need to unite, and the glory of the Uchiha needs someone to protect it. Since I, Shursui, can't change these things, then I can only follow Yin's footsteps and become the one who bears the darkness with him. If Yin knows, it means the clan leader Fugaku knows. And that equates to Fugaku agreeing with everything Yin wants to do. Shursui no longer has any mental burdens. Although he doesn't really want to use his eye techniques on his own people. Kakashi, who is secretly protecting the daimyo, still doesn't know that he is about to settle in the daimyo's mansion, nor does he know that someone has their eyes on the Sharingan left by Obito. The village's reinforcements arrived, securing the interior of the daimyo's palace tightly, and Kakashi's squad's mission came to a close. With the mission replaced, and no new orders from the village, Kakashi had to temporarily stay at the daimyo's mansion with his squad, awaiting Tsunade's orders. Unlike before, he and his squad members now had the opportunity to go out openly. During this period, Kakashi was a solitary person, even among his own teammates. He would choose to distance himself, seeking a quiet place to reminisce about the past, or he would take out a certain book to read carefully again. Outside the daimyo's mansion, by a quiet stream, Kakashi, who had removed his umbu gear, sat on a rock with his Konoha headband covering his Sharingan. Using the large tree behind him to block the sunlight, he held a book in his hand. Shursui, They both worked at the daimyo's mansion, one in the dark and one in the light, and having had multiple encounters, Kakashi could clearly remember Shirsue's chakra signature. Putting away the book, he stood up and looked at Shirsue, who was approaching from across the stream. Chapter 85. Another helper? Has the Uchiha gone mad? Meeting a genius who also made a name for himself during the Third Shinobi War in such a scene, Kakashi tilted his head in confusion as he looked at Shirsue. He didn't quite understand why Shirsue was seeking him out. Logically, Shirsue shouldn't randomly contact him. Stopping by the stream, Shirsue's gaze was fixed on Kakashi's eye covered by the headband. Carrying something that doesn't belong to you must be quite exhausting. The conditions for using the Sharingan aren't that harsh. However, without the Uchiha bloodline, the Sharingan cannot be turned off and will continuously consume the user's chakra and mental energy. What does that mean? Is he after Obito's Sharingan? Kakashi became vigilant. He couldn't underestimate Shirsue, who, like him, had made a name for himself during the Third Shinobi War. Not caring about Kakashi's wariness, Shirsue spoke regretfully. For you, this is a gift from friend, but for the Uchiha, this is an insult. We need to reclaim what belongs to our family. I'm sorry, Kakashi, but please hand over the Sharingan to me. It does not belong to you. This is Obito's legacy. I won't allow anyone to take it away. Kakashi pulled out a kunai, ready for battle. Then, I'm sorry. Relying solely on words won't convince Kakashi to hand over the Sharingan. So Shirsue had no choice but to take action himself. The battle was about to begin. Shirsue drew his katana and took the initiative to strike. Fire style, fireball jutsu. With dazzling hand signs, a fireball engulfed in flames was shot towards Kakashi. Having removed the headband covering his eyes, Kakashi easily dodged using the insight of his Sharingan. Not far away from the battle, Yin observed with his subordinates. Ji Yin watched with interest. I didn't expect that one day this annoying guy Shirsue would obediently follow the captain's orders. I thought he was tough. Their relationship was already poor, and they had gotten used to mocking each other. Even though they were both working for Yin now, Ji Yin wouldn't be polite to Shirsue. Sarcastic remarks were inevitable. You're not that tough. You were beaten into submission by the captain for a month. Wind, watching the show with his arms crossed, couldn't help but reply. As the saying goes, a barking dog doesn't bite. Once it opens its mouth, it will definitely hit the mark. Sure enough, as soon as he spoke, he hit the bullseye, stabbing the knife into Ji Yan's sore spot. Ji Yan was a tough nut to crack and a bit of a rebel, not willing to yield to anyone. When they initially subdued him, Yin had to put in a lot of effort, much more than with others. He didn't know how many bones were broken before this guy finally capitulated. Uffed. The others immediately burst into laughter. Uchiha Wind, I'm going to kill you. Ji Yan's eyes widened in anger, and he started to snort angrily. The funniest part was that he was so furious that he unconsciously activated his 3-Tomo Sharingan, ready to take on Wind. Stop it. You can fight later, but keep it quiet now. Yin frowned and shot a look at the two. None of them were reliable. One usually couldn't even fight, but at a critical moment, he was ruthless, while the other was too hot-headed, not acting like a Uchiha at all, always shouting about fighting. Wind shrugged, and Ji Yin was furious, but fortunately, he didn't dare to act recklessly, only huffing in frustration and turning his head away. By the way, is everything ready? Yin turned back and asked. Ji Yin, puzzled, handed over a sealing scroll to Yin. Captain, I personally have no objections. But why do we need to replace Kakashi's Sharingan with another one while we openly go to seize it? Opening the sealing scroll revealed a glass bottle containing a pair of 3-Tomo Sharingan. Of course, it's to give our Hokage a way out. Unless Shirsue uses Kodo Tsukumi on Kakashi to control his will and alter his memories. Otherwise, the consequences of doing this would only anger the third Hokage and the other higher-ups. So Yin made two preparations. If Shirsue used Kodo Tsukumi, then it would be as if Kakashi was attacked by unknown assailants and had his Sharingan taken away. Although the Uchiha would be suspected. If Shirsue didn't use any other divine powers, then he would take away the Sharingan and send one over when the third Hokage questioned him. This would create an impression for the third Hokage that the Uchiha were unwilling but dared not resist. Firstly, it would reassure the third Hokage, making him believe that the Uchiha could still be obedient. Secondly, using the family's treasured Sharingan to exchange for Obito's Sharingan would be worth it. As for whether it was still the same Sharingan, does it matter? Fire style, great dragon fire technique. Fire style, great dragon fire technique. Watching the back-and-forth battle between the two sides, Yan's mouth twitched slightly. Kakashi really is something, fighting against the Uchiha clan while using the Sharingan to copy the techniques of his opponent. Boom! Two fire dragons collided, resulting in a violent explosion. The explosion was quite loud. It seemed that taking down the opponent wouldn't be easy. Shui was worried that the fluctuations from the battle would attract others' attention. So he closed his eyes. The moment he opened them, his three-tomo Sharingan was activated, and he used his signature technique known throughout the ninja world, the shadow clone technique. One by one, phantoms appeared around Shui, launching attacks alongside his true body. The remarkable thing about this technique is that when the phantoms are attacked, they do not disappear like shadow clones do. It was indeed a tricky fight. Kakashi furrowed his brows, constantly using the inside of the Sharingan to observe and search for Shusui's true body and the movements of the phantoms. Why did Shui dare to approach him so openly? Kakashi didn't have time to consider that now. He needed to get through the current predicament first. Shusui's signature technique was already in play. Yin said to the subordinates beside him, "Go help Shui. Make it quick. The battle fluctuations are significant, and someone will come and check soon." Yes. The few members of the squad received the order and rushed out immediately, with Ji Yin and Feng being the fastest. Ji Yin loved to fight, while Feng's silent demeanor hid a restless and combative heart. Fighting was also something he enjoyed, and in this aspect, Feng wouldn't lose to Ji Yin at all. However, Feng's bones were not as tough as Ji Yan's. More helpers? A few people rushed out from the forest, clearly Shusui's reinforcements. Kakashi was shocked. Had the Uchiha gone mad? Suddenly, several helpers appeared, and Shui was somewhat displeased because this was his mission. Quick and decisive. Yan's voice came through, and Shui put aside his extra thoughts and joined with the others to attack Kakashi. Chapter 86. What crime is there in reclaiming what has been lost from my family? I have to say, Kakashi's strength is quite good. Although he is far from being Shusui's opponent, if Shui fought without using overwhelming strength, it would be difficult for him to take down Kakashi in a short time. But with a few more people, it was different, especially with two other J-Nin also having activated their three-tomo Sharingan. A group of phantoms was enough to keep Kakashi busy, and with the addition of a few helpers, Kakashi felt overwhelmed in just a few exchanges. Copying an insight from the Sharingan? Sorry, but in this regard, the Uchiha are the experts. You, Kakashi, are far behind. Just as he dodged Ji Yan's deadly kunai, he was met with Feng's attack, leaving Kakashi flustered. In such a scene, not to mention Kakashi, even Shui would be cautious under siege. Damn! Cursing inwardly, Kakashi, holding a kunai and the white fang short blade, decisively swung at Feng. What puzzled him was that Feng seemed to have anticipated it, his gaze filled with mockery. At that moment, a shadow flashed past Kakashi, and a pair of three-tomo Sharingan magnified in his eyes. Thud! Kakashi's movements paused momentarily, as if something had gripped his heart tightly, followed by a sharp pain in his eye socket. His left eye lost its light. Shui, you're too excessive. Don't tell me your Jinjutsu can't even control Kakashi. Shaking the blood off his hands, Yin shot a displeased glance at Shui, who awkwardly lowered his head. Let's go. Without further ado, Yin put away the Sharingan and led the group to retreat. Someone was already coming, and it was Tsunade, which forced Yin to act. Although Kakashi wouldn't last long without his intervention, Yin didn't want to stir up more trouble. Being questioned was better than being caught on the spot. Under Yan's leadership, the group quickly retreated. Along the way, Ji Yin sneered at Shui. Still calling yourself a genius? You can't even take down a copying ninja without our help. And now, even the captain had to intervene. Shui wanted to defend himself, saying it was because he hadn't shown his true strength. But the words wouldn't come out. The initial battle did drag on. If he had shown his strongest power from the start, Kakashi wouldn't have held on for long. Ultimately, it led to Yin having to step in. Enough. We're all on the same side. I don't want to hear you two argue. Shui, consider this a lesson learned. There can't be a next time. Yin reprimanded the two. Yes. Seeing Yin get angry, Shui and Ji Yin quieted down. The painful memory was etched deeply. Kakashi had lost an eye before, and Obito had given him his own eye. Now, he failed to protect that eye and had it taken away. Kakashi gasped for breath, covering his empty eye socket with his hand. Kakashi? Tsunade, who had arrived with a group of people, looked at Kakashi, who was covering his face in pain, and asked in confusion, "Were you attacked?" The feeling of his heart nearly stopping was unbearable. Kakashi panted heavily, nodding vigorously. Shursui Uchiha came to me to reclaim the Sharingan left by Obito, and then Yin Uchiha attacked me and took the Sharingan away. Have the Uchiha gone mad? How could they attack a ninja from the village? Many people gasped in shock. Tsunade's expression darkened, her heaving chest betraying her inner turmoil. What does that brat want to do? I led the team to the daimyo's residence for negotiations, seeing that things were progressing well there. But now there's a problem with Kakashi. Yin and Shursui attacked him and took the Sharingan away. Although there was no intention to harm Kakashi, this blatant attack on a fellow village ninja was unacceptable to everyone. When the third Hokage learned of this, he would definitely fly into a rage. That little brat really knows how to get me into trouble. Enough. The Sharingan has already been taken. I will personally go find Yin Uchiha and Shursui Uchiha to inquire about this matter. Return. Tsunade clenched her fists and quickly left the scene, even her steps somewhat unsteady. Because Kakashi was covered in blood, this was the scene Tsunade least wanted to see. Shizen, go help Kakashi with treatment. I will find Yin. After entrusting Kakashi to Shizen, Tsunade led her team back to the daimyo's residence, heading straight for the Uchiha's resting place. She wanted to ask what Yin was trying to do. How could he attack a fellow village ninja at such a critical moment? After all, Kakashi was the captain of the Umbu small team. What was the difference between this and attacking an Umbu ninja? It was an act that would only add to the charges. Tsunade couldn't silence everyone, and it wouldn't be long before the news spread that the Uchiha attacked Kakashi, the captain of the Umbu squad, and took the Sharingan. All right, you all return to your posts. Fong, go pass the message to the clan leader. The rest of you disperse early. I will handle the subsequent troubles. Back at the temporary residence of the Uchiha, Yin washed his hands clean, soaked Obito's Sharingan in a potion, and placed it in a sealing scroll. He changed out of his blood-stained clothes and dismissed the team members. If nothing goes wrong, Tsunade will soon come knocking, questioning him. Uchiha Yin. Sure enough. Within 3 minutes, Tsunade arrived. Oh, you still have a mood to drink tea? She stormed into the courtyard, filled with anger, and saw Yin sitting there as if nothing had happened, sipping tea, seemingly waiting for her arrival, which made Tsunade laugh in anger. Do you know what consequences your actions will bring? Yin leisurely put down his teacup. Attacking a fellow village ninja is indeed a serious crime, but since I did it, I dare to admit it. Everything I did was just to reclaim what belongs to my family, that's all. Attacking a fellow village ninja is a matter that can be seen as serious or trivial, depending on whether the higher-ups choose to investigate. The most important thing is that Kakashi's life is not in danger. He just lost his Sharingan. Moreover, the Sharingan does not belong to him in the first place. According to custom, the Uchiha have the right to reclaim Sharingan that has fallen into other hands. However, sufficient face needed to be given to the third Hokage, and Fugaka managed to suppress this incident. The family had already quarreled about this many times. I'm really impressed with you. Every ninja clan has some special clan rules. The Uchiha have the right to reclaim Sharingan that has fallen into other hands, and on this point, Tsunade had nothing to say. She sat down directly opposite Yin, gritting her teeth in anger. The old man never liked the Uchiha in the first place. What you did will only make him more hostile toward the Uchiha. So what should I do? Should I return the eyes? Or should I go apologize? Yin smiled dismissively. Tsunade was so angry she wanted to punch him. For this period, you better behave yourself. We'll talk about this after the matters with the daimyo are settled. I will notify the old man first. You're too impulsive. Even if it's to reclaim the family's belongings, it shouldn't be done this way. The news will spread quickly, so be mentally prepared. Attacking a fellow village ninja is wrong. But what can Tsunade say about the Uchiha wanting to reclaim the Sharingan from Kakashi? Chapter 87 Fugaku. Sitting in Konoha, the pot falls from the sky. They can only wait for the village to report back and see how the village will handle it. However, questioning and apologizing are unavoidable. It's possible that the reclaimed Sharingan will also be demanded back. The matters with the daimyo were already enough of a headache for Tsunade. She had no extra energy to deal with these issues. Adding to that, Yan's attitude was very sincere. Everything I did was for the family, to reclaim what belongs to the family. We came first, and since Kakashi was unwilling to give it, I had no choice but to use force. Moreover, he only reclaimed the Sharingan and did not endanger Kakashi's life. If Kakashi had been seriously injured or his life threatened, this matter could not have been handled discreetly. Yin was also willing to take responsibility, which left Tsunade at a loss. Many words she wanted to scold him with were stuck in her throat. In the end, she could only glare at Yin fiercely twice before leaving. She needed to check on Kakashi's condition and ask about his thoughts. The news that the Uchiha attacked Kakashi and took his Sharingan spread within the circle, but fortunately, it was limited to the Konoha ninja community and did not leak outside. Tsunade did not want to see this situation. The ninjas of Konoha had no intention of spreading rumors. How was Kakashi's condition? He had already received treatment, and there were no major issues at present. He just lost his eye and had no other injuries. He seemed a bit dazed mentally, likely due to the aftereffects of the Jinjutsu. Yan's Jinjutsu was very strong. Shizun carefully examined Kakashi's body and found that apart from the rough loss of the Sharingan, he had also been affected by Jinjutsu, which caused some mental instability, but everything else was fine. This proved that Yin was indeed after the Sharingan and not Kakashi's life. I see. Nodding seriously, Tsunade pushed open the door and walked into the room. Inside, Kakashi was leaning back in a chair, his left eye bandaged, looking somewhat sickly. Sit down. Kakashi froze for a few seconds, wanting to stand and bow, but Tsunade pressed down on his shoulder. How do you feel? Thank you for your concern. Lady Tsunade, I'm fine, just a bit dazed, Kakashi replied honestly. Shizun brought over a chair, and, after Tsunade sat down, she said to Kakashi, please tell me the details of what happened so I can report it to the old man. This matter needs his handling. Also, share your thoughts. Feeling a bit dazed, Kakashi thought for a long time before speaking. I went outside the city to rest, and then Shui found me, hoping I could return the Sharingan left by Obito to the Uchiha, since it is after all Uchiha's thing. I refused, so I ended up fighting with Shui, and during the battle, Yan's subordinate joined the fray, and then I fell under Yan's Jinjutsu, and the Sharingan was taken. Kakashi described the events in detail. This also proved that Yin was not after his life, but merely after the Sharingan. So, you're saying they only wanted to take back the Sharingan and had no intention of harming you? Tsunade pondered. Kakashi paused for a moment and silently nodded. Although a fight had occurred, he did not sense any killing intent from Shui or anyone else. Therefore, Kakashi concluded that neither Yin nor Shui nor anyone else intended to kill him. All of this was just to reclaim the Sharingan. That bastard. After cursing, Tsunade asked with a headache, so what do you think? Reclaim the Sharingan and have Uchiha Yin apologize to you? I don't need his apology. Everything Yin did was for the Uchiha. I just want to reclaim what belongs to Obito. That is the last gift Obito left for me. Kakashi clenched his fists. This was his last gift. It cannot be lost. As for an apology, he did not need it, nor was it necessary. If it were him, if someone took the ninja blade left by the Hokage clan, he would also find a way to get it back, because that is something that belongs to the Hokage clan. Being a ninja from a prominent family, he had this awareness, even if the Hokage clan had already declined. This is the best outcome. Tsunade nodded in satisfaction. Kakashi did not want to escalate the matter, which was exactly what she hoped for. I will negotiate with Yin and hope he can hand over the item, but you must prepare mentally. Although the Sharingan is a gift from Obito to you, he is still a member of the Uchiha. Every prominent family has some strange clan rules, and as a ninja of the Hokage clan, you should have this awareness. Rest well. The work of protecting the daimyo will be taken over by others. After reassuring Kakashi, Tsunade decisively left. She had many other matters to handle, and before she received a response from the village, she did not want to deal with this troublesome issue. Shortly after, news from the daimyo's residence also returned to Konoha, delivered to the third Hokage and Fugaku. The news from the daimyo's residence was specifically sent back through a family channel using a ninja hawk. Sitting in the minister's office, Fugaku, somewhat puzzled, opened the encrypted scroll. Cough, cough. As soon as the scroll opened and he glanced at its contents, Fugaku was shocked and stood up. His face changed dramatically, and he coughed several times, seemingly startled by the scroll's contents. What was he trying to do? Fugaku could hardly believe that Yin had gone to the daimyo's residence with people and, a day later, had stirred up such a big incident. The third Hokage had previously discussed Obito's Sharingan with him, and for the family, Fugaku ultimately had to choose to acquiesce. This meant that this Sharingan was essentially Kakashi's. Who would have thought that Yin would go to the daimyo's residence and coordinate with Shui to launch an attack on Kakashi, successfully reclaiming the Sharingan? This is a huge problem. Fugaku was sure that the third Hokage would definitely jump with anger after receiving this news, and he might even be implicated because of it. At the very least, he would not escape a scolding. To outsiders, it seemed that Yin must have the support of Fugaku Uchiha, as he was the leader of the Uchiha clan. Without his backing, such a ridiculous event would be hard to happen. But the result? Fugaku Uchiha knew nothing. This was entirely led by Yin. What was hard for Fugaku to believe was that Shui actually obediently followed Yan's orders to attack fellow villagers. It should be known that in the past, this would have been a crossing of the line in Shui's mind. Yet now, he himself stepped over that line. What exactly did Yin say to Shui? Fugaku could determine that after Yin went to the daimyo's residence, he must have approached Shui and had a genuine conversation, even persuading him. Otherwise, Shui wouldn't have done such a thing. Good news had already come from the daimyo's side yesterday, and the third Hokage was in a good mood. Chapter 88. The pot won't disappear, but can be transferred. Although some of his actions and words had angered Tsunade, she still couldn't let go of Konoha and went to the daimyo's residence to directly find the daimyo. As for the excessive demands made by the daimyo, the third Hokage felt they could be agreed upon. Killing Danzo was impossible. He wouldn't agree to it, whether from the village's perspective or his own. Keeping Kakashi and Asuma to help the daimyo form that so-called 12 guardians was not a big deal. At most, they could stay at the daimyo's residence for a few years and then be recalled. Asuma was always causing trouble in Konoha, so the third Hokage would gladly agree to let him stay at the daimyo's residence. However, it was a bit of a pity for Kakashi to remain there. But for the development of the village, putting up with him staying at the daimyo's residence for a few years was acceptable. A new urgent scroll arrived, and the third Hokage happily opened it. Just when he thought more good news was coming, he was stunned and, like Fugaku, jumped up from his chair in shock. Staring blankly at the scroll, it took a while for the third Hokage to come back to his senses, and he angrily tossed the scroll onto the table. What on earth did Uchiha Yin want to do? How dare he attack fellow villagers and assault an Umbu squad leader? Kakashi had been attacked, and his Sharingan was taken by Yin. Shui also participated in this battle. The third Hokage was both furious and mournful, and he felt a deep sense of regret. Shui was a communication bridge he had painstakingly cultivated through the will of fire, and now it seemed that this bridge had been completely severed. He had completely sided with the Uchiha clan. He called for Uchiha Fugaku to come over. The third Hokage wanted to ask Fugaku what this was all about. You had already promised me that Obito's eyes would remain with Kakashi, yet now you suddenly acted and took the eyes away. Is this a slap in the face to me? Undoubtedly. The third Hokage's old face had already been swollen from the slap. Yes, Hokage-sama. Sensing the third Hokage's anger, the Umbu ninja did not dare to delay and quickly left for the police department. Before long, Fugaku, who received the order, rushed to the Hokage's office in the shortest time possible. Hokage-sama. He pushed the door open and entered the Hokage's office, bowing his head in greeting. Fugaku, you take a look at this. What does this mean? You promised me that Obito's Sharingan would stay with Kakashi, but now you let someone take the Sharingan away. What do you Uchiha want to do? The third Hokage's tone was very harsh in his angry state. Fugaku, who had already prepared himself for a scolding, took the scroll and glanced at it. The content was roughly similar to what Yin had reported back. How the hell would I know what Uchiha Yin wants to do? Do you believe me if I say I am unaware? There is no doubt that the third Hokage wouldn't believe him. Fugaku couldn't avoid this blame. Not only did he have to bear the blame, but he also had to adopt a proper attitude to apologize and seek the third Hokage's forgiveness. Even if he felt bitter inside, Fugaku had no choice but to endure it, gritting his teeth to swallow the bitter fruit. Lowering his head, Fugaku sincerely assured Hokage-sama, This matter is absolutely a misunderstanding. Recently, I have been reorganizing the police department, which has made some of the clan elders quite dissatisfied, and thus they brought up old grievances. Yin might have thought this was the clan's intention, which is why he acted this way. Please rest assured, Hokage-sama. I will definitely provide you with an explanation, and I will punish Yin and Shui, as well as demand that they return the Sharingan to Kakashi and sincerely apologize to him. Although the third Hokage felt very angry and upset, he could not lose his rationality, no matter how furious he was. Moreover, Fugaku's sincere apology and assurance that everything would be satisfactorily resolved made a difference. The Sharingan that was taken away had to be returned, and Yin and Shui needed to apologize to Kakashi. Could it be that I misunderstood? Fugaku cleverly shifted the blame to the hardliners in the clan, saying it was because of their commotion that this situation arose. It was all their fault. The police department's reorganization had been announced for a long time, and the third Hokage had been paying attention to this matter, but he did not interfere. After the police department's reorganization, it would benefit the village. At least in the face of emergencies, the department could handle matters without needing Fugaku, the minister, to step in. This undoubtedly enhanced the police department's mobilization ability. It was a good thing that did not require interference or opposition. However, the reorganization of the police department meant that it affected the interests of the clan's hardliners, so it was understandable that they were dissatisfied and would look for trouble. It was normal for them to stir up trouble regarding Obito's Sharingan. One should not hit someone who is smiling at you, especially when it was a family leader sincerely apologizing and admitting fault. The third Hokage's attitude towards the Uchiha did not mean he wanted to force them into a corner. That would not benefit either side. With Fugaku's assurance and sincere apology, the third Hokage's anger gradually dissipated. He picked up his pipe, lit it, took a deep puff, and said seriously, Fugaku, since this matter is a misunderstanding, it should be resolved as soon as possible. I also do not wish for any further misunderstandings between the Uchiha and the village. Also, Uchiha Yin is too impulsive. You must take the time to educate him properly. Directly taking Yin down would raise suspicions of interfering in Uchiha's internal affairs, and the third Hokage did not want to leave such a handle. However, it was acceptable to give Fugaku a nudge and let him deal with Yin. You Uchiha, I will not interfere. I will leave it to you to handle. Just give me a satisfactory result. Please rest assured, Hokage-sama, I will definitely strengthen my education of Yin and Shui. This matter will definitely have a satisfactory resolution. Fugaku's attitude remained sincere, and he continued to show great respect. The third Hokage could hardly find any fault with him. A dignified Uchiha clan leader had already humbled himself to this extent. How could one still insist on not letting go? Once the third Hokage's tone softened, Fugaku knew that this matter had come to an end. After repeatedly assuring that there would be no issues, Fugaku was finally able to leave the Hokage's office. Upon returning to the police department, Fugaku immediately sent a message to Yin. Meanwhile, at the Hokage's office, Tsunade was also informed to rest assured and handle the matters at the daimyo's residence. The village would work together with the Uchiha to deal with the Kakashi incident. That night, the message was delivered to Yin. The Uchiha clan members were all nervously watching Yin, worried that he would face severe punishment from both the village and the clan. Although not many people participated in this matter. When they learned that Yin had taken back the Sharingan, the Uchiha members all cheered. Yin had done what they had always wanted to do, but dare not do. Chapter 89. Build a platform to repair the road. Exchange the Sharingan. As Yin opened the scroll, every movement captured everyone's attention. When he smiled and clicked his tongue, it almost made everyone's hearts race. Captain, the clan leader isn't going to punish you harshly, right? Yin couldn't help but ask, scratching his head. Get lost. Can't you just wish me well? Yin kicked out in anger, and Yin didn't dare to dodge, standing there obediently and taking the kick, then grimacing as he rubbed the spot that was kicked. In fact, Yin didn't use much strength. Everyone knew Yan's personality and didn't bother to pay him any mind. All right, Yin said, tossing the scroll aside. Go do what you need to do. There's no big problem. I told you nothing would happen, but you still don't believe me. Phone, take the Sharingan to Kakashi later and buy some nutritional supplements to send with it. Also, bring some snacks for our Miss Shizen. Girls like that kind of stuff. Is it all good now? Yin was so happy he wanted to hug Yin, But when he noticed Yin glaring at him with a terrifying look, he immediately backed down and decisively ran outside. I just remembered, I have my duty to attend to tonight. I need to check to prevent any accidents. It would be troublesome if an assassin tried to kill the daimyo. You run fast. Yin snorted. What? If you want to watch, then watch. Before he finished speaking, the fastest, Shirvei, had already snatched the scroll away, leaving the others to wait. Yin, the clan leader, said that Lord Hokage wants us to apologize to Kakashi. Yin had Feng deliver the Sharingan, but he didn't even mention an apology. Still have to apologize? Feng, holding the bottle containing the Sharingan and preparing to leave, paused and looked back at Yin, asking with his eyes if he should also bring a sincere apology to Kakashi. If you say you're being stubborn, you won't believe it. Yin sneered. If we really apologize, that would be a problem. We need to show that we're aggrieved and sulking. Just delivering the Sharingan and buying some supplements is enough. We don't need to do anything else. So that's how it is. Shirzue nodded slightly, feeling like he learned something again. Everyone remember, starting today, you all need to act very angry, but must only endure in silence. I don't expect you to act well, but just keep a long face and a blank expression. If someone talks to you, you don't need to respond. Just snort and that's it. Did you hear that? Yes. Everyone replied in unison. Yin waved his hand. All right, go do what you need to do. This matter ends here. The Uchiha people dispersed, and Yin kept Shirzue behind. Shirzue, you're very smart, and Itachi is smart too, but your biggest flaw is that you don't know how to be flexible. Many things cannot be viewed superficially. Our action to take Kakashi's Sharingan may seem to bring huge trouble, but in fact, it's nothing. As long as we give Lord Hokage a way out and provide everyone with a satisfactory result, the situation can become controllable. Many things can be flexible, including the contradictions and misunderstandings between the village and the clan. Shirzue fell silent, seriously contemplating Yan's words. But he found that the more he thought, the less he could understand. Yet the facts told him that Yin was right and he was wrong. Perhaps this is also the reason why you can help the clan. While I can only bring trouble, since I can't understand it, then I won't think about it. Shirzue's determination became firmer. Yin stood at the front, leading the Uchiha forward to change the Uchiha, to improve the contradictions between the Uchiha and the village, and to resolve misunderstandings. As for him, Uchiha Shirzue, he was responsible for helping Yin bear the darkness and move forward. Not being able to understand is right. Actually, I can't understand either. I just know that the third Hokage cannot truly turn against the Uchiha. Knowing this is enough. This way, there will be plenty of room for maneuvering. Shirzue, my operations are on a level so high that even I don't understand what they represent. Who cares what it represents, as long as I can gradually lead Shirzue astray? Gradually turn Shirzue into a tool in my hands. That's enough. The rest doesn't matter. In Kakashi's room, Shizune and Tsunade were present. Tsunade conveyed the news from the village to Kakashi. At the same time, Shizune needed to help Kakashi with the eye transplant. Lady Tsunade, Feng, with a face full of anger and frustration, walked into the room, greeted Tsunade, and without even glancing at Kakashi, placed the items on the table and turned to leave. Pretending to be angry but unable to explode? This is what I'm best at. Watching Feng drop off the items and leave, there was not even a greeting, let alone an apology. The absence of the two core figures, Yin and Shirzue, highlighted the issue. Shizune stuck out her tongue and said softly, "It seems the Uchiha are very angry. It's normal to be angry." Tsunade nodded in agreement, not dissatisfied with Feng's attitude. The Uchiha risked accusations to attack their fellow villagers to recover the Sharingan, only to have to return it and apologize in the end. It's quite good that they can endure their anger and bring it back along with a few gifts and nutritional supplements. An apology is impossible. If it weren't for the pressure from the village, they probably wouldn't even return the Sharingan. All right, enough chit-chat. And hasn't he forgotten you? Look, he even brought you snacks. Quickly help Kakashi with the eye transplant. Not all. Shizune blushed and retorted. Tsunade shook her head speechlessly and walked out to the courtyard. She would leave the next matters to Shizune. It wasn't appropriate for her to see a bloody scene right now. As she walked into the courtyard, Tsunade gritted her teeth and cursed, "Damn brat, I helped you say so many good things, and you didn't even bring a bottle of wine. You sent snacks for Shizune, but not wine for me. Too much." Hearing Tsunade's grumbling complaints, Shizen smiled awkwardly and said to Kakashi, Kakashi, don't blame Yen. Everything he does is for the clan. He sighed. I just need to get back what belongs to Obito. Kakashi calmly lay down, allowing Shizen to remove the bandage from his head and prepare for the eye transplant. The transplant process went smoothly, but afterward, there was some rejection, with waves of sharp pain coming from his brain. The rejection from the eye seemed a bit significant. Before Kakashi could voice his doubts, Shizen proactively explained, theoretically, anyone could transplant the Uchiha clan Sharingan and use it. However, you aren't an Uchiha, and without Uchiha blood, there will be some rejection after the transplant. It's best not to use this in battle for a while. Okay. The doubts in his heart faded with Shizen's explanation, and Kakashi didn't think much more about it. It's normal for something that isn't his to have rejection when transplanted onto him. Chapter 90. The daimyos of several countries fan the flames. Suspicion grows wildly. After everything was over, Shizen joyfully opened the snack package and started eating. Kakashi habitually covered his bandaged eye with his forehead protector. Is it over? Tsunade pushed the door and walked in, glancing at Kakashi, seeing Shizen happily munching on snacks. She wrinkled her nose in disdain. A bag of snacks is enough to placate you? Lady Tsunade, you should have some too. Shizen immediately offered the snacks. Childish. Do I look like someone who eats snacks? Tsunade said with disdain. After checking Kakashi's condition and confirming everything was fine, she dragged Shizen away. The room fell silent. Kakashi, tired, collapsed onto the bed, raising his hand to cover his face, which was obscured by the bandage, seemingly afraid that someone might take away the last gift Obito left for him. In the daimyo's mansion, the daimyo was happily enjoying the gossip. It was quite a spectacle that a ninja from Konoha would actually attack his own people and steal their Sharingan. At least the daimyo found it amusing while munching on his snacks. Although Kakashi lost his Sharingan, which might affect his strength, unfortunately, this gossip wasn't very sweet. After the village exerted its power, the Uchiha surrendered. At least the daimyo felt that way, and the stolen Sharingan was returned and successfully transplanted onto Kakashi. Thanks to Tsunade's efforts and the third Hokage's concessions, the negotiations between Konoha and the daimyo's mansion finally concluded just before the daimyo's gathering. The various daimyos arrived in the Land of Fire's mansion with great pomp, which was no small matter, and the whole mansion became lively. At the city gate, it was packed with people, and a long line stretched far into the distance. Why did the daimyo need so many guards when traveling? Ji-Yin found it hard to understand. This was the ninja world. In the face of powerful ninjas, no amount of guards would be of much help. Yet, the daimyos loved this setup, always surrounded by a multitude of guards and attendants wherever they went. You wouldn't understand. This is called grandeur. Yin sat on the city wall, eating snacks, watching the daimyos from various countries enter the city. The smaller countries' daimyos were fine, but the Wind Country, Earth Country, Lightning Country, and Water Country daimyos had excessively large entourages. Not counting attendants and servants, just the ordinary guards could number in the hundreds. One could only imagine the expenses required to support these people. With enough money to support them, a ninja could be raised in large numbers, but fortunately, the ninja villages of various countries wouldn't allow the daimyos to do so. Unable to raise too many ninjas, the daimyos had to maintain a sizable military force, primarily for show. In the event of trouble, they still had to rely on ninjas. With the arrival of various daimyos, the daimyo's mansion had turned into a festive venue. Various delicacies and fine wines needed to be delivered in large quantities every day, with beautiful dancers performing at all times. After playing and tiring out, they would sit down to chat, play cards, and relax. It seemed that the conflict between the Land of Fire's daimyo and Konoha had been resolved. At the card table, the Wind Country daimyo picked up a card and deliberately brought up the matter with a sarcastic tone. If you ask me, Danzo is too bold. If this were the Sand Ninja Village, I would make sure they couldn't afford to eat. Among the various daimyos, the Wind Country daimyo was known for his bad temper and heavy sense of revenge. When he said he would reduce the Sand Ninja Village's developmental funds, he meant it, making them tighten their belts and continuously cut down on the number of ninjas in their village. The Sand Ninja Village didn't want to do this, but the daimyo wouldn't provide money, and the Wind Country was unfortunately left with only sand. With no other choice, the Sand Ninja Village could only live frugally. Luckily, The successive Kazakages of their village were good at mining, earning a bit on the side. Otherwise, life would be even harder for the Sand Ninja village. Not only was he bold, but he even dared to assassinate a daimyo, and yet nothing happened to him. The Earth Country daimyo also chimed in. The Wind Country daimyo might not have had any other motives, just wanting to provoke the Land of Fire's daimyo. But he was different. He hoped that the relationship between the Land of Fire's daimyo and Konoha would worsen. After all, Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen had a good relationship, right? The Lightning Country daimyo chuckled, fanning the flames. The Water Country daimyo, lounging and being served fruits by a maid, also laughed. Being provoked and mocked like this. The good mood of the Land of Fire's daimyo instantly vanished, even though he knew these people had no good intentions. Sarutobi Hiruzen was indeed getting old. Seeing that the Land of Fire's daimyo was holding back his anger, the Lightning Country daimyo continued to poke at him. Once upon a time, because of the Third Ninja War and his insufficient leadership skills, he was forced to retire at home. Who would have thought he'd come back? Konoha really has no one else to use. While other villages were working hard to cultivate a new generation of talents and strong figures, Konoha was left with a bunch of old folks holding the fort. By the way, I heard Tsunade has returned. Doesn't Sarutobi Hiruzen think of making her the Hokage? Or is he just too dictatorial? She has already returned. If it weren't for Tsunade personally coming over, I wouldn't have given Konoha this face. The Land of Fire's daimyo maintained a serious expression, avoiding the provocative remarks as much as possible to prevent himself from losing control of his emotions. Seeing that the Land of Fire's daimyo wasn't getting angry, the Water Country daimyo regretfully said, "What a pity, we planned to come and support you." Demanding a reasonable explanation from Konoha, but you managed to negotiate it yourself first. Such things once happened, could easily happen again. Sigh. Wasn't the Mist Ninja village once like this? The third Mizukage implemented a blood mist rule, and the fourth was still the same. Would there really be a next time? With the Mist Ninja village as a typical example, the daimyo gradually felt a bit unstable. This time, failing to bring down Danzo. Who could guarantee he wouldn't become angry and take action against them? Those who love to hold power, once they lose their most important possession, can go crazy and do anything. Even if the daimyo tried to remind himself to stay calm and not be influenced by his relatives and peers, his mindset ultimately showed signs of trouble. After all, patience has its limits, and if people keep poking at you, anyone would start to overthink. Once thoughts begin to shift, it's hard to pull back. Sarutobi Hiruzen really seemed to have aged. Unknowingly, the Land of Fire's daimyo began to entertain this thought. Konoha didn't have suitable people before, but now it was different. Tsunade had returned. If she became Hokage, the daimyo's mansion would be safer, and the relationship between the mansion and the village would improve. Since that's the case, why not let Tsunade become Hokage? Unbeknownst to him, this idea began to take root in the daimyo's mind. Chapter 91. The pressure of debt naturally brings the motivation to earn. I hope it won't have too much of an impact. After struggling for several days, Fujitaka ultimately chose to trust Yin and sold the information to a bounty organization through his own channels. Although he was closely monitored by the village as the clan leader, he was also a key surveillance target. Despite this, Fujitaka still had his own ways and channels to send out information and bring back money. No matter how much the village monitored, they couldn't keep an eye on Fujitaka every second in person, especially when Fujitaka was in the Uchiha clan's territory. The village's surveillance would be lax. If Fujitaka didn't even have the ability to evade surveillance and carry out small actions, then he would have wasted all these years as clan leader, sending out the information and diverting the attention of the higher-ups, ideally pulling them down. Was also the situation Fujitaka hoped to see. He was just worried that sending out this information would bring too much trouble to Konoha, even leading to war. Once the bow is drawn, there's no turning back. One must accept the consequences of their actions. Now that the information had been sent out, all Fujitaka could do was wait silently. The various daimyos were having a great time at the daimyo's mansion every day, but the ninjas responsible for the safety of the palace and the mansion were suffering, needing to stay alert at all times. Among the ninjas dispatched from Konoha, only 3 could enjoy some leisure: Yin, Tsunade, and Shizun. Yin only needed to be responsible for the Uchiha people, As for standing guard and patrolling, he didn't need to go personally. Tsunade had it even easier, as she had almost nothing to do. Why the sighing? You came here to drink, and now that you've had a drink, you sigh and moan. Could you not come here and disrupt my relaxation? What else can I do? Just worrying. Tsunade leaned on the table, feeling dejected, and sighed again. The people from Churamu Street had already found the daimyo's residence and met with the daimyo, and there was no way for her to escape this debt. Suddenly, Tsunade sat up. Speaking of which, you also have a part in this. Why is it that you, Uchiha Yin, have no issues while I, Tsunade, have to pay? How dare you say that? Yin rolled his eyes. Because you were the one chasing me and causing all the destruction, and now you want me to pay? You really have some nerve. The deal with the Uchiha couldn't proceed, and the village couldn't provide money to help Tsunade pay off her debts, which left her feeling completely lost. Where could she get so much money? Not to mention that she was already buried under a mountain of gambling debts. Those people could come knocking at any time. Just thinking about it made Tsunade feel an urge to run away. Seeing through Tsunade's inner thoughts, Yin reminded her, you'd better not run away. Otherwise, the consequences will be severe. The gambling debts might be manageable, but if the Churamu Street debt compensation cannot find you, others will cause a scene at the daimyo's residence in Konoha, and then you, Princess Tsunade, will be in deep trouble. I don't want that either, so tell me, where can I find such a large sum of money? Tsunade was going crazy and wanted to hit someone. I don't know how to manage money. How would I know how to get that much? By the way, where's Shizune? She went to check on Kakashi's recovery. Tsunade, feeling gloomy, once again leaned on the table. Yin blinked, and an immature idea popped into his mind. What if you leaked the news? Wouldn't the daimyo come to you for treatment? Logically, the more carefree someone is, the more they fear death, and the daimyo fits this stereotype. In the past, Tsunade, you might not have even been able to get her to treat you for money. But now the opportunity has come. Even if they aren't sick, a checkup would be good. The daimyo probably wouldn't mind this little bit of money. You really dare to think. Tsunade shot Yin a glare and said weakly, I want to collect money too, but the problem is, would the daimyo pay for treatment? The daimyo doesn't lack money. The issue is, how could you charge them for treatment? Tsunade felt embarrassed, even hesitant to mention it. So during this time, when someone wanted to build a connection and asked her for treatment, she refused them all, claiming to be too busy. TCH, you're stumped by this little thing? You, Princess Tsunade, are indeed only suited for spending money, not making money. Tsunade felt looked down upon by Yin. Calling you stupid, you really are stupid. Not being able to ask for money depends on the situation. Just find a few people to help spread some news. Saying that you caused serious damage in Churamu Street and are burdened with heavy debts, feeling very down lately. You think I'm stupid? Tsunade put down the bottle in her hand, her forehead veins bulging, and glared at Yin with gritted teeth, looking like she wanted to beat him up. If it were someone else, they might be startled, but unfortunately, this tactic didn't work on Yin. Shaking his head, Yin ignored Tsunade's anger. You really are stupid. You don't even know how to adapt. If you actively help the daimyo and his officials with treatment, you would definitely feel embarrassed to charge them. But what if they come waving cash to you? The title of the #1 medical ninja in the ninja world, ISNT, just for show. There are too many people wanting to see Tsunade. Many have money but can't find the right opportunity. As long as Tsunade spreads some news, these people will see hope. That seems to make some sense. Tsunade's anger faded, and she blinked in confusion. It would be okay to passively charge for treatment, right? If they wave cash at me, I can't refuse. I can only reluctantly accept it and help them check for illnesses. Even those who aren't sick can get checkup. Following Yan's line of thought, Tsunade seemed to see piles of colorful cash waving at her. Deeply in debt and under heavy burdens, she suddenly couldn't sit still. Wait until I earn money. I'll treat you to drinks. Forgetting about drinking, Tsunade dropped the bottle and ran off. Her speed exaggerated even more than when she was chasing Yin. Indeed, making money is the motivation. Those in debt have a lot of pressure, but they also have strong motivation. This is the fate of a gambler. Princess Tsunade looks quite anxious. Shizune entered the courtyard and handed a scroll from the clan to Yin. Yin couldn't help but smile. If you were burdened with as much debt as her, you'd be anxious too. After glancing at the scroll, he found it contained nothing of value, so he simply handed it back to Shizune to read slowly. No matter how impulsive his actions against Kakashi were, now that the incident had happened, all Fugaku could do was minimize the damage, not seek trouble with him. Fugaku only reminded Yin not to be impulsive, etc., without any blame. Soon, news began to spread within the daimyo's residence that Princess Tsunade of Konoha was in a terrible mood due to heavy debts and didn't even want to deal with matters of the daimyo's residence. Various rumors quickly swept through the entire daimyo residence. Coupled with the complaints from the people of Churamu Street, the reliability of the rumors was confirmed. Chapter 92. Danzo. I can endure anything, but I cannot endure Uchiha. Although these rumors had some impact on Tsunade's reputation, compared to the enormous debt, Tsunade would rather have others watch her joke than not earn more to pay off her debts. Soon, what Yin predicted happened. The people who had previously sought Tsunade's treatment realized that the opportunity had come, not to mention the 5 great nations. Even the daimyo of small countries and their accompanying officials wouldn't be short on cash. What these people cared about the most was their own lives. With Tsunade, a powerful medical ninja, they were willing to waive cash not just for treatment, but even just for a checkup. Sure enough, just the next day, someone came to seek Tsunade out. Princess Tsunade, I know you're in a tough spot, but as one of Konoha's Sannin, you would want the debt collectors to come to Konoha, right? This is just a small token of appreciation. Wow. Looking at the small token in the box, Tsunade was so excited that her hands trembled. This small gesture must be worth over 1,000,000 Ryo, and this is just a small token. If it were a bigger one, Lady Tsunade, can we finally live a wonderful life without debts? Shizen was almost moved to tears. Living with debt and hiding everywhere was truly hard to endure. Thus, under the influence of this small token, Tsunade was forced to receive those seeking her treatment. And with the first, the second soon followed. For the daimyo, as long as it was a problem that could be solved with money, it was not a problem at all. Not to mention others, even the daimyo of the Land of Fire actively sought out Tsunade, waiving cash for a full-body checkup. Especially the examination of the waist was of utmost importance. Besides the checkup, they also had Tsunade help prepare a lot of supplements. Seeing this, the daimyo placed great importance on their happy life. This wave of business had Tsunade making a killing, and she was cheerful all day long. Although the money earned was quickly used to pay off debts, watching her debts decrease made Tsunade feel quite good. Tsunade was in a great mood, while someone else's mood was not so good. For example, Danzo. As the negotiations between the village and the daimyo came to a close, Danzo felt completely lost, as the people around him had all been reassigned. Originally, the 3rd Hokage had given Danzo some freedom and left him with some people. Now, however, not a single one remained, and the level of surveillance on Danzo had increased several notches. This situation made Danzo realize that he had been abandoned for the sake of the village's interests. It was time for the Umbu to change shifts. During the shift change of the Umbu ninjas, a small summoning beast sneaked into the courtyard and approached Danzo. After Danzo unfastened the scroll carried by the summoning beast, it disappeared in a puff of white smoke. The root members have all been reassigned, and a significant portion will even be dealt with. The 3rd Hokage is very clear that these people have long been brainwashed by Danzo. If they're not dealt with, they will eventually become hidden dangers. As soon as Danzo makes any move, these dangers will explode. Even so, Danzo still has the ability and means to obtain information from the outside world. His backup plan is the Umbu. Officially, the Umbu is a direct subordinate unit of the Hokage, but in reality, it has long become a sieve full of leaks. Danzo has inserted many of his own people into the Umbu, and even 2 representatives from the Elder Council have done similar things. This ensures that they can obtain some confidential information and news immediately. Now, the pieces he has placed in the Umbu have come in handy. Useless. A bunch of useless people. The contents of the scroll made Danzo curse in anger. After destroying the scroll, Danzo, filled with endless rage, walked into the courtyard and shouted at the surrounding Umbu ninjas, I want to see Hiruzen Sarutobi. Let Hiruzen Sarutobi come see me. For the sake of the village's interests, Danzo, has been forced to retire at home, which he can accept, although he is reluctant. But he believes that as long as the 3rd Hokage is still around, he will eventually have his chance to go out. The so-called surveillance and control are merely excuses for the daimyo's office. He can also accept the disbandment of Root. because he still has many hidden forces lurking in various corners of Konoha. Even if all the people around him are dealt with, Danzo remains unmoved. Such restraint from Danzo is tested when he learns that Kakashi was attacked by Uchiha at the daimyo's office and had his Sharingan stolen, and that the village, to quell the matter, merely had Uchiha apologize and promise to return the Sharingan. Danzo immediately could not sit still. He can tolerate anything, but not the Uchiha. As various good news continues to come from the daimyo's office, the third Hokage's heart, which has been hanging in the balance, finally settles down, and his mood improves significantly, even allowing him to eat an extra bowl of rice. Because of the matters at the daimyo's office, his old bones have been quite troubled. Fortunately, everything is coming to an end, although the daimyo of various countries are jumping around at the daimyo's office, provoking relationships in various strange ways. The daimyo of the fire country shows no signs of being fooled. Despite his dissatisfaction, he does not listen to the jeers of his peers and relatives. The daimyo's office and Konoha complement each other. If one side becomes unbalanced, it will cause significant adverse reactions. If Konoha is truly pushed to the brink, what will happen if other villages start a war? The daimyo is not a fool and understands this reasoning. To take a step back, what if the Iwa and Kumo villages, which have always eyed Konoha covetously, really pushed Konoha too hard and attacked? The daimyo cannot gamble, as he cannot expect those ill-intentioned relatives to help him seek justice if something happens to him. Furthermore, life is his own, and he must hold it tightly in his hands. How can he rely on others? This is also the main reason why the daimyo of the fire country has been holding back, even though he really wants the third Hokage to step down. Once the daimyo leaves, and the overdue funds are released by the daimyo's office, the village's finances will be alleviated. The third Hokage has already begun to budget in his mind, considering how to use this year's budget funds. Lord Hokage, Lord Danzo is demanding to see you. Danzo's position in the third Hokage's heart is self-evident, and the Umbu ninjas also understand their Hokage's temperament. Even though Danzo has been completely stripped of authority and is being monitored, the Umbu's way of addressing him has not changed. See me? The third Hokage frowned. Interrupting his thoughts? Why does he want to see me? The Umbu ninja reporting remained silent for a few seconds and replied honestly, "It is because of Captain Kakashi's attack at the daimyo's office." Lord Danzo expressed great anger and demanded to see you, Lord Hokage. Nonsense. Upon hearing this, the third Hokage immediately became displeased. Isn't this something he should be handling? Has he forgotten what position he is in? How does Danzo know about this? Before he could finish speaking, the third Hokage felt something was off. Chapter 93. I am the Hokage. Do you want to stand above me and issue orders? All the root members have been reassigned. Those who needed to be dealt with have been dealt with, and those who needed to be moved elsewhere have been moved. Danzo has no one left to use, and the Umbu is always watching him, so it is impossible for anyone to see him easily. So, how did he get this information? It must be the Umbu. Given Danzo's nature, it would be strange if he didn't have some pieces planted in the Umbu. The third Hokage's face immediately turned sour. I do not want this kind of thing to happen again. Usually, he turns a blind eye to Danzo's placement of pieces, but at this moment, having someone collect information for Danzo makes the third Hokage uncomfortable. If someone can't keep their mouth shut and accidentally leaks the information, it will be a huge problem when the daimyo's office seeks accountability. At this moment, the third Hokage does not want to conflict with the daimyo's office at all, because they have not yet provided this year's development funds. If the daimyo's office gets a bit unreasonable and withholds the funds, he will have a headache. Yes, the Umbu ninja lowered his head in guilt, cursing inwardly. Which bastard did this? Danzo is clamoring to see him, and the third Hokage cannot pretend it never happened. Plus, after Danzo's outburst, he has lost the mood to continue handling official business. So he simply leaves the Hokage office and goes to Danzo's retirement courtyard. Sarutobi, what the hell is going on with you? Why are you behaving so cowardly? Have you forgotten our original intentions? The Uchiha clan simply does not learn from their mistakes. And that Uchiha Itachi, that evil little brat, actually dared to attack the village's ninja, and Kakashi is still the Umbu team leader. What do the Uchiha want? As soon as the third Hokage arrives, he is met with Danzo's various grievances, causing the surrounding Umbu ninjas to break out in cold sweat. Sir, your anger is understandable. But could you please not vent it on Lord Hokage? Not only has his good mood been disrupted, but he specifically came to see Danzo and ended up getting splashed with anger. It would be strange if the third Hokage's expression could remain pleasant. Moreover, Danzo gave him no face at all, directly reprimanding him in front of many Anbu ninjas. Anyone would find it intolerable. Danzo. The third Hokage's face darkened as he scolded. Regarding Kakashi's matter, the Uchiha have already given an explanation and apologized, and they even returned the Sharingan, promising that such incidents will not happen again. What more do you want? Do you think an apology, a promise, and returning the Sharingan is enough to end this? Danzo replied defiantly. Is this something you should be handling? The third Hokage also got angry. Danzo, are you not aware of your own situation? The daimyo's office has been watching you, watching me, and at this time, you still think about the Uchiha matter, still want to target the Uchiha? What do you mean I still think about the Uchiha matter, still want to target the Uchiha? Isn't this our usual thinking and strategy? How did it become just me? Danzo was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Fortunately, as the Hokage, he did not mind taking on this extra burden and accepted it without caring. In any case, Uchiha Itachi must not go unpunished, and Uchiha sure sway. All these Uchiha must be taken down. I've made myself clear, and you still cling to it? The third Hokage was infuriated. Danzo seems intent on taking down all the Uchiha, pushing them to the edge of a cliff, forcing the Uchiha to fight to the death against the village, and only then will he be satisfied? For a moment, the third Hokage lost the desire to engage in a protracted argument with Danzo. How to handle this? I will take care of it personally. You need not worry about it. Just rest here at ease. I am the Hokage, and yet you want to sit above me and issue orders? The Uchiha clan has significant suspicion against them, but it's just suspicion, and your thoughts are too radical. Danzo, pushing the Uchiha to the edge of a cliff does no good for the village. If the Uchiha undergo a drastic change, it will ultimately be the village that suffers. I hope you can put away those dangerous and unrealistic ideas. By the way, from now on, the Anbu will no longer relay any messages or intelligence to you. Just take a good rest. With those words, the third Hokage turned and left. As he exited the small courtyard, he didn't forget to glare at the several squad leaders. The meaning clear, such things must not happen again, regardless of who did it. You squad leaders need to manage your people well. Sarutobi Asuma, you will regret this. Danzo let out an unwilling roar, but received no response. The third Hokage did not want to pressure the Uchiha too tightly nor create chaos at this time, and definitely did not want Danzo to continue causing trouble. The village needs stability right now. The third Hokage left, leaving Danzo furious. The Anbu squad leaders responsible for monitoring Danzo felt very bad. They gathered their subordinates together. Regardless of who did it, there cannot be a next time. You all saw the Hokage's attitude. If some people can't control themselves, they shouldn't drag their comrades and teammates down with them. Starting today, all mission executors cannot act alone. They must exist in pairs, and no one can leave the sight of their comrades and teammates. Catching traitors? It's meaningless. The cost of catching Anbu traitors is too high, so these squad leaders can only use warnings and the pair system to stop the planted pawns from continuing to follow orders and relay messages to Danzo. The Hokage is very dissatisfied with this incident. Such things cannot happen again. Otherwise, everyone will lose face. Danzo originally wanted to deal a fatal blow to the Uchiha. Even if he couldn't, he should at least cause them some trouble. Who would have thought that instead of finding trouble for the Uchiha, he ended up in a quagmire himself? And what's more infuriating is that it was his own doing. At a barbecue restaurant in the daimyo's mansion, which had a decent flavor, it became a favorite spot for Konoha ninjas. The Uchiha clan was no exception. After their duty, Uchiha Ryuchi and his teammates went to the barbecue restaurant to treat themselves. It was dinner time, and the restaurant was packed. Ryuchi and the others were assigned a corner table, and unfortunately, the table next to them was occupied by someone the Uchiha did not particularly like, Sarutobi Asuma. Asuma seemed to be in a bad mood, pulling a few companions to eat barbecue, drink, and smoke, clearly embodying the image of a street punk. Today, the daimyos were not indulging in the palace, but were dining in the garden, and Asuma happened to be one of the protectors. He did not expect that a simple duty task would leave him so angry. Chapter 94 Asuma. I just want to provoke trouble. Does Uchiha Ryuchi dare to hit me? The daimyos gathered together, enjoying themselves and casually slandering the third Hokage. Although Asuma was unhappy with his father, hearing others speak such nonsense made him feel even worse. The most important thing was that he did not dare to act. If it were someone else saying such things, Asuma would have long since lost his temper and taught them a lesson. Unfortunately, those slandering the third Hokage were the daimyos of various countries, not someone Asuma could touch. He was furious but couldn't show it. So, after the duty ended, Asuma pulled a few friends to the barbecue restaurant to eat and drink to relieve his pent-up anger. However, before they could finish their barbecue, Uchiha members sat at the table next to them, and they were very close. Asuma disdained the third Hokage, and likewise. He also looked down on the Uchiha. Oh, isn't this the proud and arrogant family? Asuma teased provocatively, making his companions laugh. What do you mean, Asuma? He almost named names, and Ryuchi couldn't hold back. I didn't tease you. Why do you have to take it personally? Everyone, don't you think? Asuma proudly raised his eyebrows, wearing an expression of if you're unhappy, come and hit me, infuriating Ryuchi and his teammates. Although Asuma was a punk who annoyed everyone, he was lucky enough to have a Hokage father, which meant that very few people in Konoha dared to touch him. Tsunade was already unhappy on her way there. But unfortunately, Asuma was clever enough not to provoke her, leaving her with no chance to take her anger out on him. Ryuchi was furious. His face red, wanted to argue with Asuma, but not knowing how to start. As expected of a ninja from a big family. Even cursing can't be done properly. It's no wonder your Uchiha clan gets targeted. Haha. The more the Uchiha people dared not move, the prouder Asuma became. He had already decided to vent his frustrations on these people. After all, he didn't believe the Uchiha dared to hit him. Kakashi? Just a conceited guy. The Uchiha dared to act against him, but did they dare to hit him? At least Asuma did not believe the Uchiha would dare to touch him. You bastard. The more the other party said, the more outrageous it became, and a furious Ryuchi almost lost his reason, lunging at Asuma. Just waiting for you to make a move. Asuma was indeed a little punk. But he also knew that the consequences of taking the initiative to strike against a fellow villager would be severe. That's why he kept provoking Ryuchi, just waiting for him to attack. As a result, Ryuchi, who was not very old and valued his family's honor, fell for it, easily dodging Ryuchi's punch. Asuma laughed and threw a punch at Ryuchi's ribs. Ryuchi cried out in pain and flew out, knocking over several tables and even getting burned by some charcoal, making him look utterly disheveled. Ryuchi. His teammates wanted to help, but were stopped by Asuma's companions. In an instant, the barbecue restaurant was in chaos. Customers screamed and fled, and the restaurant owner wanted to cry upon seeing customers running off without paying. He didn't dare step in to stop the mess. The situation at the Daimyo S mansion was coming to an end, knowing that Ryuchi was in charge of the Uchiha. The daimyo sent someone to subtly indicate they wanted to strengthen the relationship between the Uchiha and the Daimyo S mansion. Ryuchi was still considering whether to do this. The Uchiha could establish a relationship with the daimyo's mansion, but shouldn't get too close. They needed to control the scale. Uchiha Ryuchi, your clansmen are fighting with others in the barbecue restaurant. I hope you can go and stop it. An Umbu ninja entered the courtyard, delivering this unfortunate news to Ryuchi. The barbecue restaurant was in chaos, and it was hard for the Umbu not to notice it. Coincidentally, one party was Uchiha, and the other was Sarutobi Asuma, the third Hokage's son, making it difficult to offend either side. So they directly notified the responsible parties, Ryuchi and Tsunade, to handle it. Fighting in the barbecue restaurant? Even the Umbu are alerted. It seems the situation is serious. Without thinking much, Ryuchi shouted into the house, "Stop playing. All of you come with me." Under Ryuchi's lead, the Uchiha members headed to the barbecue restaurant, and even Shursui joined in. On the other side, Tsunade, who received the notification, also brought Shizune and headed to the barbecue restaurant. Such a nasty incident made Tsunade very unhappy. It was a disgrace to Konoha. She wanted to see who had the audacity to cause trouble at this time. After receiving the news, Tsunade set off with Shizune without even asking who was fighting. only to encounter the Uchiha along the way. Are you Uchiha involved? When Tsunade saw this situation, she immediately knew that the Uchiha clan was involved. Otherwise, why would Yin come with a group of people? You Uchiha are everywhere. Are you the first when it comes to fighting? Oh, there's a conflict between your clan and your village companions, and it escalated to violence. I came to see, Yin casually replied and walked alongside Tsunade. By the time they arrived, the chaos at the barbecue shop had already calmed down. The Uchiha clan members were lying on the ground, all bruised and battered, struggling to get up, especially Ryoichi, whose hand and foot were obviously deformed, with broken bones and serious injuries. On the other side, aside from disheveled clothes, there were no issues. Not good, seeing that Asuma and several people around were fine. While the Uchiha clan members were lying on the ground with serious injuries, Tsunade's heart skipped a beat. That damn kid, always causing trouble for me. Bastard. Seeing this scene, the Uchiha clan members had fire in their eyes. Even Shursui clenched his fists, glaring at Asuma and the others. They fought. Not only did they lose, but they also got beaten up. It was a bit tragic. Yin shook his head slightly, glanced at Asuma and the others, and knew that Ryoichi and the others deserved to lose. Karen, Lord Tsunade, please help them with treatment first. Wait a minute. Yin, stop Karen. And Tsunade raised her hand to pat her forehead, knowing this matter was going to be tricky. Don't be fooled by Yan's expression and emotions being unchanged. In fact, Tsunade hoped Yin would show some reaction, like getting angry or cursing. The calmer he was, the more serious the situation would be when he exploded. Yin stepped forward and squatted down. Ryoichi, who was almost unrecognizable, had blood at the corner of his mouth and said in a muffled voice, "Captain, I'm sorry. My family was insulted, and I took the initiative to fight back, but I lost." Ryoichi was filled with guilt and unwillingness, but he was outmatched in strength. So he felt he had done his best. Tell me what happened. Asuma shrugged indifferently. The matter had already happened. At most, he would just get scolded and punished. He was already used to it. What would happen if he beat up the Uchiha clan members? He didn't believe they would dare to gang up on him in front of Tsunade. It was all that bastard Asuma's fault. Ryoichi gritted his teeth and said, "I came to eat with Yakumo and the others, sitting next to them. That bastard insulted my family right away. I couldn't take it and argued with him. And he kept escalating it, so I made a move." I see. Having roughly understood the cause of the incident, there was no need to delve into the details. Yin slowly stood up and nodded to Karen. "Thank you for your hard work. Good job. Young man, you're very brave." Yin walked toward Asuma. Chapter 95 Yin. Is this it? The special jonin of the Sarutobi clan. Is this useless? Tsunade had already left the barbecue shop. She didn't want to see blood. Yet the scene was a bloody mess. Yin walked in front of Asuma, and Tsunade outside became nervous, shouting, "Yin, don't do anything reckless. I will deal with Asuma." Yin ignored Tsunade and waved to the clansmen behind him. The clansmen, who could no longer hold back, rushed over, standing behind Yin, glaring at Asuma and the others. Asuma's companions were startled awake from their drunkenness. Asuma wasn't afraid of the Uchiha, but they were. Did these guys really dare to make a move? Seeing the situation, Asuma also felt uncertain and began to feel anxious. Yin smiled and said to the clansmen, "Remember the faces of those bastards. Send their information to me later. This matter, we will slowly settle it when we return to the village. Play with them slowly." "Uchiha Yin, what do you want?" At the door, Tsunade was anxiously pacing, but she didn't dare to go in because she had a severe fear of blood. Yet Yin completely ignored her. Karen, who was helping Ryoichi with his bone treatment, also knew that things were getting serious. Instantly, her gaze towards Asuma turned disgusted. As a classmate of Asuma's, she knew very well what kind of person he was. He was like this when he was young, and he was still the same when he grew up. You should be grateful that your father is the Hokage. Facing the smiling Yin, Asuma felt a bit guilty. He had heard some things about Yin. The ruthless Uchiha who dared to attack clan elders directly and cursed Danzo in the police department. To put simply, he was the type who acted lawlessly. Compared to Yin, Asuma was only slightly stronger in status. Everything else was nothing. "What do you want?" Asuma forced himself to calm down and gritted his teeth. "I did something wrong, and naturally, the village will deal with me. It's not up to you, Uchiha Yin." Although Asuma was always on guard, When Yin raised his hand to slap him, he still didn't manage to dodge in time, let alone resist. His brain was aware, but his body couldn't keep up. Slap! The sound of a palm hitting his face was loud. Asuma was directly knocked to the ground, leaving everyone stunned. It came so suddenly that no one expected Yin would suddenly make a move. Is this it? Yin blew on his hand and sneered. I seriously suspect that the village's examiners took bribes. With your strength, Asuma, you actually passed the special Jonin assessment? That's just ridiculous. How the village deals with it is none of my business, but you took the initiative to provoke and beat my Uchiha clan members. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Is it fun to bully the weak? Beating up a kid from the Uchiha clan feels good, right? Ryoichi was only 14 years old, with average talent, only at Chunin level, and his two teammates were in similar situations. Compared to Asuma and his companions, they were simply not on the same level. A special Jonin fighting a Chunin, unless it was a freak like Itachi. How many Chunin could hold their own against the other? The other people's accounts could be settled slowly, but not Asuma's. Like to cause trouble? Like to stir things up? Fine, I'll satisfy you. Yin casually took off his jacket and threw it to Jian, stretching his arms. Don't say I'm bullying you. In terms of age, you Asuma are 5 years older than me. In terms of strength, you are a special Jonin, and so am I. Aren't you quite unhappy with the Uchiha? Today, I'll give you a chance to hit me. While speaking, he didn't forget to beckon with his finger. Don't make me look down on you or with the Sarutobi clan. You like to humiliate families, right? I can do that too. Karen, stop him. Tsunade was furious, but Yin had pinpointed her fear of blood and knew she wouldn't dare to come in recklessly. What drove Tsunade mad was that even if she came in, it wouldn't necessarily be useful. What kind of special Jonin was this? Yin claimed to only have the strength of a special Jonin, but Tsunade could beat the examiners of the Jonin assessment to death. From the perspective of ninja ranks, Yin was indeed just a special Jonin because he hadn't participated in the Jonin assessment. Therefore, theoretically, he was on the same level as Asuma. You want to stop me? Yin activated his Sharingan, staring at Karen. Just after stabilizing Ryoichi's injuries, Karen raised her hand and, seeing Yin's 3-tomo Sharingan staring at her, she immediately shuddered and instinctively lowered her head. Don't get too proud of yourself, Uchiha Yin. I just hit your Uchiha people. I'm targeting you, Uchiha. What can you do about it? Asuma, who got up from the ground with half of his face swollen and his speech a bit slurred, had a fierce expression. Yan's gaze swept over, and Asuma's eyes met Yan's. He instinctively wanted to lower his head, but his heart was racing uncontrollably. Damn it. Why am I so stupid to look into his eyes? Slap. The familiar sound of a slap rang out again, and the other side of Asuma's face was also marked with a palm print as he was knocked to the ground again. Yin raised his foot and stepped on Asuma's chest, saying with disinterest, Is this it? Is this the strength of your Sarutobi clan's special Jonin? I can't believe you passed the assessment by bribing the examiner. I think the village should investigate the person responsible for your assessment. Ha! Even the Uchiha people couldn't help but laugh, while Shui, who usually had a serious expression, had his mouth twitching. Yinta was so disrespectful, always unwilling to abandon the Sarutobi clan. Various slanders and humiliations towards Asuma, saying he only passed the special Jonin exam because of bribery. Uchiha Yin, if you have the guts, kill me. Slap. Yin bent down and slapped him. The force so great that you could see 2 of Asuma's teeth fall out. I'm sorry, I won't go hard on my village companions, but of course, Uchiha Yin also disdained to kill trash. In my eyes, you're no different from trash, you know? A trash of the Sarutobi clan. You really embarrassed the Sarutobi clan. How can you be the son of the Hokage and still be so shameful? While saying this, Yin continued to slap Asuma's face. I won't break all your bones or beat you half to death. I'll just slap you hard. Uchiha Yin, that's enough. Asuma's miserable state made his companions unable to watch. Yin turned back and glared. Those who tried to plead for Asuma or threaten Yin showed painful expressions, raising their hands to cover their chests. Kakashi received similar treatment from Yin. It felt like my heart was about to stop beating. Where am I? And why is my heartbeat slowing down? Uchiha Yin, enough. Your illusion is putting great pressure on my heart. Tsunade felt like she was going crazy. Damn, Asuma. Can't you just behave? Why provoke Uchiha of all people? Damn it, damn it, damn it. Trash. Coldly spitting out these two words, Yin kicked the dazed Asuma away. This guy had taken over a dozen slaps, and his head was buzzing. Chapter 96. The daimyo uses power to fan the flames. There are many types of illusions. Shursui likes to manipulate others' consciousness with illusions, and Yin also enjoys controlling consciousness. Squeezing the opponent's heart uncontrollably. That feeling, whoever experiences it knows. Indicating to the clan members to carry the injured. Yan's cold gaze swept over the people around. The Uchiha have suffered many misunderstandings and have significant misconceptions with the village and villagers. But please remember, the Uchiha are not to be humiliated by just anyone. If you want to step on the Uchiha's heads, be prepared for my retaliation. I don't mind breaking your legs or knocking your teeth out one by one. So terrifying. Yan's cold gaze made everyone around shiver. Those who were met by his gaze lowered their heads, not daring to make eye contact. Asuma's companions were still lying on the ground, moaning and gasping in pain. Who would dare to provoke them? For a moment, many looked at Asuma and his few companions with pity. Why provoke someone, if not Uchiha Yin? Don't you know this guy is a ruthless person? And a special jonin at that. Puffed. Which special jonin is this strong? I'll settle this with you later. Tsunade was so angry her chest felt like it would explode. Shizen, treat them. Everyone else disperse. What are you gathering for? Do you want to participate? If it weren't for my blood phobia, I would want to slap Asuma a few times myself. This dog is just causing trouble for me. Captain, are we just going to let this go? On the way back, Ji Yin and the others still felt unsatisfied. Yin shot him a glance. What else? Should we kill them now? Just let it go. Of course, we can't just let it go. It's just that the time for settling accounts hasn't come yet. Just wait. It will be soon. Remember those guys. When we return to the village, play with them slowly, including their families and friends. Since they dared to humiliate the Uchiha and target the Uchiha, don't blame us for retaliating. One person does the deed. One person takes the blame. Sorry. You've escalated this to a family level, so don't think your families will have it easy either. I, Uchiha Yin, am never a person with a big heart. If you provoke me, no one can escape. Shizun, why didn't you stop him? Tsunade angrily patted Shizun's head. Shizun, feeling wrong, said, I didn't dare. Forget about Yin. At that time, the Uchiha were all activating their Sharingan, and with so many Sharingan staring at her, Shizun wouldn't dare to act. Moreover, she really didn't want to stop. It was good for a bastard like Asuma to get beaten up. That way, he wouldn't keep acting so out of line and looking so disheveled. Tsunade was immediately choked by this. Thinking carefully, it seemed to make some sense. Although Shizun's strength was decent, compared to the ruthless Uchiha, she had no chance at all. If she rushed in, she might also take a few slaps. In other words, even a passing dog would probably get slapped twice at that time. Forget it. Now that it has come to this, what's the point of saying these useless things? Tsunade irritably slapped her forehead. Fine, I won't blame you. Go help Asuma treat him. That kid probably can't even recognize his father now. I want tea. After saying that, Shizun slipped away. Treat him quickly and come back. I'll wait. You say you want tea? Tsunade turned around, but there was no trace of Shizun. Everyone is so unreliable. Tsunade laughed in anger. That said, since Tsunade couldn't go, and Shizun was unwilling, what about Asuma? If no one helps treat him, that little bastard's face will probably take 10 days to recover. Forget it. Let the other medical ninjas handle it. There were a few medical ninjas following the team, but compared to Shizun, their medical skills were quite average. It's suitable for reducing Asuma's swelling and relieving pain. As for whether to report this matter, Tsunade decided to put it aside for now and talk about it after returning. After all, this was all caused by Asuma himself. Getting beaten and humiliated is his own fault. Tsunade knew that this matter could only give Yin a warning, but looking at Yan's attitude, he didn't care at all. Headache. Why are there so many troublesome matters? How did such a ruthless person like Uchiha pop up? The cause of this incident was Asuma's own reckless provocation of Uchiha and humiliation towards Uchiha, which resulted in injuries among the Uchiha, and the injuries were not light. But Asuma didn't fare much better. Any normal person with a functioning brain would prefer to take a beating and possibly break a few bones rather than be humiliated and slapped to the point of fainting. Compared to the former, the latter is more humiliating. It's hard to hold your head up. Asuma beat up Uchiha's people, and Yin slapped him back. Asuma humiliated Uchiha, and Yin returned it double. Ironically, Even if this incident escalated, in the end, Asuma would still be the one at a loss because it was all triggered by him. If he hadn't run his mouth, none of this would have happened. Compared to Kakashi being attacked, this fighting conflict is nothing at all. Even if it escalates, Yin and the Uchiha 1T face severe punishment. Instead, Asuma will become a laughingstock in the future, especially with Yin saying he bribed the examiner to pass the special Jonin exam. It's impossible to hide such a significant incident from the daimyo. Once the news reaches the palace, the daimyos from various countries will start to enjoy the gossip. Haha, I'm dying of laughter. I didn't expect Sarutobi Hiruzen's son to be so incompetent. Bribing the examiner to pass the ninja exam. Shameful. So shameful. Is it true that he bribed? If you don't believe it, then tell me, since they are both special Jonin, why can't Asuma even compare to Uchiha Yan's finger? He can only bully the lower and middle ninjas from the same village. Yes, so shameful. The daimyos dare to criticize even the third Hokage, let alone a small figure like Asuma. Sure enough, after the news passed through their mouths, it transformed into the claim that Asuma had actually bribed the examiner to pass the special Jonin exam. Even the son of the Hokage is so arrogant. It seems that Konoha is indeed quite interesting. Naturally, the various daimyos, eager to sow discord, began to use Asuma's incident to provoke the daimyo of the Land of Fire. What they didn't know was that the daimyo of the Land of Fire was already ecstatic. He had been contemplating how to bring down the third Hokage. He had had enough of the third Hokage's indifference and incompetence, as well as Danzo. Yet the third Hokage was reluctant to deal with Danzo. Well then, let us see whether your son is more important or Danzo is. On the surface, the daimyo displayed anger, blaming Asuma, while secretly spreading the news as widely as possible, hoping that everyone would know. Let us see what face the third Hokage has to show to the villagers of Konoha. Have you heard? The third Hokage of Konoha actually condoned his son giving bribes to the examiner to pass the special Jonin exam. Is that true? Has Konoha become this corrupt? Not only that, but this Sarutobi Asuma is also an arrogant and reckless young master who has been domineering in Konoha. Yet no one dares to manage him because his father is Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage. And then, when he arrived at the daimyo's estate, he provocatively insulted fellow ninjas from his own village because he was in a bad mood, humiliating their families. Chapter 97. Public opinion is like water. It can carry a boat or capsize it. Various rumors spread like wildfire the next day. Impossible to stop, becoming juicy gossip for the people of the daimyo's estate. Strangely, the Uchiha clan was directly implicated. Yin, tell me, was this your doing? I wanted to handle it calmly and discuss it back in the village. But now, it's spreading everywhere. Tsunade can already imagine how the news will morph when it reaches Konoha. A series of rumors seemed aimed directly at the third Hokage. It has nothing to do with the Uchiha. If Tsunade has time to find me, she might as well ask the daimyo to see if he is behind this. The rampant rumors and the Uchiha being implicated are beneficial for the Uchiha. Unfortunately, Yin wouldn't do such a thing. This incident had nothing to do with the Uchiha. In fact, Yin was a bit stunned when he learned of the news. Who was this so unwelcoming to Asuma and the third Hokage, seemingly intent on escalating the situation? Upon reflection, Yin felt the source was the daimyo's palace. It couldn't have spread overnight without the arrangement of the daimyo's palace. Yin absolutely wouldn't believe it otherwise. Only they could accomplish this at the daimyo's estate. Don't look at me like that. I, Uchiha Yin, dare to take responsibility. If this matter escalates, it won't be good for me or the Uchiha. Besides, with so few Uchiha, could they really spread rumors to this extent overnight? Seeing that Tsunade didn't believe him, Yin spread his hands to show his innocence. The Uchiha were also innocent. I understand. I will meet with the daimyo. In the meantime, you Uchiha should calm down and absolutely do not let similar incidents happen again. The Uchiha want to take revenge on Asuma and his companions. And Tsunade is very clear about that. Unfortunately, she couldn't persuade Yin. Yin wouldn't listen to her about this matter either. The Uchiha were seething with anger, just waiting to return to Konoha to find trouble with those few bastards. Asking them to back off? Not a chance. Lady Tsunade, this has nothing to do with the Uchiha, right? Ino approached. It should have nothing to do with them. Tsunade's expression was serious. Yin is right. Although Asuma is the troublemaker, the Uchiha will retaliate, and these matters are internal conflicts within Konoha, not to be involved with the daimyo's estate. The way the news has spread, it definitely has something to do with the daimyo's estate. Should we send someone to investigate? Investigate what? Just go and earn money treating people. I'll visit the palace. Investigate? Investigate the people of the daimyo's estate? Are we just sitting around with nothing to do? Although the people of the daimyo's estate are a bunch of small fry, if Konoha sends someone to investigate, it will only complicate things. Tsunade wouldn't do such a thankless task. If they accidentally trace it back to the daimyo, and the daimyo notices, it will become a real mess. Who knows how it could escalate? It could even turn into Konoha monitoring the daimyo and investigating them, which isn't impossible. Even if she knew it would be a wasted trip, Tsunade still had to make the trip. As expected, when faced with Tsunade's inquiry, the daimyo feigned ignorance. Looking utterly surprised. What? This happened too? This is unacceptable. Asuma lacks discipline. Well, that was a wasted question. The daimyo was just playing dumb, but unfortunately, their acting was a bit lacking. It was definitely the daimyo's doing. As for why they did this, Tsunade couldn't say. She didn't have the intention to dig deeper. Pursuing further would just imply that Tsunade suspected the daimyo was behind it. What if the daimyo got angry and caused some trouble? Tsunade didn't want to see such accidents. So it was better to leave this matter for the third Hokage to worry about. Initially, she didn't want to report it, but now it was impossible not to. After leaving the palace, Tsunade immediately sent someone to relay the news back to the village, reminding the third Hokage to prepare mentally. Your son assisted the daimyo, bringing you a big surprise. The third Hokage's reaction might be a bit intense. Compared to Asuma, Tsunade felt her teacher could handle it better. After all, he had experienced various storms and wasn't like Asuma, who would faint from anger. His mental fortitude was quite poor. In the past few days, the third Hokage had been eating well and sleeping well, even handling political affairs with renewed vigor. When a scroll sent by Tsunade arrived at the Hokage's office, the third Hokage initially thought the daimyo's estate was sending good news again. But after opening the scroll and glancing through it, it felt as though his head had been struck by a heavy hammer, leaving him in a disarray. The scroll detailed the incident of Asuma causing trouble and also mentioned Yin's involvement. The general outline was summarized, and everything that needed to be said was included. How could this happen? The third Hokage jumped up in a panic, rubbing his eyes vigorously, afraid he was seeing things, then picked up the scroll to read it again. Damn! After carefully reviewing it several times, the third Hokage angrily slammed the scroll onto the table. His mood had just improved over the past few days, and now trouble had come again. This trouble was caused by his own son, Asuma, and then the daimyo had come in with a wave of unexpected assistance. Why would the daimyo do this? Hadn't the negotiations between the village and the daimyo's estate already concluded? Why were they still fixated on Konoha, compared to the daimyo's unexpected assistance? Asuma's provocations and subsequent beatings were nothing. The third Hokage didn't take them to heart at all. He was well aware of his son's character. Even if Yin had been a bit excessive, a bit ruthless, and a bit harsh in his words, along with blackening the examiners a bit, none of that mattered. The most serious issue was the daimyo's unexpected assistance. This could lead to misunderstandings, making it seem like Sarutobi Hiruzen, deliberately indulged his son, resulting in his son becoming a spoiled brat, causing all sorts of chaos. Don't underestimate such matters. Once the news spreads, it could lead to significant misunderstandings. People outside might see it as a joke, at most a piece of gossip after meals. But if the villagers of Konoha took it seriously, that would be a real problem. This matter cannot be ignored. Notify the 2 advisor elders and all the honorary elders to come to the Hokage's office. The third Hokage understood the terror of public opinion, although he was very skilled at using it to achieve his goals if it turned against him. That would be a problem. In the early days of Konoha's establishment, in order to prevent the Hokage from monopolizing power, the Elder Council was established, with seats for families that made significant contributions to the village, including the Uchiha clan. Unfortunately, after Uchiha Madara's betrayal, The Uchiha seat became merely a nominal position. Not to mention the power of the elders, the Uchiha were no longer even part of the Elder Council meetings. Chapter 98. Just as one wave subsides, more explosive news arrives. This time, even the Hyuga clan attended the meeting, but it had nothing to do with the Uchiha. As the clan leader, Hyuga Hisashi naturally took the elder seat for the Hyuga clan and attended the meeting. Everyone, to keep it short, let's first take a look at the documents. The third Hokage had already had the contents of the scroll copied onto the documents and distributed them one by one. What happened that made the Hokage so anxious? Could it be related to the daimyo's residence? Those attending the meeting were filled with confusion as they opened the documents. After a few seconds, everyone's reactions were in sync. Eyes narrowed or widened in shock as they looked up at the third Hokage, then down at the documents again. Asuma is really out of control. Others felt it was hard to believe, but remained silent, while Nara Shikamaru was the first to lose his composure. She wouldn't hold back just because Asuma was the third Hokage's son. How could he do such a thing at the daimyo's residence? Just because he's in a bad mood, can he provoke fellow village ninjas for no reason and humiliate the Uchiha? Uchiha Itachi as well, with things having escalated. Instead of handling it, he even resorted to hitting Asuma. Look at what he's saying. Asuma bribed the examiners? The more Nara Shikamaru spoke, the angrier she became, even scolding the examiners. Who was in charge of Asuma's exam? Everyone was speechless. Could it be that Asuma really got in through the back door? The third Hokage had a headache, cleared his throat, and said, "There's no issue with Asuma's exam, although this kid has many bad habits. He passed the special Jounin exam based on his strength. The examiners might have been a little lenient, but bribery is absolutely impossible. However, the gap in strength among special Jounins can be quite large. Facing someone like Itachi, Asuma would only be on the receiving end of a beating. Is this the examiner's fault?" Nara Shikamaru angrily threw the document on the table, accusing, "Hisashi, I warned you long ago that Asuma's roguelike personality would eventually cause trouble. And look, trouble has arisen. Yes, Hisashi, Asuma must be strictly disciplined. Itachi also resorted to violence, but these are minor issues. The most important thing now is that the news is spread to the daimyo's residence, clearly indicating that the daimyo is still watching over us in Konoha. Even watching you." Mito Kazuma spoke a fair word, clarifying the situation. The daimyo is targeting the third Hokage to tarnish his reputation. Everyone present felt a slight jolt in their hearts, especially Hisashi, who couldn't help but recall what Itachi had said before. Could all of this be related to the Uchiha? The best way for the Uchiha to escape their current predicament is to bring down the third Hokage and replace him with someone who holds no bias against them, like Tsunade or Jiraiya. If all this is indeed related to the Uchiha, then the Hyuga clan has more to consider. Alas, in the end, it's still because of Danzo. It was rare for a Kimichi Choza to attend a meeting, and he was somewhat dissatisfied with the size of the chair he was sitting on. It was too small and uncomfortable. The daimyo had been insisting that the village deal with Danzo, although Tsunade intervened to calm the daimyo's anger. Some things are not so easily put aside. How can a broken mirror be restored to its original state? This was very clear, directly pointing at the third Hokage. You are unwilling to deal with Danzo, so the daimyo is targeting you. Akimichi Choza's blunt words made the Hokage's office fall silent. Those attending the meeting glanced at each other, choosing to remain silent. When it comes to Danzo, it's better for them to say less, to avoid offending both Danzo and the third Hokage. Akimichi Choza was not afraid, but they dared not provoke both of these ruthless figures at the same time. Prepare for the worst. The third great ninja war forced the third Hokage into retirement. At that time, the villagers were dissatisfied with the continuous battles, resulting in heavy losses for Konoha. Faced with such a situation, the third Hokage had no choice but to nominate Minato as Hokage. If such a situation arises again, what will the third Hokage do? Fatty, don't speak nonsense. Mito Kazuma was anxious and quickly interrupted him. Are you here to attend a meeting or to cause trouble? Prepare for the worst? Why don't you just say that Hisashi should step down? The third Hokage's expression was calm, but from the tightly clenched fist, it was clear that his heart was stirred up. First Danzo, then the daimyo. And now Asuma has come again. One after another, various troubles keep piling up. If this continues, the villagers will start to question the third Hokage's ability. At that time, it will be hard for the third Hokage to avoid retirement. All right, I won't speak nonsense. Pretend I didn't say anything. Akimichi Choza raised his hand to wave it off, leaning back in his chair and falling silent. No one would have thought that while Konoha had yet to come up with a countermeasure, an even greater storm was about to erupt. In the daimyo's palace, still in the same old place, the same unfortunate aide, with a face like he had lost his father, hurriedly rushed into the daimyo's palace. Daimyo. The aide approached the daimyo cautiously, reminding him that there was a situation. What is it? The daimyo, who was busy enjoying himself with relatives and friends, frowned in displeasure. The aide, nearly in tears, quietly handed him a scroll. As he passed the scroll to the daimyo, the aide lowered his voice as much as possible. Daimyo, it's the same source of information as last time. What information from last time? This is bad. The aide did not expect the daimyo to be so straightforward, directly opening the scroll in front of everyone else. Will I be chopped up after the daimyo comes to his senses? Recalling the daimyo's numerous warnings from last time, the aide felt like he wanted to die. Let me see. Unaware of the inner turmoil of his aide, the daimyo squinted his eyes, looking at the contents of the scroll. The daimyo of the Land of Lightning, sitting next to him, also leaned in to take a look. Everyone was still having fun, and your aide is being so inconsiderate, handing you an information scroll and acting all mysterious. I want to see what precious information is in the scroll. Since the daimyo of the Land of Fire opened the scroll publicly, without any intention of avoiding others, it meant that it was fine for others to see, and it was a big deal. Information regarding Konoha Ninja Village. The third Hokage and Danzo have not given up on their research into wood release, hoping to replicate the first Hokage's wood release, and have sent many war orphans for experimentation. Orochimaru is involved too. Good heavens. They don't even spare the villagers and ninjas of their own village. Wait. The daimyo of the Land of Fire had yet to react when the daimyo of the Land of Lightning was already sweating profusely. What the hell is this information? Where did it come from? Chapter 99. They even dare to tamper with the first Hokage's remains. What else do they not dare to do? Konoha has never given up on their research into wood release and has been capturing people for experimentation. They even do not spare their own villagers and ninjas. This is simply insane. What's even more terrifying is that they have succeeded. What did you see to make you so scared? The daimyo of the Land of Water, seeing the Land of Lightning's daimyo's face change drastically, teased and leaned in to take a look. He squinted slightly, and his slightly drunken eyes suddenly widened. The cup in his hand fell to the floor with a thud, bouncing a couple of times. The Hidden Leaf Village actually captured war orphans for experiments on wood release, and even the villagers and ninjas of the village were not spared. The daimyo of the Land of Water exclaimed, drawing everyone's attention. What? As soon as this was said, the surroundings instantly fell silent. The daimyo of the Land of Lightning twitched his mouth twice, looking at him in disbelief. Are you stupid? Such important intelligence, and you keep it to yourself? What just happened? At this moment, the daimyo of the Land of Fire was also gradually coming to his senses. Having drunk too much, he was still unaware that he had leaked important information, his reflexes a bit slow. Oh no, it seems I've done something foolish. The daimyo of the Land of Fire's heart sank, and he instinctively wanted to put away the scroll. Unfortunately, it was already too late. He felt his hand slip, and the scroll was snatched away. The gathered daimyos from various countries looked on. Is the third Hokage and Danzo really this cruel? Using war orphans for experiments is one thing, but they don't even spare their own villagers. Not to mention, they even dared to tamper with the remains of the first Hokage. What else wouldn't they dare? I can't believe the Leaf Village has successfully replicated someone who possesses wood release. The daimyos were discussing animatedly, not forgetting to criticize the third Hokage and Danzo, calling them heartless, inhumane, and so on. I remember I still have some matters to attend to. How about we wrap up this gathering here? The daimyo of the Land of Lightning, with a quick thought, suggested leaving. Then let's all go together. The daimyo of the Land of Earth, who had just been drunkenly swaying, was now sober. He stood up and waved to his guards, preparing to withdraw. As the daimyos of the Land of Lightning and the Land of Earth were getting ready to leave, others finally reacted. This isn't about being cruel or not. The key point is that the Leaf Village has replicated someone who possesses would release. If their experiments continue, will the Leaf Village produce a bunch of people using would release? Even if these people are not as strong as Hashirama Senju, they would still be enough to impact the balance of the ninja world today. This concerns every country and every small ninja village. It would be strange if the daimyos could sit still. So, under the leadership of the daimyos of the land of lightning and the land of earth, they all expressed the desire to return home first, ending this gathering. You all can leave, but make sure to leave the scroll behind. Who the hell took advantage of the situation to grab the scroll? Just a few minutes ago, it was lively, and now it's quiet. Only the daimyo of the land of fire was left sitting on the ground, staring blankly. This seems to have gotten a bit serious. You fool. Why didn't you remind me? The daimyo angrily threw his wine cup at his aide. The aide, startled, quickly dodged and explained aggrievedly, I did remind you, but you were drunk and didn't notice. How dare you say that? The daimyo was furious. The aide quickly said, Daimyo, we should take the initiative now, while the leaf hasn't reacted, to express our stance, so we won't fall into a deadlock. Besides, if Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo dare to do something so cruel, what if they get this information before us? The daimyo felt that the third Hokage and Danzo were already outrageous enough, so ruthless. Yet, a piece of intelligence refreshed his understanding. There's nothing that the third Hokage and Danzo wouldn't do. Yes, you're right. Immediately inform Tsunade. I want to see her. And Uchiha Itachi. Also, spread this matter. I want to see how Sarutobi Hiruzen explains this. Does he still have the face to sit in the Hokage position? The information spread from his hands, and the daimyo did not think he did anything wrong, at most feeling regret. Moreover, the intelligence was purchased from a bounty association. If he could buy it, others could too. In a few days, this news is guaranteed to spread wildly. The entire ninja world will know about the third Hokage and Danzo's misdeeds. Oh, and Orochimaru. These matters also involved Orochimaru. Yes. The aide wiped the sweat from his forehead and quickly sent someone to inform Tsunade and Itachi. He knew he had escaped a disaster, as the daimyo had spared him, shifting the focus onto the third Hokage and Danzo, conveniently placing the blame on them. As for whether the information was true, was there still a need to question it? Even the identities of the replicated would-release ninjas were recorded so accurately, it was as if they even noted what color underwear the other party wore. Is there still a need to doubt it? Just by inquiring a little, one could determine the veracity of the information. The daimyos are preparing to retreat? The duration of this gathering seemed a bit short. The daimyos from various countries hurriedly left with their people, and Tsunade was puzzled. These people were all drunk. Yet they hurriedly ran off. One might think something was burning at their homes. Lady Tsunade, the daimyo summons you. Please proceed to the palace immediately. Understood. Putting down what she was doing, Tsunade tidied her clothes and prepared to enter the palace to meet the daimyo. Just as she stepped out of the courtyard and hadn't gone far, she bumped into Itachi. Together? Nodding, Itachi walked alongside Tsunade, who curiously remarked, the daimyos from various countries are leaving in a hurry. Perhaps something urgent has come up. Itachi was still unaware that the information he provided had caused these daimyos to abandon the gathering and disregard the pressure on the daimyo of the Land of Fire, decisively ending the meeting and rushing home. The two entered the palace. Tsunade, I remember there's a ninja in the Umbu called Tenzo. As soon as they met, the daimyo said this. Tsunade was taken aback for 2 seconds, shook her head, and replied, I'm not very clear on that. She had left the Leaf Village for several years, and after returning to the village, she had gone to the daimyo's residence shortly thereafter. So she really didn't know if there was such a person in the Umbu. Do you know? Tsunade looked at Itachi. There seems to be such a person. He appears to have a good relationship with Kakashi. Here it comes. The good show is about to begin. Hearing the daimyo inquire about Tenzo, specifically mentioning he was from the Umbu, Itachi knew that Fugaku had successfully sent the information out, and the daimyo had smoothly obtained the information from the Bounty Association, not just obtained but purchased it. Tenzo, who would later be known as Yamato, as a replicator of Wood Release, held the codename Kaba en route. Later, after getting acquainted with Kakashi and with the help of the third Hokage, he transferred to the Umbu, changing his codename to Tenzo. It wasn't until he left the Umbu that he was granted the name Yamato by the third Hokage. Chapter 100. Tsunade seeks verification. Kakashi confirms. When the news spreads, how will you react? Itachi expressed his anticipation. Is this person really there? The daimyo pressed for an answer. Itachi nodded affirmatively. Because our Uchiha clan has always been monitored by the Umbu, I am also one of the key subjects of observation. Hence I often meet with people from the Umbu. Damn! Receiving a positive answer, the daimyo slammed the table in anger. Although his acting was a bit clumsy, having drunk, his face was already red, so he didn't need to disguise it. He specifically summoned them. And the result was to inquire about a ninja from the Umbu named Tenzo. After getting a positive response, he became furious. The series of bizarre actions by the daimyo left Tsunade a bit confused, unable to grasp what the daimyo was trying to express. I thought I had overestimated Tsurutobi Hiruzen and Danzo, but I didn't expect these two to be so dark-hearted. They're truly a disgrace to the Leaf Village. How can they face those orphans who died unjustly and the villagers of the Leaf? What good deeds have the old man and Danzo done to be directly named and cursed by the daimyo? Don't look at me. I don't know either. Itachi returned Tsunade a look of I don't know either. Tsunade, you can see for yourself. Before Tsunade and Itachi arrived, the daimyo had already instructed his aides to rewrite the content of the intelligence scroll. I hope it's not a big deal. Tsunade sighed inwardly. She was already tired of these troublesome matters. Yet various issues kept coming one after another. As she opened the brand new scroll, Tsunade focused her eyes and thought she must have seen it wrong. She looked up at the daimyo and then lowered her head to continue reading. Yamanaka Ino, standing beside Tsunade, glanced at the contents of the scroll and immediately burst into laughter inside. Fugaku indeed did not disappoint him, successfully selling the information. This is impossible. Tsunade's confusion turned into suspicion, then a frown, and finally her expression changed drastically. Could it be that the daimyo was waiting here to confirm the accuracy of the information by asking if there was someone named Tenzo in the Umbu as soon as they met? That old man actually did such a thing? She knew about the village secretly researching her grandfather Senju Hashirama's cells to replicate would release. However, the research had not made much progress and was eventually called off. Who would have thought that, despite the official halt, the research continued in secret? Even Orochimaru was involved. No wonder Orochimaru had